All right, you and I are about to dive into one of the craziest regression stories ever. A scream echoes across campus as a soul takes over Lin Ziluo. In the next second, his eyes snap open. Sweat pouring down his face, Lin Ziluo bolts upright in bed, completely dazed and disoriented. Clutching his face, he gasps desperately for air. Still in disbelief, Lin Ziluo stares blankly as a single question runs through his mind. What is happening? Was not I dead? Does a corpse's body actually feel this warm? Staring at his smooth hands, Lin Ziluo gasps. There are no calluses here. This is his exact flawless skin from 10 years ago. As the realization hits, he freezes, muttering those exact words to himself. 10 years ago? Bolting upright, Lin Ziluo scans the room. He is back in his old college dorm, with soft sunlight filtering through the window. He cries out as he recognizes the room. This is indeed his college dorm from 10 years ago. Shoving his pillow aside, he finds his old flip phone lying there. The lock screen lights up, showing a photo of Yao Jinghan, a stunningly gorgeous and beautiful girl. Turning on the camera, Lin Ziluo stares at his own reflection on the screen. He mutters in complete shock, realizing there is not a single scar on his face. Pay attention here, because this is where everything flips. He breaks into a wicked smirk, realizing the truth. He actually regressed right before the legendary doomsday game begins. Clutching his phone on the bed, he murmurs to himself, remembering everything that happened right before his regression. His voice trails off as pure hatred flares in his eyes, his teeth grinding in absolute rage. In his memories, right after he became the 10th war god of the Dragon Nation, 2 neutral war gods invited him over to celebrate his achievement. But as they were talking, a powerful zombie emperor suddenly ambushed them, forcing Lin Ziluo to immediately draw his weapon to fight it off. As he struggled against the massive zombie emperor, those 2 treacherous war gods suddenly turned their blades on him in a brutal betrayal. Working with the monster, they caught him completely off guard, driving their swords deep into Lin Ziluo as he stared in absolute shock. Sprawled in a pool of blood, his broken body trembled helplessly. Suddenly, a familiar girl walked up, mockingly congratulating him for successfully becoming a legendary war god, asking him if he liked the grand gift from the Li family. Seeing her face, his world shattered. Clenching his teeth in pure disbelief, he screamed her name in agonizing rage. It turned out Yao Jinghan brought that zombie emperor herself. She had made a dark deal with the Li family to completely lock down the miracles of the world. Yao Jinghan was our university campus beauty. She ignored all the elite geniuses and chose a regular guy like me instead. Back then, I was so incredibly proud to have such a beautiful girlfriend. I know what you are thinking, but get this. She only approached him on orders from the Li family patriarch, using him to expand their territory before executing him. The Li family was one of the 3 great clans of the Dragon Nation, wielding immense power. I paid a heavy price, getting horribly disfigured just to escape, and spent the next 10 years constantly running from their relentless assassins. Back in the present, as those horrific memories fade, Lin Ziluo whispers her name under his breath. He growls in deep frustration. If that traitorous girl had not been constantly guarded by the powerful Li family, he easily would have taken her life and got his revenge long ago. But then, Lin Ziluo smiles wickedly as a dark, brilliant thought crosses his mind. Since he regressed before the apocalypse even began, she is still his girlfriend, meaning he can easily eliminate her first. Right at that moment, his phone buzzes with a new text message notification. It is from Yao Jinghan, claiming she has to tutor some kids today, so she cannot celebrate his birthday with him, and feels so sorry. Reading her lies, Lin Ziluo scoffed in disgust. Tutoring? More like private tutoring on the bed of that old man from the Li family. Rage boiling over, he slams his fist onto the mattress. In his past life, her actual birthday gift to him was a scandalous video of them. Fighting back his fury, he decides to draft a sweet reply. He sends a gentle message back, telling her to meet him quickly at the abandoned warehouse behind the stadium since he misses her. She immediately replies, asking why they are meeting there but promising to hurry since she must leave before 6 o'clock for a surprise. With a dark, chilling face, Lin Ziluo whispers, why did Li Haobo hate him so intensely in his past life? He never figured it out. He originally hoped to celebrate his birthday with her, truly expecting a beautiful first birthday celebration with his girlfriend. Instead, he only got that humiliating video. Their sick, twisted game cost him the prime window to level up early on. Gritting his teeth, he looks down, his face completely dark. Lin Ziluo swears a vow. In this new life, he will never let that tragedy repeat. He will make them pay in blood. As dusk falls, The sky stains a blood-red color, making the students whisper in fear. But trust me, you and I are going to love watching Lin Ziluo calmly walk away, ignoring the ominous sky as he prepares for bloody vengeance. Let's dive into a crazy apocalypse story, where clueless students think this eerie red sky is just some rare natural phenomenon they should enjoy. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo silently stands there, carefully observing his chaotic surroundings, knowing this bloody red sky signals the doomsday game arriving in exactly 7 hours, a virtual nightmare that will soon completely devour their reality, turning the entire planet into one massive arena. Once that happens, how many will actually survive? While everyone else remains completely oblivious and happily celebrates the strange event, Lin Ziluo walks away in total isolation, heading straight toward an abandoned old warehouse and opening the door. He throws the door wide open, revealing a pitch-black interior where a young woman sits waiting directly in front of him. Lin Ziluo steps inside as Yao Jinghan sits arrogantly on her chair, demanding to know what took him so long. Tell me your surprise quickly. I have to run to class soon. Underneath his sleeve, Lin Ziluo is secretly hiding a small sharp knife, though he still maintains a very gentle smile as he speaks to her. Don't be in such a rush. I'm about to tell you. Lin Ziluo slowly approaches her, causing Yao Jinghan to frown in complete annoyance. Are you going to speak? Or should I just leave? But pay attention here. With zero hesitation, Lin Ziluo suddenly grabs Yao Jinghan by her throat, sending her phone crashing to the floor. Terrified and completely confused, her face turns pale as she gasps. Lin Ziluo, have you gone completely crazy? Let me go. Ignoring her words, he stares with ice-cold eyes and begins listing dates. May 16th, Year 4, 78, Modern Shanghai Hotel, 53,239 yuan. May 29th, Year 4, 78, Shanghai Emperor Hotel, 19,984 yuan. He slowly raises the small knife. Horrified by his bizarre behavior, Yao Jinghan desperately struggles and cries out, "What on earth are you talking about? Stop this, and let me go." Lin Ziluo presses the weapon closer to her face and continues. May 29th, Year 478, Shanghai Emperor Hotel, 10,998 yuan. Suddenly, something clicks in Yao Jinghan's mind. Why do those hotel names and specific dates sound so terrifyingly familiar? Lin Ziluo keeps squeezing her neck, adding, April 13th, Midnight Bar, 4,999 yuan. Her face turns completely pale as she realizes this is the exact secret hotel booking history between her and Li Haobo. Immediately, tears stream down her face as she begs him, "Ziluo, please let me explain." He just sneers coldly. Explain? What is there left for you to explain? With that, he picks up Yao Jinghan's dropped phone. Holding her neck to keep her pinned down, he unlocks the device. On the screen, a message to another man reads, "Master, I cannot wait to see you." Li Haobo's reply pops up. "Have you told Lin Ziluo yet? If not, it won't be any fun." Yao Jinghan's reply continues, "Of course I did. That absolute idiot actually believes I am going out to tutor someone else tonight." Li Haobo asks if she has prepared his birthday gift, and she responds, "Do not worry, master, it is ready. Just do not forget that bag I wanted." I know what you're thinking. How is he keeping so calm after reading this toxic chat? Well, he slowly places his hand on her shoulder. He firmly grips her shoulder, his cold eyes still completely glued to the glowing phone screen. Lin Ziluo taps on a video file, and a second later, the audio begins to play. "Lin Ziluo, my foolish boyfriend, happy birthday." At the same time, Lin Ziluo begins repeating those exact words aloud, along with the video. "Happy birthday to you, my absolutely foolish boyfriend, Lin Ziluo." The video goes on, "Use your brain. I am the campus belle of Shanghai University. Why would I ever care about a useless nobody who has absolutely nothing going for him except a handsome face?" Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo continues reciting those cruel words, in perfect unison with the recording. "I am the campus belle of Shanghai University. Why would I ever care about a useless nobody who has absolutely nothing going for him except his face?" Tears well up in Yao Jinghan's eyes as sheer terror consumes her, wondering how on earth he could possibly know this. The video continues. "If it was not for the eldest young master of the Li family showing interest in you, I would not even glance your way." Lin Ziluo speaks right along with it. "If it was not for the eldest young master of the Li family, I would not even glance your way." Hearing this, Yao Jinghan is completely frozen with fear, realizing this is the exact video she had private messaged to Master Li. How does he know her exact words? Lin Ziluo's face darkens with an incredibly menacing, twisted smile as he continues to speak. "Without you, I would never have caught Master Li's attention and enjoyed all this incredible luxury. Without you, I would never have caught Master Li's attention and enjoyed all this luxury. So, thank you so much." Yao Jinghan's hands suddenly drop limp as she stares blankly in utter shock. Lin Ziluo leans close and asks, "Are you curious how I know all this?" Yao Jinghan cannot even find the strength to answer, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. In a flash, Lin Ziluo violently grabs her arm and yanks her upward, roaring, "Go to hell and think about it there. Die." He raises the razor-sharp knife and slashes with blinding speed, instantly severing Yao Jinghan's head completely from her neck. And that's where we leave it, with blood everywhere and a traitor finally getting exactly what she deserved. Trust me, the real game starts now. All right. You and I are diving right into the moment Lin Ziluo gets his revenge, gasping on the floor, muttering 10 years. 10 years. Then he suddenly bursts into laughter. Lin Ziluo covers his face, crying and laughing like a madman. 10 years. 10 long years. His eyes fly open, filled with raw resentment and burning hatred as he speaks. "I finally did it. I finally did it." But a second later, Lin Ziluo calms down, smirking to himself as he whispers, "But this is still not enough." He can't help but think Li Haobo is still hiding in that villa, and the Li family is still in the capital. Right then, a sudden sound chimes, and a screen pops out of nowhere. "Congratulations, host, on a successful rebirth. Activating the golden finger system." This completely startles him. Lin Ziluo pulls out his phone in confusion. Checking the time, it is 18:05. Staring at his phone screen, Lin Ziluo cannot help but feel deeply curious and puzzled. The apocalypse game does not start until 7 o'clock, and now it is only 6. So why is there a system? I have never heard of this one. The screen displays system details. This system can hack data within the apocalypse game, providing a much better gaming experience for the host. Now pay attention, because in an instant, we see him pulled into another dimension. The system continues displaying info. System successfully activated. Please, host, draw your first super golden finger card now. Lin Ziluo quickly complies, and immediately the system starts loading, drawing his super golden finger card. The screen displays the results clearly. Congratulations, player, on receiving the absolute drop rate from the super golden finger. Absolute drop rate. The item drop rate when killing any zombie increases from 1% to 100%. Reading this, Lin Ziluo is instantly filled with pure joy. This basically means killing one zombie drops at least one item. This is an absolute steal. He compares this to the apocalypse's original drop rate of just 1%. Back then, killing a mountain of zombies barely kept him alive. Lin Ziluo thinks helplessly. My survival experience is not inferior to a string of digital code like you. Filled with curiosity, he asks immediately, "Is this golden finger system actually reliable?" The screen displays, "The system's function is to help lucky players possess golden fingers." He suddenly stares intently, focusing his attention on reading the information shown by the system. The system info displays, "Golden Finger System. Name Lin Ziluo, tier level European. Every 10 levels can activate a golden finger. Super golden finger number 1, absolute drop rate. Increases item drop rate when killing zombies during the game from 1% to 100%. I know what you're thinking, but reading this makes Lin Ziluo drop his jaw in absolute, stunning disbelief. Too overpowered. Lin Ziluo smiles as he reads the system details. Every 10 game levels the host gains allows you to draw one super golden finger. Completing system missions rewards you with ordinary golden fingers, equipment, various items, and other rewards. He thinks excitedly, with this system, won't I be able to completely overthrow the entire Li family? But a second later, anxiety creeps in because the Li family is one of the 3 great clans of Long Country. Their true strength is completely unknown. They do not just have countless warriors, but also a secret technique to enhance their physical bodies, making them even stronger post-apocalypse. As for me, Lin Ziluo says to himself with dead seriousness, the reason Li Haobo targeted me in my past life remains unclear, but it seems related to my late father. It looks like I must infiltrate the Li family to find the truth. He smiles confidently. My initial plan was to kill Li Haobo first, and then hide to plan my next move. Now that I have a golden finger, I can quickly grow stronger. Wiping out the Li family is no longer impossible. With those final words, Lin Ziluo pulls his hood over his head, walking coldly toward the crimson horizon, leaving the corpse of Yao Jinghan behind. He mutters, "Li family, just you wait and see." Lin Ziluo walks past the laughing crowd around him, They have no idea about the horror that is about to hit them, still chatting happily. Give me a heart. Where are we hanging out tonight, babe? Lin Ziluo turns back in pure annoyance, frowning as he thinks, flirting at a time like this? When the hour strikes, they will not even know who is eating whom alive. He walks calmly toward a small hotel, under a sky that is glowing blood red. The moment he steps inside, Lin Ziluo says, "Boss, I want an hourly room, plus 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread." After speaking, he thinks to himself, if that golden finger is actually reliable, I should stock up on some food first. The owner answers while engrossed in his newspaper. Single room is 40 yuan an hour, bread is 3 yuan each, water is 2 yuan. Lin Ziluo hands over the money and adds, "Send masseuse number 3 up to my room." The clock now reads 5 minutes to 7. Lying on the bed, Lin Ziluo calmly checks his phone and says, only 5 minutes left, until 7 o'clock. Memories of his past life flash back, remembering that masseuse number 3 ended up turning into the regional zombie boss. And that's where we leave him, terrified, hands trembling with a knife as the nightmare begins. All right, you and I are starting with Lin Ziluo, imagining slaying a zombie boss, wondering if he should just kill Technician 3 here. Lin Ziluo starts calculating. He already secured the early rewards, so now he needs to move fast and test whether this survival system is actually real. Just as the thought crosses his mind, a voice suddenly calls out from the door, greeting him as Technician 3 arriving for her service. Lin Ziluo calmly replies, telling her to come in since the door is unlocked. A gorgeous, seductive woman steps inside. Seeing Lin Ziluo, she instantly brightens up, thrilled that she scored such a handsome client today. Her dress sways gently as she steps closer to Lin Ziluo, flashing a flirtatious smile and asking him what is wrong. She notes he has not even undressed yet, telling him to hurry, since she has another client, before she begins stripping. Lin Ziluo does not even look, simply telling her to go take a shower. Just by catching her scent, Lin Ziluo confirms his suspicion. There is indeed a faint smell of a zombie lingering on her. Right before the apocalypse game starts, those about to turn always show early warning signs. Pulling a small dagger from his pocket, Lin Ziluo slowly walks toward the bathroom. Drenched and completely naked, she turns back to cast a seductive glance at Lin Ziluo, playfully whispering that she knew he wanted to play this way. Hurry up. She is tired of standing there. Stepping out of the shower, she wraps a towel around herself. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo's phone vibrates, signaling that the time has finally arrived. Now, watch closely, because Technician 3's body suddenly starts to mutate. Weird green veins start spreading rapidly across her skin. Even she has no clue what is happening, letting out a confused gasp as her body warps, writhing in sheer agony. Her entire body trembles violently as she lets out weak, pathetic cries with zero strength left. Lin Ziluo calmly steps inside, just as she fully transforms into a terrifying, green-skinned monster with razor-sharp teeth. Without warning, the beast lunges straight at him as he stands right by the bathroom doorway. He coldly slashes his blade straight across her neck. In an instant, the transformed Technician 3 collapses heavily to the ground, defeated and pooling in her own dark blood. Lin Ziluo says nothing, simply letting out a sigh of relief. Right then, a glowing magical circle appears beneath his feet. The system boots up instantly, displaying a message welcoming him to the apocalypse game. The game has officially launched. No standing still. Players must adapt and grow. It details the world zombie type, possessing highly sensitive hearing but extremely poor eyesight, meaning they can only track moving targets. The cruel apocalypse is here. Over 80% of the unfortunate population has turned, leaving only 20% of survivors. Please enjoy the thrill of the game. Of course, the most important part is survival. Lose your life, and there are no second chances. As the system warns, Lin Ziluo listens intently. Let's look at the official rules the system introduces next to help players survive this new world. Rule 1. Defeating zombies or mutated beasts increases your level, granting you valuable attribute points to grow stronger. Leveling up directly boosts your capabilities. Rule 2. Slaying zombies or beasts has a small chance of dropping rare gear and supplies, though it is based entirely on your luck. As for higher levels, forget about it. You cannot reach them yet, so we will skip that. Reading this sarcastic line, Lin Ziluo is left utterly speechless, helplessly crossing his arms at the spot. The system seriously warns that hidden scenarios have been dropped all over the world, demanding players to search carefully and cautiously. Next, the system declares that all modern human technology and weaponry have lost their offensive power, including every form of transportation. so do not try blaming the zombies for your mistakes. All human communication networks are completely jammed and useless, though players can still keep their phones around to read web novels or play offline mobile games. What about fighting back? If you get scratched or bitten by a zombie, will you actually turn? No need to worry about blood infection causing transformation. But nightfall is when the zombies unleash their true base attributes, so hide well. Zombies will also continue to evolve as more time passes, so you must keep up with their evolutionary pace. There are many more tips, but those can wait until you survive the 7-day rookie period. Just trust the advice. Current zombies are extremely weak, so kill as many as possible now before they become unstoppable. Lin Ziluo remains completely silent, continuing to listen quietly. The system keeps sending out data, reminding him that the apocalypse game is full of unknowns, before wishing him a fun time. Instantly, a blank screen pops up, prompting him to enter his player name, which he types in as Yazi. Smirking as he confirms the name, Lin Ziluo thinks that as Yazi, the symbol of absolute vengeance, his enemies had better prepare for his ultimate revenge. Just then, the system congratulates player Yazi for slaying the zombie, rewarding him experience, gold, and leveling him up to level 2. What a wild start. Alright, you and I are diving in right as our main character bags the world's first zombie kill, earning the legendary First Blood achievement. Lin Ziluo holds his weapon and walks forward, while the system alerts him that a massive server-wide announcement is about to go live. Lin Ziluo can't help but grin with absolute excitement. He smiles, realizing he finally got a global announcement. In his past life, even as a legendary god of war, he never pulled this off. The difficulty is just off the charts. Right after, the system blasts a notification to every other player. Attention all players. Congratulations to player Yazi for being the very first to slay a zombie, securing the highly coveted, unique global reward First Blood. May other players learn from this. Of course, everyone else is too busy panicking and running for their lives to care about some global announcement. Somewhere else, Ji Jiao is completely flabbergasted, muttering to herself that she hasn't even finished reading the system manual yet, and someone is already out here slaying monsters. Meanwhile, Gu Gaoji just took down a zombie with a golf club, unable to hide his shock but finding this whole situation incredibly interesting. To think someone actually moved faster than me. Now, pay attention here. Let's look at the incredible stats and broken rewards Lin Ziluo is about to unpack. Player Yazi. Title: First Blood. Reputation: +10. Achievement rewards include 1 gold coin and an extra 1 square meter of storage space. On top of that, his base attributes are insane. Strength 11, Spirit 15, Constitution 10, Agility 13, and a unique talent, Almighty Mastery. An epic grade talent that lets him master every basic combat style and utilize any weapon with absolute perfection. With 3 bonus attribute points to spend, Strength will boost his raw physical attack and muscle power, while his high spirit stat directly enhances his skill activation. Constitution dictates his survival and defense, while Agility directly boosts his reaction, speed, and movement. After reading the screen, Lin Ziluo is secretly thrilled. With such high spirit and agility, plus an epic grade talent, these are literally the skills he spent the last 10 years of his past life trying to master. Then, he begins calculating his next moves. The prestige points and gold coins are a massive help, since certain items require a high reputation to equip, and a solid reputation score even unlocks discounts in the system shop. With a highly satisfied grin, Lin Ziluo whispers to himself, First Blood. But the best part is definitely the title, giving +1 to all attributes and boosting his first attack of the day after midnight by a full 100%. Those 4 free attribute points are great, but that insane damage boost might actually hold some incredibly broken hidden effects down the line. After wrapping up his calculations, Lin Ziluo gets ready to head out. Suddenly, right beneath the slain zombie, a bronze tier meditation necklace drops. Equipping it grants him +1 spirit and speeds up his mana recovery by 10%. Seeing this drop, Lin Ziluo beams from ear to ear, his eyes lighting up as he lets out a loud shout. Now, you and I both know that a 100% drop rate is totally broken, but the system quickly warns him not to take this cheat for granted. Lin Ziluo just grins and replies, I know. Free stuff falling from the sky? Only an idiot wouldn't take it. Holding his new gear, Lin Ziluo plans ahead. At night, zombie stats will spike, so he must farm as many as possible before 8 p.m. to level up. A second later, he yawns and sets off, deciding to start his massive sweep room by room, clearing out this entire hotel. Lin Ziluo walks calmly down the hallway, but suddenly stops dead in his tracks, turning around with a look of pure curiosity. Sensing something highly unusual, he locks his gaze on one specific direction and begins slowly creeping his way toward a small, quiet room. Lin Ziluo unlocks the door and kicks it wide open, instantly revealing a massive, heavily built zombie lurking right inside. Spotting the monster, Lin Ziluo quickly notes that humans seem to retain some of their physical living traits even after turning. This guy clearly did heavy manual labor. Just then, the system screen flashes his stats. A normal level 1 zombie. Its base stats are Strength 12, Spirit 5, Constitution 13, and Agility 9. Gripping his weapon tightly, Lin Ziluo smiles. Even if this one has a few extra attribute points, it only makes things more fun. The vicious zombie immediately lunges straight at him. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Ziluo drops to his knees to dodge the strike, driving his dagger deep into the beast's neck. Dark blood spurts out, but the undead monster keeps swinging. Reacting instantly, Lin Ziluo puts his entire weight behind the blade, driving it even deeper. A split second later, the zombie goes completely motionless, its outstretched claw freezing instantly midair. The system immediately chimes. Congratulations to player Yazi for slaying the zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Wiping the blood off, he sighs at his sloppy form, and trust me, you and I are going to see him get way more brutal from here. Alright, let's dive in as a zombie dies and loot drops. The moment Lin Ziluo touches it, system info pops up. A 7 out of 9 prime imported ribeye steak, fresh and juicy, ready for a feast, paired with a signature secret sauce, giving players the ultimate 5-star dining experience in this apocalypse. Instantly hot upon activation. Lin Ziluo realizes these item cards represent valuable supplies, which are incredibly rare at this early stage. But this one only costs 100 gold coins, making it pretty common, but still, a solid start for our guy. Storing the steak in his inventory, he quickly moves on, leaving behind nothing but a dead zombie in a massive pool of blood. Rummaging through his inventory for a quick second, he pulls out a small photo. Looking at his hammer, he frowns, realizing the zombie was just a local maintenance worker. Lin Ziluo clears room after room, from room 227 to 206. Feeling a presence inside, he mutters, "Another one already?" He smashes the lock with his hammer and kicks the door open, shouting with absolute joy, "Hands up, this is a vice raid. Open the door." But in the next second, his jaw drops in utter disbelief. He can only laugh at the absurd scene before him. You are not going to believe this on the bed. 2 zombies are actually getting intimate with each other. He slams the door shut and backs away, suddenly remembering he is clearing a literal love hotel. Peeking back inside with a smirk, he mocks them. Even after turning, "You two still have that drive, huh?" Hearing his teasing voice, the male zombie completely loses its temper. It lunges straight at Lin Ziluo, catching him off guard. The monster unleashes a furious slash right at his head. Luckily, Lin Ziluo dodges it easily. "Whoa, big guy. Did I seriously ruin the mood for you two?" The zombie grinds its teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. Lin Ziluo analyzes his stats. "Your attributes are 2 points lower than that repairman, yet you still dare to act tough?" With a swift swing, his hammer crushes its skull, followed by a brutal dagger stab straight through its rotting eyeball. The zombie collapses to the ground, completely defeated. Spinning the dagger, he effortlessly pivots and slashes the throat of the remaining female zombie. The system notifications chime. Congratulations to player Yazi for slaying 2 zombies, earning 2 experience points and 2 gold coins. 2 reward chests spawn right away. Now, check this out, he gets double loot. The system's rumored 100% drop rate is actually real. Remembering his past life, he sighs. Back then, slaying 100 zombies barely got you half a bottle of water. That is the massive gap between a beggar and royalty. Unlocking the loot, he smiles. Man, being a king is sweet. The system screen blinks again. Congratulations. You have received 2 eyes of reconnaissance. This bronze item detects any movement within a 10-meter radius. It instantly alerts the user whenever someone approaches, and each single charge lasts for 10 hours. Lin Ziluo chuckles and taps the screen. But as he studies his new skill, a loud voice suddenly echoes nearby. "Who is out there making all that racket? You want to pick a fight with me?" The hotel boss stomps upstairs, glaring at Lin Ziluo. "Is that you, punk? Broke, yet you make so much noise. Kneel down and call me daddy, or you are not leaving." Lin Ziluo stands there, completely baffled by this. Without another word, The boss swings a punch, but our guy easily steps aside. Lin Ziluo calmly backs away, slowly sliding a razor-sharp dagger into his hand behind his back. The boss growls in rage. "You dirty brat. You dare dodge me. Just wait until I break you." But instantly, the boss freezes, turning pale with sheer terror. Lin Ziluo's face goes cold as he raises his blood-stained dagger. "If I wanted to avoid trouble, I would have let a zombie bite you, waited an hour for you to turn, and then slain you. But honestly, I can hunt way too many zombies in an hour to waste any valuable time on you." A brutal, agonizing scream echoes down the hallway as fresh crimson blood splatters all over the floor. With a bloody knife, Lin Ziluo kills him. And as we just saw, only power talks in this world. Too bad your fist is just too soft. Stick with me as Lin Ziluo turns and walks away. Our boy gets back to work, knocking on every single door with ridiculous excuses. "Hello, I am here to clear your drains," he says. Or how about, "Hello, I am here to fix your bed." He bangs hard on another door and yells, "Hello, your food delivery has finally arrived." But absolutely nothing happens, leaving Lin Ziluo feeling pretty bored with the whole search. Wandering through the corridors, his eyes suddenly light up as a huge grin creeps onto his face. Jackpot! More zombies are nearby. In a split second, Lin Ziluo kicks the door open and charges inside. A massive, terrifying zombie is standing there, staring right back at him with glowing red eyes. He slashes out with his blade, but the beast dodges easily and fires back with a counterattack. But our guy is way too fast, ducking under the blow with a smirk. "Not bad, big head, your speed is actually pretty decent." With that, he delivers a heavy kick straight into its chest. His eyes turn icy cold. Staring the monster down, he executes a swift slash that sends dark blood spraying out from its severed neck. The beast groans and collapses to the floor. Instantly, his system rewards flash on screen. "Now, pay attention here." Seeing this, he smiles and says, "Nice. I will definitely make friends with a good brother like you." He quickly loots the room, finding nothing else unusual before moving on to check out room 201. Surveying the room, he figures it is a decent spot to rest tonight. He takes off his jacket, revealing his incredibly toned, muscular physique. His system screen flashes, showing that player Yazi still needs 6 experience points to reach level 3. After reading the notification, he pulls out his phone and sees it is already 7:40. His face immediately fills with panic, breaking into a cold sweat as he shouts, "Oh no, it is almost 8 o'clock already." Running downstairs, he realizes he only has 20 minutes to slay 6 more zombies and secure that level 3 upgrade. A sign hanging near the reception lobby reads, "As long as you wish, engineer number 3 is always at your service." But in his extreme rush, Lin Ziluo almost blasts right past it. Stopping in his tracks, he turns back to study the board, whispering the words, "Engineer number 3, to himself. He quickly connects the dots. If there were 3 engineers and he already killed 2, then one is still hiding somewhere. Gripping his hammer, he recalls the golden rule of this game. Noise always draws the zombies right out to you. Without wasting a second, he bangs his hammer against the wall, and instantly, a strange noise echoes from a nearby room. He slips inside, searching the empty room, but sees nothing. Suddenly, a scratching sound comes from behind a small wall panel. "You and I both know what's coming, right?" He opens it and laughs. "Wow, hiding all the way down here." 2 clumsy zombies try to climb up the ladder to reach Lin Ziluo, but before they even make it halfway, their rotten hands slip, sending them crashing straight back down to the floor below. Staring at their absolute clumsiness, he sighs with a helpless grin, thinking, well, at least they are trying their best. He happily leaps down after them, executing a single, clean strike that immediately puts one of them down for good. The second zombie lunges forward with long, sharp claws, but Lin Ziluo thrusts his blade right through its decaying throat. He twists the blade as blood gushes out. After a brief struggle, both are dead, and his system updates again. Player Yazi defeated 2 zombies, earning 2 experience points. 4 more points are needed to reach level 3. Staring at the worn blade in his hand, Lin Ziluo sighs, thinking this thing is too dull to use. He desperately hopes for a decent weapon drop to make his life a bit easier. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light bursts forth, completely catching him off guard. As he lets out a shocked, "Holy crap," the system drops a legendary Tang Dao, leaving him absolutely stunned as he shouts, "Man, my mouth is seriously blessed today." With a huge grin, he realizes his dinner just got a major upgrade. Meanwhile, his system inventory displays 2 freshly baked, attribute-free steamed buns as well. As he grips the brand new weapon, The system displays its details. The Tang Hung Dao, bronze tier weapon, a standard 70-centimeter longsword from the Chinese Tang dynasty, boasting incredibly high durability and armor penetration. It also boosts strength by 1 and ignores 10 enemy defense points. Out of combat, this unique Chinese weapon slowly self-repairs. He swings the blade around a few times to test its balance. Even though standard weapons like this can be purchased later, having this lethal blade early on is literally like giving wings to a tiger. Checking his system screen, he quickly pulls out his phone once again and whispers, "Only 10 minutes remaining now." Leaving the two dead beasts behind, he slowly climbs back up the stairs and rushes out of the hotel. Outside, an entire horde of zombies is already moving his way. He quickly makes a noise, and trust me, you and I are about to watch this whole horde run straight at him. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where the hero starts with a joke. They look terrifyingly vicious, but they blindly rush in, trip, and pile up on the ground, leaving Lin Ziluo completely speechless. He clearly overestimated these day one zombies. Thinking back to how he cried miserably in his past life, Lin Ziluo cannot help but feel frustrated. Back then, he spent the first day in his room, drinking and dazed, and by day 2, level 2 zombies had already appeared. Because of that terrible woman, he missed his golden opportunity. It just was not worth it. In the blink of an eye, he draws his weapon. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Ziluo takes them out in a single, clean sweep, sending their lifeless bodies crashing to the floor. Looking at the blade in his hand, Lin Ziluo smiles with total satisfaction, thinking to himself that this sword definitely has some seriously high-tier attributes. The moment he defeats them, the system chimes to congratulate player Yazi for successfully killing 4 zombies, awarding him 4 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations on reaching level 3, obtaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi now needs 3 more experience points for the next level. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo finally lets out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Perfect. The level up was a success." Suddenly, a strange noise echoes nearby, as another zombie slowly begins to creep up on Lin Ziluo. Looking at it, he remarks, "Finally, a generous one showing up on its own. Now watch closely, because this foolish creature is charging straight toward its doom." However, zombie intelligence is far lower than he expected. It runs directly into the tip of Lin Ziluo's outstretched blade, dying instantly on the spot as a reward drops right in front of him. Picking up the reward, Lin Ziluo can only give a helpless chuckle and mutter, "Well, all right then." But the moment he looks at the book in his hands, he gasps in sheer shock, shouting, "No way, a skill book dropped already?" Just then, the phone in his pocket starts buzzing. His alarm is ringing. It is exactly 8 o'clock. Startled by the sudden sound, Lin Ziluo quickly leaps backward. In an instant, a massive and highly aggressive disturbance erupts right in front of him, as a hulking, muscular zombie steps out of the shadows. While the system displays its stats, level 1 zombie with 15 strength, 10 spirit, 16 constitution, and 15 agility. A system warning notes that zombies will get massive growth buffs over time, making their stats scale up and become harder to defeat. Players, please hurry. Just as the system warned, the beast standing right in front of Lin Ziluo looks incredibly fierce compared to those weaklings. Staring it down, Lin Ziluo grips his weapon tightly, knowing this zombie's power will reach its peak in just 1 minute. You and I both know he has to finish this in under 60 seconds, so Lin Ziluo immediately charges forward. He delivers a heavy slash directly to the neck, but the blade only cuts halfway through the tough flesh. His hands shake as he struggles to put the beast down. The zombie's eyes glow blood red, glaring back with absolute fury. Lin Ziluo quickly lets go of his sword, backing away a few steps to draw his heavy hammer. Charging back into the fray, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Die!" Once the distance is right, he hurls the hammer with all his might. It strikes the zombie square in the face, sending dark blood splattering everywhere. Seizing the opening, Lin Ziluo closes the gap and delivers a massive, sweeping slash. The zombie falls to its knees, but it is not dead yet, its eyes still burning like hot coals. Driven by absolute fury, the monster lunges back at Lin Ziluo, catching him completely off guard. Under the heavy pressure of its attack, he is forced to scramble backward. Gripping his weapon tight, his expression hardens with absolute focus. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo swings one more time, aiming directly at its neck. Finally, the monster goes completely limp and crashes to the floor. Staring at the slain monster, he realizes that this particular zombie's attributes had already reached their absolute peak. Without his past life experience and precise timing, survival would have been highly unlikely. Musing on this, Lin Ziluo reaches down to gather the reward boxes scattered across the floor. Dragging the bodies together, he continues to ponder silently. It is past 8 o'clock now, meaning the outside zombies have buffed up by 50%. The noise from his fight with that last zombie was quite loud. If he does not clean this up quickly, it will definitely attract more of them here. Once he finishes piling the cold corpses into one place, Lin Ziluo slowly backs away. Inside room 203, Lin Ziluo focuses to cast a spell, as the system confirms the successful activation of Scouting Eye. If any human or zombie approaches the player, the Scouting Eye will instantly glow red to warn him of danger. The player will instantly wake up from any state. Having finished his preparations, Lin Ziluo lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Drying his hair as he steps out of the shower, Lin Ziluo cannot help but glance over at the rewards resting on the table. And trust me, you and I would love his loot. A shadow ring, 1 liter of 3 springs water, Scouting Eyes, and sliced Peking duck. Alright, you and I are about to watch this genius find not just 1, but 2 eyes of appraisal. Just thinking about it makes Lin Ziluo's eyes light up with pure, wicked satisfaction. How are these insanely rare items from his past life just lying around so easily? He couldn't wrap his head around it, but picking one up, Lin Ziluo grinned and mumbled, "Now this is the good stuff." The system interface instantly popped up, revealing a bronze-tier ring of darkness. Darkness is the ultimate camouflage, boosting your agility by 1. Once night falls, it reduces the player's presence by 30%. Lin Ziluo quickly slipped the ring onto his finger, then cast a sharp glance to the side. The moment he touched the book before him, a brilliant light erupted. The system chimed, "Congratulations to the esteemed player Yazi on acquiring your first skill book." In this brutal apocalyptic game, there's absolutely no limit to the skills a player can learn. Reading this, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but frown, sighing in utter helplessness. Sure, there's no limit, because the drop rate for these skill books is so insanely low it's basically 0. An average player from level 10 to level 80 only gets 3 measly chances to obtain random, class-specific skills. If you're cursed with bad luck, you'll end up with just 3 skills that might not even suit your playstyle. Take the level 80 player, Luo Po, as an example. His skill bar had exactly 3 skills. Lin Ziluo added, "So many high-level players at level 60 or 70 still only have their basic class skills." The legendary guy known as the Magic God had 25 skills, making him the most versatile player in the world. Now look closely back in his past life. Lin Ziluo only had 10 skills, yet he still outperformed 99% of the global player base. With that in mind, he opened the book while praying with absolute, desperate intensity. "O Jade Emperor, God, Buddha, and Allah, please bless your boy. Just grant me one incredibly useful combat skill so I can start this new life with a massive advantage." Suddenly, Lin Ziluo's eyes widened in sheer shock. The moment the pages parted, a warrior skill called Cyclone Slash popped up. The system detailed, "Throw your weapon to deal 120% of your strength as damage to enemies. The weapon will strike your target or fly back directly into your hand after reaching its maximum range. The flight path, out and back, is identical, and during its return, hitting an enemy deals an extra 80% strength damage. However, if it hits an obstacle, it won't return." Seeing this, Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up with pure, ecstatic excitement. This is a rare warrior skill combining a projectile throw, automatic recall, and multiple stages of heavy burst damage. He was absolutely thrilled, laughing and unable to hide his pure joy. "I know what you're thinking, that cooldown is long, but with higher spirit stats, he can easily slash it down. Total jackpot." Right on cue, the system chimed, asking if player Yazi wished to learn the skill, Cyclone Slash. Lin Ziluo quickly tapped the screen, eagerly yelling, "Learn it! Learn it!" Gripping his weapon tightly, he grinned, thinking about testing it out. But before he could strike an epic pose, his empty stomach let out a loud rumble. Lin Ziluo quickly pulled up the system menu, selected Beijing roast duck, and muttered, "Food first." In an instant, a delicious, beautifully roasted Beijing duck and other mouthwatering dishes materialized right before him. Lin Ziluo immediately dug in, devouring the feast with absolute delight. This rich aroma and incredible flavor easily rivaled a 5-star restaurant. Once stuffed, he quickly cleared away all the leftover bones, tossing them straight into the trash. A cold, serious expression returned to his face as he moved, staring out at the ruined city bathed in bright moonlight. He murmured, "If I want my revenge, I can't build my character the same way as before. I refuse to repeat my past mistakes." With that thought, He pulled up a system notepad. He selected the pen tool and quickly started drafting his new plans. Warrior versus Mage. Lin Ziluo focused intensely, writing down a long, detailed breakdown. Within moments, the sheet was filled with crucial stat scaling information. For warriors, leveling up grants a fixed +1 to strength and constitution, along with 2 free attribute points. Players can customize this, go full constitution for a tank build, or dump everything into strength for a high damage warrior. If going for an assassin playstyle, agility is the key stat. As for archers, they don't need to overthink stat allocation too much. Just focus on combat efficiency. For the warrior class, a player's spirit and agility will scale rapidly, shifting dynamically based on their overall stamina levels. For mages, each level up grants a fixed +1 to spirit and agility, plus 2 free attribute points. While most players choose to dump these into spirit, choosing constitution or strength can actually turn you into a deadly melee battle mage. Hidden classes make up only 1%, and the chance to unlock a top-tier hidden class is even smaller, like a complete mirage. Thinking of this, and that's where we leave it. He did it in his past life, and you and I know he will easily do it again. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where hidden classes exist, separated from normal ones. But players who can actually unlock these secret systems are incredibly rare. Players must reach level 10 before they can unlock the class system trial and choose their own ideal path of development. Even though every single hidden class quest is deadly as hell, the rewards you get are absolutely worth the risk. Another class, Phantom, a legendary top-tier assassin class in the game, boasts high agility and insane, explosive damage. Before the second class transfer, leveling up grants 2 points in both agility and strength, plus 3 free attribute points. Looking at this, Lin Ziluo realizes that if he hadn't unlocked this top-tier hidden class in his past life, he never would have survived 10 years of relentless pursuit by the Li family. Lin Ziluo wrote everything down neatly, knowing that whoever obtains these classes will become the future gods of war and magic, which will surely prove useful later on. He also maps out his attribute distribution, showing strength at 16 plus 3, spirit at 17, constitution at 11, and agility at 17 plus 2. After thinking it over, Lin Ziluo immediately clicks to upgrade his strength stat. Now, watch closely here as he concentrates, trying to remember exactly where to find the Holy Knight of Light. A second later, it hits him. Of course, that diamond tier item is located at. Before he can finish, Lin Ziluo blames himself, muttering that he should have written it down. Look at that. Now he cannot even remember the exact location of the sword anymore. Inside a grand, modern mansion, a glass suddenly shatters, followed by the sound of smashing furniture and the furious, chaotic screaming of Li Haobo. Calm down? How can I be calm when my plans were completely ruined by that bitch Yao Xinghan? This green-haired youth is none other than Li Haobo, who laughs with sinister frustration and demands to know where she died. Because of her, his perfect blackmail material is incomplete and cannot be sent to that trash Lin Ziluo. Furious, the young master Li Haobo smashes another glass on the floor and screams in utter frustration, blaming this cursed apocalyptic game as well. Damn it twice. Everything deserves to die. His personal butler, Butler Li, quickly warns him, begging the young master to keep his voice down, as many guards are already dead and another zombie attack might cost them his life. Li Haobo does not care at all, turning with a face red with fury to ask, I know what you are thinking, this guy is pure evil, asking if angering Lin Ziluo to death will send him straight to his disgusting father. Hearing this, the butler finds himself torn between two very different thoughts. His angelic side questions if the master was wrong to raise the young master into such an incredibly toxic and unstable person. His devil side immediately argues that the master was right, as a family like theirs only needs one capable heir to prevent sibling conflict. After thinking it over, the butler worries that now that the apocalypse has begun, the young master's terrible personality will only lead to his downfall. Annoyed and frustrated, Li Haobo mutters that he simply cannot accept this. Curiously, the butler immediately asks, what is wrong? Li Haobo replies, asking if his father had mentioned that the Miaosha mercenary group would be coming to find him. He confidently says they must have arrived by now, and immediately demands they go find those two, before adding with cold killing intent that he absolutely must find Yao Xinghan, alive or dead. And as for that useless trash Lin Ziluo, he will make sure to mentally torture him to death. The butler quickly reassures him, saying that the Miaosha mercenary group has been loyal since childhood and will absolutely fulfill his every single wish. Just thinking about Yao Xinghan dying at the hands of Lin Ziluo makes Li Haobo laugh hysterically in madness. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo suddenly sneezes, as if he can actually sense someone talking about him. Wiping his nose, he wonders who is cursing him before quickly bundling up in thick clothes to head outside. He calmly leaps down, landing softly on the ground, before standing up to face the horde of zombies. Then, with a cold expression, he draws his blade and immediately throws it straight toward the incoming horde. The system immediately chimes in, congratulating player Yazi for killing a zombie and earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. With just his single weapon, he easily obliterates the endless wave of zombies, causing the system notifications to spam his screen. Congratulations to player Yazi for killing a zombie and earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazi for killing a zombie and earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations on reaching level 4, granting you 1 free attribute point, leaving player Yazi with 40 points needed for the next level. The zombie is slashed right through the neck by Lin Ziluo's weapon, a single fatal blow. After clearing out the remaining undead in a pool of blood, he calmly retrieves his blade, and trust me, you and I can definitely agree that this returning slash skill is insanely useful. Alright, let's watch Lin Ziluo calculate his next move. His only weakness is a low mental stat, making his sweeping slash cooldown take way too long. Time to call it a day. As Lin Ziluo collects his rewards, a massive list of items pops up, making him absolutely thrilled with the loot. A clean mail shirt, a serving of Kung Pao chicken rice, and a highly precise wristwatch. Just then, a sudden system notification congratulates player Yazi for unlocking a brand new attribute item, which instantly sparks Lin Ziluo's curiosity. As soon as he picks it up, the system reveals it is a bronze equipment enhancement scroll, capable of upgrading bronze tier gear. Holding the scroll, Lin Ziluo smiles happily, muttering that he finally got something incredibly useful. As he fuses the scroll with his gear, the system alerts him that enhanced equipment will receive a massive boost to its stats. The first upgrade is guaranteed to succeed, and the success rate for future enhancements will actually increase with his level. Watch closely as Lin Ziluo stares intently at the razor-sharp blade before him. With the process complete, the upgrade succeeds. Congratulations to player Yazi on receiving the Tang Hangdao +1. The Tang Hangdao is a bronze-tier weapon, the standard military blade of the Dragon Kingdom's Tang dynasty, about 70 centimeters long, with high armor penetration and durability. Adding 2 to his strength stat, it bypasses 15 points of the enemy's defense, increases consecutive strike power by 10%, and automatically self-repairs any blade damage once he leaves combat. Right after that, Lin Ziluo summons his system interface screen. Player Yazi's character profile shows his special class and base stats Strength 18, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, and Agility 17. Lin Ziluo then taps on his strength attribute just as he packs the gear into his inventory. Another system notification pops up, congratulating him on receiving a bronze-tier stealth mask. Equipping this mask hides his nickname and other basic information for 30 minutes, and it can be used up to 2 times a day. Lin Ziluo immediately looks at the newly acquired item, taking it out to inspect it very closely. He then places the mask over his face, and the system quickly confirms that player Yazi has successfully activated the stealth mask. With his tasks completed, Lin Ziluo casually lies down right in front of the pile of zombie corpses to rest and think. I guess we all need a break before pushing on again. Reaching his hand out into the warm sunlight, he mutters that if he hits level 5 today, he can challenge that place directly without having to search for more dungeons. In Lin Ziluo's mind, dungeons are the absolute best way to farm experience points, high-tier gear, and rare items in this survival game. Players only need to discover dungeon entrances around the city to instantly teleport to the waiting room, letting them choose and join whichever raid they want. But there are also rare solo dungeons that exist in isolation. These solo instances are like hidden realms, offering far greater rewards. But Lin Ziluo quickly shifts his focus to another plan. Forget it. I should just head straight to the Li family estate. With his mind made up, Lin Ziluo snaps awake and pulls the wristwatch from his inventory, strapping it on before setting off on his journey once again. Gripping his sword tightly as he walks, Lin Ziluo spots a tightly locked metal door directly ahead of him. With a single swift slash, Lin Ziluo effortlessly shatters the lock and calmly steps inside the quiet room. The place is completely deserted with messy furniture scattered everywhere, prompting a highly alert Lin Ziluo to move forward cautiously. The moment he spots fresh pools of blood on the floor, his expression instantly darkens, looking incredibly menacing. As Lin Ziluo gently pushes the door open, A terrifying clawed hand suddenly lunges straight at him, but he calmly slices it right off. His actions are incredibly swift and cold, showing absolutely no sign of fear whatsoever. Suddenly, a strange rattling noise echoes from the outside, catching him off guard and raising his suspicions. Realizing what is happening, he instantly retreats and presses himself flat against the adjacent wall. Just then, a zombie's decaying hand claws through the gap, and with overwhelming force, the creature smashes the entire door open and aggressively lunges forward. Seizing the perfect opening, Lin Ziluo instantly cuts it down before stepping inside the room to carefully scan his new surroundings. On the desk sits a framed photo of 3 people, showing what used to be a warm, loving family. Lin Ziluo stares intently at the photo, remaining completely silent as he grits his teeth before his face darkens and he walks away while whispering a cold truth to himself. Forget it. With so many people turning into zombies, there is no room for sympathy anymore. Looking through his massive pile of food supplies, Lin Ziluo chuckles, deciding to just pick a random dish since he has too many options. The second he finishes speaking, a highly lavish feast is instantly spread out right in front of him. Lin Ziluo devours everything until the plates are clean, and we leave him scrolling on his phone as he gets some well-deserved rest. All right, you and I are diving into Lin Ziluo's journey as he checks his map to plan his next moves. Currently navigating Bingshan Road before heading east this afternoon, he only needs a tiny bit of experience to reach level 5, so slaying a few zombies on this path should easily do the trick. After a quick rest, Lin Ziluo stands up and stretches to get his energy back. Wandering around the house, he suddenly stops right in front of a door, silently counting 1, 2, 3. Realizing he was so focused on eating that he completely forgot about these little mice, he immediately steps aside to hide next to the wall. Outside, faint whispers echo. Did he come out yet? Not yet, but I definitely heard footsteps just a moment ago. 3 teenagers are whispering outside while peering into the house, with Gu Gaoji speaking up first before making a very confident and bold claim. Just trust me on this. You all smelled the food earlier. That guy definitely has card items to conjure up food. While they are completely distracted by their conversation, Lin Ziluo quietly slips out through another window. Ji Zhao anxiously stammers that robbery might be a bad idea, but Gu Gaoji instantly cuts her off, demanding to know what is wrong with it. Now pay attention to this plan. We just stab him when he exits and force him to hand over every single card. They have absolutely no idea that Lin Ziluo has already appeared silently right behind them, coldly looking down at them while thinking to himself, 3 little mice. Ji Kai's frowns and agrees, saying we are in the right here because he broke into our house, so we are basically just catching a thief. Ji Zhao nods, muttering that it actually makes a lot of sense. Ji Zhao secretly reasons to herself that since their father suddenly turned into a zombie and they fled empty-handed, they have been starving since yesterday, leaving them with no choice but to steal his food. She reassures herself, deciding to go ahead, capture him, and steal everything he owns. Suddenly, a spray of blood splatters across her face, freezing her in shock as she watches Lin Ziluo ruthlessly strike down Gu Gaoji. Ji Zhao screams in pure horror, while Lin Ziluo coldly remarks that he wanted to save his mental power, but he cannot risk her attracting nearby zombies. With that, he hurls his sword directly at Ji Zhao, instantly slicing her throat. GK tries to run for his life, but he still ends up biting the dust under Lin Ziluo's blade. Retracting his sword with an indifferent expression, Lin Ziluo looks back at them with utter disgust, calmly remarking that people who abandon family only waste resources, so dying during a failed robbery is exactly what they deserve. At least I did not torture you guys, and granting you such a swift death, it is far better than suffering through this brutal apocalypse. So he basically did a good deed, and honestly deserves an outstanding citizen award from the government. The nearby wall is splattered with blood, while inside the room, a photo of the G siblings lies shattered into 4 pieces. Back on the streets, you and I see zombies scaling walls while a nearby woman frantically calls her husband to look at that superhero. Her confused husband walks over, muttering about what superhero she means while he tries to barricade the door from the zombies. The wife points out the window, urging him to look, and seeing Lin Ziluo slaughtering zombies, the husband gasps in shock at his insane skills, but his system info only shows question marks for name, title, and level, leaving the husband completely baffled. The wife excitedly tells him to stop worrying and call out to this superhero so he can rescue them, but her husband warns her that doing so will only expose their location, drawing zombies to them and getting them killed. Plus, since this superhero hid all his system information, he clearly wants to keep his identity hidden, and won't help us. The wife giggles, praising her husband's smarts, while a live stream on a nearby phone screen shows a beautiful, purple-haired woman. This purple-haired girl is actually leaning out of her window, waving and yelling for our hero to save her. Lin Ziluo ignores her completely, casually bending down to loot resources, while the girl gets incredibly frustrated by his silence. Angrily, she boasts about how he is blind to her beauty, since she has over 30,000 followers and wealthy guys chasing her daily. She vows to make this smelly, masked jerk pay for completely ignoring her presence when so many guys worship her. Furious, she grabs a heavy flower pot and throws it out the window, aiming directly at Lin Ziluo down below. Feeling a sudden jolt of electricity, Lin Ziluo instinctively reacts and quickly takes a few swift steps forward. The moment he moves, the pot shatters right behind him. Yet this shameless girl keeps shouting for him to come over, begging him to rescue her from this dangerous room. She whines that there are terrifying zombies inside her home, promising that she will happily hold his hand if he rescues her right now. And trust me, she actually thinks she has successfully seduced him, thinking he is just another cheap guy trying to flirt with her. She fully expects him to fall at her feet. Instead of replying, Lin Ziluo summons a piece of raw meat, which the system identifies as zombie virus-soaked flesh, a truly dangerous item in this apocalyptic world. Often called the ultimate zombie magnet, holding this item will instantly cause every single zombie within 100 meters to relentlessly hunt down the scent of the flesh. Stick with me, we're starting right as Lin Ziluo tosses that food to the purple-haired girl. She screams, "I don't need food. I need you to get me to safety. Do you even speak human? Huh?" She silently wonders, what's wrong with this guy? But then she freezes. Turning around, she sees the front door wide open as hungry zombies claw their way inside. Blood instantly splatters everywhere. Her phone drops to the floor, cracking right beside a massive, growing pool of fresh blood. The phone screen is still broadcasting live. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Ziluo casually walks away with his hands in his pockets. This is only the very first lesson of the apocalypse. Just then, a man plunges from a high floor. Lin Ziluo coldly explains that the first lesson is self-awareness, warning never to call out to strangers for help. After witnessing the grim scene, he simply turns and walks away. Arriving at the Shanghai Sports Center, Lin Ziluo looks up with a smirk, knowing this is the place. Checking his watch, he keeps his brow furrowed. 2 hours left before nightfall, which is more than enough. Ziluo knows that inside the Shanghai Sports Center, a rare silver-grade wild treasure chest awaits him. In this apocalyptic game, iconic city landmarks always spawn special secrets, like dangerous dungeons, blind box merchants, and wild treasure chests, waiting to be claimed. Now check this out. These wild chests are scattered everywhere, waiting for absolutely anyone to unlock them. But for boss chests, you must defeat the guardian beast first to claim the loot. The more gold it holds, the higher the chance of dropping silver-grade gear. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice chimes in, detecting that Ziluo is entering the sports center. Ding! Scanning nearby surroundings. The area is highly suitable for a new quest. Ding! Issuing the special quest, 1 against 100. A stream of system notifications pops up immediately. A powerful host must display absolute dominance. Eliminate 100 zombies of any level inside the Shanghai Sports Center. Quest requirements: none. Rewards: 1 draw for a common cheat code and 1 piece of bronze. Great equipment. Time limit: 24 hours. Accept quest? Ziluo hesitates, realizing most of these 100 zombies have already evolved to level 2. He gazes around at the massive scale of the sports center. He originally planned to sneak past the zombies, grab the chest, and run. But now there's this quest? Ziluo asks the system, "What happens if I reject this or end up failing the quest?" The system calmly replies, "Do not worry, host. The cheat system exists purely to enhance your gameplay and ensure you fully enjoy the gaming process. Thus, there are no penalties for rejection or failure. Instead, you will receive 100 gold coins as a consolation gift." I know what you're thinking. No risk is a total steal, right? Ziluo agrees immediately, accepting since he has absolutely nothing to lose here. Relying on his past memories, the silver chest is in the 3rd floor warehouse. Casually walking with hands in his pockets, he enters the side door and heads up the escape route. Ziluo visualizes the building layout. Reaching the 2nd floor clinic will take until around 8 p.m. Since night is falling and there are beds inside, he can safely sleep there tonight and resume tomorrow. By noon the following day, he should reach the 3rd floor warehouse. Ziluo smirks, crossing his arms. Once he opens the chest, he can slip out from the outer ledge smooth and clean. A moment later, he slashes his sword down hard onto a door. The lock instantly shatters into pieces. Lin Ziluo swings it open, only to see a shadow stumbling toward him. A furious zombie lets out a rabid snarl. Ziluo mockingly notes his crazy luck. Lunging forward instantly, he drives his sword straight into the zombie's wide-open mouth. Pulling his sword back, he whips out a bunny-stickered hammer and slams it hard into the zombie's face. Suddenly, a volleyball rolls out from nowhere. Ziluo mutters sarcastically, "Bet you never expected a simple game would turn you into a zombie." Suddenly, something catches his eye. A system chest materializes near the corpse, and Lin Ziluo kicks the dead zombie aside. The box reveals a super flash bomb, a powerful bronze-grade utility item. Upon detonation, it emits a blinding white flash, instantly striking anyone who looks at it with temporary blindness. The duration of blindness depends entirely on how long they stared and their individual light sensitivity. Ziluo picks it up with a grin. Perfect. This is definitely the absolute best tool for clearing out a whole crowd at once. Reaching into his inventory, he pulls out a key. The universal master key for the sports center. Ziluo smiles, knowing this saves him from breaking down doors and drawing unwanted attention from nearby zombies. Approaching another room, he hides behind the door. Ziluo cracks it open, revealing a pack of roaring zombies inside. Lin Ziluo quietly slips inside. Ducking under a table to observe, he counts them. 1, 2, 3, 17 in total. And that's where we leave it. Dealing with just one equal-tier zombie is tough. So how will he take down all 17? If you and I had to play this, 17 zombies would absolutely destroy us. The table tennis room door is shut, meaning even the slightest noise will bring the outside horde rushing in. Looking at his system screen, he plans to eliminate the 2 level 5 zombies first, before dealing with the other 15. Just then, a mohawk zombie creeps up behind him. Ziluo quickly draws his sword to strike it. Glaring at the approaching threat, he notices the other monsters slowly closing in. With a powerful slash, Ziluo rolls out from under the table, successfully taking down 2 nearby zombies in one fluid motion. Pivoting on his heel, he lunges forward and cleanly slices another zombie's throat as the system alert chimes. Congratulations to player Yazi for defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations on reaching level 5, obtaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 100 experience points to level up again. Ziluo taps on the system panel to check his stats, effortlessly leaping over the corpse of a fallen zombie. Standing up slowly, he calmly faces the relentless wave of undead continuing to charge at him. Taking advantage of his distraction, a zombie suddenly lunges from behind, but he slashes it down instantly. Now, pay close attention here. Someone is actually peeping through the cracked door. The blonde guy hiding outside flinches, muttering a curse under his breath about having such terrible luck. Suddenly, silhouettes slam against the wooden door. Watching this, the blonde guy rubs his chin with a sly grin. Judging by those marks, the zombies are definitely taking a beating, meaning that player inside must have loaded inventory. After waiting outside so long that he jokes mushrooms are growing on his head, the blonde guy smirks, thinking he can just loot the body once the player dies. He whispers to himself that since the guy inside is struggling, he will help speed up his death. He plans to lure even more monsters over. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ziluo is fighting to the point of pure exhaustion. He curses under his breath, realizing the loud shrieks of these zombies are only attracting more from the corridor. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the door before fading back into eerie silence. Ziluo knows the door won't hold forever, so he decides to wipe out this batch first, before making his escape. Just then, 3 zombies leap straight at him. Building momentum, Ziluo dives to the side to dodge their attacks, landing safely on his feet. In front of him, the undead continue to stumble forward. As 2 more charge, he delivers a swift slash, slicing straight through both of their necks. Exhausted, he retreats under the table, wiping his sweat as the system displays a bronze-tier stamina potion that instantly restores 20% stamina upon use. After that, it restores 5% stamina per minute for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Ziluo grabs the potion and chugs it down instantly. Feeling a surge of energy, he lunges forward, driving his blade deep into a zombie. Right away, loot chests begin materializing near the dead monsters. Ziluo smiles and opens them. What do we have here? A spiked bracelet. This bronze-tier thorned bracelet is magically enhanced, granting +1 spirit and the ground spike skill, which can summon a row of sharp spikes from the earth to attack. With a 24-hour cooldown, the young man examines the ring, deeply impressed by his luck. A gear piece with an extra active skill? Talk about insane luck. He equips it just as the door suddenly crashes down, kicked open amidst a cloud of dust. Smirking, Ziluo welcomes the challenge as the newly arrived zombies begin heading straight in his direction. As they charge like maniacs, Ziluo kicks off a table for momentum, leaping high into the air right over the horde. Right then, the bracelet on his wrist glows with a blinding golden light, instantly erecting a protective barrier between him and the zombies. With a triumphant smirk, he whispers that this is only the beginning, as massive stone spikes erupt from the ground, impaling the monsters. Ziluo is stunned by the raw power, realizing this kind of damage output normally requires a level 20 mage. Another zombie tries to sneak up from behind, but it is instantly crushed by the massive rising spike. With the remaining undead thoroughly wiped out, Ziluo looks around in shock at the carnage as the system notification rings. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 2 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 2 short-range launchers, along with a rare bronze-tier pair of Gale boots. The ground spike skill has finished, entering a 24-hour cooldown. Please review the usage notes carefully. On the first activation, the system managed all energy flow to unleash the maximum possible damage and impact. For future uses, players must rely on their own spirit power, which will scale the skill's damage back to standard levels. Ziluo cheers in pure excitement, realizing he just hit the jackpot before kneeling down to gather the system's loot boxes. He taps to inspect the attributes, prompting the system to display the launcher's stats. A bronze-tier item that launches loaded objects to any target within 30 meters, plus those Gale boots. And that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed some insane looting. Stick with me, these boots can summon Gales, boosting Constitution by 1, Agility by 1, and silencing his footsteps. The bonus skill grants a 10-second sprint boosting speed by 20%, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Ziluo taps the equipment slot to equip them. The system congratulates player Yazi on successfully equipping the Gale boots, setting his base stats to 18 strength, 18 spirit, 12 constitution, and 18 agility. He stares in shock. Even at level 10, normal people could never dream of having stats like these before class advancement. This is seriously so good, he mutters to himself. Once his class change is complete, his stats will double those of anyone at his level. Just then, another horde of zombies rushes him. Ziluo pulls out some raw meat soaked in zombie virus and loads it. He aims and launches it straight at them. The beasts gape, tracking the trajectory of the flying meat. Growling loudly, they turn and chase the meat. Ziluo opens his system, builds up momentum, and dashes right through the horde. Finally, reaching the stairs, he pants heavily from exhaustion. Checking his watch, Ziluo realizes there is still 1 hour until 8 o'clock, after which the zombies' stats will skyrocket in the dark. Fighting them now would be a complete waste of effort. Better find a place to rest and wait for morning light. He approaches a nearby door and twists the knob, but it will not budge. His expression darkens. Slowly, he pulls out the key he found in the supply chest and inserts it into the lock. Now pay attention, why on earth is this door locked? Ziluo calculates. The apocalypse started at 7 when the sports center was open, but the clinic usually locks up when the staff leaves for the day, meaning this door was locked after the apocalypse began. With that realized, he slides his key back into the lock. Lin Ziluo gently cracks the clinic door, hoping whoever is inside plays nice. He slips halfway in, cautiously stepping inside. Looking through the glass pane, he suddenly feels the icy bite of a blade pressed against his throat. Who is this guy? How does he have the key? Ziluo smirks, saying, "You are quite alert," which is actually a good trait. He grabs the stranger's wrist, twisting it down to force him to drop the knife. Too bad he messed with the wrong guy. Ziluo deftly kicks the knife back up into his hand, pinning the long-haired man's arm behind his back, making him shriek in pain before quickly stuffing a cloth in his mouth. With that done, he taps his inventory slot and pulls out a polka dot fabric sheet, a random apocalyptic item he kept for fun. Draping the cloth over the glass pane, he barks out a simple order: "Turn on the lights." The nurse panics, fearing the light will attract the dead. Ziluo snaps coldly, "Are you blind? I already covered up all the transparent spots." As the woman hesitates, another hand reaches out and flips the switch. The room lights up, revealing 5 survivors, besides Ziluo. You and I can already smell his jealousy. This blonde guy was waiting for our main character to die just so he could loot his body. Ziluo approaches Blondie and sneers. "I have seen that look of yours way too many times." "Yeah, I am talking to you. Why keep playing dumb? He squats down, staring him straight in the eyes. Since I saved your life during this apocalypse, do not look at me with such hatred. Then, he slashes his blade directly into Blondie's head. So, just die. The other four freeze in terror, while only Zhang Yexue remains strangely calm. Ziluo looks down and sees a hidden blade slip from Blondie's sleeve. He thinks to himself, seems like everyone here came prepared. If I had not taken him out just now, I would probably be the one lying dead. Ziluo twirls his knife, scratching his head with a smirk. Do not overthink it, everyone. I am actually a good guy. Internally they scream, if you are a good guy, then we are absolute saints. On the outside, however, everyone is turning pale with fear. Ziluo points at Blondie, explaining, you all saw it. He provoked me first. I only reacted because I could not hold back. I am a very reasonable person, you know. As long as we all show each other some love, nothing bad will happen. Stepping forward with a serious face, Zhang Yexue speaks up. That man got exactly what he deserved. We all witnessed it. She turns to the other three with a forced smile. Didn't you all see the same thing? They nervously chant in unison. Yes, we did. Ziluo chuckles. Well, that is great then. Walking past them, he thinks, my performance today was slightly off. If I am in top form tomorrow morning, I will definitely do better and finish my missions much faster. Ziluo carelessly plops onto a chair, yawning. Clean up the corpse and all this blood. The four quickly reply in unison, yes, sir. The two repairmen carry Blondie's body away, while Yexu and the nurse mop up the pool of blood from the floor. Ziluo looks closely at Yexue, wondering why this doctor feels so familiar. Then, his system displays her profile, showing the nickname Zhang Yexue with her title locked. Ziluo is stunned. Zhang Yexu. So it is really her. He met her during the late stages of his past life, when she held the hidden class of divine physician. Trust me, this flashback is pure gold. You and I are starting with a crazy deal. I know your secret class is divine healer, heal my face, and name your price. Yexue shoves her hands in her pockets, narrows her eyes, turns away, and coldly replies, that scar is bound to your soul, it's impossible to heal. In his past life, he always sought her out whenever he was badly hurt. Although divine healers in this doomsday game are highly respected and safe from danger, to put it bluntly, they are just tools. Without enough raw strength, they can easily be killed by anyone at any moment. Back in reality, Ziluo rests his chin in thought. Back then, everyone was ravaged by the doomsday game. She was so different compared to how she is now. Fate works in mysterious ways. In this lifetime, on just the second day of the apocalypse, I've already reunited with an old friend. Closing his eyes, he calculates his next moves. Plus, they have a doctor, a nurse, and some mechanics. The room was dead silent, until a creepy sound suddenly echoed outside the door. Pay attention to this part as the door starts cracking. Yexue's group completely panics. Meanwhile, Ziluo just calmly stares at his watch. With the watch reading almost 8:30, he pulls out 4 system cards, instantly transforming them into 4 steaming hot meals. The delicious aroma makes Yexue's group turn around. Clutching their growling stomachs, their eyes light up with pure, desperate hunger. Biting her lip, Yexue nervously asks, where did you get that food? Is there any way we can get some too? Ziluo secretly smiles. They fell for it. Smirking, he replies, you want some? It's easy, just do one thing for me. Hearing that, the nurse sways on her feet. Yexue bravely says, tell us. But deep down, she secretly worries, could he want her body? Ziluo stands up, waving a paper in front of Yexue. Here is a list of medicines I need. You and the nurse go find and pack them up for me. Yexu is shocked. You just want us to find medicine? Ziluo coldly asks, what else? She can only think to herself. This guy is incredibly strange. Yexue takes the paper with a fake smile. No problem. The 2 of us will help you find them. Ziluo turns to the 2 mechanics. Here are the items I need. The 4 of you must work tonight to craft these things. I'm leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Before I go, I'll hand out the food based on how much you've built. One mechanic nods in agreement. All our tools are right here. Having made his request, Ziluo hands over 4 cards. You guys can use these. With that done, Ziluo turns to leave. Since that's settled, pull an all-nighter and get to work. I'm heading to sleep now. Remember to find me at 6 a.m. to get your food. He thinks to himself, that spot was too close to the door, noisy zombies would ruin his sleep. Using a magical gem, the man creates a protective barrier around his sleeping area. It's always better to be safe. Ziluo smiles, seeing every single item is accounted for. Just then, his system alerts him he is 22 experience points away from level 6. 1 against 100. A truly great host must showcase their absolute dominance. Kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Center, with no level restrictions. Progress is 45 out of 100. Rewards include a random, common cheat, and bronze tier gear. Time limit is 24 hours. Yawning. He figures he has 6 hours before noon tomorrow, which is plenty of time. Ziluo lies down and sleeps. Next morning, he goes to inspect the items. Yexue's group looks completely exhausted from pulling an all-nighter. The man walks over and praises them, saying they did a great job. Seeing this, Yexu gently taps the nurse's shoulder to wake her. Ziluo hands each of them a food card and reassures them. No need to shake like that. One card provides enough energy to survive, and getting one each is a fair price. They reply in unison. They say, "Thank you." The nurse hesitantly stammers, "Thank you." Looking at her card, Yexue secretly smiles. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, she actually thought he'd kill them and steal everything. She even planned to escape, but turns out he keeps his word, and isn't as bad as she feared. Ziluo pouts and says, "Everyone just gets what they need." Yexue calls after him, Boss, how do we use this card?" The man freezes, dropping his medical kit. Inside, Ziluo is screaming he completely forgot. There isn't even a basic newbie guide in this doomsday game. In his past life, it took him several days just to learn how to open his storage space. Pulling out another card, Ziluo says, "Watch closely then." He thinks to himself, consider this as granting a small favor to Yexue. Ziluo taps the card to activate it, and McDonald's and Coca-Cola instantly appear on the table. Yexue's eyes light up. "Thanks, boss." All 4 of them tap their cards, instantly summoning 4 meals to the table, and they eagerly dig in. Sipping his Coca-Cola, Ziluo thinks to himself, he should give Yexue a little warning. She helped him so much in his past life. Maintaining a good relationship now is like securing a backup plan for himself. Standing up, Ziluo speaks firmly. "Leave here immediately at 12 p.m. The man switches off the lights, then turns to tear down the fabric covering the glass door. Ziluo assumes he has already completely wiped out the zombies inside the sports center. And that's where we leave it. Ziluo warns them to be on time, as Yexue stammers about the dangerous zombies waiting right outside. Ziluo smirked. "You'd better look out for yourself before stepping out, trust me. This is about to get wild." Outside, he leans against the door as mindless zombies wander around. Ziluo charges right in, stabbing one straight through the neck with his sword, which instantly prompts the system to reward him with a fishing rod. Ziluo gently catches the falling corpse, whispering to himself to keep quiet so he doesn't alert the horde ahead. Then, he goes on a relentless slashing spree until the entire hallway is finally cleared of the undead. Scanning his surroundings, Ziluo quickly rushes into a nearby room, cautiously swinging his blade into the empty air. Ziluo freezes in shock. Seriously? Are pantless zombies the new trend? This guy was mid-P, and now they're just staring at each other in dead silence. But the pantless zombie suddenly lunges straight at him, only to trip and faceplant hard onto the floor. Ziluo just smirks, waving his hand with a chuckle. "Can't we just have a normal fight for once? Why do you have to be so weird that it makes me feel abnormal too?" With that, he drives his sword deep into its body. Lifting the monster's arm, he casually plucks out one of its eyeballs and places it on the desk before heading back out. Thinking to himself, he notes that the overall survival rate here must be extremely low, especially considering that most people who made it to this sports complex already had pretty solid physical stats. But once they turn, their stats skyrocket, making them a total nightmare for any ordinary player. Just then, a strange noise echoes from the ladies' room next door. Ziluo creeps over to investigate. Scratching his head in confusion, he senses a zombie inside, but also a survivor. His face flushes as he struggles with his conscience. It's the women's bathroom, but hey, it's the apocalypse. For the sake of the mission, who cares about etiquette? He quietly pushes the door open. To his surprise, the room is completely empty, but some very suggestive noises are coming from one of the stalls. Recognizing those weird undead sounds, he slices the stall door wide open, revealing 2 zombies locked in a highly passionate embrace. Our guy's jaw completely drops. Seriously, they're getting down like this? Spotting him, both zombies instantly growl in fury. One lunges forward to grab him, but Ziluo smoothly dodges. In its rush, the creature steps on a soda can and loses its balance. Now, pay attention. As the female zombie trips and falls right toward him, Ziluo swiftly swings his sword, taking out both monsters in one clean strike. The system flashes. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying Tier 2 zombies, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. Reaching into his pocket, Ziluo pulls out his camera and snaps some photos of them. Yep, zombies really are just mutated humans. Besides their brains, everything else is pretty much the same. Take this bizarre love affair, for instance, but then, he suddenly freezes. Hold on, something's not right. The Shanghai Sports Complex, 2 exceptionally tall zombies, both male and female. He suddenly realizes, aren't these two actually the legendary and infamous zombie couple from his memories? From his memories of his past life, this deadly duo was first discovered right here at the Shanghai Sports Complex. They are completely inseparable and perfectly in sync, with strength second only to the ultimate zombie king. If they work together, they can easily rival a high-level god of war. Ziluo scratches his head, looking down with a pitying smirk. Who knew? You guys had it rough this lifetime, getting absolutely wrecked by me on day 3. Right next to their corpses, a shiny item chest suddenly materializes. The system's mechanical voice suddenly rings out. A rare bronze fusion stone. This special bronze tier attribute item can merge 2 pieces of equipment, with a high chance of crafting a premium silver grade item. Ziluo's face lights up with excitement. Pocketing his loot, he turns to leave. But wait, as he turns around, a strange green glow shines from another stall. Ziluo cautiously approaches with his sword raised. He gasps in sheer disbelief. Holy crap, how am I this lucky today? I actually stumbled upon a wild bronze chest. A mechanical voice suddenly chimes. Player Yazi has discovered a bronze treasure chest, granting an extra 10 reputation points. Would player Yazi like to unlock this wild bronze chest right now? Opening takes 20 seconds. Reaching out, Ziluo says, initiate. The system immediately begins counting down from 20 all the way to 1. Inside the chest, a special apple appears. Grabbing the item card, Ziluo squeezes his eyes shut and prays, hoping this sweet fruit boosts either his strength or agility stats. The system's voice rings out. Bronze, tier physique fruit. A mythical item often praised as a divine fairy fruit. Once consumed, your physical attributes will permanently increase by 2 points. Rarity classification, extremely rare. This is one of those legendary bronze grade items that grants a permanent stat boost. If player Yazi reaches level 6 before eating it, his physical stats will get an even greater boost. The maximum increase is 2 points, while other levels will receive a scaling attribute bonus. If shared between 2 people, the attribute points are split evenly with 1 point each. Taking the apple, Ziluo mutters, even though it's just physical stats, a permanent +2 is still amazing. He then washes it carefully at the sink. He lifts it to eat. Taking a big bite, the young man closes his eyes in pure bliss before widening them in shock. Wow, this is delicious. Honestly, even in the apocalypse, the food in this lifetime is absolutely incredible. The system updates. Player Yazi has consumed the physique fruit, permanently raising his physical stats by 2 points, and trust me, we're just getting started. Let's jump in with player Yazi's status panel, showing 18 strength, 18 spirit, 14 constitution, and 18 agility. He takes the card, which is actually a heavy, thick rug. Grabbing it, Ziluo turns around. This sports arena is packed with crazy surprises, making him even more excited for the next zombies. Stepping outside the sports arena, Ziluo is instantly greeted by a charging horde of hungry zombies. The monsters step right onto the heavy rug Ziluo just received. He smirks, knowing this will keep the noise down and prevent alerting other nearby hordes. He swings his blade, brutally slashing the 2 closest zombies as the system alerts pop up. Congratulations! Player Yazi has defeated a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. The system rings out again. Congrats on reaching level 6, granting 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi now needs 200 experience points for the next level up. One after another, the other zombies are wiped out. Congratulations, Player Yazi, on obtaining a new supply card. Congratulations. Player Yazi, you have received a bronze tier weapon, the Super Flash Bomb. The system announces. Congratulations on fully unlocking all bronze tier equipment, rewarding player Yazi with 1 bonus strength point, boosting his overall strength stat up to 19 points, 1 versus 100. A truly capable host needs to show off his overwhelming power. Wipe out 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Arena, any level. Ziluo reaches out to claim a newly appeared loot box. The system speaks. Male lion bracers, a piece of bronze tier gear. Infused with a lion's raw strength, they intimidate enemies while boosting your strength attribute by 1 and constitution by 1. Attacks carry a 10% chance to stun, heavily reducing the target's physical capabilities. If the target is currently casting a skill, this effect will instantly disrupt it. For the head, you can wear a helmet or a mask, but only one item's effect will apply. For the neck, you can wear jewelry, and the upper body equips armor pieces, chest plates, or coats. The lower body uses jeans and sturdy shoes. Both arms can fit bracers, gloves, bracelets, and rings. Only one of each type grants stat benefits, so piling on extra gear does absolutely nothing. Since each gear piece offers unique stats, pay attention here, because choosing the right gear is a total life or death decision. With his strength now, at 18+2, Ziluo opens another door, sipping some water as he looks inside, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. Right in front of him, dead bodies are scattered everywhere. Ziluo realizes standard zombies lack this kind of brutality. Normally, they just bite victims to quickly turn them into more flesh eaters. Unless they are completely rabid, zombies do not selectively eat people and drain brain fluid. Only two things could cause this. First, being a powerful zombie boss. These elite boss monsters boast raw power far superior to standard zombies of the exact same level. They crave human flesh, and if none is around, they will even devour other zombies to satisfy their endless, insatiable hunger. Kneeling down, Ziluo closely examines a corpse. The second possibility is a mutated zombie animal, which is quite rare. While stronger beasts turn easily, tiny creatures like mosquitoes have a microscopic mutation rate, meaning only 1 out of billions of insects would successfully undergo the horrific transformation. These zombie beasts obsess over hunting humans, loving to consume human brains, though they will gladly eat other zombies too. Ziluo's face pales as he examines the claw marks on the victim's neck. He realizes it must be a zombie cat. Standing up to look around, he groans, because zombie cats are his absolute least favorite enemies. With their acute hearing and insane perception, this beast definitely knows he is here. Now, you're probably thinking he is doomed, but Ziluo calmly closes his eyes to sense the room. He needs to determine if this zombie is planning a stealthy ambush or a direct frontal assault, making it crucial to pinpoint its exact location first. Suddenly, a sharp noise catches his attention. Ziluo snaps his eyes open as a mutated cat lunges right at him. Ziluo quickly hurls his sword directly at the lunging beast. The system identifies it. Bronze, boss, sharp, claw, zombie cat, level 9. Base stats are Strength 21, Spirit 10, Constitution 9, and Agility 20. Its Phantom Pounce skill boosts speed by 30%, lunging toward enemies to deal 120 strength-based damage, while gaining Phantom status to reduce damage by 50%. Ziluo realizes this boss is a serious threat. Having an animal prefix always represents a deadly boss. The system displays its passive talent, Sharp Claws, which prevents any inflicted wounds from healing, slashing the target's overall recovery speed by 45%, while increasing wound bleeding rates by 40%. Its cat eye stare talent drags enemies directly into a horrifying illusionary world created within its eyes. This inflicts a severe fear debuff, reducing all of the victim's base attributes by 20%, while continuously disrupting their overall state in combat. Ziluo calculates. This boss has insanely high base stats, completely outclassing him in both strength and agility. No wonder apocalyptic bosses are so terrifying, possessing skills that actively reduce recovery while accelerating bleeding. Ziluo clenches his fists tightly, knowing that if he gets wounded even once, that body part will become completely useless. Suddenly, rubbing his chin, a smirk plays on his lips as a clever plan forms. He thinks, I will just have to use my insane combat experience to slaughter you, zombie cat. The system chimes, detecting player Yazi has encountered the bronze tier Sharp Claw zombie cat boss. And trust me, you and I are going to love watching him hunt it down. Let's check out this ungrateful zombie cat. These stray cats with special talents loved hanging out on the gym's 3rd floor, where cat lovers fed them treats every day. But when the apocalypse hit and the virus infected them, these cats evolved lethal killing skills within the first few minutes. Their claws tore through the very people who fed them, leaving them to die in agony. Quest: Hunt the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 1 experience point, and a bronze tier item. Time limit: 8 hours. Failure penalty: character level decreases by 1, and all permanent attributes drop by 1. Forfeiting this quest also means instant failure. The Golden Finger system monitoring the host has detected the ungrateful zombie cat quest, and it is now actively optimizing all task parameters for him. The system screen displays 100%. The system issues a brand new quest. Hunt down the ungrateful zombie cat. The optimized rewards are now boosted to 100 reputation, 500 gold coins, 3 experience points, and a bronze tier item. Time limit, 24 hours. Penalty, absolutely none for failing or abandoning this quest. Ziluo grabbed his head, completely speechless. Is this even the same brutal apocalypse game he used to know? Now pay attention, here's where we see just how insane his new cheat system is. Ziluo recalled his past life, where every quest he experienced was brutally hard. If you failed, or even dared to refuse, the punishment was absolutely devastating. And with a miserable 1% drop rate back then, the quest rewards were barely worth the effort. Worse yet, a level 9 bronze boss, in the early days of the apocalypse, was impossible even for a 90-player raid team. As his thoughts trailed off, he recalled the meager reward from his past life, 50 measly gold coins for a whole squad. Ziluo smirked at how pathetic that was. The system screen flashes again, prompting the ungrateful zombie cat quest. Defeat the mutated beast. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 3 experience points, and 1 optimized bronze tier item. Time limit, 24 hours. Penalty, absolutely none for failing or abandoning this quest. Will you accept it? Ziluo smiled. A forced, high-risk quest had turned into a risk-free jackpot. This was way too good to pass up. With a smirk, he directly tapped to accept. The system's robotic voice chimed. Player Yazi has successfully taken on the ungrateful zombie cat quest. Complete the task within 24 hours. Right in front of him, the zombie cat was calmly licking its paw. I know what you're thinking, who tries to play mind games with a cat? But Ziluo's experience says, if you get serious first, you lose. He must bait the boss into attacking. Ziluo suddenly sat down, leaving the mutated cat staring at him in confusion. The man casually pulled out his phone and started reading some webtoons. He laughed out loud and slapped his thigh, completely triggering the beast. It stood up, puffed its fur, and pounced straight at him. The cat screeched, demanding his death, and lashed its sharp claws right at Ziluo. He dodged instantly, his hand reaching for his sword as the blade slid out with a cold gleam. It leaped again, claws flashing, but Ziluo effortlessly slipped past the strike. He slipped behind the beast and raised his sword. Sensing the danger, the cat leaped away to dodge the strike, practically cursing him out. Did you think I wouldn't see that coming? Ziluo smirked, delivering a swift slash that cleanly sliced off the cat's front claws. The zombie cat panicked, growling at him. How dare you hurt me, human? Unforgivable. Ziluo rested his sword on his shoulder, taunting. Your claws are gone, buddy. Come on, show me what you got. The cat's eyes narrowed with pure hatred. It let out a deafening screech. As a bloody red aura flooded the room, its glowing red eyes locked onto Ziluo. Ziluo gasped as he was dragged into an illusion. The cat's head swelled up, and grotesque, clawed hands started reaching out directly from its eyes. Ziluo calmly scoffed. I spent 5 years in the apocalypse. You're just a cheap copy of a zombie trying to scare me? You're not worthy. Hearing this, the cat quickly pulled the restless souls back into its eyes. The illusion instantly shattered into pieces. The cat crashed to the floor and bolted away in a huff, leaving Ziluo slightly confused. Ziluo swung and hurled his sword with pinpoint accuracy. The blade cleanly decapitated the fleeing cat, and notifications immediately flooded his screen. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 9 bronze boss, Sharpclaws, Zombie Cat. You have received 5 experience points and 100 gold. Congratulations to player Yazi on reaching level 7 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 400 experience points for the next level up. Congratulations on becoming the first player globally to slay a bronze tier boss. You have unlocked the unique world-class achievement, Bronze Bane. Broadcasting globally now. Outside, a guy glared through the window with eyes full of pure jealousy. Yazi again? Who the hell is this guy? Why is his name all over the world announcements? Meanwhile, a young girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yazi is just so incredibly handsome. When will he ride a rainbow cloud to find this princess? Well, we can't wait to see. Let's dive into this wild story, as another survivor kicks a zombie aside, sneeringly dismissing the global announcement about some top player. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room, a red-haired man leisurely sips his wine and mutters that a legendary name like Yazi must definitely belong to someone from their own nation. Deep inside another incredibly luxurious villa, the red-haired man takes another slow sip, mysteriously noting that if such a powerhouse joined them, their guild would grow unstoppably strong. As a subordinate voice quickly replies, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, back with Ziluo, the system announces to everyone that his battle against the zombie cat boss has officially concluded. The young man strokes his chin smugly, thinking that this global announcement caused too big of a stir. He decides he must hide his handsome face. Ziluo then pulls out a card, and a chair immediately materializes. Sitting down, he reflects on how the zombie cat's stats were much higher than his own. It took serious mental energy to defeat it. But watch closely, taking down a bronze-tier boss without taking a single hit is absolutely mind-blowing. If he ever has to face an even higher-tier zombie cat next time, suddenly, the system alerts him again. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving the above bronze global announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi on receiving your reward of 1 prestige point, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and a 1 cubic meter inventory storage expansion. Ziluo quickly taps the game panel. The system speaks up again, confirming that player Yazi has received his special rewards: 2,000 prestige points, 5,000 gold coins, 4 free attribute points, and backpack storage expansion up to 24 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Yazi on reaching level 7 and achieving the above bronze milestone. A Constitution Potion, a bronze tier attribute item that instantly restores 20% stamina upon use, followed by 5% stamina recovery every minute for 5 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Ziluo marvels at how incredibly useful this item is. Suddenly, the system pops up, asking if respected player Yazi wants to change his current First Blood title to above bronze. Decline change. Ziluo reaches out to press change, but then decides to decline instead. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully changing your title to above bronze. The title attributes will take effect within 1 hour. Once you equip the above bronze title, your base attributes will undergo a significant change. Base attributes: Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. Ziluo sits down and smacks his lips. I know what you're thinking. With these insane stats, even a revived zombie cat stands no chance, and his upcoming class promotion will be even crazier. Half an hour later, Ziluo walks over to the loot box near the zombie cat's corpse. He opens it, revealing a zombie cat summoning horn. The system explains that using this horn summons a sharp-clawed zombie cat, which the player can command in battle for 30 minutes. With a 48-hour cooldown, the summoned cat inherits 60% of the player's base attributes. Experience points and gold still belong to the player, but the summoned cat's attacks will not drop any loot. Ziluo shouts excitedly, saying that a summoning item means he's hit the jackpot, basically gaining a powerful new underling for free. Lifting the dead cat, Ziluo remarks that its fur and claws can be crafted into a statless coat, food, or simple weapons. You really are a goldmine. With its last breath, the zombie cat lets out a desperate shriek. You ruthless human, how could you? Ziluo simply tosses the dead beast straight into his inventory. With that done, our hero moves on. He stands before a room, recalling that the silver treasure chest is hidden inside this warehouse. Pushing the door open, Ziluo is greeted by a bloody scene filled with human skulls. He shivers, thinking this cat's tastes were absolutely twisted. Ziluo raises his sword defensively, a sight that would terrify anyone who saw it. Good thing it's the apocalypse, because a cat collecting so many human skulls would surely cause a global panic. He immediately begins searching the room. Maybe that zombie cat hid some treasures here, and leaving empty-handed would be a major loss. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a dumbbell tied to a treadmill. Imagining the zombie cat lifting weights, Ziluo can only stand there with a forced smile. Aside from a brand new cat teaser toy, everything else is just hot garbage. I actually expected too much from you. Whatever, let's finish what we started. He might as well search everything, leaving only a bundle wrapped in cloth. Ziluo pulls back the white cloth, revealing a glowing silver treasure chest resting on top of a magic array. The young man is stunned. That actually worked? The system announces that player Yazi has discovered a silver chest, awarding 20 prestige points. Would player Yazi like to open the silver chest? The chest opening process will take 60 seconds. Ziluo commands, "Open it." The system responds, "Player Yazi is currently opening the silver chest. Please wait a moment." After counting down all the way to 1, player Yazi successfully unlocks the silver treasure chest. discovering 360 sparkling gold coins inside. During the chest opening, player Yazi gets a chest buff, expanding his space to 24.4 cubic meters. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Alright, let's watch player Yazi open this silver chest, boosting his experience by 50 points. Out of the chest emerges a white wing cloak and a rare skill book, making Ziluo scream in excitement. Oh my god, a silver chest giving me silver grade gear and a skill book? This is absolutely incredible. The chest reveals the explosive double slash skill book. The system explains that this warrior skill instantly unleashes 2 consecutive strikes, with each hit dealing 70% of his base strength. Landing both hits triggers an explosion, dealing additional burst damage equal to 70% of his strength attribute. Ziluo strokes his chin, thinking it's the exact warrior skill he needs, though mastering the controls won't be easy. A total newbie would fail to land both strikes in one go, missing out on the explosive burst damage entirely. But he's highly confident he can master this double strike. Just then, the system chimes in, loading the explosive double slash skill. Does player Yazi wish to learn the explosive double slash skill? Ziluo quickly taps learn. Of course he wants it. The system announces, congratulations to player Yazi on successfully learning explosive double slash. Pay attention here. A cloak card suddenly appears from the chest, and Ziluo reaches out to grab it. The system displays the silver grade white wing cloak, beautifully crafted from countless rare and exotic bird feathers. The back of the cloak is inscribed with a special runic enchantment, allowing the wearer to temporarily fly, while boosting both constitution and agility by 2 points. It grants the skill hover, allowing him to freeze midair while jumping or landing with a 20-minute cooldown time. He stares wide-eyed, completely stunned that a cloak has its own skill, as the system begins analyzing his body. With his constitution at 16 plus 2 and agility at 21 plus 2, Yazi's stat panel now reads 23 strength, 19 spirit, and 23 agility. Ziluo puts on the cloak, smirking as he gets ready to fight a cat zombie, now backed by his new flight skill. I originally planned to take out Li Haobo tonight, but that goal seems way too small now. He mutters mockingly, why don't I just wipe out your entire family instead? Walking down the stairs, Ziluo notes only one last quest remains from the Golden Finger system, the 1 against 100 challenge. Suddenly, a zombie appears right in front of him. He taps on the door to draw the attention of the surrounding horde, and the zombies instantly turn their heads. As feathers drift from his cloak, Ziluo grins, deciding to take the initiative this time, before instantly charging forward. He stops abruptly, leaping high into the air as light as a feather, wearing a cold, dark smile. Ziluo quickly pierces a zombie to death, sending it screaming to the ground, before immediately gliding off to the side. You and I both know what's coming. He hovers in midair, mockingly preparing to test his new explosive double slash on the next charging zombie. You guys are the perfect lab rats. He sneers, pointing his sword forward. He swings his sword high and slashes down, unleashing a powerful shockwave that double slash is absolutely insane. The zombie sprays blood as a giant dead sign pops over its head. The surrounding space suddenly explodes with force. Ziluo covers his face in utter shock as the powerful gust of wind violently pushes him backward. Whoa! Ziluo quickly readies his weapon, gripping the sword tightly and raising it high. Ziluo thrusts his blade deep into the ground, using the friction to stop himself from being blown away. He marvels that this zombie's stats were 30 points higher than the others, yet it collapsed before even fully experiencing his explosive double slash. My sheathing speed matches my whirlwind slash, but the overall damage is far superior to any whirlwind strike. Ziluo confidently declares, the test is officially over. He smirks, deciding it is time to get serious as system notifications keep flooding in. Congratulations to player Yazi on successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi on successfully killing a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi on successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Ding. Host has successfully slain 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Arena, completing the 1 against 100 quest. Congratulations. You have received your quest rewards. A draw for a common golden finger and a bronze grade piece of gear. Ding. Would you like to claim them now? After clearing the horde, he sheathes his sword, staring in surprise at the mountain of piled-up zombie corpses. Did it really end this fast? He pulls a card from his inventory, looking disappointed at his options. Sigh. Did I use up all my luck getting those great drops earlier? Why are these only supply cards? Since they're just supply cards, there's no rush, he'll rest first and loot them later. The system prompts. Do you want to draw your bronze grade gear or golden finger now? Ziluo decides. Let's draw the gear first. Trust me on this. Keeping the best for last is always the smartest strategy when you want to score the ultimate, top-tier rewards. This strategic order guarantees the best possible outcome. He taps the screen, and the system shows that the bronze-grade gear draw is underway. All right, you and I are diving right back in as the system announces. Congratulations, player. You have received bronze-tier equipment, the blood-sucking ring. It absorbs enemy stamina during combat and adds +1 to strength, +1 to constitution, and converts 5% of damage dealt to the enemy back into your own stamina through your weapon. Ziluo takes the card and says excitedly, absorbing damage and converting it to stamina, what a rare attribute to have. He reaches out and places his hand on the system screen. The man pauses, sitting cross-legged with his hand on his chin, wondering, if this equipment is already this good, what if he draws something terrible next? Just then, the system pops up, explaining that even common cheat codes have useful effects that can greatly assist the host on their journey. Ziluo smiles wryly. Then let me draw a cheat code. Immediately, the system displays. Drawing cheat code now. Ziluo looks stunned as the system announces, the cheat code draw is now complete. Lin Ziluo stares in absolute amazement at the newly opened system screen, where a bold notification reads, congratulations host on drawing the common cheat code. Auto Loot Level 1. Auto Loot Level 1 automatically gathers all items dropped from killed zombies and directly transfers them into his personal storage space. This works within a 5-meter radius of the player, though if storage space runs out, the looting will stop. He hesitates, observing the screen, thinking about his new future. Watch closely here. Our guy's eyes light up with pure joy as he realizes he can now enjoy a 100% drop rate while automatically gathering supplies. With that, he quickly jumps down to the ground, clenching his fists in absolute, pure excitement. Before, he feared an ultra-high drop rate would bring disaster, but now he has zero worries about that. He glances back at the system panel and wonders, but is this level 1 cheat code just the starting grade? Right on cue, the details show up, explaining that level 1 represents the current tier of his auto-loot ability. If the host gets another chance to draw and pulls auto-loot again, the level of this ability will instantly upgrade. Once upgraded, the auto-loot skill will drastically expand its radius and even unlock some incredible bonus effects. The system's cheat code missions will trigger automatically based on his environment and current situation, meaning the host cannot manually choose when or where they happen. After reading, Lin Ziluo smiles with curiosity. If the first one is this good, what can the others do? I wonder what cheat code I will draw next time. He then looks down at the bodies scattered across the floor in dead silence. Let's pause here and watch as Lin Ziluo happily walks over to each body, with notifications ringing out. Congratulations host on receiving a supply card, a bag of barbecue seasoning. Congratulations host on receiving a supply card, a power bank with only 50% battery. Congratulations host on receiving a bronze tier scouting ring. Congratulations host on receiving a supply card for a block of delicious food. Detecting too many collected items, the auto loot function has been successfully optimized. From now on, the host will only be notified upon receiving rare equipment and items, while general supplies are automatically sorted, categorized, and safely tucked into storage. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo feels quite satisfied with this smooth experience, then opens the system panel to look for something. After browsing for a bit, he exclaims, not bad at all. The sorting is highly detailed and incredibly organized. Looking ahead, he wonders. First fighting that zombie cat, then drawing the cheat code wasted a lot of time. I wonder what time it is now. Checking his watch, Lin Ziluo is startled to see how fast time has flown by. He rushes off in a major hurry, having zero time to eat, as he must reach the Li family estate immediately, vaulting right over the windowsill. By now, the sky has turned to dusk, with the sunset casting a warm glow over a luxurious mansion where Li Haobei grins, resting on a girl's lap, before suddenly stopping with an annoyed look. Glancing at the clock, and seeing how much time has passed, Li Haobei grows irritated, sitting up abruptly to the shock of the two girls, before viciously slapping one of them. He snaps in pure anger, snarling, why are they still not back yet? Am I wasting resources feeding them? Finding just 2 people took the entire morning? Just then, the butler approaches and speaks in a respectful tone. Young master, the cat kill mercenary team only reached Shanghai University at 7 this morning. The campus is crawling with zombies and highly chaotic, so the search is naturally difficult. Hearing this, he grits his teeth in rage. Damn it, those stupid zombies are always ruining my plans. He snaps in absolute fury. What kind of garbage rule is this anyway? I clearly killed the zombie myself, so why did I not get any experience points? Gritting his teeth, he recalls how he initially believed leveling up in this stupid game would fix his physical weakness, which is why he had his guards beat the zombies to near death so he could deliver the final blow. But why did he only get 1 experience point? Suddenly, a noise echoes from outside, drawing both of their attention to the door as it swings open to reveal a tall figure standing in the shadows. Li Haobei immediately turns to ask Uncle Rong, "You're back? Did you find that cripple and the orphan?" "Trust me, we are about to see this guy get destroyed." "All right, you and I are jumping right into a brutal scene." Rongzhan drops the bag and says, "Young master, we found the girl, but Master Nan is gone." Hearing this, Li Haobei exploded with rage and yelled, "You found her? Where is she? Tell her to get her ass here right now. How dare she sneak off?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "She is dead. Right inside this bag." At those words, his face turned completely pale with sheer panic. "What?" Rongzhan added. "Following the clues you provided, we finally tracked down Yao Xinghan's roommate in the science lab." Then, he slowly pulled open the bag zipper. Inside, a girl was stuffed, her neck slashed wide open, with blood dripping from her mouth in a sight too gruesome to look at. She was slaughtered and shoved into a bin. We also found a boy's school uniform covered in blood inside that same container. Hearing this, Li Haobei instantly gagged and covered his mouth. Rongzhan added, "This girl suffered absolutely horrific torture before she died. Every single wound was targeted directly at the areas where her pain receptor nerves are concentrated." Covering his mouth, the young master quickly turned away to vomit. Rongzhan calmly continued his formal report. "The killer seems to have deep knowledge of the Long Country's acupuncture points. Every single knife cut was incredibly precise and calculated. He used a terrifyingly cruel method on specific areas, slowly tearing apart all the surrounding flesh. Now, you and I should pay attention to his smirk as he says, 'This level of ultimate torture, even the world's top assassin, Xiling, couldn't pull this off.' So, he deduced, I suspect whoever killed Yao Xinghan is her enemy, and this brutal killer might pose a serious threat to you, young master." Hearing this, Li Haobei was deeply confused. She was just an ordinary schoolgirl. Unless it had to do with her and that useless trash. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. Could that useless trash, Lin Ziluo, actually be behind all of this? But immediately, Li Haobei shook his head, completely dismissing his own wild thoughts. No way, absolutely impossible. He is just a worthless orphan with no family. How could he be as terrifyingly strong as you describe? Looking up at Rongzhan, he argued. Besides, the surprise I prepared for him hasn't even been sent. How could he know Yao Xinghan betrayed him? Hearing this, Rongzhan suddenly asked, "Young master, is the Lin Ziluo you mentioned the son of Lin Jian?" Li Haobei, "All right, let's dive back in," as Rongzhan nods and says, "You are right, young master. But if his lackeys pulled off a hit that even the world's top assassin failed to execute, then we are dealing with an incredibly terrifying enemy." His face turns dead serious, as he warns that 100 elite mercenaries won't be enough against a top-tier killer, and they urgently need more guards. This completely shocks Li Haobei, who stammers out, "What? Uncle Rong? Even your squad isn't enough? You are a top 10 fighter in the country, and you brought an entire mercenary army." Terrified, he quickly cowers behind Rongzhan and barks out an order to recruit every single guard from the back of the mountain, even the untrained ones. "I do not want to die under any circumstances. There is no way I am dying here." Rongzhan smiles gently, replying, "As you wish. Do not worry, young master. As long as I draw breath, I will protect you with my life." In his heart, Rongzhan vows to defend his young master and the Li family, even if it costs him his own head. Outside, evening has officially fallen, with a soft sunset glow filtering through the surrounding trees. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 3 zombie. Watch him stack gold and experience. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. The system chimes, congratulating player Yazi on reaching level 8 and earning 1 free attribute point. Lin Ziluo smiles as he lowers his hand, standing over a pile of dead zombies. "Level 8 already?" He originally estimated it would take until day 4 to get here, but he's half a day ahead of schedule. After doing some quick mental math, he realizes leveling this fast means he can skip running tedious dungeons. To prep for the next battle, Lin Ziluo grabs a quick bite, his eyes turning razor-sharp. He glares toward the distant luxury estate, whispering to himself, "Li Haobo, I've finally arrived." A chilling smirk creeps onto Lin Ziluo's face. "Are you ready to settle your debt with me?" Meanwhile, the dying sunlight casts a peaceful glow over the quiet estate. Dozens of heavily armed guard squads are patrolling the entire perimeter. High up in the branches, Lin Ziluo quietly monitors their movements, tilting his head to scan the entire area. Suddenly, he drops silently from the branch, slipping into the bushes, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive in, as Lin Ziluo finds a hidden button on the ground, smiles smugly, and presses it. His memory was spot on, it really is here. Instantly, a secret passageway opens up. Once he heads down inside, Lin Ziluo pushes the trigger once again. Now the secret entrance snaps shut. Lin Ziluo silently sneaks forward, without making a single sound. All right, you and I are about to watch Lin Ziluo ruin his enemy's life. He smiles coldly, whispering, "Li Haobo, I will let you have hope, just to crush it completely." Lin Ziluo's face turns incredibly fierce. This psychological warfare is actually a famous strategy from the ancient dragon nation. By leaving a false escape route for his prey, he wonders if his enemy's clever tacticians can actually defeat him this time. With absolute ease, he slips right into the heavily guarded villa grounds, ducking behind a bush, as armed guards patrol nearby. Spotting the emblems on their uniforms, Lin Ziluo instantly recognizes them. The Miao Sha mercenaries, Li Haobo's elite guard and his bitter enemies from his past life. He sneers with pure contempt, muttering, "I already know you guys inside out." He stands there, carefully calculating his next move, noting that he never got a close look at the Li family estate's layout in his past life. Looking closely at the main entrance, he spots 2 guards patrolling. While the security setup seems flawless at first glance, it actually has a massive blind spot that he can exploit. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes out. Lin Ziluo freezes as he hears someone call for Mr. Wrong. In the distance, a man wearing a long dark coat approaches the 2 guards. Sure enough, it is him. This is Wrong John, one of the legendary war gods of the Dragon Nation. Before the apocalypse, he commanded the ruthless Miao Sha mercenaries in war zones, serving directly under the powerful Li family. This man is an absolute beast in close combat and excels at hunting down targets. Lin Ziluo cannot help but recall his past life. And here is where things get tense. When the apocalypse game started, Li Haobo ordered Wrong John to hunt him down, forcing the commander to personally step in after his lackeys failed. In that past life, Lin Ziluo was cornered on a deadly path, a sheer cliff behind him and enemies in front. Wrong John had his gun aimed right at him, constantly pushing him to the absolute brink. He was without a doubt Lin Ziluo's greatest and most ruthless enemy, but the Lin Ziluo they caught was actually a decoy. Sitting on the ground, he had laughed without any fear, proving to be Wrong John's ultimate humiliation. Seconds later, Lin Ziluo vanished completely, leaving behind nothing but a useless decoy skin. Wrong John had gritted his teeth in sheer rage. Lin Ziluo's constant escapes right under his nose shattered the legendary myth of the Miao Sha mercenaries, earning him that humiliating title. He grins, watching them from the shadows. We really are bitter enemies, destined to clash again. Suddenly, Wrong John's gaze sharpens, as if sensing a hidden threat. He abruptly spins around to check behind him, highly alert to his surroundings. Lin Ziluo quickly ducks behind a stone pillar, barely escaping detection. Heart pounding, he carefully peeks out from the bushes once again. Sensing the danger, his blood pumps with excitement as raw killing intent rises. In this life, Wrong John must die. Once he eliminates this powerful commander, the Li family will lose its strongest arm, making ultimate victory effortless. Watch closely. He pulls out a special mask and puts it on. This is the Mask of Stealth. The moment he puts it on, Lin Ziluo completely vanishes from sight, turning entirely invisible. As Wrong John continues to scan the area, a patrolling guard walks up to him, saying, "Mr. Wrong, the young master has requested your presence immediately." Wrong John grunts in agreement, and the group quickly heads inside through a nearby doorway. Lin Ziluo watches them go, knowing he cannot waste this perfect opportunity. Immediately, he sneaks off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Wrong John keeps staring back at the pillar from earlier. His mind races with doubt. There's nothing there, but I definitely felt someone watching us. Am I just being overly paranoid? Before heading inside, He turns to the guards standing behind him to give orders. Double the patrols and tighten the manor's defense, he commands. The guard salutes, while Rongjan silently vows to hunt down whoever is lurking. I will ensure you never leave this place alive if you dare target the Li family. By now, it is midnight inside the luxurious villa. Li Haobo sits on the sofa, yawning deeply. Uncle Rong, can I go sleep now? It is already midnight. The zombies are literally running wild outside. So who could possibly sneak in here to kill me? Rongjan stands rigid, replying seriously. Young master, we must remain cautious. My instincts tell me that we have definitely been targeted. Hearing this, the spoiled heir angrily throws an object to the floor. Damn it, I am bored to death, keeping me awake all night just because of some coward who is too afraid to show his face. Suddenly, the butler steps forward with a sly smile. Young master, if you are bored, why not find something fun to pass the time? Li Haobo claps his hands in excitement. You're right. I can easily set up a little game here. He turns back to the commander. By the way, Uncle Rong, didn't your men capture a zombie earlier today? Yes, young master. I brought it back to study so we can quickly develop anti-zombie weapons to keep you safe. Li Haobo greedily demands. There are countless zombies outside anyway, so just hand that one over to me for some fun. Rongjan hesitates, feeling slightly worried. You can play with it, but I worry a feral zombie might end up hurting you, young master. But then he figures using the zombie to keep the young heir calm is actually a smart move. Let's see how this unfolds. Smiling casually, he replied, Trust me, it gets dark, don't worry. My game definitely won't hurt me. Besides, even if the zombies go wild, I'm not afraid. Look at how many people we have guarding this massive manor. Without hesitation, Mr. Rong ordered his men to bring up the zombie they captured earlier that afternoon. The guard immediately saluted and replied, Right away, Mr. Rong. Right after that, a massive, mutated zombie was dragged out, constantly thrashing and growling in anger. Two guards tightly gripped the heavy iron chains, while the monster struggled like crazy, making the metal clank violently with every movement. Li Haobo let out a wicked, twisted laugh and shouted, Quick, bring my special iron cage over here right now. Inside the cage were beautiful young girls, their necks locked in heavy metal collars. Every single one of them looked completely hopeless, weeping silently in total despair without uttering a single word. Li Haobo smiled with sadistic pleasure and picked up a metal bell, ringing it aggressively. The moment those poor girls heard the ringing, they flinched violently as if shocked by electricity. Terrified, they began slamming themselves against the bars in a desperate panic to escape. Li Haobo just leaned back, tossing the bell aside with a sickening, perverted grin. Suddenly, the twisted young master stood up and walked closer. Now watch closely. He stood in front of the cage, hands on his hips, enjoying their sheer terror with a completely crazed, psychotic expression on his face. He gestured to two nearby guards, one massive brute and one skinny scoundrel, who both walked over with devious smirks. Li Haobo shoves a key into a skinny hand and commands, Open it, quick. Next, he quickly unlocks the massive padlock, and they get ready to drag the bound zombie right into the waiting cage. The first thing that small guy does is remove the zombie's muzzle, and it instantly snarls, baring its razor-sharp teeth at him. Li Haobo barks out orders. You two, hold it tight until we unlock its shackles and shove it into the cage. Right then, a man suddenly drops to one knee and begs, Young Master Li, this is just too cruel. Please let those poor girls go. Forgive him, young master. His name is Wang Dahu, a new recruit after last night's guard died. He is strong, but his head is not right. Now pay attention here. The young master ignores the plea, glaring down at the kneeling man with pure annoyance. Are you trying to teach me? But the guard keeps his head low, begging, Please, young master, spare them. Meanwhile, his terrified coworker is shaking in absolute fear, stuttering out, I do not dare. I am sorry, I was wrong. Please spare my life, young master. Hearing this, Li Haobo approaches the kneeling guard with an incredibly sadistic grin. No one challenges my authority and gets away with it. Laughing evilly, he snaps at his men. Wang Dahu, is it? Think you can fight? Hey, hold him down right now. Instantly, two thugs pin Wang Dahu to the ground, while a third winds up and throws a massive punch straight at his face. But Wang Dahu firmly stands his ground and easily blocks the strike. Over in the distance, Rongjan watches him do this and smirks with absolute interest, thinking how impressive it is. Meanwhile, the attacker is completely frozen, unable to break free from Wang Dahu's iron grip. As Wang Dahu stands tall and rolls up his sleeves, The thug breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he was completely overpowered. Embarrassed and angry, the thug plots his revenge, thinking, "You made me look like a fool. Now you pay with your life." He barks to his allies, "Come help me kill him. Trust me, things are about to get really wild." Let's jump in as a big bully mocks him. "Hey, Black Star, aren't you supposed to be super strong lately?" The short guy joins in on the mockery. "Yeah, how did a completely untrained rookie guard manage to throw you down like that?" Deep down, they're realizing Wang Dahu is no joke, and they absolutely cannot let Mr. Wrong favor him. Immediately, two guys grab Wang Dahu by the arms, pin him down, and Black Star seizes the chance to throw a punch. The brutal punch makes Wang Dahu spit blood, and the mob proceeds to beat him mercilessly without holding back a bit. Suddenly, Li Halbo yells out, telling them not to kill him, and Black Star immediately obeys his master's order. With a cruel smirk, he sneers. He wanted to protect those women, right? Make him watch them die with his own eyes. His lackeys instantly praise his cruelty, shouting that the master sure knows how to put on a show, before forcing Wang Dahu right up to the cage to watch. Over on the other side, one of them unties a locked-up zombie, and the three of them use rods to shove it inside the cage. As soon as the beast spots the terrified women inside the cage, its eyes gleam with pure, hungry desire. Saliva continuously drips from the monster's mouth as it keeps staring greedily at its helpless prey. It immediately pounces, tearing into the neck of a nearby girl. The helpless women are already completely paralyzed with fear, unable to even scream as they get eaten alive. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu is pinned down outside with his mouth covered, forced to watch silently. Right now, you and I can feel his pure helplessness as tears stream down his face and his body trembles. Wang Dahu gritted his teeth, refusing to make a single sound. The soldiers finally let go of him. Kneeling on the cold ground, he didn't even have the strength left to resist or beg for mercy anymore. Suddenly, Li Halbo ordered, "Throw this Wang Dahu into the cage too. Isn't he supposed to be some kind of big strong guy? I want to see who wins between him and a zombie." Hearing this, the soldiers felt terrified inside. Yet they quickly showered him with fake praise. "Young Master Li is truly something else. You sure know how to have fun. There's no way we could ever come up with a brutal game like this." Heixing agreed with that same fake smile. Deep down, the soldiers were unsettled. Even in an apocalypse, treating human lives like absolute garbage felt completely twisted. The guards dragged Wang Dahu up. His face was a mask of total despair, completely giving up on fighting back. They dragged him over and yanked the iron cage door wide open. Hearing the metallic clank of the cage, the zombie inside, who was still gnawing on the girl's severed limbs, suddenly whipped its head around. Seconds later, they threw Wang Dahu headfirst straight into the cage. Now, pay attention here, because this zombie grins with pure hunger at its fresh prey. Spotting that terrifying smile, Wang Dahu freezes in shock. Staring at the massive beast slowly closing in, he kneels helplessly on the floor. Tears stream down his face as he thinks of his mother. "Mom, I won't make it back to take care of you anymore." But suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, filled with a burning refusal to die. Wang Dahu mutters to himself, "No, I can't die here. My mother is still waiting for me at home." Summoning every ounce of strength, he leaps to his feet. Keeping his eyes locked onto the zombie, he charges forward without a second thought, landing a devastating punch right onto the creature's face. Immediately after, he wraps his arms tightly around the beast's waist. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he slams the zombie back against the iron bars. The monster is forced backward under his desperate strength. But suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. The zombie's sharp claws have pierced right through Wang Dahu's side. His vision starts to blur as his strength rapidly drains. Driven wild by the fresh blood, the zombie begins viciously tearing at his back. Watching the bloodshed from outside, Li Halbo laughs in sick excitement. Blood pours from Wang Dahu's mouth. Ignoring the pain, he delivers one final, desperate punch that slams the zombie's head hard against the cage. Clutching his bleeding side, he gasps heavily for air. As the zombie finally collapses, Wang Dahu also falls flat onto the ground, completely exhausted. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, "Mom, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I should have listened to you." You and I can see Rong Jun watching this silently from afar. He closes his eyes with a sigh. Seeing Wang Dahu motionless, the soldiers think to themselves that the threat is finally gone, with one of them whispering, "Man, he died way too fast." Suddenly, his dead body begins to mutate, dark veins bulging all over his twitching skin. Wang Dahu's eyes snap open, instantly turning into the pitch-black void of a zombie. Lin Ziluo, still watching the chaos from the shadows, knows his chance has arrived. Wearing a cold smirk, he begins executing his plan. Sneaking up silently like a ghost, he slides behind a nearby guard, presses a sharp blade to his throat, and ends him instantly. After quickly slipping on the dead guard's jacket, another soldier walks up, asking, "Hey Adi, what are you doing over here?" Lin Ziluo replies smoothly, "I saw some guy slacking off, so I just came over to wake him up." Hearing this, the fat guard yawns and grumbles, "Man, this is so annoying. The captains are inside having a blast while we're stuck out here on guard duty." Just then, two other guards approach, chatting and complaining to each other. "Exactly. We spent all last night cleaning up, and we don't even get to rest during the day. They really treat us like absolute garbage," the other says bitterly. "You've got it easy. I haven't slept in over 20 hours. If they really care about safety, why don't they guard the place themselves?" Seizing the perfect opportunity, Lin Ziluo chimes in. "To be honest, they don't care about us. We're just cannon fodder to them." But then, the fat guard behind him narrows his eyes, asking, "Wait, Adi, since when did you get this tall?" Hearing this, Lin Ziluo realizes his cover is blown, but he just offers a cold, calm smile. Nearby, a pile of dead bodies lies scattered across the ground. Fools who learn secrets they shouldn't know don't deserve to keep living anyway. Arriving at the gruesome scene, Lin Ziluo spots the corpses on the ground, then notices one last survivor desperately running away. Moving like a shadow, Lin Ziluo quickly catches up and presses a cold blade to his neck. But just as he strikes, the guard manages to fire a loud signal flare into the sky. Moving with blinding speed, Lin Ziluo throws his dagger, slicing through the flare and forcing it back down. As it thuds onto the dirt, he casually walks over, picking up the flare and drawing his blade back. He mutters, "Good thing I studied the Li family's weapons in my past life, or this would have been tricky." And right here, you and I can see the system notification finally popping up. Stick with me, you are about to see our main character begin his bloody path of revenge against the elite Li family as a deadly quest is officially triggered. Right then, a brief description popped up on his quest screen. Yazi's vengeance. Every single debt must be repaid. No one who harms the host will ever walk away from this alive. Tonight, the host will become the Grim Reaper, harvesting every single living soul inside the Li family estate. To complete this, he must eliminate all 26 people within the compound. Rewards include a lucky draw for a common cheat power, 1 bronze tier equipment, and a 12-hour time limit. Will the host agree to accept this mission? With a cold smirk, Lin Ziluo immediately clicked to accept. "This is perfect. Li Haobo, you just gave me another fantastic reason to put you in the ground." Once accepted, the system prompted him again. Quest accepted. Yazi's vengeance has begun. The vengeance barrier is now officially active. If any of the 26 targets try to flee the estate, the host will instantly track the runner's exact location. Wishing the host a successful mission, he immediately clicked on the vengeance barrier button. The description popped up. Just using this toy on someone would torturously drive them straight to their grave. He recalled that in his previous life, this item was once used during the war between Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation. Vengeance barrier. A high-tier item capable of preventing targets from escaping a designated zone. Should anyone manage to slip past the barrier, the user can easily pinpoint their location for at least an entire month. In his past life, after the Dragon Nation deployed this barrier in the capital of Sakura Nation, they relentlessly hunted down the escapees for days on end, giving them absolutely no room to breathe. Lin Ziluo rubbed his chin, planning to make a nation cry out for their mothers with this setup. Now watch closely. He smiled curiously at the looming villa, ready to seize this golden opportunity to test just how sensitive this legendary item really is. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. "Congratulations on starting the quest, wishing the host a highly successful hunt." Then, the notifications started rolling in rapidly. Kill count 7, kill count 8, kill count 9. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo was completely baffled. What is going on? I haven't even made a move yet, so why are they dying? Without wasting a single second, he dashed toward the building, determined to investigate what was happening and avoid any surprises. Meanwhile, inside the henchman's quarters, several young women lay scattered across the cold floor, completely devoid of life. "Hey, crocodile, what are you doing? You just played the last woman to death." The bald guy quickly chuckled, saying, "Sorry, I went a bit too hard. I broke her spine by accident, leaving the boys with one less toy to play with." They groaned, complaining that they had nothing left to entertain themselves, when a dark, eerie voice echoed from the shadows. Then why not play with me? The two men froze in shock, while Rongzhan instantly raised his head, scanning the room with intense vigilance. You and I both know that voice. It kept whispering from the void. Play with me, play with me, play, play. Rongzhan stood up, bracing himself as he prepared for a deadly fight. Rongzhan felt a wave of anxiety, realizing he had never encountered anyone who could radiate such overwhelming bloodlust before even showing their face. Compared to this guy, his own aura was completely outmatched. Li Haobo collapsed onto the floor in sheer terror, screaming hysterically without stopping. He is here. He is really here to kill me. The butler quickly pulled him up, trying to calm him down. Calm down, young master. With the mercenaries and Mr. Rong here, you will be safe. Hearing this, his panic slightly eased. Yes, Uncle Rong, kill them all. Rongzhan scanned the area coldly, calling out, I do not know your purpose here, brother, but can we sit down and talk? In his heart, he was extremely cautious. Breaking in here meant the intruder had already dismantled all their elaborate traps outside. Rongzhan analyzed the situation, but he still could not make sense of it. Those guards outside were highly capable fighters, yet they were wiped out so easily. Is this intruder a human, a god, or an entire elite squad? Still completely cloaked in stealth, Lin Ziluo spoke up. I may be human, but starting right now, I am the god of death coming for your souls. Hearing this, he instantly signaled his subordinates. They fanned out, guarding every corner with high alert, when suddenly, a small object was lobbed into the room, rolling across the floor. The device hummed with a strange noise before emitting a blinding flash, instantly illuminating the entire darkened room with overwhelming brightness. Agonizing screams erupted. Ah, my eyes. Am I blind? What on earth is this? Am I going to die? Somebody save me, help. Amidst the chaos, a set of silent footsteps glided right toward them. Lin Ziluo slipped in and out of the room with absolute ease, immediately pivoting to hunt down his next targets. Sharp stone spikes erupted violently from the ground, impaling the screaming henchmen on the spot. As they cried in agony, screams echoed everywhere as a sword flew through the air. Trust me, you and I are about to see this slaughter reach its peak. All right, you and I are about to watch Lin Ziluo pop up right behind Rongzhan, who instantly senses the danger. Rongzhan spots a strange object rolling across the floor. Seconds later, boom! Explosions shake the room, filling the air with thick smoke. Gripping his sword, he turns to walk away. But suddenly, Lin Ziluo pauses as he senses a strange presence. As the smoke clears, Rongzhan is still standing, completely dazed by the sheer destruction and slash marks covering the room. Another subordinate anxiously complains, saying they lost so many men to a ghost of an enemy they can't even see. This assassin is a monster who aims to slaughter everyone, including the young master and their employer. He screams out in sheer terror. That spinning blade of his keeps rotating, wiping out our strongest men like Panda, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Rongzhan immediately cuts him off, shouting that he only wants to know exactly how many soldiers are still able to fight. The subordinate replies that besides the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, only 66 men are left, with 10 severely injured and a dozen still recovering their strength. Hearing this, Li Haobo explodes in absolute rage, screaming, "Who did this? Who dared to ruin my master plan and destroy my fun like this?" He orders, "Uncle Rong, you must avenge me. Tear him to shreds until absolutely nothing is left of him. Not a single piece." Rongzhan grits his teeth, his face burning with intense fury. He turns to the butler, saying, "Uncle Zhao, take the young master and skinny monkey to hide in the secret passage. My men and I will hold off that assassin out front." The butler nods, warning him that the killer hasn't left yet and is actively watching their every move. Rongzhan places a hand on the butler's shoulder to reassure him, while the old man stands there in deep thought. Watching from the shadows, Lin Ziluo smirks, realizing that this unassuming old butler is actually a hidden powerhouse. He looks up at his system panel, showing the quest to eliminate everyone inside the Li family estate. They did exactly what we expected, splitting up to protect the young master. But watch closely, Lin Ziluo plans to quickly wipe out the remaining guards first. Lin Ziluo taps a button on his system window, instantly displaying all of their secret files, basic profiles, and even the mercenary leader's close combat credentials. Title: Zombie Cat Hand, Level 5. The butler Zhao Qiguang is listed as Level 2, with no current special title. He is quite impressed. Rongzhan has already managed to obtain 3 pieces of bronze tier gear in such a short time. Suddenly, a voice booms out. demanding that the assassin show his face instead of hiding like a total coward. Lin Ziluo just chuckles softly. Nice try stalling for time so the young master can escape, but I am absolutely not letting you have your way. He quickly opens up his system inventory once again. He prepares to use the zombie cat summoning horn, which allows him to mentally target enemies and control the creature directly with his mind. The summoned zombie cat inherits 60% of his base attributes, instantly appearing on the ground right in front of him. Lin Ziluo smoothly draws a throwing knife and hurls it straight upward, shattering the ceiling light with perfect precision. The darkness sends the room into a panic. Then, out of nowhere, blood begins spraying everywhere as they get sliced up. Rongzhan and his remaining guards look around in sheer panic. The zombie cat leaps from the shadows, tearing into a guard's throat. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo effortlessly wipes out the rest of the survivors. You and I both know they didn't stand a chance. Now, only dead bodies litter the floor. When Lin Ziluo turns around, his status window pops up, but his personal details remain completely hidden. Rongzhan panics, screaming in complete disbelief, because he cannot read any of the assassin's basic stats or level, completely losing his patience. The boss roars out, demanding to know who this monster is. Yet, Lin Ziluo remains dead silent, staring back. The remaining enemies are furious, yet none of them dare to make a move. Lin Ziluo secretly looks down on them. Their skills are trash, their stats are pathetic, and they completely lack the calm composure they will have years later. Tesk, the higher your expectations, the bigger the disappointment. Lin Ziluo turns around, his face hidden behind a menacing mask. Are you done looking? Let me show you what true despair means. He lunges forward instantly. Lin Ziluo easily tears through the remaining guards, blitzing past them to stand right in front of Rongzhan. Now, they are face to face. Caught completely off guard, Rongzhan's face twists in terror as his entire body begins to tremble, paralyzed with fear. With a loud thud, Rongzhan collapses. Lin Ziluo immediately turns to his undead cat, ordering it to track down Li Haobo. He checks his system radar, mapping out the surroundings with a cold chuckle. Those runners haven't even escaped the estate grounds yet. Lin Ziluo steps on Rongzhan's shoulder, mocking him to move. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this epic hunt end. Alright, let's dive into his desperate, completely defeated reply. My Miaosha mercenaries are completely wiped out. Am I even worthy of being called their leader anymore? Lin Ziluo smiles coldly, thinking to himself that standing right in front of him, slaughtering his men, destroying his life's work, and crushing his tiny resistance is the best feeling. This is the ultimate form of revenge. Suddenly, Rongzhan lifts his head and screams, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Tell me, or I will never rest in peace." He just smiles down at him, mocking, "Die without resting in peace? You really think you deserve that luxury?" Hearing this, Rongzhan is utterly confused. Now watch closely as Lin Ziluo slowly flips his dagger, making Rongzhan scramble back in absolute, helpless terror. And just like that, Lin Ziluo sends him straight to hell. Staring at the lifeless body on the floor, he smiles and sighs. I still clearly remember your face on the day you ground me into the dirt, calling me a worthless bug, a pathetic orphan, and a useless trash who dared to shamelessly challenge the mighty authority of the Li family. Lin Ziluo is incredibly petty here, relentlessly stomping on Rongzhan's lifeless body just to vent his anger. Also, thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson. Before you kill someone, do not waste time talking. Just get the job done and avoid useless chatter. See? Is not it nice chatting with me while lying there? The man lies in a massive pool of blood, his mouth wide open, eyes frozen in pure terror. Now, that is what I call dying with your eyes open. Turning away, Lin Ziluo continues with his plan. With Rongzhan dead, the Li family has lost one of their strongest arms, making them much easier to deal with later. He walks over to the door and pushes it open. Lin Ziluo calmly steps out of the room after the brutal massacre concludes. Meanwhile, in another room, Li Haobo's group is hiding. Holding his head in absolute panic, he asks his butler, "Uncle Zhao, they won't find us here, right?" The old man quickly reassures him, "Of course not. Master Rongzhan will handle those pests easily. Don't worry, young master." Suddenly, a chilling human silhouette appears right on the door. Li Haobo gasps, his face turning completely pale with fear. As heavy pounding echoes relentlessly from the outside, Li Haobo screams in panic, "It must be Lin Ziluo's men. They found us. He killed Yao Xinghan, and now he is coming for me." The butler tries to calm him down. "Young master, do not panic. We sent others to the secret passage. He will never expect us to hide here. He grits his teeth in pure rage, wondering how that bastard discovered his secret connection to Yao Xinghan and where he found such powerful assassins. Seeing his panic, the butler guesses, could they be the elite guards Lin Jian secretly left behind for Lin Ziluo? Hearing this, Li Haobo turns around in panic and says, that is impossible. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family completely wiped out the entire Lin family. He could not have any survivors left. Remembering that face, he screams, if that chief had not insisted on sparing one bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would be dead by now. Outside, Lin Ziluo looks at the dented steel door that refuses to budge. Feeling slightly annoyed, he suddenly realizes everything. So that is how it is. Li Haobo's terrified screams continue to echo frantically from inside the locked room. That is Lin Ziluo. I am not wrong. It is his voice. How could he get in here? How did he even find this place? Hearing this, Lin Ziluo sighs. So, you and I can see he was their target since the very beginning. His eyes grow incredibly cold and sharp. It turns out his past holds far more secrets than he ever imagined. Through the heavy door, Li Haobo hysterically gloats, Lin Ziluo, let me tell you, you should have died by my hands. I should have just killed you myself right from the very start. No longer staying silent, he calls out, I am actually quite curious. Who exactly is this Lin Jian? And what did you mean by the Li family wiping out the Lin family? He laughs crazily, mockingly throwing back. Haha, you pathetic orphan. You don't even know your own father's name? Serves you right. Then, Li Haobo starts to explain. Back then, Lin Jian was promoted to work alongside my father, but he kept reporting him, completely ruining our family's lifelong business. Just for that, your entire family deserved to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, the butler steps in front to shield his young master. From behind, Li Haobo continues his desperate, mocking taunts. If not for that chief's useless orders, would a bastard survivor like you even be alive? I am curious too. Where did you get these thugs? Otherwise, just by yourself, any guard I sent could have easily killed you. Loud, heavy slamming sounds continue to shake the door. Outside, Lin Ziluo calmly replies, nothing you say is going to save you now, because whether you talk or not, I will make sure the entire Li family is completely wiped out. Hearing this, Li Haobo laughs with utter contempt. You think you can destroy us? You don't know your place. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the door. The solid door is kicked wide open by Lin Ziluo. Now, you and I are about to see this butler throw his final punch. All right, watch closely as that attack completely misses. Lin Ziluo dodges easily, but then, a zombie cat suddenly opens its fangs and lunges forward. The butler reacts instantly, swatting the cat away. Meanwhile, the 30-minute summon countdown has finally run out. As the system window pops up, he smirks, thinking his timing was absolutely perfect, down to the last second. Lin Ziluo reaches for his stealth mask, pulling it off with a smug grin. Seeing his face, the old butler flies into a pure rage. You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin from earlier was you too? It was just you this entire time? Li Haobo panics, screaming, Lin Ziluo, it really is you. Meanwhile, the butler stands there, completely shocked and unable to believe his eyes. This is impossible. Someone who defeated Rongzhan and snuck into this manor cannot be a kid like you. How could a brat do all this? Lin Ziluo decides to explain because this old school fool will never survive the apocalypse anyway. In this apocalyptic game, surviving the 7-day trial is everything. Your decades of martial arts training are useless against a random street zombie. Li Haobo stumbles back in terror, crying that it cannot be true. How did Lin Ziluo get this powerful? The young man sneers, raising his blade, saying one of me is more than enough to slaughter you all. His first target? None other than the shocked butler. Now, this is where it gets intense. The butler barely reacts, desperately raising both hands to block the strike, groaning as he is pushed back. Oh, Lin Ziluo actually smiles, quite impressed by the old butler's quick reflexes and defensive strength. A blow like that would have easily taken down someone like Rongzhan instantly. Cornered and desperate, the butler realizes he has to unleash his trump card, slamming his hand hard against the nearby wall. His clothes shred instantly, revealing a massive layer of raw, bulging muscles. But Lin Ziluo just raises his blade again, completely unfazed. The butler yells in confusion, asking if he has any martial honor, only to be met with absolute contempt. I hold all the cards now. So do I really need your permission? Or maybe the permission of your long-dead ancestors? Unleashing a double slash, Lin Ziluo hurls his blades forward, one of them digging deep into the butler's shoulder. The weapon then spins violently, slicing right behind him. It tears another deep wound into his shoulder, completely paralyzing that entire arm. Unable to accept reality, the butler screams, questioning how 50 years of hard training could be crushed so quickly. Gritting his teeth, he charges forward in denial, but a sudden shockwave erupts, catching the old man completely off guard. With blinding speed, Lin Ziluo lunges and drives his blade straight into the man's neck, whispering that only a dead enemy brings true peace of mind. The lifeless butler collapses onto the floor. Lin Ziluo sighs, pitying his foolishness for trying to rely on outdated martial arts in the middle of a brutal apocalypse. He turns on his heel, slowly walking away. You and I both know that in the apocalypse, if you don't adapt to the times and only rely on old tricks, death is the only option. By now, Li Haobei is frozen on the ground, his eyes rolled back as he faints, leaving Lin Ziluo completely speechless at his cowardice. But he won't let him off that easily. Lin Ziluo raises his sharp sword and drives it straight into the coward's leg. Shocked awake, the boy shrieks in agony, clutching his bleeding leg as he screams at the top of his lungs. Lin Ziluo mocks him, asking if he's done playing dead. He drives the blade into his thigh again. Li Haobei wails in agonizing pain, screaming that his father will make him pay for this. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo just smiles coldly, slowly twisting the sword deeper inside the wound. Li Haobei crawls backward in terror, begging, "Please just kill me. Just end my life right now." The main character sneers, "Of course, I will kill you, but thanks for the reminder, because I almost forgot something." He pulls a rusted, completely blunt knife from his system inventory, giving him a terrifyingly sadistic, cruel smile. A dull knife hurts the most. He slowly presses the jagged blade right against the boy's trembling skin. The blunt blade struggles to cut, making him scream. Smiling innocently, Lin Ziluo apologizes, saying the knife is just too dull to pierce easily. My bad, my bad. Meanwhile, Li Haobei sits crying on the ground, shivering in pure terror. With a sudden shout, he swings the weapon, plunging it deep into his hand. "This stab is for me," he says, as another agonizing scream echoes. He pulls the knife out to aim somewhere else. "And this one is for the 10 years of hell I endured, running and hiding, constantly living on the edge of death. Sadly, this pain is not even a fraction of mine," and as we leave him there, he looks up utterly confused. "All right, you and I are about to watch Li Haobei panic as he stumbles backward, screaming, 10 years? What 10 years? I only started planning your torture 3 years ago." Lin Ziluo hears this and simply gives a cold, silent smile before driving the blade straight into the man's shoulder. "This strike is for myself," Lin Ziluo smiles, twisting the blade upward. "And this one is just because it is fun." Hearing that, the terrified man stammers, trying to stop him. But Lin Ziluo only responds with a cruel, ruthless grin. Plunging the blade directly into Li Haobei's chest, Lin Ziluo says, "This is for the Lin family. Even if I never met them, taking revenge is my duty." Pulling the knife out, he adds, "Now, these next ones are not for anyone. I am doing this simply because it makes me happy," as he stabs him repeatedly. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the iron pliers are ready. Lin Ziluo immediately switches his weapon for a pair of heavy iron pliers. Watching this, Li Haobei backs away in terror and stammers, "What are you doing?" Lin Ziluo just scoffs and mockingly replies, "You should really thank yourself, because you actually invented this torture method. Your hands have ruined countless lives, so I have to praise you for your brilliant talent. When it comes to torturing others, you are truly gifted." Li Haobei's face pales with pure terror as he stammers. Could he really be using my own ideas? But watch closely here. Before he can even finish that thought, Lin Ziluo plunges the weapon down, instantly muffling his agonizing scream as blood splatters everywhere. "No, please." Piercing screams echo through the locked room as Lin Ziluo relentlessly extracts vengeance for his past life. By now, the man's face is completely pale and lifeless, his broken body limp. Looking down with sheer contempt, Lin Ziluo stands over Li Haobei and asks, "What is wrong? Done already? In my past life, you invented countless tortures and killed so many. What I am doing to you now is not even 1% of what you inflicted on others." Finally, smiling with absolute relief, he says, "Whatever, look at you, half dead. Torturing you further is no longer fun. It is just a pity I could not use all of your sick inventions on you." Lin Ziluo stabs him a few more times, chuckling as he asks, "You are not just faking it, are you?" Finally, he stands up and leaves Li Haobei alone, muttering to himself, "All right, I probably overestimated him. Even with his acting skills, he could never fake being in this state. Well, breaking his spirit like this shows he has hit his limit. Standing up, Lin Ziluo turns away, makes a hand sign, and unleashes his explosive dual slash. A strange light suddenly flashes on his neck. Lin Ziluo quickly pulls out his umbrella to shield himself. Droplets of blood suddenly rain down, splattering heavily against the umbrella. As he turns away coldly, a massive explosion erupts behind him, blowing Li Haobo to pieces. At this point, you and I can appreciate how the peaceful moonlight shines elegantly over the silent clock tower. Standing on the high balcony, Lin Ziluo looks up and admires the view, remarking that the Li family villa is truly stunning. Right then, the system chimes, notifying him that the player Yazi's emotional shift has successfully triggered a unique talent called the Heart of Vengeance. Hearing this, he gasps in surprise. Lin Ziluo stares at the text in confusion. Heart of Vengeance? He wonders if his talent has actually just been awakened. Instantly, Lin Ziluo taps the notification to check, and a massive system window pops up. The prompt explains that talents and talent skills in this apocalyptic game are not the same. Skills can be learned through skill books. However, talents are purely based on one's attributes, state of mind, experiences, abilities, and various other personal factors. Once a player reaches the matching requirements, the talent will trigger automatically. While skills rely on learning from books, awakening a talent requires raw strength and luck. Next, the system details the unique Heart of Vengeance. The legendary Yazi always pays back grudges, gaining immense power and attributes against his enemies. Once you mark a target as an enemy, your attributes will scale up based on your hatred. The deeper the grudge, the higher the boost, up to a maximum of 20% of your base attributes. Seeing this, Lin Ziluo rubs his chin and grins at the unexpected reward. He never expected the Heart of Vengeance to be this useful, offering up to a 20% base stat increase. Reflecting on his progress, he marvels at how his base stats in this apocalyptic game are already insanely high, and with this talent, they will skyrocket even further. Lin Ziluo smiles with delight. This is a scalable talent, making it an absolute jackpot for him. At the same time, smaller system windows begin popping up with notifications. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Li family estate, completing the quest Yazi's Retribution. Congratulations on earning a random draw for a common cheat and 1 bronze tier equipment. The prompt asks, would the host like to draw now? He immediately taps the draw button. Suddenly, a treasure chest materializes as the system processes the draw for a piece of bronze tier equipment. Trust me, you and I will want to see what this winged, heart-shaped item can do. Alright, you and I are starting with our host pulling a bronze tier little demon staff. This bronze tier little demon staff is perfect for mages, boosting magic power and skill damage by 5%, casting speed by 5%, and spirit recovery by a massive 20%. Lin Ziluo looks at it and sighs, realizing this little toy is completely useless to him. Still, he taps the button to store it, knowing it is a top-tier item for mages that he can sell on the market later to make a neat profit. Next, he starts sorting through his inventory once again. This automatic loot cheat is way too overpowered, so he never has to worry about missing gear, though he has to admit this game's player-killing mechanic is brutally twisted. Thinking back to earlier, Lin Ziluo analyzes the apocalyptic game rules. If you kill someone, their storage space vanishes entirely, meaning you can never loot the items hidden inside. Players can only physically search corpses to find any useful gear. Lin Ziluo had thoroughly searched Rongzhan's body earlier, but now he has another golden opportunity to scavenge some more loot. Once everyone figures out this brutal death mechanic later on, there simply won't be any easy targets left for him to loot. It is the game's way of discouraging players from mindlessly killing others for easy loot. Now the items appear: Rongzhan's leftover gear, including some wrist guards and a purification necklace. Now pay attention to this purification necklace. Let's check its stats together to see if it's actually any good. The purification necklace is a bronze tier item that boosts his spirit attribute and grants an active cleanse skill, instantly wiping away any negative status effects he might suffer. This includes petrification, stuns, and sleep, with a 12-hour cooldown. After reviewing the basic stats, Lin Ziluo realizes this necklace is actually worse than his meditation one, but that active skill is an absolute lifesaver on the battlefield. The other two are useless, so he tosses them into storage. Done with his chores, he breathes a sigh of relief. Turning to the empty air, Lin Ziluo tells the system to roll a common cheat draw. The interface pops up, showing 12 points, and begins drawing his new common cheat code. Instantly, the system confirms that the common draw is complete, and a familiar congratulatory notification rings out once more. Congratulations, host, on drawing the common cheat code. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. Absolute Enslavement Level 1. You can enslave one zombie to become your servant. Though its power cannot exceed the host, the enslaved zombie will absolutely obey your every command. You control everything, and it will lay down its life to guarantee your safety. Note, the zombie will get its own player stat panel, allowing it to grow alongside you and access certain player privileges. Once the designated zombie dies, this cheat code's functionality will disappear entirely. You and I both know how broken this is. Lin Ziluo can't even believe it and pinches his cheek. He never heard of absolute enslavement in his past life, so this feels like a dream. But the pain is real talk about a massive stroke of luck. Lin Ziluo smiles as he realizes that if this zombie is totally loyal to him, he will never have to do any of the tedious dirty work ever again. Ever since Yao Jinghan betrayed him, he has trusted absolutely no one, but a loyal, hardworking zombie companion might actually help heal those deep emotional scars. Suddenly, an idea flashes by, and he seriously asks the system what new benefits he will gain if he upgrades this absolute enslavement cheat. A notification pops up showing that upgrading absolute enslavement increases the number of zombies he can control by 1 extra slot per level. Childhood memories of screaming suddenly rush back to him. He snaps out of it and shakes his head quickly. No, not yet, but he wonders what level he needs to reach for that stage, requiring some deep research. What kind of zombie should he enslave? Future zombie kings would be awesome, but will they still grow the same way after being enslaved? Well, whatever, he can figure that out later. In his past life, he heard the Li family's basement was packed with treasure, so he immediately heads down to check it out. Click. The door swings open to reveal a mountain of blinding gold and jewels, but he merely frowns, casually grabbing a heavy gold bar and throwing it aside. In this apocalypse, gold is completely worthless. You cannot even use it as toilet paper, making it utterly useless. Scanning the room, his eyes lock onto a few portrait paintings hanging nearby. He remembers these portraits have a hidden purpose later, though he cannot recall the details, so he casually sweeps them all into his inventory. Next, he spots a weapon rack, where a jewel-encrusted dagger catches his eye, proving the Li family loved showing off their gaudy wealth. After clearing the place out, Ziluo happily whistles as he leaves. Wandering the Li estate, he realizes that across 2 lifetimes, he has never slept in a luxury villa like this, so he decides to crash here tonight. He picks a room and opens the door. And trust me, you're going to want to see who's waiting in the dark. All right, stick with me here. Ziluo's heart stops. There is no way anyone survived in here. He shines his flashlight, illuminating a massive chained-up zombie. Right away, the system's status panel pops up. A level 4 zombie with 25 strength, 26 constitution, and 18 agility, boosted at night. Its epic talent, innate Herculean strength, means its power scales with its level. Plus, any strength-based gear or items in your hands will become way more effective. Even better, using skills only drains your stamina, keeping your mental energy untouched. Its skill, All-Out Strike, concentrates all power into one fist to deal damage equal to its strength stat. Ziluo's eyes light up, absolutely thrilled. This zombie is ridiculously strong. With that nighttime buff, it is basically on par with a bronze tier boss. What a crazy coincidence. He just obtained an absolute domination command, and now this beast falls right into his lap. Suddenly, the zombie snaps its head up. Its blood-red eyes stare right at him. An oddly peaceful silence stretches out between them. Watch this part closely. Ziluo breaks the silence, asking, "Big bro, I am human. You are a zombie. Shouldn't you be biting me?" At that exact moment, the system screen flashes, showing that this zombie's mental energy stat is a measly 3. Ziluo facepalms. No wonder its mental stat is only 3. Out in human society, this guy would be considered severely mentally disabled. But then he chuckles. Well, that is definitely unique. System, with this zombie's stats being so high, can I choose to enslave it? The system replies, yes. It explains that due to its terrible mental stat, its overall power is still lower than its master's. Ziluo falls deep into thought. Man, this zombie is actually amazing. I really want its epic talent, but that low mental stat is a bummer. He makes his decision. Alright system, I want to enslave this zombie. Then he shrugs. Whatever, being a bit dumb is fine. Dumber means he will actually listen. The system asks for final confirmation. Is the master sure he wants to use level 1 absolute enslavement on this zombie? Ziluo chooses yes without hesitation. A crimson light engulfs the zombie as it struggles violently. Ziluo's eyes widen in absolute shock. Is this thing actually trying to resist? But the struggle lasts for only a split second. The zombie's face immediately reverts back to its original blank, goofy expression. I know what you're thinking, is that it? Ziluo is stunned. He wonders, is it too late to get a refund? Before he can finish his thought, the system chimes. Enslavement successful. Please name your brand new zombie. This naming task is a headache. Ziluo scratches his head, looking at the massive, powerful beast with epic talent and insane strength. He blurs out, let's call you Big Dummy. The system immediately registers the name successfully as Big Dummy. Congratulations on taming Big Dummy. He will obey your every command and protect his master's safety, even if it costs his life. Level 1 Absolute Enslavement has bound Big Dummy. Generating a player analysis panel for the target. Player Big Dummy. Level 4. Experience. 32 out of 50. Reputation data is lost and cannot be opened. Gold coins, none. None. Inventory data is lost and cannot be accessed. Basic stats. Strength 25. Mental power 3. Constitution 26. Agility 18. Title, none. Talent, innate, Herculean strength. Skill, all-out strike. Equipment, none. A quick warning to the host. Because this panel was forcefully implanted, Big Dummy cannot inherit reputation or storage space, and cannot earn experience from any quests. His leveling method is like a normal zombie's. Killing other zombies rewards gold, with a 1% chance to drop items and gear. Ziluo looks at Big Dummy still locked in the iron cage and happily orders him. Alright, Big Dummy, show me what you got. I do not believe this cage can hold you with those stats. Just as expected, Big Dummy grabs the iron bars. With a simple squeeze, he easily bends them open and calmly steps out. He breaks free and reaches out toward him. Big Dummy just stands there, laughing stupidly. Ziluo sighs. Man, what was I thinking? Why did I overhype this? I actually expected some legendary martial arts move. It is already a miracle that he can understand basic commands. He opens the system panel, equipping leather wrist guards that add 1 constitution and 1 strength. Another notification pops up. Big Dummy's base strength is now 26, mental stat 3, agility 18. Note, this zombie no longer gets nighttime buffs. This is completely expected. Letting out a long yawn, Ziluo turns around to leave. If he kept that nighttime buff on top of these insane stats, it would be way too broken. He waves his hand behind him casually. Hey, Big Dummy, I am going to get some sleep. Just guard the door and do not let anything disturb me. The zombie growls in response. The next morning, Ziluo stretches and opens the door. Right in front of him is the towering figure of Big Dummy, faithfully standing guard. He smiles and says, "Not bad, my friend." Big Dummy laughs happily. Ziluo points down at several dead zombies on the ground, asking, "Wait, you do not eat other corpses?" The big zombie shakes its head vigorously with all its might. He laughs. "You really are one of a kind." Walking to the dining room, you and I are in for a wild ride. Let's dive into this wild tale, where a simple talisman conjures a steaming feast. But as Ziluo picks up his chopsticks, a strange dripping sound echoes. Ziluo turns around to see Big Idiot standing at the door, eyes sparkling and drooling. Ziluo smiles and says, "Hey, why don't you join me for some food? Come on in." Big Idiot nods eagerly. "Get in here, let's eat together." In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen a zombie that skipped human flesh to crave piping hot food. Ziluo points to the chair next to him. "Have a seat." Big Idiot immediately sits down and starts devouring the food. Ziluo rests his chin on his hand, watching. Having someone to share his endless supply cards with was actually great. His original plan was to reach level 5 or 6 before hunting down Li Haobo, but now that he is already level 8, there is no need to grind. Deciding on his next move, he opens the system menu. Looking at his current map, high-tier gear, and Big Idiot's raw power, Ziluo traces the route. Maybe he can go straight for the Phantom class change. His eyes lock onto one specific location on the map, the Shanghai Museum. His next destination to retrieve the class change scroll. Ziluo falls into deep thought, trying to recall his past life. Suddenly, he remembers. The key to the class change is an ancient scroll locked deep inside the Shanghai Museum. Memories of the trial space flood back. Once activated, a player has to clear 3 deadly trials to finally claim the coveted scroll. But keep in mind, if you fail within the time limit, the price is your life. His past life replays in his head like a slow-motion film. Resting his chin, He smiles coldly, remembering how it all started thanks to Li Haobo. Back then, Ziluo and his roommates heard rumors about a treasure in the Shanghai Museum, so they all teamed up to search for it. But halfway there, he froze. He had just received news that his girlfriend, Yao Jinghan, was cheating on him with Li Haobo. Consumed by pure rage, he rushed to confront Li Haobo for revenge, completely unaware that the bastard had already bought off all 3 of his roommates. They tricked him into entering the trial space, plotting for him to fail and die. Yet, he survived and succeeded, though that betrayal scarred him for 10 long years. Thinking about the museum, Ziluo calculates his next move. In his past life, this happened on day 8 of the apocalypse. Since it is only day 4 now, nobody should have set foot in the Shanghai Museum yet. Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiles. Without that obstacle, Li Haobo in his way, things should go much smoother this time. He glances at Big Idiot, who is happily stuffing his face, and an idea strikes him. This guy's zombie look is a bit too obvious. Ah, got it. Moments later, they stand outside the villa gates. Big Idiot is fully wrapped, from head to toe, carrying a massive broadsword over his shoulder. Ziluo nods in approval. Perfect disguise. Outside the Shanghai Museum, however, endless hordes of zombies are roaming everywhere. Now, you and I should watch closely. Slipping into a corner, Ziluo spots signs of intruders and realizes they aren't the first ones here. In a flash, Ziluo lunges forward, taking down 3 zombies all by himself. The system alerts him that he has obtained a single-use bronze-grade item. Opening his inventory, the item analysis panel displays immediately he has just acquired a single-use bronze-tier fireball spell scroll. Once activated, it unleashes a powerful fireball with a fixed amount of destructive energy. The player can either direct the projectile to strike enemies or detonate it manually to deal massive area of effect damage. He smiles, thinking it is quite useful, but suddenly sensing something off. Ziluo whips around, only to find other zombies crowding all over Big Idiot. Hiding behind a wall, Ziluo quietly keeps an eye on Big Idiot. An intriguing realization hits him. Big Idiot does not attack the zombies, and surprisingly, they do not bother him either. This means he can easily sneak up on them for stealth attacks, or even open treasure chests without fighting. Played right, this trick could save them from endless trouble. However, there is a catch to this strategy. Letting Big Idiot open the chests means completely wasting all the experience, points, reputation, and inventory rewards he could have earned. Ziluo decides to play it by ear. Suddenly, memories from his past life spark a new wave of worry. By day 8 of the apocalypse, players had almost cleared this zone out. But right now, on day 4, relying on just the 2 of them is going to be incredibly tough. Ziluo raises his binoculars to carefully scan the movements inside the museum. He mutters to himself. If the scroll were just sitting out, he could have sent Big Idiot inside to grab it. But looking closer, he realizes something is off. Through the lenses, he spots a group of people frantically hand-signaling to one another. Ziluo narrows his eyes, trying to decode the meaning behind their highly unprofessional gestures. It is highly likely that the signs of battle he noticed earlier were left behind by this exact group. A new plan forms in his mind. If they can team up with them, infiltrating the museum will be much easier. Meanwhile, over at the Xiao Runfa shopping mall, inside the Death Club, the atmosphere is incredibly heavy and tense. A man standing on a high platform looks down at the crowd below and shouts, "All right, it is decided. Once we gather 200 players, we will move out. Everyone must bring their own weapons." But this sudden announcement immediately triggers fierce and vocal backlash from the crowd. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if they will stupidly rush right in without waiting. All right, you and I are jumping right into this chaos as jeers erupt. Yeah, we want roasted sheep. Our supply cards ran out long ago. Cao Dong, what are you so relaxed about? Are you trying to starve us to death? You're just gonna steal all our hard-earned supplies. Crack. A brutal slap sends that annoying blonde punk, Blondie, crashing straight to the floor. Ding Ningjing glares at him, snapping, "Blondie, calm down already." He scrambles up, wipes the blood from his mouth, and sneers in a total smart aleck tone. "Listen, Ding Ningjing, don't think you can boss us around just because you got a big iron staff and looted some bronze junk. You can slap me once, sure, but as long as you play nice and listen to me, I might just let it slide. So, care to think about it?" He reaches out to touch her cheek, but Ding Ningjing's face immediately turns pitch black with rage. Gripping her iron staff tight, she spits out coldly, "I know exactly what you're planning, Blondie. Listen to you? Spitting on you is too generous." Overwhelmed with sheer embarrassment and anger, Blondie screams, Whatever, just you wait. I'm being a gentleman and letting you go today. But once I get my chance, I'll mess you up so bad your own mother won't know you." The girl fires right back, shouting, "You think you can play me? Go take a piss and look at your own reflection." What a joke. Loud, mocking laughter erupts from the crowd, leaving Blondie utterly embarrassed and red-faced. Now, watch closely, he grabs a wooden club, snarling. Seeing this, the crowd cheers him on even harder. "Go get her, Blondie. Don't wimp out like a girl. Hey beauty, hit him hard. We want to see how that gorgeous body moves in a fight." Seeing things spiral out of hand, Cao Dong quickly steps in to calm them down, shouting, "Stop fighting. Everyone, listen to me." Right then, a massive crash echoes from the main entrance, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The doors burst open, and Lin Ziluo enters wearing his signature mask, with the massive big dummy towering right behind him. Scanning the room, Lin Ziluo's eyes suddenly freeze. He's totally shocked to recognize someone in the crowd. It's actually that guy. Stepping inside, Ziluo spots a familiar face. He faintly remembers meeting this person back when the scroll was activated in his past life. A girl in a pink outfit snaps in an annoyed voice, "Who the hell are you guys? What do you want?" Instantly, all eyes lock onto Ziluo and Big Dummy. Cao Dong steps forward, acting surprisingly polite this time. "How should I address you, brother? What brings you guys to our death club?" Over in a dark corner, someone silently scans the two strangers. The results leave him in utter shock. Ziluo's profile is completely blank, but the big guy's data pops right up. Nickname, Big Dummy. Level 4, no special title. Honestly, you and I would probably ask the same thing. Who names themselves something like that? Ziluo speaks up, pointing to his companion. "My friend and I saw you guys having quite a party here. We were wondering if we could join your group." Hearing this, Cao Dong's suspicion immediately vanishes, replaced by a warm, welcoming smile. "Want to join our death club? You're more than welcome. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cao Dong, the guild master of the death club." He extends his hand, acting incredibly friendly. Ziluo plays along and shakes it, which actually catches the guild master off guard for a second. Ziluo scratches his head. "Me? I'm Lin Luo." He points to his friend carrying a massive blade. "This is my brother, Big Dummy. He's a bit slow and mute, but he used to work as a rich guy's bodyguard." Cao Dong quickly plays along, grabbing Ziluo's hand with both of his, beaming, "Excellent, Lin Luo. On behalf of our club, I welcome you both." He smirks inwardly, thinking this gullible newbie is going to be incredibly easy to exploit. Ziluo acts his part perfectly, cheering, "Awesome. Now we finally have a real group to back us up." Behind his mask, he's actually smirking too. He can't believe slipping into their ranks was this easy. The three head to a private room to bond. Cao Dong breaks the ice. "Lin Luo, Big Dummy, we really hit it off. Got any hobbies? As your new brother, I'll set you up." Ziluo immediately starts weaving a fake backstory. "Well, big bro, my buddy and I just love fighting. Our absolute biggest goal is getting stronger, so we usually spend our free time out hunting zombies to level up." Cao Dong breaks into a slight sweat, but keeps his cool, offering, "Oh, you want power? I have plenty of skill books. Let me share some." Ziluo senses something fishy about this instant generosity, but he just waves his hands in polite refusal. "Are skill books that cheap?" Cao Dong chuckles, sliding it over. "We're family now. Don't worry about it. Just take it, brother." Looking at the book, Ziluo's mind is absolutely racing. "No way. Is this actually a real skill book? Did I start this life wrong? Trust me. You and I both know players are never this generous." He flips it open, and a card pops out. It's Berserk Rage, a highly sought-after warrior class skill. Let's dive into this wild skill together. Once used, you go totally berserk, losing all consciousness and becoming a mindless beast that attacks any living thing in sight. All stats increase by 20 to 50% depending on your anger level, lasting for a brief 2 minutes. After those 2 minutes, the user enters a state of confusion based on the buff level. The higher the boost, the longer the chaos. The side effects of this skill are massive. Use with extreme caution, twice as careful. After reading, Lin Luo scoffs. He knew there was no free lunch, and losing all consciousness for 2 whole minutes basically makes him a zombie. Besides, how can someone fight at full power without a mind? Seeing his reaction, Cao Dong scratches his cheek with an awkward laugh. "Sure, the drawback is massive," he stammers, desperately trying to salvage the situation. "But these kind of skills can be your absolute lifesaver when you are completely backed into a corner." But in his head, he is thinking, Does this kid seriously think I am an idiot? If it was a good skill book, who would not use it? Who even designed this trash for players? I did not expect this brat to react so fast. Lin Luo closes the book, clasps his hands, and fakes his gratitude, saying he truly appreciates Gao Dong's kindness and really loves the skill book. Thank you, elder brother Gao. Is there anything else you want to say? If not, my buddy and I are heading out to level up. With that, Lin Luo and Big Dumb stand up, preparing to leave. This leaves Gao Dong standing there completely stunned, still trying to figure out if that previous smile was real or fake, until his own voice suddenly blurts out to stop them. Brother Lin? Wait. Lin Luo turns back, asking if anything is wrong, while Gao Dong feels incredibly guilty for giving him a useless skill book. Watch closely as Gao Dong pulls a golden card from his pocket and hands it to Lin Luo. I feel bad about earlier, Brother Lin. Tell you what, I still have a double fried chicken supply voucher. Want to share it? Lin Luo immediately waves his hands to decline, saying he and Big Dumb must go hunt zombies to gain experience. He feels quite awkward, since taking the book already caused him guilt. Taking another supply card now just felt completely wrong to him. But Gao Dong is incredibly sincere, pushing the card right into his hand, telling him to take it and grab whatever he needs from the warehouse without hesitation. Lin Luo has no choice but to accept, thanking his elder brother Gao on behalf of his big buddy. As the duo leaves, Gao Dong stands in his room, waving goodbye and telling brother Lin to reach out whenever they need any help. He smiles, watching their figures fade away, thinking that brother Lin Luo is truly a great guy for not complaining about such a useless skill book. He is a real brother. Now, pay attention here. As soon as Lin Luo and Big Dumb step outside, they run into a hostile group. The leader of the pack walks past with his arms crossed, puffing on a cigarette, not even sparing Lin Luo a single glance. Listen, bro, I am not trying to threaten you, but let me warn you, do not get too close to Gao Dong. He rests a hand on Lin Luo's shoulder, whispering a threat that no matter how strong his buddy is, it won't save them. Without a word, Lin Luo brushes the man's hand off and turns to his giant friend, asking why he is just standing there. Get to work. The gang laughs mockingly as one draws a gun on them, scoffing that being big means nothing when they are only level 4. Let me tell you, every single guy backing me up is level 4. Hearing his cue, Big Dumb simply stomps his foot, causing the ground to shake and crack, leaving everyone frozen in absolute shock. With a single casual swing, Big Dumb sends one of the lackeys flying several meters, coughing up blood as he crashes down. The leader gets knocked flat on his back by the shockwave, while the remaining thugs tremble violently with pale faces. Lin Luo coldly asks if they have anything else to add. Shaking like leaves, the last 2 thugs quickly drop their weapons and raise their hands in surrender, stammering out that they have nothing. Big Dumb quietly steps back behind Lin Luo as onlookers begin whispering in awe, amazed that a single slap could launch a grown man so far. After all, old Jia Dai always wanted to steal Gao Dong's boss position. Could this be a new powerhouse recruited by Gao Dong? Another onlooker speculates that using such a brutal display of force is meant to suppress the rivals and warn everyone else. They have probably imagined dozens of wild scenarios, and honestly, none of them are far-fetched. Gao Dong had appeared behind them, though nobody knows how much he heard, asking what all the noise is about. Do you all have nothing better to do? The guilty crowd immediately shuts up, while one of them sneaks over to whisper the situation to him. Gao Dong glances down at the lifeless body on the floor, tilting his head in sheer disbelief. He still cannot process the fact that Brother Lin and his giant companion actually took out Jia Dai. The informant quickly retells the story, mentioning they don't know the guy, but his massive follower is named Big Dumb. Hearing this, Gao Dong bursts into laughter, staring at the ground and whispering that Brother Lin Luo has just handed him an incredible gift, before resting his hands on his hips. His eyes remain locked onto Jia Dai's body. His mind rapidly analyzes the situation, and that's where we leave it. By executing his rival in broad daylight, he established massive authority for Gao Dong, ensuring nobody dares to challenge the guild leader position anytime soon. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens next. Cao Dong crossed his arms, ordering his men to bury Jia Dai and make the funeral look decent. If there is any good gear on his body, divide it among the brothers. Yes, boss. With his major rival eliminated, Cao Dong happily skipped away, humming a tune. Meanwhile, Ziluo and Big Dummy had already managed to find themselves a quiet room. Ziluo rested his chin on his hand, lazily flipping through a skill book. As Big Dummy sat nearby, happily munching on some food, Ziluo suddenly asked the system, "Tell me, Will Big Dummy ever turn around and attack me? Will he do anything to harm me? The system responded almost instantly, stating that under absolutely no circumstances would that ever happen. Protecting the host is an instinct programmed into Big Dummy, completely unrelated to whether he has actual sanity or not. Ziluo closed his book, pursing his lips slightly with a nod. Noticing his gaze, Big Dummy paused mid-bite, looking a bit startled. Thrusting the book forward, Ziluo spoke up confidently, realizing he could still control Big Dummy's actions, even when things get out of hand. He smirked, realizing that once Big Dummy triggers his berserk state, he can enjoy a massive, free stat boost without any of the risks. Despite being busy eating, Big Dummy obediently took the book. Ziluo patted his shoulder, grinning warmly as he encouraged him to study hard. But instead, Big Dummy exhaled a foul, stinky breath right into his face. Ziluo could only sit beside him with a sigh, supervising. Watching Big Dummy actually start learning the new skill, Ziluo couldn't help but smile. That guy is definitely one lucky zombie. Now, I need to push myself and reach level 10 so I can transfer classes and double my strength. Dragging Big Dummy away from his food, Ziluo urged him on, saying, let's go level up and see if your new skill is actually useful. Suddenly remembering a great spot near the Shanghai Library, he recalled there was a special arcade shop around there. The two of them strolled through the bright sunlight, reaching an emergency exit with Big Dummy following closely behind, carrying his trusty giant sword. At the end of the corridor, a door gleamed with a strange light, marking the very arcade Ziluo was talking about. Slipping on a full-face mask, he stepped forward with Big Dummy by his side. As Ziluo placed his hand on the door, the system chimed, "Welcome player Ziluo to the arcade shop. We wish you a happy shopping experience." The door slowly creaked open, sending a thick cloud of white smoke pouring out. He stepped inside to find a massive three-dimensional space filled entirely with floating system screens, each representing categories like weapons, armor, or masks. Ziluo narrowed his eyes, studying his options very closely. He calculated that he had 6,000 gold coins left. At 2,000 coins for a bronze tier gear set, he could easily buy the pants, gloves, and armor he was missing. But pay attention here, while he was happily picking his gear, a hand in a black glove suddenly burst out of the screen. Its sharp, vicious claws came swiping straight toward Ziluo's face. Shocked, he realized it was a zombie's hand. Reacting instantly, Ziluo dodged to the side, narrowly escaping a lethal grab that left even an expert like him breaking out in cold sweat. Scanning the shop, he saw no signs of a break-in, meaning the real danger was lurking right inside. Right on cue, the upper body of a female zombie crawled out of the game screen, shrieking at the top of her lungs. With no other choice left, he slowly drew his sword. You and I both know he loves a challenge. Seeing a zombie crawl out of a game, Ziluo smirked, wondering if defeating this special monster would yield rare system rewards. By then, the zombie woman had completely pulled herself free. Wobbling to her feet, she lunged at him with open arms, mouth gaping as drool spilled out. With just one basic sword strike, Ziluo easily put down the reckless zombie. As she fell lifelessly to the floor, he folded his arms while the system began automatically harvesting the loot. Suddenly, a giant treasure chest materialized in front of him. Ziluo's eyes lit up as his mood instantly brightened, hoping for a weapon with explosive stats or some incredibly rare gear. He opened it with bated breath. A bright blue light flashed and faded, revealing nothing but a single roll of toilet paper. System announcement: congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource card, 1 roll of toilet paper. Ziluo frowned in disappointment as a wave of regret hit him. 6,000 gold coins completely gone, leaving his balance at 0. With the transaction complete, the virtual arcade shop shut down. The high-tech dimension instantly dissolved, turning back into a regular-looking grocery store, leaving Ziluo completely dazed for a few seconds. Now, he stood in a clean, polished room with various goods neatly organized on shelves. Sighing, he scanned his surroundings, grabbed a bag of supplies, and headed out to check on Big Dummy's loot. As soon as he stepped outside, Ziluo found that Big Dummy had completely wiped out every single zombie, leaving corpses piled by the door. Giving a thumbs up, they exchanged a knowing smile. Ziluo walked over to a massive, muscular zombie, still twitching on the blood-soaked floor. Right at that moment, the system pinged with an alert, congratulating the host for securing a bronze-tier consumable item, a worn-out decoy doll. And trust me, you and I just saw him secure some bronze-tier combo gloves. Let's dive into this wild world together. Ding! The system congratulates Ziluo on obtaining a bronze-tier guard saber. As he stores it, another notification pops up, congratulating him on securing yet another brand new item. This new item is highly compatible with his current weapon, the Tang Dao, meaning he can use a fusion stone to merge and upgrade them. Ziluo looks back, frowning slightly as his experience bar appears. He only needs 40% more to reach level 9. Watching the items fly right into his inventory, he strokes his chin. This auto-loot feature is insanely convenient. No need to worry about leaving any valuable loot behind. Ziluo opens his system interface to inspect his newly acquired loot. First is a worn-out Scarecrow card, a single-use bronze-tier item. Once placed on the ground, it can redirect all enemy aggro to the Scarecrow itself until it is completely destroyed. Not bad. This could easily save his life in a tight spot. Next up are the combo gloves, a bronze-tier gear adding +1 to strength and +1 to constitution. Plus, every attack has a 5% chance to trigger a double hit. These stats are pretty close to his explosive double slash. Although it lacks the explosive effect and raw power, it's still decent gear. Ziluo happily begins to examine the very last item, the guard saber. It's another bronze-tier weapon, forged from multiple layers of tempered steel, granting a sweet +3 boost to his strength. Drawing the blade, his eyes light up. A weapon that purely boosts raw strength. If someone is going for a full glass cannon build, this is easily a top-tier bronze weapon. After looking through his other gear, he decides to equip the combo gloves first. Right then, a system notification pops up. Watch closely, as it asks if player Ziluo wants to use a fusion stone to merge his Tang Dao and guard saber. Fused equipment has a solid chance of turning out one tier higher than the original gear, and unless he has terrible luck, it won't yield anything worse. Ziluo tightly grips the stone, his palms breaking into a cold sweat. Even with a cheat code guaranteeing drop rates, risky fusion gambles like this are entirely up to fate. Taking a deep breath, he makes his decision. Worst case, he loses a weapon, but a success means an absolutely massive payoff. Ziluo activates the stone. The system announces that player Ziluo is activating the fusion stone to merge the guard saber and the Tang Dao. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Once merged, both weapons will disappear forever. Fusion sequence initiated. Please wait for 30 minutes. While waiting, a massive, delicious feast is laid out right in front of the two. Ziluo and Donggu dig in like starving beasts. Donggu cleans a massive bone in seconds, while Ziluo is mid-bite when a loud notification suddenly rings out. Ding. Congratulations to player Ziluo on a successful fusion, obtaining the silver tier decapitation demon blade. He freezes in disbelief, taking a few seconds just to process the alert before stammering out in pure shock. A silver tier weapon. He quickly pulls up the item's info screen. Silver tier decapitation demon blade. Description: forged by fusing the Tang Dao and the guard saber. In addition, the player's previous execution streak has granted this demonic blade a special resonance with decapitation attacks. Stats: +7 to strength, +1 to constitution. Special effect: slowly repairs its own blade fractures once out of combat. Passive skill: decapitation. During execution attempts, your slashing speed is boosted by 20%. After a successful decapitation, the player gains +1 strength for 3 minutes, stacking up to a maximum of 2 times. Ziluo screams with excitement. Oh my god, these stats are absolutely broken. He immediately pulls out the new weapon to admire it. I know what you're thinking. These stats are completely insane, right? Meanwhile, Dongnu is still happily gnawing on his giant bone. Let's go. Dongnu, we're heading to the library to grab that scroll. The duo hits the road, with Ziluo studying the map while directing his buddy. Dongnu, no holding back this time. Just charge straight in and clear a path to the library first. Dongnu nods, charging forward to shred the first batch of zombies without any hesitation. Ziluo leaps in right behind him, brandishing his brand new blade like a beast unleashed. Sliding low on one knee, he hurls the demonic blade straight into the gathering zombie crowd. The blade spins like a fierce hurricane, slicing through everything before returning to his hand. Ding. Congratulations. Player Ziluo has successfully reached level 9, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Ziluo now requires 1,000 experience points to reach the next level. That single throw wiped out 3 zombies. Ziluo rests the blade on his shoulder and lets out a long sigh. But then, a bizarre sight catches his eye, leaving him completely flabbergasted. Oh my god, what on earth are you doing? Da Engu is thrashing wildly in battle, his clothes completely torn to shreds. His pants are reduced to mere rags, and with a monstrous snarl, he breathes out thick, heavy plumes of white smoke. Ziluo stares at the chaotic scene, shaking his head in utter disbelief. He is genuinely shocked Donggu's original image was definitely not supposed to be some wild beast in human skin. Deciding to head out, Ziluo leaves him with some parting words. Hey Donggu, hold the line here. I'm going to clear out the restrooms, so meet me up on the rooftop in 10 minutes. Donggu simply grunts, and that's where we leave it. Alright, you and I are about to watch Ziluo and Big Dumb face off against a massive zombie horde on the rooftop. Right on cue, Big Dumb lets out a low growl and triggers his berserk state. Upon hearing this, Big Dumb roars, fully unleashing his devastating powerhouse strength. Ziluo casually slips his hands into his pockets, teasing Big Dumb that those zombies ahead ate all his favorite roast chicken, meaning there is none left for tomorrow. Hearing his beloved roast chicken was gone, Big Dumb absolutely snaps. His rage explodes as his power surges to the limit, ballooning his massive muscles until they completely shred his shirt apart. He grinds his teeth so hard that his sheer, terrifying aura freezes the entire zombie pack in absolute fear. In contrast to the chaos, Ziluo looks chill, like he is at a cafe, holding a cup of premium tea. But watch closely. That peaceful vibe disappears as Big Dumb charges, throwing thunderous punches and single-handedly obliterating the entire horde. Ziluo is impressed. Under this rage boost, Big Dumb's combat stats have literally doubled. This fighting power is totally insane, totally living up to his innate godlike strength. But then, Big Dumb lets out one final roar before his skill cooldown triggers, causing his massive muscles to shrink right back to normal. He collapses to the ground, covered in nasty wounds and visibly groaning in pain. Incredibly, his wounds start healing right before our eyes, with hot steam rising rapidly from his skin. Ziluo shakes his head, thinking, man, does this apocalypse game really have such broken skills? Right then, a system notification pops up, showing his eating speed and energy conversion increased by 30%. While eating, food will rapidly convert into energy to heal injuries and restore physical stamina. You and I can probably guess where this is going. Big Dumb is fully committing to the glutton lifestyle. Ziluo casually tosses some supplies and drinks into Big Dumb's mouth, while ordering the system to auto-loot the area. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an equipment enhancement scroll. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a stamina potion. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a mental potion. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a defensive armor set. Item details pop up. Bronze grade, protective armor. A lightweight metal chestplate adding +1 to both constitution and agility. Its defense skill allows the wearer to mentally manifest a transparent protective barrier around their body. This shield lasts for 10 seconds, but will shatter early if it takes damage beyond its limit. Cooldown is 1 hour. If the shield is broken, however, that cooldown jumps to 12 hours. Bronze grade mental potion. A single-use item that instantly restores 10% of your mental energy. It then restores 5% per minute for 4 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Smiling, Ziluo opens the enhancement interface, slotting his vampire ring and the upgrade scroll. He thinks to himself, hoping this upgrade lets him steal enough stamina to cover combat costs. With his supreme god-tier luck, let's see how it goes. Ziluo's emerald eyes glow as the floating ring begins absorbing the magical energy from the scroll. A smirk plays on his lips as his eyes lock onto the glowing success notification on the screen. Congrats player Ziluo on upgrading to the vampire ring level 2. It drains enemy stamina in combat, adding +2 strength and +2 constitution. Good thing it worked, he mutters, happily equipping his powerful new ring. He is already imagining 1,000 epic ways to abuse this broken treasure in battle. The system alerts that player Ziluo successfully converts 12% of damage dealt into stamina using his level 2 vampire ring. Ziluo rubs his chin, reviewing stats. Strength 28, Spirit 19, and Constitution and Agility at 20. Feeling fully rested, Ziluo pockets his hands and turns to his buddy. Rest time's over, Big Dumb. Let's head upstairs. The door ahead is heavily clawed, leading into a dark, ruined room with papers scattered absolutely everywhere. This absolute mess confuses him at first, but then he chuckles. Destruction this massive? Definitely a boss's doing. In his past life, other players cleared this boss first, but this time, he actually made it. He is eager to see what this boss is. They stop at a door marked Shanghai Shop, and Ziluo turns the handle. Inside, the spacious area looks exactly like a high-end gaming store. The system immediately chimes, "Congrats on finding the Shanghai Shop. You have earned 10 reputation points. Players can only stay inside for 30 minutes daily. Exceeding this limit results in a massive financial penalty from the system. If you refuse to pay, the system will force log you out. I get it. Ziluo coldly cuts the announcer off. Welcome, player Ziluo, to the Shanghai shop. Since you are the first guest, you get a one-time 50% discount. And that is where we leave it. Let us see what he buys next. Let's dive right in. Could things really be this good? Lin Ziluo turned and told Dasha to cover his back. The zombie growled in agreement. As Lin Ziluo stepped inside, the metal door slid shut, leaving Dasha on guard duty outside. The room inside was massive, lined with flashing system screens on every wall. Hands in his pockets, Lin Ziluo glanced around before stopping at a welcome sign for the Shanghai store. Scoffing slightly, he clicked to view the item list, and a massive screen popped up right in front of him. To his surprise, the store rules clearly stated that combat between customers was fully allowed inside. However, if punches or spells strike the metal walls, even without causing damage, you will still be charged repair fees. Any blood or mess left on the floor from your fights? Yep. You will have to pay a cleaning fee. All fees are calculated based on actual damage. The system wished him a peaceful shopping experience. Quite a joke, honestly. The rules were exactly like his past life. Lin Ziluo hoped nobody would barge in while he shopped, just to avoid those annoying fees. He tapped the Items tab. 4 small screens popped up, offering super flashbangs for 1,000 gold coins each, with 100 in stock. Short-range emitters cost 500 gold coins, with 100 available. An ice spike scroll went for 3,000 gold, while strength pills cost 1,000. Lin Ziluo frowned deeply. What kind of useless garbage was this? Pay attention right here, because this is where his luck kicks in. Sensing his frustration, the system immediately unlocked the Shanghai secret shop options. You see, every city in this world has its own hidden store. These exclusive shops only open for players with major contributions. And now, access was finally granted to our main character. Lin Ziluo was stunned. Did he really contribute that much to Shanghai in his past life? He was dying to see what treasures lay inside, but the moment he glanced at the inventory, his eyes went wide. Right then, a massive pop-up appeared. Welcome, esteemed contributor of the city. Lin Ziluo narrowed his eyes, asking the system if it had made some kind of mistake. The system replied that he should just look for himself. Instantly, an array of incredibly rare items materialized right before his eyes. The Shanghai honorary badge cost 200,000 gold, with only one left. The Shanghai orderly uniform cost 12,000 gold, and the Shanghai guardian mark was priced at 10,000 gold. Now, you and I can see he is pretty broke. Scratching his chin, he stared at his 6,500 gold balance and decided to buy the discounted uniform. Buying the Shanghai orderly uniform cost 6,000 gold, down from 12,000. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Yes. Lin Ziluo cheered up, telling himself that he would definitely return later to buy that epic guardian mark as well. The system asked if player Lin Ziluo wanted anything else. Turning away, he gave a short reply and calmly walked out. No thanks. Thank you for shopping with us, and we hope to see you again soon. The machine hissed, releasing a cloud of gray smoke. Holding his new gear, Lin Ziluo felt completely satisfied. This diamond-tier Shanghai orderly uniform was a legendary and exquisitely crafted piece of gear. Only those who had made outstanding, city-saving contributions to Shanghai were ever allowed to own it. Once equipped, its unique illusion ability allowed him to hide all of his other armor underneath this clean uniform. All stats stayed active, and the uniform also had self-cleaning, auto-repair, temperature control, and blood-repelling features. Then there was Shanghai Majesty. Any player with lower reputation who attacked him would have their stats instantly debuffed by 10%. This debuff lasted for 5 minutes. On top of that, he could literally rewrite the rules of Shanghai. Once a day, he could issue a system-approved quest to absolutely any player in the game, except for himself. The rewards and punishments were scaled to his reputation, meaning he didn't have to pay a single coin for the rewards. As expected of exclusive regional gear, this was absolutely insane. Stripping off his armor, Lin Ziluo revealed his toned, six-pack physique. He wanted to see how this uniform would perform in a real fight. Activating the Shanghai orderly uniform. Instantly, the sharp uniform wrapped tightly around his frame. Looking down, he decided to test the illusion feature first. A system prompt popped up, asking if he wanted to apply the illusion effect over his bulky armor. With a quick hand gesture, his heavy armor instantly shifted colors. Hyped up by his new toy, he kept toggling his outfits back and forth, leaving Dasha staring in absolute awe. The system warned Lin Ziluo that his 30-minute shop limit was almost up, but he just smirked, ignoring the alert entirely. This illusion effect was incredibly practical. From now on, he could enjoy maximum speed, agility, and stealth in every single battle. He grabbed his companion's hand, telling Dasha to move faster. But suddenly, Dasha fell to his knees, looking completely lost. Lin Ziluo burst out laughing. He had just tested his order command on Dasha. Destroy the world. The poor zombie just shivered in total confusion. The system rejected the quest. And that's where we leave them, trust me. Things are about to get even crazier. Stick with me, we are about to see an annoyed Ziluo demanding to hunt down legendary tier bosses. First, the system rejects his ridiculous prompt to punch down the Shanghai Museum. Then, it rejects his next prompt, peeking at girls changing clothes. But once a quest actually passes system check, do you want to publish it? Suddenly, his eyes light up, and his cheeks turn bright red. He quickly denies it, stammering that he was only joking around. Meanwhile, Dae just sits there, completely clueless about what is going on. Frowning as if remembering something important, Ziluo repeats his request to go hunt down the boss inside the Shanghai Museum. And just like that, the quest is approved. Do you want to publish it? He hits yes, grinning at the reward screen. This clever exploit means he can now use this system feature to scan for nearby bosses. He calls out to Dae to start the hunt. Meanwhile, as night falls, a terrified brother and sister huddle inside a dark metal container. With teary eyes, the sister whispers, if it will find them. Surely, it won't, right? Suddenly, her sixth sense screams danger. Let's watch this part carefully. She peers through the container's metal gap and freezes as a sinister red light flashes. Her face turns pale as tears stream down. She lets out a gasp, but her brother instantly covers her mouth, whispering for her to stay quiet. Huddling close, the girl continues to sob quietly, while her brother slowly turns his gaze toward the terrifying beast outside. It is a grotesque, humanoid zombie, but it crawls and behaves just like a giant gecko. It slithers its long, slimy tongue right through the crack, grazing across the brother's face. The horror is too much. The sister bites her lip to stifle her cries as they hold each other, shaking uncontrollably. They realize they have to run. The brother screams for Xiaomei to run. The door ahead is their only hope of survival, but they are already too late. Suddenly, the zombie's tongue wraps tightly around her leg, violently ripping her away from her brother's desperate grasp. Blood splatters across the walls as the room fills with the girl's horrific screams. The monster has caught its prey. Trembling and helpless, his eyes land on a broom in the corner. Gritting his teeth, he grabs it and charges at the beast. He screams in rage, but it is futile. Under the full moon, by the time Ziluo and Dae arrive, the struggle is already over. Both siblings lie motionless in a pool of blood. There is absolutely no signs of life left. The zombie stands over them, casually flicking its tongue as if nothing happened. Ziluo sighs, coldly preparing to turn away. People like this would never survive past the newbie protection phase anyway. Honestly, death is a mercy for them. Now, I know what you're thinking, he's talking to a monster? Yes, he casually asks if it was hiding there this whole time. The monster tilts its head in confusion. Suddenly, system alerts pop up, congratulating player Ziluo on encountering a class-changed zombie for the first time. Just like humans, evolving zombies undergo class changes, choosing their own unique paths of progression. Boss monsters evolve at the fastest rate. Even in this early game stage, various mutations can already appear. Its build is like a human assassin boasting insane speed, lethal attack power, and a strange craving for human brains. By consuming brains, they can actually increase their own intelligence. Behold the level 10 crawler zombie, a bronze tier boss. Stats: Strength 23, Spirit 15, Constitution 8, and Agility 23. Its passive crawl talent allows it to scale smooth surfaces like walls. It also has a backstab skill, dealing claw damage equal to 17% of its strength. If this attack successfully lands on the enemy's back, the damage is completely doubled. Its shadow sneak skill allows it to instantly merge into the ground or walls to strike or stalk targets from the shadows, launching a surprise attack that deals 80% of its strength as damage. Looking over the stats, Ziluo smirks. This monster's talent and skill synergy is absolutely flawless. He stands there with hands on hips, staring at it. The beast has also noticed both of them. Right then, the system chimes again. It analyzes the bronze tier crawler zombie and immediately issues a new quest called Crawler Zombie's Grudge. The cheat system quickly detects that the host has triggered this quest, immediately optimizing all related parameters for him. As the monster glares back at him, the quest description unfolds. The zombie was once a museum curator falsely accused of stealing artifacts. He was cursed out by his boss, so he transformed into a zombie and slaughtered him on the spot. Now, consumed by hatred, he seeks to slaughter everyone in the world who loves reading books. Objective: eliminate the crawler. Rewards: 100 reputation, 600 gold, 300 experience, and a full set of bronze gear. With a 12-hour limit, you and I both know revenge is sweet, but Ziluo sighs that it came too late. He waves his hand, ordering Dai to take care of it, while making sure no other zombies sneak up on them. Gao Dai lets out a mighty roar and charges, raising his weapon high as he prepares to strike. But the reptile zombie is one step ahead, activating its stealth illusion skill and vanishing right before his eyes. Big Dummy swings and misses, looking around, totally dazed. Up on the wall, the reptile zombie clings tightly, looking down like it is mocking him. It starts flicking its long tongue out. A second later, the monster lunges straight down from above. Watch closely now. The creature dives straight at Big Dummy, who still has no clue danger is right on him. But he is not alone. Ziluo seizes the moment, leaping into the air with a sly grin. Scared already? Guess you are not so tough after all. As his words fade, his blade comes crashing down. He slams onto the ground, while the monster desperately raises both arms to block. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of rapid slashes completely severs both of its limbs. Armless and trembling, the reptile zombie bursts into tears, like a baby, and bolts, letting out a series of pathetic, high-pitched shrieks as it runs. Ziluo lets out a lazy yawn. Here is your head start. I will count to 3. But with a smirk, he only counts to 2 before charging. Activating his swift run and short suspension skills, Ziluo takes to the air, hunting down the fleeing zombie. Here I come. Moving with terrifying speed, he closes the gap. Ziluo swings his blade repeatedly, roaring out his explosive dual slash. The fatal strikes aim directly at the zombie's head. Even though it ducks desperately to dodge, there is no escaping this. A small explosion rings out, completely finishing the creature. Ziluo casually turns around and walks away. System message: congratulations to player Ziluo for defeating the level 10 bronze boss, Reptile Zombie. Rewards: 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for completing the quest, Revenge of the Reptile Zombie. Congratulations to player Ziluo for receiving the quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 bronze equipment. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Player Ziluo has reached level 10. Without a class advancement, you cannot level up further. All experience will accumulate. Please wait for the advancement channel to open. Ziluo gives a knowing smile as he looks at the system panel. It seems he needs to find a class advancement scroll fast. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 10. You have earned 1 super cheat draw. Would you like to draw right now? Ziluo does not rush. He scratches his head, closing his eyes to plan. The newbie period is almost over. If I am the first on the server to change classes, I might get a server-wide announcement. He opens his eyes, deciding to draw right away. The second super cheat is rolling, and trust me, the next words on screen completely shock him. Congratulations. You have drawn the Yin-Yang Twin Super Cheat. The host can now hold 2 classes at the same time. When holding dual classes, the first class you obtained will be the only one displayed to the outside world. There are absolutely no restrictions on either class. However, if their fixed attribute bonuses overlap, only the higher value will be applied. Free attribute points gained from the second class are reduced by 50%, rounded up. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining dual classes. Ziluo is left standing there, completely and utterly speechless. It takes a moment, but his shock quickly turns into pure, unadulterated excitement. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. A broken dual class in the apocalypse? Is the universe telling me I am going to rule this world? Lin Ziluo suddenly bursts into a silly laugh, pointing at himself. Is this really okay? It feels a bit unfair to everyone else. Suddenly, his ears twitch. Lin Ziluo clenches his fist and growls, "Earth Spike Assault." Boom! Sharp stone pillars erupt from cracks in the floor, shooting straight up and piercing the ceiling. The zombies fail to dodge and get skewered instantly. A few lucky survivors find themselves pinned tight between the stone pillars. His gaze drops, locking onto a glowing silver chest. Ignoring the remaining undead, He rushes forward, drops to his knees, opens the lid, and hugs it tightly. Passing Big Dummy, he orders a quick retreat upstairs. He remembers a previous tip dropped silver chests can be moved, but wild ones cannot. Let's follow them as they head up the stairs to the 5th floor. Stepping out, 3 zombies block the hallway, growling as they approach. They are just low-level trash, not even worth his time. He glances at Big Dummy. They are all yours. Big Dummy lets out a fierce roar in response. Turning away, his mind begins to wander. According to the cheat system, the illusion class boosts strength and agility. Doesn't that mean he needs a second class to boost his constitution and spirit? There are options, but the top-tier hidden Holy Knight class is only across the ocean. There do not seem to be any legendary classes like that here in Dragon Country. Meanwhile, his fingers slide across the virtual screen before coming to a sudden halt. Moments later, a hammer engraved with a lightning bolt materializes in his hand. He grips it, looking highly amused. Sensing the strange energy, Big Dummy turns back, his eyes lighting up. He grabs the new weapon and wait. Is he seriously trying to bite it? All right, you and I are diving right back in, as Lin Ziluo ignores everything and taps on his screen, revealing a scout eye window with 0 issues. Leaving Big Dummy behind happily gnawing on a giant hammer, Lin Ziluo focused on the silver chest with absolute anticipation. The lid popped open, and a flood of system alerts appeared, confirming player Yazi successfully opened a silver treasure chest. And thanks to the silver chest buff, his personal inventory storage space immediately expanded by an additional 0.3 cubic meters. A brand new item popped out called the Tough Combat Pants, and because of this rare silver chest upgrade, he also pocketed 50 extra experience points as well. Rummaging through the rest of the silver chest, Yazi successfully pocketed 270 gold coins. Picking up the gear, its stats instantly popped up. These Tough Combat Pants are highly elastic, providing incredible physical support during high-intensity battles. They increase his constitution by 3, his agility by 1, and slash the duration of all negative status effects by 20%. Without hesitation, he equipped it, instantly updating his status screen. His player name was Yazi, class Special Soldier, boasting strength at 280, constitution at 23, and agility at 25. He then patted Big Dummy on the shoulder, telling him to pick up all the loot dropped by the zombies earlier. See you downstairs. Big Dummy growled and got to work. With that, he turned around and left, lost in his thoughts. Watch closely, the newbie protection period is still active. The class transfer system isn't open yet either. So for now, he just needs to prepare for the Mirage. He must carefully research before choosing a second class. He hoped the Death Club members had gathered already, so they could quickly clear out this museum. By the afternoon of day 8, there were less than 2 days left before the newbie protection period expired. The sky was crystal clear, with golden sunlight streaming through the windows. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng stepped out alongside Big Dummy, his overwhelming presence instantly filling the entire space. Walking straight up to Yellow Hair, he asked, "When are we launching the attack on the museum?" Yellow Hair quickly replied, "We recruited more members these past few days, so the club is over 200 strong now. We can head to the Shanghai Museum this afternoon." He eagerly added, "Since you are here, Brother Lin, I will go rally the guys right away." Lin Feng nodded. Having secured his approval, Yellow Hair flashed a secret, triumphant grin. He thought to himself that if this operation succeeded, no one would be left to challenge his claim for guild leader. He just had to keep this highly useful pawn by his side. Suddenly, the building's PA system crackled to life with an announcement. "Dear members, today is an incredibly important day for our Death Club. We are about to launch a massive campaign, though it is actually just a simple mobilization." You saw his reaction, right? He frowned, thinking this was way too dramatic as the speaker announced they were moving out to clear the Shanghai Museum. Cough, cough. To put it simply, everyone assemble right now and prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. As the announcement ended, the entire crowd erupted in wild, excited cheers, ready to charge forward. "I am going to slaughter those zombies. I want to drop some bronze gear. Finally, my day has come, and I, Yellow Hair, am going to rise to the top. I am not bragging either. I will absolutely hit level 5 this time, and I am going to kill 10 zombies myself." Lin Feng sighed softly, shaking his head at the chaotic scene. These people really treat the apocalypse like a brainless video game, thinking they can get stronger just by farming monsters. Once the newbie protection phase ends, who knows how many of these fools will die horrible deaths. Suddenly, a strange object flew right past his face. Down below, The brainless crowd had already started brawling over the most ridiculous things imaginable, screaming and shouting about where their underwear went, who stole their shorts, and where their shoes were. Yellow Hair watched this nonsense in utter silence, completely unaware that outside, thousands of zombies were slowly advancing. Their guttural growls blended into a chilling drone as a pair of binoculars scanned the packed sea of undead from above. Lowering his binoculars, Yellow Hair turned to Lin Feng with an anxious look, asking, "Brother Lin, are you sure your power can handle this? There are simply too many zombies out there." "It will work," he calmly replied. "As long as the speed of your men is fast enough, there won't be any casualties." He lightly patted his shoulder, his voice steady as he added, "It's almost 7 o'clock, and if we miss this chance, we won't get another. Besides, everyone has already agreed to this plan." Yellow Hair hesitated for a moment, then grit his teeth. "Fine, let's try it." Saying that, he glanced behind Lin Feng, subtly gesturing to his subordinates. They immediately nodded back in response. Right then, a piece of fresh meat soaked in zombie virus hovered in Lin Feng's palm. "My agility stat is among the highest in this club. Leave luring the first wave of zombies entirely to me." He turned and instructed a middle-aged man, "Old Cao, I'm leaving Big Dummy with you." Old Cao gave a firm nod. "Don't you worry." Lin Feng glanced over, seeing Big Dummy still completely engrossed in playing with the spiked mace he'd given him. He couldn't help but chuckle. "And trust me, you and I will want to see what happens when he actually swings that massive spiked mace. Let's dive right back in. He actually looks pretty good in it." Swoosh! Lin Feng dashes past Yellow Hair like a gust of wind, leaving only a blurry afterimage. "He is incredibly fast," the guy mutters, while the others look on with deep gratitude. "The first wave is the most dangerous. Thank you, Brother Lin." His level of dedication is insane. No matter how high his status or rewards in the club get in the future, I will never feel any jealousy. Down below, Lin Feng and a few others had already charged out. He holds the meat high, and its signature putrid stench quickly spreads everywhere. At the same time, the other members start moving toward the opposite gate. Attracted by the stench, the zombie horde immediately shifts direction and swarms toward him. Lin Feng suddenly tosses the meat into another member's hands, shouting with an air of heroic righteousness, "Take this meat and keep running. I will stay behind to handle these zombies for you." He waves his hand as he runs back toward the zombie herd. "Once we regroup with the guild leader, all these rewards will be yours." The two guild members, one clutching the meat tightly and the other staring at his retreating back, both tear up. They raise their thumbs in sheer admiration, thinking Brother Lin is truly a saint. Meanwhile, Lin Feng smirks as he runs. So easy to fool. Go fight zombies? Watch closely. He is finding the scroll before anyone else can steal it. Outside the encirclement, those two members stand there with their mouths wide open, watching in shock as zombies are sent flying like they are nothing. My God, he is a true boss. It turns out he was holding back his speed earlier. At that exact moment, right at the entrance of a hidden chamber, Lin Feng silently slips through the door. "That class change scroll is mine." Inside the hidden room, a glowing ancient scroll rests quietly inside a transparent crystal case. He finally finds what he needs. No wonder countless people are willing to risk their lives for this thing. It looks like no ordinary item. He cracks his knuckles and steps closer. Boom! He slams his fist hard against the protective glass. Instantly, the intrusion alarm blares loudly, flashing with a brilliant red light. He just glances up, before throwing a second punch, faster and stronger, smashing directly into the case. Bang! Crack! Web-like fractures rapidly spread across the glass surface. With one final punch, the protective dome completely shatters into tiny flying pieces. Pulling his hand back, he blows gently on his stinging knuckles before reaching out toward the glowing golden scroll. A system alert rings out. Player Lin Feng has discovered a mysterious scroll. It seems a grand secret is hidden within. Player reputation increased by 500. System notification. The scroll is calling out to player Lin Feng. Do you wish to accept its call? Accept, he answers without hesitation. A blinding light bursts from the scroll, illuminating his entire face, as two lines of glowing text appear on its surface. Now pay attention. Player Lin Feng has accepted the call. Before he could even process what was happening, a surge of brilliant golden light enveloped his body, pulling him deep inside, falling into an entirely different dimension. Player Lin Feng has completed the scroll entry process. Slowly opening his eyes, his feet lightly touch the ground. Flickering flames dance all around him. He gently touches a wall glowing with a soft blue light, and his hand slowly sinks deep inside the dimensional portal. If my memory serves me right, This is the exact spot. Congratulations to player Lin Feng for successfully triggering the trial. As his body sinks into the wall, a long stream of system notifications pops up. Mystic Trial Description. This unique trial within the scroll holds several ancient secrets, waiting eternally for the worthy one who can fully inherit its ultimate power. Trial requirements. Successfully pass 3 distinct challenges. Trial restriction. All of your equipment, skills, and abilities are currently disabled. Trial rewards. Level increased by 1, and the special Phantom class. Trial duration. Time flows differently here compared to the outside world, so do not worry. Trial failure penalty. If the trial fails, the host will be instantly killed. Reading this, he thought, just as brutal as my past life. Expected. The system chimes once more. Ding. The Golden Finger system detects the host is taking a trial, initiating program repair. Ding. Even if the host fails the mission, you will not face any penalties. The system will protect and safely escort the host out of the trial space. Ding. Trial detected. Successfully activating the Trial of the Ancients. A flood of notifications leaves him completely baffled, and right after that, another status window pops up. Trial of the Ancients description. This is a 1,000-year-old legacy, waiting for someone with enough strength to finally inherit its power. Trial requirements. Successfully conquer the trial from the scroll and inherit its true, ultimate power. Trial rewards. 1 random standard Golden Finger draw, plus 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Trial duration. Time flows differently here, so please do not worry. Placing a hand on his chin, he falls deep into thought. A legacy of thousands of years? So what do you and I make of this? The Phantom class is top tier, but does it really deserve that legendary title? Trust me on this. This illusionist class is supposed to be a legendary legacy from the ancient dragon nation, but it actually only has a 1,000-year history. Plus, a level 50 illusionist upgrades to an illusion assassin, then an illusion god at level 80, which does not really fit that legend. After some wild guessing, he turns to ask the system, "Hey, Golden Finger, what is going on here?" The system responds with a string of silent dots, leaving him standing there as imaginary crows fly over his head. Face-palming in defeat, he sighs and accepts the quest. Honestly, his mind is just a blank space right now. Instantly, a scroll appears right before him as a dark cave opens up. The first trial has officially begun. A glowing golden sphere manifests on the fabric, prompting player Yashi to place his hand on the glazed orb. Following the guide, he slowly reaches out. The moment his fingers touch it, a violent surge of energy erupts. Golden light flashes as burning red chains shoot out from the sphere, binding his hand in a tight grip. His eyes widen in sheer shock as his mind screams. Now watch closely. A swirling storm of red and golden energy suddenly engulfs him, lifting his body high into the air. The blinding light from the orb completely overwhelms him. Wincing, he instinctively shields his eyes with his hand. Minutes later, he opens his eyes, stunned by the view. He is floating inside a crimson dimension, supported by a completely transparent cushion. Kneeling down, he scoops up the thick, sticky liquid, squeezing his fist as it drips through his fingers. Standing up, he looks out. A massive vortex with a pink center swirls above. As a sudden, agonizing pain begins to tear him apart. His face darkens, trembling as he clutches his head. In his past life, he only survived this trial by fueling his deep hatred for Yu Jinghan. He recalls his blood-covered hands and the torment he had to endure. This time, he vows never to let that happen again. Another purple light shoots down from above, creating a vortex that violently stirs the ocean of crimson liquid below. This time, he stands tall, completely fearless. The thick red sludge slowly crawls up his arms, his body, and finally covers his face. Unlike his past life, a smirk of pure excitement now plays on his lips. As the agonizing pain fades, he whispers that he made it. Laughing, he clenches his fist. He has finally proven his worth. Suddenly, a voice echoes from high above. "Good, very good. Now, return." Looking up at the pink light, he raises his hand defensively. A flash erupts, instantly warping him back to the starting point. The system chimes, congratulating him on completing the first stage and directing him to head toward the next trial. Picking up a small orb, he tosses it casually in his hand and sighs, "Unbelievable. To think a tiny bead like this could pull someone into such a terrifying nightmare." A glowing blue portal opens as the system prompts player Yashi to proceed forward to begin his second trial. As he steps inside, his thoughts drift away. In his past life, he used raw hatred to push forward, only to collapse in exhaustion right before reaching the end. Waking up back then put him at the third stage, But this time, he is reaching the end. Suddenly, eerie voices whisper in his ears. Just give up. Passing out will take you straight to the third gate anyway. Give up. Just give up. You and I can hear those creepy voices trying to drag him down, screaming, give up. But his footsteps only grow steadier, and his resolve stronger. No, how can I even think about quitting? Absolutely not. Why should I ever give up? He endured this nightmare once before. His expression darkens, but he grits his teeth and pushes forward. This time, he must reach the absolute end of this trial, wash away his past humiliation, and seize this second chance. Why quit now? Closing his eyes, he walks on calmly. An image flashes of his past self, a scruffy, middle-aged man standing alone, staring ahead with deeply sorrowful eyes. That was him in his previous life. The painful vision makes him stumble, but he grits his teeth and clenches his fists. Mustering all his strength, he takes a powerful step toward a crack, glowing with an inviting golden light. Stumbling toward the brightness, he is stunned to find a rectangular doorway glowing with brilliant light. He hesitates, wondering if this is truly the finish line. Has he actually made it all the way to the end? Any doubt quickly vanishes, replaced by overwhelming joy. With tears welling in his eyes, he whispers, Did I actually make it this far? He has finally proven his worth. Remembering the true purpose of his rebirth, he strides boldly through the gate as the scenery shifts, and the system's voice chimes once again. Congratulations to the player for passing the second trial. Please proceed to the next stage immediately. His eyes burn with pure hostility. The final stage is up next, and only one target remains. Memories of his past life flash back, showing him desperately struggling, clumsily blocking attacks, and running away in absolute terror. You and I know those past scars run deep, but clutching his forehead, he whispers that it is finally time to settle that debt. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the action as he steps through the next gate. Third trial unlocked. Objective: kill the guardian beast. Yazi grips his blade, stepping into a defensive stance, eyes scanning for danger. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoes from above. A pitch-black vortex tears open in midair, and his face instantly goes dark. Out leaps a dark creature with a long tail, landing gracefully before locking its eyes on him with pure contempt. The beast is probably thinking, I waited all this time just to fight a weakling like this? He closes his eyes and raises his blade as painful memories of his past life flash back the exact moment he got that brutal scar. But this time, he fights like a madman with everything he has. And right on cue, the system chimes in his head. Breakthrough conditions met for player Yazi. His epic talent, all-round mastery, is now undergoing a massive evolution, transforming into the legendary tier skill, Omniscient Combat Mastery, a legendary talent that grants absolute battle supremacy. When it comes to fighting, your abilities will reach a godlike level. You can now wield every weapon and master every combat style perfectly. Instantly, a glowing blue screen appears and wraps around his body. Check this out, he channels power into his legs, ready to dash. Blasting forward in a golden flash, eyes closed, he unleashes his ultimate strike. The razor-sharp edge tears right through the black beast, leaving a deep, bloody gash across its face as crimson sprays. That brutal scar from his past life? Today, he just paid it back with interest. A flurry of slashes sends the beast crashing hard into the stone wall. It slumps to the ground, howling in agony as the system announces the guardian beast has been slain. Congratulations, player Yazi. You have successfully cleared the third trial gate. Your rewards: a level-up scroll and an illusionist class change scroll. Just like that, two ancient scrolls materialize, floating right in front of him. Since he hasn't chosen a class yet, that level-up scroll will be saved until his class change is complete. He smirks, reaching out to grab them, but then he freezes. I know what you're thinking, trial's over, right? So why the hell is he still trapped here? It's dead silent. In his past life, the moment he killed the guardian beast, he was instantly teleported out. But this time, absolutely nothing. A chilling thought creeps into his mind. Is he actually trapped inside this place? He walks to the stone wall, pressing his hand against the cold surface to analyze it. A wild theory flashes through his mind. What if this place isn't part of the apocalypse game, but his cheat system? Right on cue, a system notification pops up in front of him, revealing a trial quest tied directly to the scroll. True inheritance of the scroll's power is incomplete. He's completely stunned. Turns out, he hasn't actually inherited the scroll's true power this entire time. He mutters to himself as the harsh reality sinks in. Finding the scroll was just step one. Now he has to activate it. Getting a wild idea, he snaps his fingers to test it out. Boom! The system chimes right back, confirming the host has cleared the trial, urging him to continue forward. With the scroll's true power finally unlocked, he sighs in relief and rubs his head. Thank goodness, nothing went sideways in this cave. Clenching his fist, he stares into the empty space ahead. So, how do I leave? Silence is his only answer as the system plays dead again. His smile quickly vanishes, replaced by a deadly, serious look. What kind of insane artifact is this scroll to make even his cheat system shut up entirely? Are the system and the scroll somehow connected? Or does it know about his past life and is keeping secrets on purpose? He shakes his head, tossing those theories aside. Whatever for now, he just needs to move forward like it said. Following the instructions, he steps ahead and inspects the stone wall. Sure enough, there is a tiny, hidden crack that's almost completely invisible unless you look really closely. He realizes that without the system's prompt, he never would have noticed this hidden detail. Tracing the cracks, he sees they connect into a complex, glowing pattern. Feeling curious, he gently reaches out to touch it. Suddenly, a blinding light bursts from the fissure. He jumps back, watching the radiant glow spread across the stone. Out of the bright glare, the distinct silhouettes of an ox and a bird emerge on the rock. He gasps in pure shock. Aren't these the exact same two crests that were engraved on the scroll? Suddenly, both carvings come alive, releasing a heavy, booming roar that shakes the room. The stone wall shakes violently, dust and debris showering down to reveal a mysterious hidden gate. As the dust settles, a beautiful stone door carved with patterns is revealed. He pushes it, and the heavy hinges groan open. Right inside sits a stone altar, holding another scroll and a glowing Li pearl orb. Walking in and looking around, he puts his hands on his hips, approaches the altar, and picks up the scroll to open it. Instantly, violent beams of light shoot out, crackling loudly. A sudden beam of light wraps around his wrist, pulling him in. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get even crazier next time. Look closely because a sudden shift just happened. The name Chiyu lights up. What on earth is going on? He feels a bit hesitant. Is this trial really going that far? Still, he manages to spot a crucial clue. On this scroll, Chiyu's name is paired with cattle and bird designs. Could these be the ox and bird totems of the ancient Zhuli tribe? Ancient letters glow as he reads aloud. Chiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, his severed head buried, turning into the blood maple forest. Legend says the cat ghost can preserve one's soul. Chiyu's soul was only saved because of this cat ghost. As he speaks, glowing runes float out of the scroll, hovering in the air. Knowing his soul would eventually fade away, Chiyu created this epic trial scroll before his final moments. The ultimate final barrier is guarded by a beast carrying the bloodline of the cat ghost. Master Chiyu's test of unyielding will, endless determination, and flawless combat has been met. Your 3 cauldron trial results have hit the peak requirement. You have earned the right to inherit the ultimate power of the Zhuli tribe. Please place your hand on the totem. Now pay attention here. He suddenly understands everything. This is the scroll's real, ultimate power. Instinctively, he places both hands right onto the ancient totem. At that exact second, a loud system alert blares out. Player Yazi detected. Currently receiving an unknown legacy inheritance. Initiating an unknown ability check. A massive wave of ancient power erupts from the scroll, completely enveloping his body. System successfully scanned the unknown ability from the blue planet. The apocalyptic game system is now actively merging this unknown energy with blue planet's culture. Fusion successful. Gamification complete. Player Yazi, commencing class transfer. A few moments later, the inheritance process is finally complete. Stumbling back, he collapses onto the stone floor in pure exhaustion. Congratulations to player Yazi on a successful class transfer. Based on the culture of the blue planet, the apocalyptic game system has named this class the Weapon Master. Player Yazi, please conclude the trial, as your new class needs to be digitized. Looking up with a weary grin, he only wanted a phantom class scroll, but somehow ended up clearing Chiyu's ultimate trial instead. Talk about hitting the double jackpot, right? A holographic screen flickers to life. Player Yazi, class Weapon Master. Slowly, he reaches out to tap the screen. Weapon Master. Sounds pretty damn interesting. But suddenly, another notification pops up, freezing him in place. Huh? Startled, he frantically shakes his arm, but a golden orb has fused to the back of his hand and won't budge. The system rings out as he carefully observes the strange orb, the Zhuli bead, a bronze-grade relic, the ultimate treasure of the Zhuli tribe, and the key weapon of the Weapon Master. Let's pause here. The system confirms he cleared Chiyu's trial. After inheriting Chiyu's strength, the scroll's legacy will bind directly to the player, residing within their consciousness. Feature 1. Form Shift. It can freely morph based on the player's thoughts, granting them the class abilities of that form. Feature 2. Devour. It can consume raw energy to upgrade stats and gear abilities. Does this mean infinite growth potential? Before he can even process this, the orb suddenly detaches and shoots straight between his eyes. Agonizing pain forces him to his knees as sweat pours. Holding his head, a prompt to exit the trial finally appears. Gritting his teeth, he taps it. Chio's weapon has one hell of a bizarre way of binding itself. Instantly, the phantom realm dissolves completely. He is back in the real room, with the shattered glass case, surrounded by dead zombies, with the scroll resting quietly inside. Stepping forward, he reaches out his hand, and the system chimes. Player Yazi has concluded the trial. Now, digitizing the weapon masterclass stats for Player Yazi. These are the unequipped base stats for Player Yazi, including his active title bonuses. Strength is 18, Spirit is 16, Constitution is 12, and Agility is 19. Weapon masterclass digitization complete. For every level up, Player Yazi will now gain 3 Strength, 3 Constitution, and 3 free stat points. Based on all previously accumulated experience and quest rewards, your overall level has been recalculated. You have successfully reached level 13. Your updated attribute panel is as follows. Strength is 49, Spirit is 24, Constitution is 46, Agility is 36, and free stat points are 9. Staring at the screen, his jaw drops. With these broken, god-tier stats, he can basically stroll right through zombie hordes. Yet another major notification pops up. Congratulations to the first player to successfully transfer classes in this apocalypse game. Global Unique Achievement unlocked. Pathfinder. He reaches out to touch the interface. A server-wide broadcast is preparing to launch. Class. Weapon Master. Description. Sovereign of all weapons. The God of War. Powered by the unimaginable might of the ancient Julie tribe's treasure. This class is extremely terrifying. Only those who survive the brutal trial can master this class. And with his new insane powers, you and I are about to see Yazi absolutely dominate this entire world. Alright, you and I are about to see how this crazy Julie orb can morph into any warrior weapon, giving him every single stat and skill of the orb's secondary warrior subclass. Plus, he can funnel his own strength directly into the Julie orb to boost its overall stats and tier. As for its mysterious third ability, it is just a single blank line that remains locked for now. Reading this, he pinches his cheeks hard. Ouch, that actually hurts. It's not a dream. He leaps up, clenching his fists. This is not just your typical overpowered gear. This is straight up broken, completely shattering any limits. Determined to test it out, he concentrates his mind to unleash the true power of this legendary orb. A long wooden staff appears in his hand while the Julie orb hovers nearby, immediately prompting a virtual devour button. Instantly, a massive wave of invisible energy gets vacuumed into the orb. Within seconds, it begins to glow with blinding light. A tiny, sparkling star emblem materializes on top as he stares deeply at the evolving Julie orb. And you and I need to watch closely here. The system suddenly announces it has absorbed enough energy, evolving into a silver-grade item as an absolutely terrifying power surges from the orb. The moment he reaches out, the orb dissolves into a stream of crimson liquid, rapidly reshaping into a fierce saber in his palm. The Julie saber is a silver-grade weapon, granting strength +4, constitution +2, with a 10% chance of armor penetration. The skill, Julie Slash, unleashes a blade wave dealing 130% strength damage with 200% pain. Then there's Julie Heavy Slash, which swings a full-force blow directly at his target, dealing 200% strength damage, though it leaves the user completely frozen in place for 2 seconds. Note that the Soldier Master class doesn't grant skills directly. Instead, they shift dynamically with the orb's form. Reading this, he screams internally with absolute shock. This is definitely not just strong. This is incredibly, ridiculously broken, easily pushing past any logical boundaries. Overcome with curiosity, he grips the handle and commands, bow. Instantly, the metal warps and shapes itself into a sleek recurve. The Julie bow is silver grade, boosting strength by 4 and agility by 2. It condenses mental energy into ammo, unleashing a flame arrow that shoots a blazing projectile, dealing 120% strength damage and inflicting a continuous burn on the target. Its counterpart, the Frost Arrow, fires an icy shot dealing 120% strength damage and inflicting a temporary slow effect. Hyped up, He keeps testing different classes, shouting, "Assassin." The weapon instantly transforms into a throwing dagger. Growing bolder, he commands shield, and a heavy barrier materializes. Sword. A gleaming blade appears. It seems the Julie orb will submit to absolutely any order he gives. I know what you're thinking, but get this. Right after his next command, the orb drops to the ground, puffing smoke as if totally exhausted. System warning. Player Yazi's mental energy is entirely depleted. Forcing any further transformations will put the item into a stunned state. Suddenly, a wave of vertigo hits his head. Does morphing weapons eat this much mental energy? Why is everything spinning so badly? Clutching his throbbing temple, he picks up the orb just as a massive global alert echoes across the land. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for being the very first to reach level 10 and successfully complete a class transfer in the Doomsday game. The player has claimed the exclusive global achievement, the Pioneer, plus massive bonus rewards. Keep striving. Other survivors. Meanwhile, our main character is actually sprinting at a crazy speed through a dark, mysterious corridor. Naturally, that world announcement completely breaks the internet. Over at the Elite Death Club base, a sleeping member groans in pure annoyance. Can this stupid global alert shut up for once? I am trying to sleep. Nearby, another guy examining gear freezes at the mention of that familiar name. Yazi? That name again? Seriously, does this guy ever take a break? Even a newly promoted level 6 player grits his teeth, swearing to catch up. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, our hero is chugging down recovery potions. Thank goodness for mental recovery potions. Getting dizzy in a dungeon is a total nightmare. He mutters to himself while absorbing magical energy from his minor wand and meditation necklace. Congratulations on obtaining the Pioneer title. Rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 3 free attribute points. Inventory space expanded by 2 cubic meters. The Pioneer is a unique title awarded strictly to the first player to advance classes in the Doomsday game. It gives +2 to all stats, along with a 5% attribute suppression against other classed players. Scanning the description, he initially assumes the title isn't actually that big of a deal. Though, it seems he did things backwards. Normal players transfer classes first before taking on a bronze boss. He lets out a massive yawn and pings the system. Since I have nothing else to do, let's roll for that silver grade gear. So what do you and I take from this? Well, as a gift box appears on screen for his silver grade draw, he's already reaching into his pocket. All right, let's dive into this epic story as a mystery gift opens, revealing a silver grade item, the Evil's Phantom Mask. Congratulations, host. This silver tier mask holds the pure, wicked power of a demon. A chilling warning pops up, urging him never to fall slave to its dark influence. Once equipped, its phantom skill hides his basic profile completely, making it impossible for anyone to inspect him unless they are at least 5 levels higher. Plus, its special demon gaze skill strikes absolute terror into anyone who stares at the mask for just 3 seconds. When terrified enemies try to attack him, their stats drop instantly, destroying their focus and slowing down their movements. The system asks if he wants to change the phantom mask's appearance to a simpler disguise. He taps the button, activating the uniform's illusion effect, and is asked to confirm the change. Declining the change, he slips on the mask as a sinister red light flashes from its eyes. Standing by the window, he orders the system to activate his cheat code draw. Wrapped in his dark cloak, he gazes out quietly into the night. Suddenly, the system alerts him of a crazy limit break. His maximum ring slot capacity has increased by 1, meaning he can wear 2 rings simultaneously with both of them fully active. He realizes this basically gives him a massive edge over every other player. Since he lacks a second ring, he leaves the slot empty for now, hoping for a better find, before closing the interface. Another notification pops up, granting him 12 free stat points. Let's see how he decides to distribute these precious points. With a clear plan in mind, his fingers fly across the virtual screen to allocate them. His final stats show 52 strength, 33 spirit, 49 constitution, and 36 agility. Done with his build, he calmly walks out. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the atmosphere is incredibly lively as people celebrate their victory, throwing confetti everywhere. Cao Dong and Dadai step up onto a high platform amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd. Today's raid on the Shanghai Museum by the Death Club will go down in history. Let me introduce the hero who made it possible. It is Dadai. Cao Dong pauses for a wild reaction, but is met with dead silence. Dadai pays no attention, drooling over a chicken leg in his hand. His blank stare instantly brings a sudden awkwardness to the festive mood. Seeing this, Cao Dong pats his shoulder, teasing him about guarding his meal. Da Dai lets out a low growl, turning away defensively. Facing that cautious glare, Cao Dong can only laugh, realizing chicken is his absolute life. Right then, our masked hero walks in. Cao Dong spots Lin Ziluo and yells happily, saying he is relieved to finally see him. You have no idea how long we have been searching. The guys actually thought something bad happened to you. As soon as he appears, several members of the Death Club turn to stare at him with deep admiration. Unbothered by the stares, he looks straight at Cao Dong, asking how the battle went today. Not bad at all. We took down over 1,000 zombies, recruited new members, and secured tons of supplies, Cao Dong reports, pointing at Da Dai who is still eating. Our buddy Da Dai cleared over 100 zombies all by himself today, which is incredibly impressive. He leans in and whispers for Lin Ziluo to follow him. Let's see what lies behind this mysterious door. This is our entire haul for today, he boasts proudly. Brother Lin, we have got lots of new recruits, and you worked hard. Are you free in a bit? Could you say a few words to the crew? Then he whispers, trust me, there is power in numbers. If you lead these guys, things will be much easier down the road. Hearing this, he immediately begins calculating. More people means more gear can be found, which finally brings hope to upgrading his Julie Pearl to Diamond tier. A bigger club brings in more resources, whereas his own supply cards are practically unlimited and going to waste. He could easily trade these supply cards for gold coins, or even exchange them for their rare gear and items. After all, upgrading the Julie Pearl requires those materials. Cutting his thoughts short, he looks at Cao Dong and proposes a deal. Cao Dong looks at him with utter confusion and places a hand on his shoulder, wondering what kind of deal he means. You and Da Dai did some incredible work during this raid. If there is anything you need, just say the word. I want gear, he states bluntly. Is that all? Cao Dong laughs heartily, grabbing his hand and placing a small item right into his palm. Here is a little surprise I prepared for you. As he pulls away, a silver ring is revealed, the exact type of gear he needed. Cao Dong pats Lin Ziluo on the shoulder with a smile, telling him to just ask the boys whenever he needs a hand. With a large club like ours, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Lin Ziluo nods in agreement, accepting the valuable ring. Since it is a gift from you, big brother, I will take it. I will be back tonight at 8 p.m. Cao Dong breathes a heavy sigh of relief, knowing this gear will keep the powerful fighter by his side for now. He looks surprised, but Lin Ziluo explains that the newbie protection period ends tonight, meaning we will soon face a whole new set of rules. All right, stick with me here. I'm meeting the Reaper Club at 8 to make a deal, and you need to gather your people by then. That's all you need to know for now. Ziluo thought to himself. At that hour, he probably won't go out. Consider this saving his life, both to thank him for the museum incident and for this ring. Cao Dong scratched his head, smiling. I totally forgot about the novice grace period, but don't worry, Brother Lin. We are not rookies anymore. We can handle this easily. He looked curious, adding, also, don't worry, Brother Lin. Whatever you need, I will make sure my people have it fully prepared for you. So, Brother Lin, what are you planning to trade with us anyway? Mostly resource cards, but you will find out when the time comes. Forget it, Ziluo thought. He could not worry about other things right now. Meanwhile, Cao Dong looked completely confused. Resource cards? The club had plenty of those already. Without explaining, Ziluo turned to leave and pulled Big Idiot along. Let's go. He left the cheering crowd behind him. Once back at his safe house, Ziluo removed his mask and collapsed onto his comfortable bed. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The Julie bead had finally absorbed enough energy, successfully evolving into a gold tier item. He smiled to himself, never expecting this evolution process to go so smoothly. Ziluo sighed with relief. He thought he would have to reach level 30 and hunt silver tier bugs just to get a chance at this. The Julie blade, strength and constitution +3. Attacks have a 20% chance to pierce armor and cause rapid bleeding. Its overall stats have definitely jumped up a whole tier. Just as he was feeling satisfied, groans and scratching sounds echoed from outside his window. Looking at the zombies wandering down below, Ziluo smirked. Talk about perfect timing. You guys showed up at just the right moment. Now watch this. He immediately unleashed the Julie slash, splitting the blade in two with crackling lightning. Before Ziluo could even process his shock, the twin blades sliced through multiple zombie necks, spraying blood everywhere. Genuinely hyped, he yelled, Big Idiot, Let's get to work. The muscular zombie instantly lunged at his own kind, while Ziluo jumped right into the fray. In under 10 minutes, the entire pack lay dead. A notification popped up, confirming Ziluo had hit level 15. Glancing at his watch, he realized the meeting was almost here. Ziluo quickly gestured for Big Idiot to fall back, but unfortunately, they had barely traveled any distance before running into another massive pack. The two had to barricade themselves inside a nearby abandoned house, as bloodthirsty zombies clawed frantically at the door, trying to break in. Ziluo checked his phone screen. Exactly 7 p.m. Right at that moment, the entire sky flashed a deep, bloody crimson. The novice grace period had officially ended. A cold, lifeless voice echoed from the main server. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Operating on the principle of absolute fairness, the system is now fully autonomous, making any external intervention completely impossible. The simple, easy rookie phase is officially over. I bet you and I both thought things were getting comfortable. But get ready, because the real apocalypse is finally here. A massive wave of system updates flooded the screen. First, all zombie attributes have drastically increased, along with optimized senses of hearing and smell. Second, some zombies are now granted deadly, special abilities, including hunting, berserk rage, toxic venom, heavy weight, and dark curses. Third, at any given moment, the undead can quickly reorganize themselves to launch massive, coordinated attacks against players. Infection is only effective against players with low overall attributes. Fourth, nighttime is now synonymous with absolute death, as zombies actively track down survivors. Fifth, the geological structures, buildings, construction materials, and the natural environment of the blue planet have all had their durability heavily reinforced. Sixth, to ensure a proper survival experience, any food not supplied by the game will decay and become toxic at an accelerated rate. Consuming these spoiled foods over a long period of time will permanently reduce a player's core base stats. Seventh, resource cards have been completely upgraded. The higher a zombie's level, the more filling the food they drop will be. Eighth, the global climate and environment will suffer severe deterioration. Ninth, the class advancement channels are now completely unlocked. 10th, the national leaderboard system is officially live. Top players on the level, prestige, and equipment rankings will receive massive rewards, earning qualifications to participate in future regional wars. 11th, the dungeon system has been completely overhauled. 12th, all cities are now partitioned, making travel between them impossible. 13th, future system updates will unlock only after specific conditions have been met. Ziluo frowned. It was exactly like his past life. Incredibly cruel. The true apocalypse was finally here. As the glowing text dissolved in the air, Ziluo stood silently, listening to the system's final words. Please try to survive. Instantly, the outside world began to transform. Zombies mutated into grotesque, bizarre shapes, clustering together into massive hordes as they slowly marched forward. The easy path to survival for players had been completely cut off, forcing them out to fight for their very lives. At the exact same time, food supplies everywhere began to rot, dealing a fatal blow to humanity's last remaining hopes. Desperate screams echoed from the distance. Save me! Do not eat me! Ziluo clenched his fists. It was live or die. This game truly has only two extremes. But as Ziluo called Big Idiot, he froze. Trust me, you'll never guess what he saw. Wait, how did we both forget that Big Dummy is actually a zombie? The mutation happens instantly. Big Dummy unleashes a deafening roar that forces Ziluo to stumble back. In complete shock, he quickly calls out to the system, "What is going on here?" An alert shows a conflict between Big Dummy's player analysis and his zombie evolution process. The system is now repairing the authority. System repair complete, Big Dummy will not gain a new form. Instead, his zombie attributes receive a 50% boost as compensation. He is now free from game-forced zombie instincts and won't join zombie waves. A new talent has unlocked, and his class promotion is now available. A sudden thought flashes inside Ziluo's mind. If promotion is possible, he can hook Big Dummy up with a broken hidden class way better than 100% inheritance. He quickly scrolls through Big Dummy's newly updated talent analysis panel. Within seconds, Ziluo's face goes completely pale. Honestly, there are no words to describe the insane luck of this zombie companion. At the exact same time, the server drops a few more notifications on him. player Yazi has officially entered the Dragon Kingdom level rankings with 3,700 reputation points. Pay attention here, because this is huge player. Yazi has successfully topped the national prestige leaderboard. Plus, his legendary Shanghai Lawbringer uniform and the Blade of Julie are officially ranked #1 in the country. Now, the system asks him if he wants to hide his name. No hesitation from Ziluo, he shows everything. The level rankings display only 4 names. Yazi sits at #1. Zhang Yuanzhang takes 2nd. Big Dummy is in 3rd, and Po Jun rounds out 4th. Ziluo rubs his eyes in disbelief at the name sitting in 3rd place. Big Dummy actually made it to rank 3. Meanwhile, on the prestige leaderboard, he is still sitting comfortably at #1. The rest of the rankings showcase the detailed stats of other players along with their high-tier gear. Ziluo finds himself torn. Should he hide his details and remain a mysterious powerhouse, or expose everything to become the center of attention for every single player? Lost in deep thought, he hid himself before, because the shadow of the Li family from his past life was massive. He planned to slowly take them down, but right now, they aren't even strong enough to pose a threat. So keeping his identity public is fine. Sure, people will stare at him like he's some rare exhibit, but whatever. He's wearing a mask anyway, so what is there to fear? He can recruit some lackeys, grab extra gear to feed his Blade of Julie, and stack these titles. With so many achievements, the stat bonuses are bound to be absolutely insane. A smirk creeps onto his face. These rewards alone could easily fund an entire squad. Let's pause here. He gets reward rankings in total respect, but then another system alert pops up. Based on your current rank, you will receive experience, gold, and prestige over the next 24 hours, with rewards scaling up over time. The next notification blows his mind even more. For consistently staying at the top, player Ziluo receives the legendary epic title, Matchless. The Matchless title boosts all attributes and earned rewards by 10%, plus unlocks massive discounts at every single shop. Cooldown is 24 hours. Seeing Ziluo suddenly celebrate like a madman, Big Dummy stands there looking completely confused. This is beyond broken. Oh my god. Right now, even if a level 90 God of War showed up, they wouldn't even be able to scratch a single hair on my head. I have to keep this title forever, which means holding on to those top 3 leaderboard spots at all costs. Ziluo wears a smug grin and immediately equips his Matchless title, though the actual effect will take an hour to activate. He reviews the details, his brow furrowing. Wait, a drop rate increase of only 1%? That makes no sense. Isn't my drop rate already 100%? An extra boost is useless. But then, the system explains when the 1% bonus triggers, targets will drop double loot. Ziluo is completely shocked. Wait, it actually works like that? He waves Big Dummy over. Come on, let's head to the Grim Reaper Club to harvest some loot and see if the system is telling the truth. Ziluo slowly turns the doorknob, but the second he leans halfway out, a dark shadow lunges at him. Ziluo leaps back to dodge, instantly drawing his sword with a cold face. With a swift flash, the zombie is decapitated, its head rolling across the floor. He pauses to scan his surroundings, then lets out a chuckle. Looks like we don't have to search far. Right outside the door is a hunter-class zombie with stealth talent. The sky is painted an eerie, blood-red color, and down below, hordes of zombies are causing absolute chaos in the streets. Sensing danger, Ziluo quickly barks an order to Big Dummy. Oh crap, toxic zombies. Fall back. Panic sets in as he swears under his breath. These creeps are weak in battle, but their disgust levels are top tier. Even their spit is highly corrosive. As he runs, he calculates his options. Running like this won't solve anything. He needs to wipe out these sickening freaks immediately. Exiting the narrow alley, something suddenly catches Ziluo's eye. There it is. He signals Big Dummy and dashes forward. Zombies are absolutely swarming every single street. Ziluo climbs through a second-story window and drops lightly to the ground. All around him are desperate groans and cries for help, with lifeless bodies scattered everywhere as the stench of blood turns the scene into pure nightmare fuel. As he nears the door, Ziluo hears a bitter laugh. What's the point of trying? Stick around to find out. All right, you and I are about to watch a world flip on its head. A guy gets a system notification. The helpless zombies we used to farm can now fight back. Beside him, a girl clutches her head in absolute panic. What can they even do? All their supplies are gone, leaving them waiting for a slow, agonizing death. Others are literally losing their minds, rambling insanely. It's delicious. Come eat, everyone, because we won't survive long enough to have another meal. But Ziluo realizes this is his golden opportunity. He strides right in, finds the perfect spot, and pulls out countless supply cards, shouting, "You heard me right. Just give me a few gold coins, gear, or items. You can get food for the entire day, so hurry up and grab yours." Instantly, the desperate crowd goes completely wild. "Me. Look at me, boss. I've got a bronze weapon, and I want that roasted chicken." Ziluo smiles in satisfaction. Today's profit hit 1,000 gold coins. He and Da Sha prepare to head out. Putting his mask on before leaving, Ziluo warns them, "Keep it quiet. It's late, and loud noises attract zombies. If you get loud, don't blame me when Da Sha crushes you with his hammer." The crowd shivers in absolute terror, and the room instantly drops into dead silence. Gao Dong nervously pokes his head out. Ziluo asks in a low, chilling voice, "Brother Gao, do you know who I am?" Gao Dong instantly stammers in fear. "Please, big boss. I should be calling you big brother. Just let me follow you from now on, and I'll do whatever you say." Ziluo leans in close and whispers in his ear. Gao Dong nods quickly, reassuring him, "Don't worry. I will absolutely follow your orders." Ziluo pats his shoulder, signaling him to get moving. Watching Gao Dong scurry off, Ziluo thinks, "I hope he's smart, but even if this fails and he doesn't follow through, it's not like I'm losing anything. Now, pay attention here." As he locks up, the beginner safety period officially ends. Tomorrow, Ziluo faces mutated zombies to farm gold and epic gear. This is where it gets crazy. He grips the item in his hand, filled with anticipation. From now on, it's up to Gao Dong to survive and bring back gear to trade for these supply cards. As Ziluo and Da Sha stop in the middle of the highway, zombies with their keen sense of smell immediately catch their scent. A horde of adult and child zombies charges them like crazy. But Ziluo stays completely calm, wiping them out with a single devastating strike. He glances over and orders coldly, "Let's go, Da Sha. We'll clear out more zombies so other players can finally step outside and breathe some fresh air." "We're currently on the 5th floor. Ziluo smiles. "Honestly, I think we should just set up camp right here for good." Suddenly, a man's voice echoes from the emergency exit ahead, followed by a loud, buzzing discussion from a crowd. "There's a miraculous shop right here. When people come to buy things, we'll charge them a toll. We're definitely going to be rich." "Exactly. The zombies are already dead, so safety is a non-issue. Boss, once we hoard their supply cards, we'll eat like kings for the rest of our lives." You and I both know they're dreaming, right? As Ziluo creeps closer to the chatter, one big question remains. Who actually killed all these zombies? Bodies litter 34 floors. Who could have done something this insane? It must be an insanely strong team. There's no way they didn't notice the Shanghai shop, right? If we occupy this place and they come looking for trouble, we're done for. The sound of Ziluo's footsteps finally alerts them. Their leader immediately takes a defensive stance, barking out aggressively. "Who the hell are you guys? Can't you see we're standing here?" Suddenly, a bald guy rushes over and covers his leader's mouth, stammering, "Boss, wait, look at the giant behind him. Isn't that Da Sha?" The group freezes, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. "Oh my god, isn't that the second-ranked player on the Dragon Nation's level leaderboard? It's really him. Rank 2 on the leaderboard?" Ziluo is slightly surprised, letting out a dry chuckle. He thought it was something major, but since Da Sha gains passive experience from zombies, passing Zhang Yuanzhong on the rankings was bound to happen. Meanwhile, the thugs flipped their attitude faster than a pancake, shouting in unison, "Welcome, distinguished guests." Despite their bootlicking, Da Sha menacingly steps forward, raising his massive hammer and scaring them half to death. Ziluo pats his shoulder to calm him down. "All right, Da Sha, let's just go inside and shop. Ignore them." Staring at their retreating backs, the bald guy finally breathes a sigh of relief and whispers to the leader, "Nothing we can do, boss. That Da Sha is clearly a whale. He's strong, but we have numbers." The leader, now fully realizing the situation, snaps back. "Do you think reaching rank 2 in the Dragon Nation is just normal? So what if we have numbers? He's slaughtered more zombies than we've ever seen. They could crush us with a single swing. The fact that they let us slide this time is pure mercy." Inside the shop, Ziluo marvels at the insane price tag. It's bound to be overpowered. He needs to grind harder to complete the set before the city opens, so nobody else steals it. Without hesitating, he buys it. The purchase goes through 9,000 gold spent, 754 remaining. Trust me, you and I are about to see him break the game with this card. All right, you and I are about to see Ziluo check out a special item. Grinning with absolute excitement, he taps the activation button on this rare diamond-grade gear. Ziluo immediately pins the emblem to his chest and activates it. Suddenly, a system notification flashes. It's a diamond-tier artifact of the Shanghai Guardian, a legendary item reserved only for players with extraordinary, top-tier contributions. This insane piece of gear speeds up automatic equipment repair and even summons a powerful combat robot to fight alongside him for 10 whole minutes. The only catch is the durability can't drop past 40%. Ziluo is completely stunned by its power, but sadly, it's not custom-tailored for him. Just then, another warning pops up, stating players can only buy one unique sigil. That means he has to be incredibly careful not to purchase duplicate items. Ziluo frowns. He originally planned to amass enough gold coins to simply buy out every single sigil in this entire shop. But that dream is dead. It looks like his dream of summoning a massive robotic army is completely ruined. Oddly enough, the shop doesn't mention anything about player stats or requirements to purchase these, leaving it a complete mystery. He shrugs, deciding not to overthink it. The only way to find out is to buy the next item. With that, they head out. Meanwhile, on a rooftop high above the city center, you and I can feel the atmosphere turn incredibly tense. Strange sword and axe runes are carved into the ground. As two massive currents of invisible energy collide violently in the air, a weapon-wielding fighter scans the surroundings from a high vantage point, breathing a sigh of relief. The zombies are dead, they're safe, at least for now. Pointing to a glowing object in the center, he turns to his teammates and asks, "Is this that class transition altar mentioned in yesterday's game update? I wonder what it actually does." Another teammate suggests looking around for useful supplies, and the red-haired girl next to him immediately agrees, hoping they might stumble upon some incredibly powerful gear or weapons. But while they are busy planning their next move, the curious pink-haired girl wanders straight toward a bizarre crystal orb. She wonders what this glowing orb is for. Touching it. Seeing this, the red-haired girl panics and screams at the top of her lungs, "Xiaofei, don't touch that." But it's too late. The second her fingertips touch the sphere, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupts, engulfing Xiaofei. An overwhelming shockwave and a violent gale blast through the rooftop, throwing the entire group backward as they scream in terror. As the explosive energy finally fades, the chilling truth sets in. A massive blast like that is guaranteed to drag every zombie in the area right to them. One teammate snaps at Xiaofei, demanding to know why she can't stop her stupid habit of touching random things, asking how many times she's done this. Xiaofei snaps back in annoyance, arguing that she had absolutely no idea touching it would trigger the door to open. She promises to be careful next time as another player steps in to calm them down, pleading for them to stop fighting. The armed fighter tries to keep everyone calm, focused on finding an exit. But watch closely, danger has already crept up right behind them. An old lamp shatters as a monstrous, towering zombie looms over them. It's a level 18 bronze boss, with all other stats completely hidden. The group freezes in pure, unadulterated terror, their faces turning pale. Without giving them a single second to react, the beast charges at terrifying speed. Moments later, the monster casually walks away, leaving a horrific pool of blood on the rooftop. Suddenly, a blinding light tears through the crimson sky. The giant zombie looks up at the sky, grinding its massive teeth in sheer irritation. Raising its blood-soaked hand, the creature hesitates for a brief second before letting out a deafening, frustrated roar of regret. Immediately, a surge of dark energy, like hellfire, erupts from its back, spreading out and solidifying into a massive cube that locks down the entire space. A voice cuts through the quiet from nearby, stating that this is the exact, brutal price of acting recklessly. The man scoffs, warning his teammates that this is what happens when they mess with things they shouldn't. Meanwhile, Ziluo's calm voice breaks the silent air. "Hey, Dasha." Hiding deep in a dark corner, a cowardly trio of players watches the scene unfold. Sensing intruders, they shrink into the shadows, whispering about the two new fools who apparently missed how the previous group got slaughtered. They agree to watch closely this time, asking if anyone heard what the guy in black called his companion. He called him Dasha, the legendary powerhouse from the Dragon Country leaderboard. The only girl in the group asks if Dasha actually has a chance to kill that massive zombie. The captain replies coldly, dismissing it as if it's not a big deal at all. He explains that the previous group were top-tier elites who couldn't even scratch that zombie's skin, meaning even if Dasha is insanely strong, he won't stand a chance. The other guy sneers, whispering, Who really knows? They plan to scavenge whatever high-tier gear drops after they die, salivating over Dasha's equipment. But a sudden, monstrous roar cuts him off. The zombie smells fresh meat, but hesitates to strike. Ziluo and Dasha step cautiously into the area, scanning the dark perimeter to ensure they're safe. Glancing toward the hidden onlookers, Ziluo coldly signals his companion. "All right, you and I know he won't waste time on these amateurs." Telling Dasha to move out, Ziluo approaches the power gate as memories of his past life flash in his mind. If he remembers correctly, the Shanghai-class transition altar guardian is a berserk-type zombie, receiving incredibly powerful, special protection directly from the game itself. You and I are starting with a mystery, because this beast was killed early in Ziluo's past life, leaving its true strength unknown. Right in front of him is a prompt board, detailing how to trigger the quest, along with some hidden conditions. Ziluo strokes his chin in deep thought, remembering that in his past life, the final trial difficulty was pushed past level 40, blocking everyone from advancing. Only after the level cap was raised could players finally move on to other territories. Suddenly, Ziluo's eyes lock onto a glowing blue orb hovering quietly in midair. Seeing some loot cards lying nearby, he quickly walks over to inspect them. It turns out that as long as the quest is inactive and under 30 players are present, grabbing free gear is completely fine. Distracted, he casually strolls over and lazily places his hand right on the floating orb. Immediately, a system alert blares out. Player Yazi has touched the mage-class transition orb, forcing him to accept the quest. Since his current party size is only 2, the quest rewards have been scaled up massively. The Shanghai Transition Platform Guardian is about to awaken. Please prepare for battle. Now watch closely here. Ziluo freezes as a mechanical ding rings out, and the system begins optimizing the Shanghai quest parameters. To combat the brutal zombie plague, cities built these job transition altars, but activating them requires an elite player to conquer a deadly trial. The reward includes 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 experience points, with a 10-hour time limit and absolutely zero penalty for failure. Ziluo smirks and turns to Big Dumb, saying he will grab the mage class, while the giant handles physical combat. As soon as he speaks, the colossal zombie right in front of them begins to wake. Its stat board pops up, showing strength and constitution at 56, with spirit and agility at 30. Its epic passive lets it release a sonic roar that boosts its own stats, while draining 10% of all nearby enemies' attributes. Ziluo whistles in absolute admiration, admitting that this monster is a true beast, far from any ordinary threat. Suddenly, another system alert blares out, detecting that he is facing a titan zombie, which triggers a hidden quest to defend the altar by destroying this giant. The rewards are 1 special draw, 1 random common draw, and a piece of silver tier gear. With a 24-hour limit, Ziluo smirks and draws his bow. The titan zombie licks its lips, targeting him like a delicious snack. Ziluo pulls back the bowstring, channeling a massive bolt of lightning into his arrow before letting it fly at a blinding speed. Caught completely off guard, the titan zombie barely raises its arms to block. Seizing the opening, Ziluo roars, ordering his partner to smash it. Obeying instantly, Big Dumb tightens his grip on his hammer and leaps high into the air. Facing an opponent several meters taller, he swings without a shred of fear. A thin sheet of frost rapidly spreads from the arrow wound, freezing the titan zombie's left arm completely solid. You and I can see the shocked monster as Big Dumb backs away, while Ziluo gloats from afar that his crazy accuracy is still absolutely perfect. The giant zombie lets out an absolutely furious, earth-shaking roar. The deafening sonic shockwave hits like a truck, catching Ziluo off guard and leaving him stunned. With a splitting headache, he drops to one knee as his vision blurs. This insane passive weaponizes simple sound waves, instantly triggering a heavy stun effect on everyone caught within that massive blast. Looking up, Ziluo is horrified to see Big Dumb getting brutally countered. Big Dumb, watch out. Fueled by rage, the titan zombie rips the arrow from its arm, snaps it in half, and roars violently. The giant beast begins wildly smashing everything in sight, forcing Ziluo to constantly dodge. Even so, he keeps a highly confident smirk on his face while drawing his bow once again. 6 arrows soar out at once, dividing into freezing ice and burning fire, piercing the giant's body and leaving it completely dazed and off balance. With the final arrow landing directly in its forehead, the zombie rubs its bald head, muttering nonsense before suddenly bursting into tears. Wait, Ziluo is totally baffled. Was this giant actually a construction worker in his past life, crying because he can't win? Regardless, Ziluo raises his bow, aiming at the crying giant with pure contempt. His arrows are enveloped in blazing sacred fire, but the zombie is one step faster. It picks up a massive boulder and hurls it straight at him. Ziluo is speechless, completely at a loss for words. Having no other choice, he commands Big Dumb to activate his berserk rage skill. He points forward, provoking him by mentioning that this pitch-black bastard actually ate 5 of his roast chickens while he was knocked out earlier. Hearing this, Big Dumb is absolutely furious, instantly unleashing his full berserk rage and charging into battle like a bloodthirsty wild beast. These two giants furiously collide head-on. Using the distraction, Ziluo slips away to find a perfect vantage point. Seeing the zombie completely focused on Big Dumb, he readies his next move. An arrow flies out in a perfect, straight line, but something seems off. A sudden, piercing pain causes the giant zombie to break into tears. At the exact same time, Ziluo's face turns pale, instinctively reaching back to cover his own rear end. And that's where we leave it today, as the trembling zombie knocks out Big Dumb, bends over 90 degrees, and glares straight at Ziluo. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. All right, stick with me here. He tried explaining he didn't mean to, but yeah, the monster wasn't buying it. The giant zombie roared, locking its eyes right on Ziluo, while Don Gok stepped up to defend his master. Don Gok charged forward, locking the zombie in a tight headlock, putting everything into slamming it down. But the beast thrashed wildly, grabbing Donug's arm in a crushing grip. The tables turned in an instant. Yet, Ziluo calmly drew his bow, firing another arrow straight into the monster's butt. The massive zombie slowly spun around, glaring at him with pure rage. Ziluo awkwardly shrugged, saying he didn't mean to hit the same spot twice. Annoyed, the titan zombie roared, ripped the arrow out, but suddenly lost its strength and collapsed on the ground. At that exact moment, Dongok's berserk state also came to an end. Seeing his chance, Ziluo pulled out 7 explosive arrows and yelled to his ally, "Dongok, get out of there!" Dongok jumped back just as his body shrank to normal. Before the titan could even stand, it took the entire barrage. The shockwave from the blast forced Ziluo back several steps. Right then, a loud warning rang inside his head. System warning. Player Ziluo, your cheap tactics heavily insulted the titan zombie. Its rage has broken past the absolute limit, fully activating its bloodline and forcing an evolution to silver rank. Now pay attention here. Ziluo was stunned, realizing bosses could transform, but this beast just broke through right on the edge of death. The mutated titan slowly stood up, its massive frame towering several meters taller than before. Its stat screen changed instantly: strength 70, spirit 30, constitution 65, with agility skyrocketing to a whole new level. It gained powerful new skills, reduced physical and magic damage, hyper regeneration, and the ability to release devastating, continuous shockwaves. Ziluo gasped in total disbelief. Was this some kind of legendary talent? This is completely ridiculous. With stats like these, how is it only silver rank? It easily rivals a gold rank boss. Just then, another system notification popped up. The Titan Zombie's evolution was successful, raising the quest difficulty and updating the final rewards accordingly. While Ziluo was still trying to figure out his next move, the mutated Titan lost all patience. With an earth-shattering roar from the beast, he snapped out of it, putting the rewards aside to strike first. Ziluo dodged it just in time. He fired another arrow, but the second it pierced the flesh, the wound closed up, healing almost instantly. Realizing long-range weapons were totally useless, Ziluo switched to close combat. He drew his legendary Julie blade, leaped high, spinning through the air to deliver a massive strike. But the monster didn't even flinch. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Things just got incredibly dangerous, and Ziluo realized he couldn't just rely on Dongok anymore. Deciding to play all his trump cards, he pulled out several item cards. 2 combat robots materialized instantly, followed by a creepy zombie cat. With his backup ready, Ziluo raised his Julie blade to the heavens, ready to unleash his devastating Julie heavy slash. Facing the absolute power of this giant zombie, Ziluo didn't flinch, charging straight ahead to deliver a massive, ground-shaking upward slash. The Titan zombie was instantly sent flying back several meters. Right then, a flashing red warning appeared, showing his skill had entered its cooldown lock. This left Ziluo completely immobilized for 2 seconds, just as the Titan's heavy body crashed back down, creating a massive crater. As it struggled to get up, Ziluo's robots rushed in with a heavy neck blow, while the zombie cat quickly joined the fray. Using its tiny size, the cat vanished in a blink before reappearing, slashing its razor-sharp claws deep into the monster's arm. Those claws carried a corrosive effect, causing black blood to spray out like a fountain. Breaking free from his frozen state, Ziluo immediately went for the Titan's shoulder. The impact was so intense, he had to prop his blade against the ground just to stay balanced. Watching the mindless zombie stagger, Ziluo muttered to himself that controlling both summons at once was actually pretty exhausting. But that's when the Titan zombie unleashed its true trump card, sending a wave that forced Ziluo to freeze mid-motion. Nearby, another player suddenly sensed the danger, but before he could react, he was knocked out cold. Dropping to one knee, Ziluo quickly analyzed the situation, realizing the beast was going all out by activating Titan Rage in its condition. He had to quickly calculate how to match its buffed stats head-on. Its punches would only get stronger, and soon, defending wouldn't be an option. With its pursuit speed boosted by 50%, escaping was impossible. But since one of its arms was mangled, its attack speed would suffer, and that was his only chance. Deciding to dance on the edge of death, Ziluo watched the giant fist rush directly towards his face. He slipped aside, channeled all his strength into his arm, and rode the momentum to sever the Titan zombie's remaining arm with a clean slash. And trust me, you and I would be furious here. 4 pop-ups appeared, stating a new player joined, and their hard-earned rewards were cut. Still confused, Ziluo knew there was no time to hesitate. Let's dive into this epic apocalypse as Lin Ziluo quickly leaves the area, climbing up high to keep watch. From afar, a loud voice suddenly echoes, "Get down here, fast!" Seeing Ziluo secure the victory, a group that had been hiding in the bushes immediately crawls out. They whisper to each other to move in quickly, hoping to leech off his massive quest rewards. Their captain is in a frenzy, eyes gleaming with greed, while his lackey chimes in with pure excitement. Oh my god, activating the world's very first job change portal will definitely trigger a global announcement. I'm about to be famous. But the only girl in their group hesitates, pleading with them to stop. The expert fought so hard to kill that terrifying zombie, how could they just steal his credit? Before she can even finish her sentence, the captain snaps back and barks at her to shut up. I've tolerated your whining for way too long. It's the apocalypse. Stop acting like some saint. Just wait. Once we get out of here, I'm going to ruin you. The terrified girl shrinks back, barely able to stammer out a quiet response. Under the fading sunset, Lin Ziluo's tall shadow stretches across the ground as an overwhelming, massive aura completely wraps around his body. The captain quickly switches to a flattery tone, saying, "You must be Yazi, right? You are insanely strong. I've honestly been your biggest fan for a long time." The other two quickly nod and grin in agreement. "We saw your battle, so I immediately brought the crew over to help you out. No need to be modest. We all look up to you." Ziluo coldly replies, "Oh, fans? And you helped me?" He glares right through them. "Weren't you guys hiding around here the entire time? Why didn't I see you coming down to help earlier then? Now, watch closely." The captain realizes he's cornered, stuttering in panic. Before he can even finish, Ziluo swings his sword in one clean, devastating slash, painting the ground in fresh blood. Faced with this horrific scene, the survivors scream in absolute terror. Ziluo stands perfectly still, his voice echoing coldly. "I absolutely detest hypocrites." As he turns to leave, a massive eye suddenly manifests in midair, casting an eerie purple light that instantly sucks the remaining survivors into a deep, hypnotic trance. Instantly, they madly start tearing each other apart, screaming, "It's all mine. Stay away, zombies. Help." Ziluo watches in disgust. What a vile, pathetic bunch, actually having the nerve to leech onto his quest just to steal his hard-earned loot. The system then announces that the quest rewards have increased due to the reduced player count. Ziluo thinks to himself that letting leechers join not only cuts his profits, but if a quest scales its difficulty based on team size, these parasites would easily get him killed. One survivor screams in pure rage, "Yazi, your reputation right now is the great hero of our dragon country." He believes a true hero should support others. "We only wanted to follow you to scavenge some scraps. We had no other intentions." The guy next to him quickly cuts in. "You better think carefully. If you murder us, people won't view you as a..." Before the words "great hero" can escape his mouth, another swift sword strike ends his life, boosting the quest rewards even further. Ziluo flicks his hand, sheathing his sword. He growls a chilling warning, "Remember this. My name is Yazi, meaning a tooth for a tooth. I am not your hero, nor do I care about moral chains or saving humanity. I simply want to survive. You'd run too, right?" The survivors shake in terror, scrambling to escape. Ziluo roars. Anyone who dares cross me, stands in my way, or disgusts me, dies. The system then announces that 25 more players can join this quest, prompting him to organize them. Ziluo curses in annoyance. Useless trash trying to guilt-trip me when they aren't even worthy. He swings his sword in sheer irritation. When the Li family hunted me down, why didn't anyone tell them to stop for humanity's sake? They are all just bunch of hypocritical sycophants. A series of system notifications ring out. Congratulations to player Yazi for defeating the level 19 silver grade boss, Titan Zombie. You obtained 400 EXP, 500 gold coins, and the global unique achievement, Silver Bane. A regional announcement is imminent, along with 2 golden fingers and random gear. Ziluo says in excitement, doubled rewards? Can things get any better? Right after, a massive chest suddenly appears, while a dark platform slowly rises up from the ground. On top of it, 2 sparkling treasures shine brilliantly. Ziluo opens the very first scroll, which lists the exclusive perks player Yazi will receive after activating the city's job change portal. First, a statue of Lin Ziluo will be constructed to honor his outstanding contributions for future generations to admire. Second, regional zombie difficulty will not increase. Third, other players can use this job change portal for a fee, and he will earn a nice commission. Without hesitation, Ziluo signs his name, leaving a blood-red signature on the paper. Instantly, a barrage of system notifications pops up. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the Shanghai Job Change Portal activation quest. You received 500 EXP, 3,000 gold, 100 guild EXP, and the Overlord Scroll. You leveled up to level 15, gaining 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 free attribute points. EXP needed for next level is 2,800. You're the first player to activate a job change portal on Blue Planet, earning the global title Master of Class Change. Trust me, you and I are about to see him break the entire game. Wait, did the system just boost his rewards? Before Ziluo can even celebrate, a loud noise behind him snaps us right back to reality. Almost forgot about these annoying side characters. Ziluo just wants a quiet spot to claim his epic rewards, with zero interest in lecturing them. He slaps Dangu awake and grins. Let's go grab some chicken legs. The two of them simply walk away, leaving a stunned crowd of survivors behind in complete shock. Wait, what just happened? Didn't Yazi already wipe out all the zombies around here? Did he trigger some high-level trap on purpose to leave us here as zombie bait? How could anyone be so incredibly cruel? We only wanted a small share of the loot, which is literally nothing to him. Right then, a global server announcement echoes everywhere. Congratulations to player Yazi for being the first in this apocalypse game to solo a silver tier boss and successfully unlock the class change portal. With unmatched global dominance, this player has earned an exclusive achievement and massive rewards. We encourage all other players to follow his brilliant example. Since Shanghai is the very first city to activate the portal, every single player in the city will receive a massive server-wide bonus. For the next 24 hours, the item drop rate from killing zombies is completely doubled. Plus, experience and gold coins are boosted by 10%. A giant fiery pillar shoots down, wrapping around the remaining players. Don't blink, because 2 girls suddenly scream in joy. We actually leveled up. Yes, from now on, Yazi is my ultimate god. The rest of the players immediately charge out to farm zombies and abuse this crazy buff. One guy stares out the window, muttering quietly. If I remember correctly, that class change portal only appeared yesterday evening, and it was guarded by a bronze tier boss that was absolutely overpowered. We lost 30 people and couldn't even scratch it, but they cleared it this afternoon? A hyped fan of Yazi screams out that he knew it all along. After wiping out countless players, our big boss isn't satisfied with just a simple world announcement anymore. He went and triggered 3 at once. He is literally a god. Inside a pitch-black meeting room, a high-ranking leader speaks up, telling everyone that this player named Yazi is a true genius of our nation. However, before the apocalypse descended, he was visiting Shanghai and got trapped there. The leader smirks, fully confident that his heart still belongs to this country, and he will eventually return to the embrace of his homeland. As night falls, Dangu works alone in the outer room while Ziluo is busy sorting through all the rewards he secured today. He now has over 12,000 gold coins, along with 7 cubic meters of storage space. Level 16 already? That is faster than the newbie protection period. Trust me, staying low-key is no longer an option. Sticking to his old routine, he handles the rewards first, pulling 3 scrolls out of his inventory. Ziluo mutters. A growing class? It scales automatically with levels, meaning he can dump all his free stat points into agility and spirit. This is basically a massive cheat to boost his strength. With that thought, he rolls up the scroll. Ziluo already has a level 1 auto loot sheet, so adding another one will only boost his efficiency. Realizing how much easier dealing with future zombies and bosses will be, he cannot help but giggle to himself. Then, he suddenly remembers the world announcement. What does a double drop rate actually mean for him? Is everyone getting a 100% boost? Ziluo freezes for a second. Then realization hits him. If so, his own drop rate has reached 2011.1%. He grabs his head, barely holding back an excited scream. Just then, the system chimes to congratulate him on pulling the silver tier demon hide battle armor and demon hide pants. Awesome! He got a matching set. Overjoyed, Ziluo happily thinks his little luck ritual actually worked. He carefully inspects both treasures, seeing that each item has unique stats like boosting defense or dealing extra damage. After equipping them, he decides to distribute his stat points, prioritizing agility and spirit, since they are currently a bit too low. With that done, he rests his chin and evaluates himself. Yeah, not bad at all. Feeling good, Ziluo decides to draw his remaining 2 cheats. Next, he pulls out a supply card. This card might look totally ordinary, but in a crucial moment, it could easily decide the outcome of an entire battle. Gently brushing his hair back, he thinks these 2 items from the chest do not really have a massive impact on him. Maybe it is because he is already way too strong. Looking at the titles, Ziluo frowns, finding nothing as great as Peerless Under Heaven. Could it be that all of his god-tier luck has completely vanished ever since he unlocked that Overlord class? These rewards are honestly pretty underwhelming. But luckily, he still has one amazing draw left to heal his disappointed heart. No use overthinking it. Ziluo doesn't hesitate any longer, commanding the system to use his cheat and draw a silver tier gear. He squeezes his eyes shut, clasps his hands, and prays to every deity. You and I can only hope it works. Amen. The butcher class is revealed, inherited from his father, specializing in slaughtering pigs, cows, and sheep to survive, granting 2 strength and 1 constitution per level. Ziluo pursed his lips. This class is pretty underwhelming and basically useless for both of them. But stick with me because this might actually come in handy later on. Taking advantage of a quiet moment, he organizes his inventory and opens the golden chest he just received. Tons of experience and blessings pop up, but the final treasure has a hilarious name. The bystander's melon slicer triggers a fear effect for 2 minutes, slashing all of the enemy's attributes by 10%. Ziluo is a bit confused. The sword is decent, but shouting that name in battle is way too embarrassing. Forget it. He decides to just let his Julie Pearl consume it instead. Forget resting. He only has 24 hours left and absolutely needs to make the most of this rare opportunity. Ziluo clenches his fists and steps outside with determination. Holding a stamina potion in his hand, he chugs it down in one go. His sudden and dramatic appearance completely startles poor Dum Dum. Ziluo just winks with a grin, telling him it is time to work. He orders him to injure the zombies and leave the kills for him, promising 1 delicious roast chicken for every 20 they take down. At the mention of roast chicken, Dum Dum gets super hyped and happily trots right behind him. Now, check this out. Ziluo summons his holy sword and charges straight out, only to find a wandering zombie whose weird noises actually catch him a bit off guard. Ziluo sizes up the hideous beast from head to toe, wondering just how much crazy gear this creature is actually wearing. He swings his sword decisively, praying for at least 2 item drops. Actually, scratch that, let's go for 3 pieces of gear. A loud system notification rings out, congratulating player Yazi for successfully slaying the level 6 heavy-duty zombie. Ziluo immediately shouts at Dum Dum to lure more zombies over by smashing his heavy hammer onto the ground to make noise. The big guy obediently does exactly that. The echoing racket quickly draws in a crowd of zombies that grows larger by the second. System alerts chime nonstop, confirming an absolute jackpot of a day. Ziluo pauses for a brief moment before breaking into a cocky grin, muttering that this is exactly how it should be. Meanwhile, in another part of the city center, a massive screen displays the latest equipment rankings for everyone to see. A bespectacled man from the Yoon family calmly points out that this impressive new gear must belong to Yazi after slaying a silver-tier boss. A young guy sitting nearby pipes up, saying that is obvious. But he is incredibly curious to find out who this mysterious player actually is. Li Haobo's father speaks up coldly, addressing the young kid from the An family. If your unlucky father had not turned into a zombie, you would not even be allowed in this room. We are discussing serious matters here, so show some respect. Jiming sneers mockingly, asking Lord Li if he is trying to lecture him the same way he lectures his own two useless sons. He casually adds that he remembers Li Haobo is supposedly stuck in Shanghai, meaning his father is way too far away to actually help him out. With that pathetic attitude of his, he probably won't survive much longer anyway. Instantly, the tension in the room skyrockets. The spectacled man quickly tries to calm Brother Li down, reminding everyone that today's focus is Yazi, not their family drama. He tells Master An to stop asking pointless questions, then continues in a low voice, admitting he had never heard of anyone like Yazi in the entire Dragon Nation. Honestly, you and I both know how crazy it is for a complete nobody to get this strong in just days. Li Haobo's father concludes that they must track him down, especially given his massive reputation and influence in the world right now. Getting him to join their alliance would give a massive boost to the secret plans of all three powerful families. Jiming acts totally indifferent but doesn't object, secretly thinking that this apocalypse is the ultimate opportunity. Since the entire world is in chaos, why not seize this chance to rise up and become the supreme ruler? While the spectacled man remains silent, Jiming quietly raises his hand and makes a chilling, decisive, throat-slitting gesture. That one gesture says it all. If they cannot take his legendary gear, they will simply kill him. They share a dark, silent understanding. Outside, the brutal battle continues as an oblivious player happily inspects his loot, completely unaware that he has already become prey for those hiding in the shadows. Not far away, inside a quiet hotel room, Ziluo stands by the window, staring down at the bloody chaos unfolding below. He spots Zhang Yuanzhong, the guy who used to sit right behind him on the rankings, fighting like a total madman. Ziluo rubs his chin, muttering that in his past life, Zhang Yuanzhong was only level 8 at this point, hitting level 9 tomorrow before finally unlocking his hidden class. But in this life, without those global announcement rewards, his leveling is going to be way slower. He lets out a long yawn, realizing his reincarnation has triggered a butterfly effect, completely changing the course of history. Ziluo just chuckles softly. No matter how off course the world gets, as long as he possesses absolute strength, he can handle whatever comes his way. He sits down to organize his things, upgrading his sword before pulling it back and storing it safely away. Suddenly, a bizarre, funky smell wafts through the air, making him freeze. Ziluo turns to Dum Dum and asks if he is the one stinking up the room. The zombie just grunts and points right back at him. Ziluo freezes in shock, finally realizing where the smell is actually coming from. He quickly grabs clean clothes, complaining that he is dying from the terrible stench. Trust me, you and I can relate to Dum Dum just scratching his head here. Alright, you and I are jumping back in as Dum Dum stands there scratching his head, watching his master Ziluo step out of a nice, steaming hot bath. Seeing the zombie stripping down to join him, Ziluo tosses a towel right in his face, telling him it is bedtime. He sinks into the cozy mattress, instantly drifting off into a deep sleep. In his past life, during the endless apocalypse, the luxury of a warm bath was completely forgotten. As night deepens under a silent moon, only steady, peaceful snoring echoes through the room. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water bursts violently from the bathroom. Right inside the toilet bowl, a pitch-black void slowly opens up to reveal a massive, hateful eyeball. Right behind it, a filthy, stinking mutant rat crawls out. Ziluo snaps awake, only to find a hideous mutant rat staring right down at him. Its speed is unreal, 10 times faster than normal. Even with the beast right in his face, Ziluo calmly wonders if all zombie rats in this apocalypse are this ridiculously massive. Without wasting a single second, he spins and slices the monster cleanly in half. But before Ziluo can even catch his breath, the ground begins to violently shake. Pay attention here, because tens of thousands of swarming rats are rushing out of the sewers, forming a massive black tide that is about to swallow the entire city. Blood-curdling screams from people down on the streets suddenly tear the night apart. People stand absolutely helpless against the fury of this mutant horde, dropping one by one. Before long, the terrifying tide floods the very hotel where Ziluo and Dum Dum are staying. The duo immediately gets into stance, ready to face the onslaught. Staring at the giant corpse on the floor, Ziluo weighs two distinct theories: either a massive zombie horde or a gathering of mutant beasts. Yet, the system gave no notification, despite this attacker being undeniably a zombie rat. He cautiously peers down the hallway. An unsettling thought flashes through his mind. Could his own rebirth have triggered a massive butterfly effect, completely altering the zombie apocalypse timeline? He decides to investigate the area immediately to ensure he can handle any sudden threats. Screeches, echoing from the window, are surprisingly sparse. Ziluo frowns, realizing the numbers might actually be far lower than he initially feared. With that thought, he lets out a yawn and decides to check things out. But right then, an earth-shattering boom echoes through the night, completely shattering his casual assumption. Only now does Ziluo realize things are going horribly wrong. Let us pause here. A few zombie rats cannot possibly shake the earth like this. This kind of sound can only mean a massive army has assembled nearby. With a disturbance this massive, they must be incredibly close, maybe even on the floors below. Could they actually be targeting him? Sure enough, countless monsters swarm out of the sewers, marching in perfect, organized ranks as they charge directly ahead. Ziluo immediately understands that with such a disciplined formation, there has to be a boss monster with a command talent directing them. Tonight is going to be a bloodbath. They cannot stay here. He coldly orders Dum Dum to head for the roof. With one quick strike, his blade shatters the lock, allowing them to easily push the door open and escape. The two quickly dash out onto the rooftop. Looking through his mask, Ziluo silently surveys the chaotic situation down below through the iron railing. The scene outside makes him freeze. Down on the streets, an endless sea of zombie rats stretches as far as the eye can see. Luckily, he is not their target. A spark of excitement hits him. If he can hunt down that boss, will he not hit an absolute jackpot? But he quickly shakes the thought off. Sighing, he decides staying alive is way more important, since their numbers are overwhelming, and their true goal here is still a mystery. Turning to Dum Dum, he warns him to stay put and focus entirely on survival without running around. With that, Ziluo pulls up his system menu, activates his special ring, and leaps over to the adjacent building. His main goal is to find a much better vantage point, and this side looks relatively clear of rats. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes from down below. Ziluo smirks, thinking it has been 7 or 8 days since the apocalypse started, and some people are still this naive. Do they seriously think hiding is going to keep them alive? Looking back toward the hotel, he carefully calculates his options. Sure, he could combine his movement skills to reach the opposite rooftop, but wasting 2 precious life-saving abilities right now is definitely not worth it. Ultimately, Ziluo decides to hold back and keep observing for now. An hour passes with Ziluo sitting so still he feels like mushrooms are growing on him, and he begins to grow anxious. Suddenly, all sound vanishes completely, as if erased from existence itself. Could a hidden dungeon have spawned here, completely sealed off from the outside world by some kind of protective barrier? Rubbing his chin, Ziluo smiles at this unexpected bonus. His luck is truly insane. He immediately sends a mental command to Dum Dum, telling him to get over here because it is time to work. The loyal zombie obeys instantly, leaping gracefully across the exact same rooftops until he lands right behind his master in a matter of seconds. But right as they get ready, Ziluo notices something incredibly strange happening. Looking up at the night sky, he sees countless black feathers slowly drifting down. All right, let's jump into a world where a flock of creepy, circling crows is the only warning they get to run for their lives. Luckily, they managed to dive under cover just as the flock swept overhead. Ziluo whispered to Don Gok, warning him not to alert those terrifying zombie animals. There are simply too many of them. We might not survive a fight. Looking down, he saw crows gathering to feast on corpses, but the next scene made Ziluo pale. What on earth was happening in front of him? Zombie rats and birds were actually getting along, quietly lining up to enter a massive mansion. What could possibly be waiting inside that dark estate? With no time to lose, Ziluo quickly threw down a rope ladder to descend. He landed safely in absolute, dead silence, and immediately, he and Danok dashed forward, keeping their footsteps as quiet as possible. Gripping his razor-sharp sword tight, Ziluo led the way inside. Hordes of undead of every imaginable shape began swarming the villa, their massive numbers multiplying by the second. The raw destructive power of that mutant bear still haunted Ziluo, knowing it was an absolute monster he could never afford to underestimate. Suddenly, a glowing portal opened in the main hall, and the endless line of zombies began marching silently straight into the unknown. Only when dawn finally broke did a completely exhausted Ziluo collapse to the floor. He waited for the undead to clear out before carefully searching the area, wondering if they were all gone from this quiet place. Relief washed over his face since no monsters remained, and he immediately signaled for Dongok to come out of hiding. But pay attention here, because another mysterious portal suddenly materialized directly in front of them. The system prompt popped up, asking if he wanted to enter, making him frown at the total lack of hints. Ziluo recalled that apocalypse game dungeons are typically split into two distinct categories. The first is a competitive player arena with a fixed difficulty that scales solely based on the character's actual level. The second type comes with specific quests and helpful guide hints. Even so, he didn't hesitate, relying on his past life experience, his insane current strength, and his broken cheat to easily conquer whatever was waiting inside. He was only curious if this dungeon had a safety shield, similar to the mysterious trial. As if reading his mind, the system suddenly let out a sharp ding. It explained that the system is built to provide the ultimate player experience, allowing him to abandon the quest and exit whenever he feels like it. Ziluo grinned, realizing this essentially gave him a free escape card to pull out at any moment without losing a single thing. I know what you're thinking, will this go smoothly? Well, he just pressed the accept button. The server instantly notified him that the dungeon was successfully activated. Ziluo looked back at Dongok, knowing he had a cheat to protect him, but his companion didn't, so he ordered the zombie to stay put. Seeing Dongok instantly obediently squat down to wait, a strange, uneasy feeling suddenly welled up inside Ziluo. He shook his head to clear his mind, focused on the swirling portal, took a deep breath to steel his nerves, and stepped inside. He entered a locked stone chamber, enclosed by high walls and dimly lit by a few floating eerie flames. Ziluo tapped the walls first, then gathered his strength to slash with his blade, slicing a deep crack into the stone. Suddenly, a loud system alert flashed, congratulating him on unlocking the special mythic trial, called the Maze of Despair. A stream of endless data about this legendary maze instantly filled his screen. A 1,000-year-old legendary endless maze, where absolutely no one has ever made it out alive. Can he be the first to find the exit, kill the beasts, dodge traps, and survive with his inventory locked for 10 years? A glowing red warning popped up right after, stating that since the player used an irregular method to enter, the system was recalibrating the dungeon settings. Is it not open yet? Ziluo worried, wondering if that random portal from earlier was the irregular entry method. He bit his lip, realizing the system probably used that gate to restock mutant beasts, and he had accidentally rushed inside alongside the zombie horde. Thinking about how he literally walked straight into a trap left him speechless, but he quickly brushed that thought away. An unopened maze definitely carried an incredibly high danger level. It was definitely not for normal players, but he was far from average, and those freshly added zombie beasts were nothing he couldn't handle. Ziluo glanced at his Julie saber. The game set items were disabled, yet his weapon skills still worked clearly, another system bug. Whether it was due to being soul-bound to the blade didn't matter at all, because as long as he held his weapon, he could fight. Right then, the system suddenly popped up another notification. Dungeon adjustment successful. And trust me, you and I are about to see how brutal this new difficulty gets. Alright, you and I are about to watch the sky burst with a crimson mist, instantly turning the entire world blood red. Ziluo grins to himself, thinking this brutal apocalypse game is finally showing him some mercy by lowering the difficulty. But the system immediately slaps him with a harsh penalty. Because he broke the rules and entered the dungeon early, the difficulty has actually increased by 50% instead. Guess he spoke too soon. Ziluo roars in frustration, cursing how absolutely trash and untrustworthy this game is. No matter how much he protests, the cold, robotic notifications pop up right in front of him, revealing that the failure penalty has been changed. If the host wishes to give up, he can teleport out of here at any moment. The system detects that the host is on a quest, successfully unlocking his mission to escape the maze. This deadly maze has witnessed endless despair. The host must successfully escape to complete the mission, and the reward is a random draw for 2 common tier cheat abilities to boost his power. With no time limit on this challenge, Ziluo has no choice but to accept the quest. With a deep breath, he strides straight into the dark labyrinth. Surrounded by cold stone, Ziluo taps his blade against the wall to test it. Swoosh! An arrow suddenly fires right out of a hidden gap. Before he can even think, his quick reflexes kick in, raising his sword to block. Clang! The brutal impact of the heavy arrow forces him back several steps before it clatters to the ground. No wonder this dungeon was locked, he thinks, feeling tense. That single arrow packs a punch equivalent to a player with 30 strength points. Almost nobody could survive a shot like that. Now, pay attention, because even though Ziluo feels a bit frustrated, he's definitely not letting his guard down here. Sure enough, a split second later, A hail of arrows erupts from every single direction, aiming straight for Ziluo's vital spots. Ziluo quickly leaps to the side, narrowly dodging the deadly volley. As the dust settles, the quiet path ahead lies completely empty with no signs of life. He sighs, realizing his plan to salvage some arrows as weapon upgrades is totally ruined. Ziluo swings his sword to test the air, and when nothing else triggers, he finally exhales in relief. It looks like the deadly traps are finally over, so he keeps moving forward down the dark corridor. After carefully scanning his surroundings, Ziluo arrives at a split path. He reminds himself that from here on, it is all about gut feeling and memory. Strangely, that thought only makes him more excited. With a smirk, Ziluo decides to take the path on the right, which looks a bit safer. Gripping his sword to scout ahead, he steps forward, but his boot suddenly clicks on something hard on the floor. He freezes in shock as a dusty, ancient skeleton suddenly appears right before his eyes. Bending down to inspect it, Ziluo concludes, these bones are just a useless prop designed to scare players. Still, the rising tension makes him more alert than ever before. Well, let's see why. Because right in front of him is a mysterious numbered door. Taking a gamble, Ziluo knocks on the heavy wood a few times, but there is only absolute silence from the other side. Peeking inside, he spots a mutated zombie rat slowly turning around. It screeches and lunges straight for him. Without a second thought, Ziluo swings his sword, slicing a clean arc through the air. The moment the beast dies, a notification congratulates Ziluo on slaying the zombie rat, granting him 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Seizing his chance, Ziluo immediately uses his reward points to order a plate of beef fried rice. Instantly, a steaming hot box of delicious beef fried rice appears right before him. Starving, Ziluo shovels massive spoonfuls into his mouth. Within seconds, the bowl is completely empty, and he casually wipes his hands, brushing away a few stray rice grains from his face. He complains loudly, "This system is a joke. They give me food but can't even provide a single napkin to wipe my mouth." A few minutes later, Ziluo resumes his tense trek. He secretly thinks that if he hadn't completed the grueling weapon master trial, he definitely wouldn't have survived this long. When the second split path appears, he smiles and sticks to his rule. Always go right. Making up his mind instantly, Ziluo strides straight ahead. With no obvious exit in sight, Ziluo has no choice but to tap the walls with his sword to check for traps. Whenever he finds absolutely nothing, he is forced to try another path, walking completely alone through the endless, silent corridors. Suddenly, a trap triggers to ambush Ziluo, but luckily his reflexes save him just in time. After barely dodging a splash of highly corrosive acid, Ziluo curses his terrible luck under his breath. Moments later, he enters a room marked with the number 2. Every time a mutant zombie rat lunges from the dark, he easily slashes it to pieces in a flash. After a long while, Ziluo discovers another bizarre chamber. Opening the 10th door, he finds himself face to face with a massive zombie rat boss. Ziluo snorts, mockingly asking if a simple wooden door is really all that's guarding a boss. He swings his blade, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Within seconds, the beast is dead, and he extracts a legendary royal-grade Julie bead straight out of its decaying corpse. As Ziluo sits down to rest and regroup, you and I have to wonder if these identical intersections are just a trap. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this. Using his blood, he maps it out 3 paths, 2 dead ends, 1 trap. With the last path empty, he slowly cracks the system's pattern. Behind each door waits a random animal zombie, dropping supply cards or weapons upon defeat. Even crazier, the door's number tells you exactly how many monsters you will face inside. The first door has 1, the second has 2, but door 11 goes right back to just 1. Still, something feels off. A massive animal zombie boss waits ahead, hidden right behind that mysterious numbered door. Could there be 2 boss zombies? What does the number 5 mean? Boss count? Ziluo drops his arms, frowning in deep thought. Now, he finally understands why this endless labyrinth drives so many people to utter despair. Simple when you lose all hope. Every single step forward only drags you deeper into the dark. These beast zombies get stronger the deeper he goes, with unknown traps waiting ahead. Knowing he must be careful, Ziluo pushes open the next heavy door with all his strength. Inside are 2 bronze-tier insect monsters. It seems his theory was spot on. Both sides charge instantly, but the battle ends in a flash with just a few clean slashes. He wipes them both out, reaching level 18. As a reward, Ziluo obtains an agility fruit. Right on cue, the system announces he secured the item, granting him 2 extra points. Without hesitating, Zila takes a massive bite, then pulls out and activates the trap supply card he just received. Now, any beast zombie stupid enough to rush in gets completely shredded. No effort needed. Watch how confidently he strides into day 3 of this maze. By the next morning, his treasured saber is fully upgraded. The sword is now a diamond tier weapon, adding 10 strength, 4 constitution, and a whopping 25% armor penetration. Skill damage spikes massively. Zilei looks on in absolute awe at this weapon's transformation. It is completely unreal. Staring at his deadly new blade, he smiles, knowing clearing out low-tier animal zombies will be a breeze from now on. From there, Zilei goes on a savage killing spree. Mid-tier bronze monsters are jokes to him now. The legendary nightmare maze is completely conquered. Meanwhile, over in Shanghai, a young girl is absolutely crying tears of joy. "Mom, I finally hit level 10. Right after, a server-wide announcement flashes. "Congratulations on your successful class advancement." In another corner of the city, players are whispering. "Anyone got updates on our idol, Ya Ji?" Nothing at all. It is like he literally vanished off the face of the earth. Personally, I think Ya Ji found a safe haven to retire early and stopped grinding. Or, who knows, maybe he got assassinated already. Though honestly, I bet some secret organization tracked Ya Ji down, locking him up as a lab rat for experiments. But these wild rumors are instantly shattered by a fresh piece of news. You and I both know that makes zero sense. He is still on the leaderboard, and dead players disappear. Plus, that big idiot is dead silent at level 10. Meanwhile, Zila is unleashing his 9-ly slash against 3 grotesque zombies blocking his path. Zila's body blurs and vanishes. Before the dumbfounded zombies can react, he materializes right behind them. Zila scoffs, telling them they had spirit, but unfortunately, he is just on another level. He casually slides his blade from a corpse. Suddenly, a bizarre distortion occurs. A heavy pressure slams down, forcing Zilei to raise both arms in defense. The server congratulates player Yaji for slaying the level 9 gluttonous zombie rat boss, earning 50 experience and 100 gold. A bronze treasure chest materializes behind the corpse. Right then, 2 other monstrous beasts charge him at once. With a swift step, Zilei easily dodges, watching them tear each other apart in absolute madness. The room reeks of heavy metallic blood. He and Bao quickly execute the final zombie, sending his gained rewards skyrocketing with no signs of stopping. Zila also triggers a golden touch lucky draw, and he immediately accepts without hesitation. This time, he gets the Eye of Insight, an incredible tool allowing him to instantly look up information on any mysterious creature. Zila frowns, staring intensely at his system screen, then taps on the option to display the detailed inspection. When inspecting another player, the host can view their active titles, detailed class information, basic attributes, innate talents, active skill effects, and the stats of every single piece of gear they are wearing. The Eye of Insight completely unveils secrets about any life form that was once a total mystery. When checking zombie-related creatures, the host can easily pinpoint their exact fatal weaknesses. This makes him incredibly thrilled, but he soon sighs, realizing other players will essentially be standing naked before him. Being this overpowered is honestly so lonely. The second feature is vague, its limits unclear. Guess you and I will have to wait for the next beast fight to see it. Alright, you and I are jumping right in, as Ziluo swallows a custom mixed pill and casually leaves Dark Room 54. A long while later, he reaches door 41. Calmly, as he always does, Ziluo reaches out to open it. But the moment it swings open, a sickening stench hits him instantly, making him pinch his nose in disgust. Ziluo immediately activates his Eye of Insight, aiming it straight at the zombie crow standing right before him. The screen shows this level 6 zombie bird has 18 strength, 8 spirit, 13 constitution, 20 agility, and just 1 weakness. Fire is the ultimate counter for these creatures. Since its wings have already taken severe damage, focusing his attacks on this spot will yield maximum results. Ziluo smiles as he realizes how this weakness exploit system works. It is actually incredibly useful. Staring down thousands of blood-red eyes, he does not hesitate and unleashes his 9-ly slash. Single-handedly, Ziluo wipes out the entire zombie flock. Sheathing his blade, he grabs a piece of paper to sketch a Bagua map. Calculating 14 rooms left, he leaves the foul remnants behind and moves on. But after a few steps, he suddenly stops. Ziluo never expected to find a strange, massive boulder completely blocking his path, right in the middle of the hallway. He feels slightly confused, as there are absolutely no wooden doors here like in the other areas. Using his sword to scratch a few markers on the stone, he turns back to find another route, cross-referencing his sketched map to locate the correct path. Staring intently at his hand-drawn Bagua chart, a sense of unease creeps in, making him question his own calculations. But pay attention here, things were going too smoothly, and a bad feeling tells him trouble is waiting near the exit. Suddenly, a bright flash of light beams from up ahead. In that exact direction, Ziluo dashes forward at full speed, only to freeze in shock. The scenery here is completely different. Before him stands a giant door carved with a majestic dragon. Despite his caution, the aura flowing from it is simply too magnetic. It pulls Ziluo inside, step by step. Halting at a wooden gate, he sighs and pushes it open with a loud clang. An invisible force blocks him. Ziluo's eyes widen, wondering if it's the legendary square earth and round heaven, as a system panel appears. The system congratulates player Nize for finding the exit of the Abyss Maze, successfully clearing this legendary instance dungeon. His rewards this time are unique relics and cultural items from Blue Star, which are currently being synchronized. Seconds later, another prompt offers him 2 random cheat abilities, but Ziluo immediately chooses to decline. The other rewards pop up next, including the realm-breaking fruit and orbs of fire and water elements. Ziluo grabs the key, a special single-use item that can bypass barriers for 10 seconds. It looks simple, but he cannot afford to lower his guard. He suddenly recalls that in Bagua theory, Li represents fire, meaning this orb controls flame, while the other naturally harnesses water power. The server congratulates player Nize for successfully clearing the dungeon challenge. With his weapons and inventory space finally back to normal, Ziluo remains silent. You and I can tell these rewards feel way too suspicious. Since the 2 orbs lack detailed descriptions, there must be hidden treasures here. Not wanting to miss out, he decides to venture even deeper. Another sacred treasure appears, this time being a mysterious scroll. Unrolling it, he reads about Fuxi, the ultimate ancestor of the Dragon Nation, and a legendary creation god. This labyrinth was created solely by Fuxi himself, hidden deep beneath the majestic Kunlun Mountains. Those who enter through the gate can inherit the Bagua power left behind by Fuxi. But since its creation, absolutely no one has ever reached the end. All other challengers have turned into dry bones. Shivering, Ziluo realizes this place might actually be a class transition temple. Not only that, obtaining the Bagua attributes and Fuxi's ancient inheritance would make him insanely overpowered. This pleasant surprise really came completely out of nowhere. He laughs, thinking this is the luxury of a peak-level sovereign. Whatever he wants, he gets. He was just contemplating his secondary class, and now this perfect opportunity lands right in his lap. Ahead, a beautiful jade ring floats inside a protective energy barrier. Ziluo reaches out with his consciousness to touch it. Suddenly, the jade ring bursts into a blinding, brilliant radiance. An overwhelming shockwave blasts Ziluo high into the air, leaving him gasping in sheer disbelief. The colossal surge of raw power condenses right in front of his eyes, slowly shaping itself into a massive cocoon. 3 massive pillars of energy strike him simultaneously, piercing straight through his body and inflicting absolute, unbearable agony. Fresh blood drips from the wound on his forehead, blurring his vision. Yet he struggles to look ahead through his battered state. What emerges in his sight is a giant cocoon, wrapped in a pulsing aura of pure, vibrant blue energy. Suddenly, stars align in the heavens above, beaming a colossal pillar of cosmic light straight onto the cocoon as the radiant energies begin swirling around him. Concentrating, Lin Ziluo absorbs the cracking cocoon, letting the leaking energy pool within his body until he finally roars, shattering his shell to break free entirely. He opens his eyes with absolute resolve, wipes the blood, and as system notifications flood in, you know this is only the beginning. All right, you and I are about to watch the system scan player Yazi's legacy energy, and boom, analysis complete. This mysterious energy source originates from Blue Star. Following the guide, Lin Ziluo steps onto the marker as the system merges this unknown energy with the Blue Star culture of the Doomsday game. Merge successful. System integration complete. Player Yazi's class advancement is now underway. Congratulations to player Yazi on successfully changing classes. Drawing from Blue Star culture, the Doomsday game has officially named this class the Azure Emperor. Congratulations, player Yazi, on completing the dungeon. The Azure Emperor class must now undergo data integration. Lin Ziluo frowns. The Azure Emperor, while he's lost in thought, a glowing green jade pendant suddenly appears, floating right before his eyes. It is a perfect fusion of red and blue flames. Intrigued, he reaches out to touch it, instantly releasing torrents of red and blue elemental energy that surge around his body. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully obtaining the power to control fire and water. More hidden abilities are waiting for player Yazi to slowly unlock. Testing his power, Lin Ziluo summons swirling water and blazing fire in his palms. He smiles proudly. Just these two abilities are already ridiculously overpowered. If he fully awakens this class, what can this doomsday game even do to stop him? Don't blink, because he is genuinely excited to see what happens next. With confidence, Lin Ziluo pushes open the stone doors, shaking the entire space as the surrounding walls begin to crack and crumble. He looks around in confusion. It seems this entire chamber was held together by Fuxi's 8 trigrams power. With sweat dripping down, he mutters that this place was clearly built on a shaky foundation. He quickly opens the system menu and accepts the prompt to leave the dungeon. The scenery shifts instantly. Free at last, Lin Ziluo smiles confidently. It's finally over. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, but his victorious smile instantly freezes. Staring at the screen, he frowns in utter disbelief. Lin Ziluo checks his notifications and realizes 2 weeks have passed. He stands frozen. Has he really been in that dungeon for so long? He lost all track of time and needs to leave now. But as he turns around, whoosh, a pale face is pressed right against his. Startled, Lin Ziluo jumps back a step. Oh, it is just Dasha. He sighs with relief. Have you been waiting in this exact spot since I entered? Dasha nods blankly, letting out a grunt of confirmation as drool drips from his mouth. Lin Ziluo is completely speechless. Aren't you hungry? Dasha nods eagerly again. Lin Ziluo pats his shoulder helplessly. All right, once I wrap things up here, I will treat you to chicken drumsticks. Dasha cheers in pure joy. Lin Ziluo turns to glance at the leaderboards. Rank 1 is Yazi, a level 20 weapon master. Rank 2 is Zhang Yuanzhang, level 17. Rank 3, Lost Soul, level 16 flame manipulator. Rank 4, Po Jun, level 16. Rank 5, Ximen Chuifeng, level 16 wind warrior. He smirks. Wow, it's been 2 weeks, and you guys haven't made a single bit of progress? Let's go, Sha. It's time for us to make our presence felt. Let's see what happens as they tap the system panel. Meanwhile, in another area, the system congratulates player Zhang Yuanzhang on successfully reaching level 18. Standing proudly with a massive blade on his shoulder, amid scattered battlefield debris, he wipes his sweat. Finally, I have surpassed Yazi by 1 level. This is a huge win for our military's reputation. He confidently opens the system leaderboard, but his face instantly turns completely pale. What the hell? Did this guy cheat? How did he instantly reach level 20? In contrast, somewhere else, 2 girls squeal with absolute joy while looking at the leaderboard. Yazi is back. He is finally back. Our idol has returned. Up on a rooftop, a white-haired young man also checks the rankings, scratching his head in utter confusion. Before this, Dasha was never even on the leaderboards. But now, he instantly shot up to rank 5. What on earth happened over the past few days? Meanwhile, in a diner, people drop their chopsticks in pure shock. My God, in just 1 single minute, the rankings changed so drastically. How on earth did this top-tier boss instantly reach level 20? Meanwhile, the 2 masterminds behind all this chaos are casually eating their meal in a quiet corner. Lin Ziluo shovels food into his mouth while scanning a barrage of system notifications. Player Yazi has cleared the Despair Labyrinth dungeon, converting the Azure Emperor class into digital data, optimizing base attributes according to the Weapon Master and Azure Emperor classes. The new stat panel displays player Yazi's base level 10 attributes. Strength 40, Spirit 40, Constitution 40, Agility 40, with 50 free attribute points. The Azure Emperor data integration is complete. For every level up, player Yazi will receive +3 to all base attributes and 5 free attribute points. He double-checks his current stats. Base attributes are Strength 80, Spirit 80, Constitution 80, and Agility 80. Intrigued, he opens the details of his new class. Class Introduction. The Azure Emperor, one of the 5 directional emperors of the East, symbolizing the Azure Dragon. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of the most mysterious class, forged from celestial arrays and 8 trigrams energy. Let's jump in, as he gets an insane stat boost of 3 Spirit, 3 Agility, and 3 free points. The stellar cosmic strength grants you blessings from the heaven and stars. The brighter they shine, the stronger you become. The power of Bagua can gather origin beads to recharge your Bagua pendant, allowing you to control all related attribute abilities. Reading this, Lin Ziluo froze in shock. Power too immense for the universe to contain. Did he really just get the Bagua pendant? He quickly set down his bowl, and an item fell right out of thin air. He caught the unique, unranked Bagua pendant, an artifact containing the legendary Bagua power. Ability 1. Li consumes your spirit energy to manipulate raw fire, while Kan consumes spirit energy to control the flow of water. Once you possess these attributes, you can naturally use your comprehension to learn related skills. Staring at the spinning jade pendant in his palm, Lin Ziluo was absolutely ecstatic. In other words, he could learn infinite skills, and even without learning them, he can still control all these elements at will. He smirked. Man, is this what being a true powerhouse feels like? Being so much stronger than everyone else is almost embarrassing. The system quickly balanced his stats, perfectly combining his peak dual master classes so he can learn an absolute ton of skills. Now, listen closely. A faint groan suddenly echoes right beside him. It is Da Sha, and he looks terrible. Suddenly, Da Sha leaps up, roaring like a beast, as he tears his own clothes apart. The level bar above his head just jumped to 16. Lin Ziluo immediately opened up his companion's class analysis panel to investigate. Familiar text popped up. Overlord class. Ability. Mountain, moving strength. One strike breaks 10,000 laws. The description remained, the same strength is the root of all power. With enough raw strength, you can use your physical attacks to break through almost any barrier, curse, crowd control, or restriction. Lin Ziluo stared at the screen in surprise. Absolutely nothing had changed. Getting an idea, Lin Ziluo turned to Da Sha and said, try using one strike breaks 10,000 laws. Though still a bit dazed, Da Sha obeyed immediately, crouching down to slam his hand hard against the floor. A powerful shockwave shattered the ground into pieces. Right after that, an invisible force pulled the debris, wrapping it tightly around Da Sha's arm like a solid stone armor. Lin Ziluo smiled in approval. This is not bad at all. With your current strength, achieving this level is already incredibly impressive. He secretly thought to himself that the strength conversion rate of this overlord class is actually pretty good. Folding his arms, he ordered the system to directly draw 2 ordinary golden finger cheats for him. The system notification rang out almost instantly. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn level 1 absolute slavery and level 1 breakthrough rate. Since the host already possesses level 1 absolute slavery, this golden finger cheat will automatically upgrade to level 2. I know what you're thinking, stackable cheats are absolutely broken. Who on earth could possibly stop him now? He muttered, realizing he found the pattern. Drawing 2 consecutive cards gives 1 new and 1 duplicate, upgrading existing skills. He decided to keep following this exact rule. The moment Lin Ziluo and Da Sha stepped outside, a citywide announcement from the system suddenly echoed. Attention all players in Shanghai. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament has officially concluded. First place goes to Mu Yun. Rewards include 2 random excellent silver tier equipments, a massive amount of gold, experience, reputation, and free stat points. Second place is Chunibu Kid, and third is Broadsword Master. Lin Ziluo froze in shock. Is the tournament over already? It looks like, while he was trapped in that maze, everyone else was out there grinding levels like crazy. The system displayed the tournament details. Unlock condition. 30% of players in the city must exceed level 10. Participation requirements. All players arriving at the designated location within the time limit are registered. Exclusive rewards are based on individual player contributions. After reading, Lin Ziluo turned to Da Sha. Since we leveled up, let's go hunt some zombies. Smash the ground with your hammer to lure them right to us. He slammed his heavy sledgehammer down hard, creating a violent seismic tremor. Da Sha let out a roar as armor instantly wrapped around his body. Holding a giant sledgehammer, waves of zombies immediately rushed at them from all directions. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo unleashed his Julie Slash. A sharp sword energy swept across, wiping out the entire crowd of zombies instantly. At the same time, Da Sha charged forward, swinging his giant hammer at the remaining monsters. They cleared the horde in no time. Mid-battle, Lin Ziluo calmly opened his system interface to find a fireball scroll. Suddenly, a scroll materialized directly out of the flames. Staring at the fire rising in his palm, he was glad he didn't feed this scroll to the Julie bead earlier. His face turned serious as the flames condensed. Closing his eyes, he focused as intense fire erupted, wrapping around his entire body. Looking at the results, Lin Ziluo smiled. Whoosh. And that is where we leave it today. A massive fireball suddenly blasts right at his face. Boom. All right, you and I are about to jump into the journey of a brutally overpowered player. An explosion rocks his training ground, cold sweat dripping as he pushes through the smoke. Lin Ziluo pants heavily, covered in wounds. Yet, the fire in his hands keeps burning as his gaze sharpens, condensing the fierce flames once again. Ding! A system notification suddenly pops up. Congratulations, player Yazi successfully unlocking the fireball skill through the Azure Emperor class trait. He grins, it finally worked. He taps the details. Fireball is a mage class skill that consumes a set amount of mental power to conjure a searing ball of fire. Upon impact, the chosen target explodes, dealing massive damage equal to 170% of the mental power consumed. Mage class skills get incredibly high mental power bonuses. Lin Ziluo snuffs out the flame, and the system panel fades away, exhaling in pure satisfaction. He knows trading that scroll for this skill was totally worth it. Standing up, he realizes if Shanghai shops have scrolls like this, other cities must have them too. He needs to buy more to protect himself. Turning to the large shadow behind him, he says, "Big dumb, go find some chicken legs." A low growl of agreement replies. Now, watch closely here, because this is where the real competition begins. Lin Ziluo steps outside, staring at the night sky. The Shanghai combat tournament has ended, meaning other cities are next. There is no guarantee other regions do not have hidden powerhouses, so scouting ahead is definitely a smart move. Meanwhile, over at the bustling territory of the capital city Li family, inside their meeting room, the man leading the discussion speaks first, claiming that aiming for the top 3 is simply not enough. I want you to take first place, making our family famous and showing every unaligned player out there the true, overwhelming power of the Li family. Shi Jingshan stands up nervously, saying that while top 3 is doable, going for first means facing Zhang Yuanzhang, which is nearly impossible. Li Lixuan rests his chin on his hand with a grim look. Who said we have to fight him to the death on the battlefield? Shi Jingshan quickly waves his hands, pointing out that Zhang Yuanzhang has the military behind him, but Li Lixuan cuts him off, telling him to stop making excuses. Our 3 great families have already allied. If they know what is good for them, they won't cross us. Just get it done. His voice turns ice cold, demanding they bring back first place by any means necessary. The crowd shouts back in unison, swearing to obey. Li Lixuan waves his hand, dismissing them. Hearing the command, everyone begins filing out of the room. As Shi Jingshan reaches the door, Li Lixuan suddenly calls his name. He turns around, surprised, asking, "Patriarch?" Li Lixuan sits tall with an imposing air, commanding him to immediately investigate why Rongzhan has not made the rankings yet, gather better equipment, and handle the matter regarding Zhang Yuanzhang as quickly as possible. That is all, you may leave. Shi Jingshan cups his hands respectfully. Understood, Patriarch. He turns and exits under Li Lixuan's watchful gaze. Let's pause for a second. You can feel his unease. Alone in the silent room, Li Lixuan's face tightens as anxiety creeps in. Pacing slowly, he recalls how Howen is gone. The Li family fell into chaos once, and he cannot let it happen again. He must use this chance to push them to the very top and find Haobo. Walking further, he enters a hidden room, holding a small porcelain vase. With a gentle twist of the vase, the metal cabinet slides open, revealing a secret passage. Li Lixuan steps inside, and the hidden door automatically glides shut with a soft click. Elsewhere, Lin Ziluo continues training relentlessly on the outskirts of Shanghai, near the border, gracefully spinning 2 vibrant fireballs around his hands. Lin Ziluo incinerates a charging zombie with a quick burst of flame. At that moment, the system congratulates player Yazi for gaining 12 experience points and 14 gold coins, right as another zombie launches a surprise ambush. Lin Ziluo spins around, executing a devastating Julie slash directly downward. The alert flashes again, praising player Yazi for slaying a level 2 zombie to earn 11 experience and 13 gold, followed by a massive level 21 upgrade notification. All attributes increase by 3, granting him 5 free attribute points. Lin Ziluo opens his status screen to dump the points into mental power. The screen shows he needs 3,633 experience points to level up again. With that done, he strolls forward while Big Dumb silently follows behind him. Soon, They spot a sign indicating the city border is 500 meters ahead. Lin Ziluo pauses, looking up at the crimson-colored sky. Countless zombies pack the area ahead, as the system warns him that the borders are completely sealed. Players must wait for the barrier to lift or travel to a different city. The item dropped on the ground is a key. The second Ziluo picks it up. A miniature dimensional portal manifests. Trust me, you and I are about to see this world open up. A prompt asks if he wants to use the barrier-breaking key to enter the capital, and he instantly selects yes. The moment he confirms, the key floats out of his hand and into the portal, causing it to violently expand. All right, you and I are about to see that what awaits them isn't a busy street, but a pitch-black dimension. Shouldn't there be a road behind the shield? Do both places have checkpoints? He frowned slightly, turning to give an order. Dinago, follow me. A low rumble echoed behind them. The moment they stepped through, the portal instantly shrank and vanished without a single trace. The empty space led them both into a small, cube-shaped room. Ziluo stepped inside cautiously, carefully scanning his surroundings. The place was completely empty. Suddenly, a bright red system notification popped up right in front of them. Players Ziluo and Dino have violated current game rules and are not allowed to travel between cities. Deportation to Area 198 will begin in 10 seconds. Ziluo gasped, quickly explaining, wait a minute. Dino and I already applied for a transfer to the capital district. He frowned, calculating his options. With the Shanghai combat tournament just over, the next location must be the capital. If he could teleport directly there, it would save him a massive amount of trouble. Ziluo clenched his fists, holding his breath as he waited for the system's judgment. Fortunately, the notification screen quickly changed. The player's application has been approved, beginning teleportation to the capital outskirts. Now watch this as Ziluo finally lets out a sigh of relief. A blinding white light flashed and faded, spinning their surroundings completely around. Once Ziluo regained his senses, he was utterly speechless. Both he and Dino had been dropped straight into the middle of a massive swarming horde of zombies, without a single second of hesitation. Ziluo drew his sword to slice down an oncoming beast. At the same time, Dino slammed his hammer down, crushing another. The two instantly went back to back, coordinating perfectly to clear out the frenzied undead horde surrounding them. After a while, the battle finally ended. Exhausted, Ziluo and Dino slumped onto the pile of zombie corpses, pulling out potions to recover energy. Right then, a flood of system alerts popped up. Congratulations to player Ziluo for defeating an level 11 zombie, earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 22. All stats increased by 3, earning 5 free attribute points, with next level requirements at 3,845. Just as Ziluo wiped the sweat from his forehead, a deadly sense of crisis suddenly washed over him. His hair stood on end, leaving no time to think as he bolted upright, screaming, Dino, run! The two ran for their lives, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the zombie horde. Spotting a manhole, Ziluo leaped inside without a single second of hesitation. Dino followed right behind, quickly slamming the manhole cover shut just in time. Just as Ziluo landed safely, a loud thud echoed. Turning around, he saw Dino passed out on the ground, a massive bump swollen on his forehead from hitting the heavy cover. Ziluo sighed helplessly, realizing it was a good chance for him to rest. Propping Dino against the wall, he pulled up his system interface. You and I can see that dropping players right among zombies is a cheap shot, and Ziluo knew this capital trip would be anything but easy. With a faint smirk, he scrolled through his personal stats page, looking over his basic character attributes: Strength 96, Spirit 96, Constitution 86, and Agility 86, boosting his self-confidence by quite a bit. He tapped on his inventory, displaying each of his equipped items one by one, alongside their illustrations. First is the Wolf Fang Bracer, a silver-grade gear piece crafted with 4 cursed wolf teeth, granting him +2 to Strength and +2 to Constitution. Its active skill, Cursed Strength, lasts for 1 minute. Each of your attacks has a 10% chance to unleash a curse, inflicting random negative status effects like fear, panic, or disgust on the enemy. A 24-hour cooldown, not bad at all. He'll take it. Next, the Bloodthirsty Ring, a bronze-grade accessory. It requires fresh blood as fuel to ensure its passive effects function properly. 0 base stats, but its passive lifesteal skill grants +1 to strength after every kill, boosting his attribute points by 5 for 10 minutes. It stacks up to 5 times, which basically maxes out his power. Although the activation conditions are strict, it won't pose much of a challenge for him. Then there's the Spiked Claw Bracelet, a bronze-grade gear that can instantly make any opponent pay a heavy price. Grants +2 to strength, with the active Spike Strike skill shooting claws at the enemy to deal 150% of his total strength stat as damage. With a 12-hour cooldown, it's quite decent for now, so he equips it. Ziluo then pulls out another ring, and its details pop up. The Mini-Dimensional Ring, a bronze-grade item. It contains a tiny inventory space, offering +1 strength and 0.5 cubic meters of storage. Finally, Go has a storage space of his own. Ziluo looked over at his unconscious teammate and smiled. Though the space was small, it was enough for Go to store some food and resource cards. After resting, you and I see the duo finally heading back out on their journey. The moment they stepped onto the main road, a sudden loud shout from behind caught Ziluo's attention. "Excuse me, is that really the legendary boss Dino up ahead?" A blonde guy stepped closer, hesitantly asking one more time. "Is it really Boss Dino?" Ziluo replied, "Yeah, what about it?" "All right, you and I are about to join Lin Ziluo," as some random guy eagerly asks him if he's planning to participate in the capital's solo combat tournament. Ziluo merely smiles in response, keeping his cool. Truly, some things are only found when you stop desperately searching for them. He realizes this is the perfect chance to gather info on the tournament, so he agrees to go together, making the blonde guy ecstatic. "Is that really okay?" The blonde stammers, but since Big Idiot cannot talk and does not object, they take it as a yes. Ziluo drapes his arm over Big Idiot's shoulder. They had both been fast asleep, completely missing the system's massive global announcement. The blonde guy quickly waves Ziluo closer, scanning their surroundings with deep suspicion, before leaning in to whisper that this upcoming solo combat tournament is actually a massive battle to decide the entire power balance of the capital. Ziluo acts surprised, asking what he means by that. The guy shrugs and explains that his brother is a security guard for the An family, one of the 3 great ruling clans. "He told me everything yesterday and even cheered us on." Hearing this, Ziluo frowns, realizing rankings will determine who holds the ultimate authority. Have the government, the 3 great families, and other factions already reached a secret agreement? In his past life, the capital was the very first city to be stabilized. While players elsewhere were still desperately struggling just to survive, players here had already begun organizing massive zombie hunting raids. This was all thanks to the unified cooperation between the major local factions. Now, pay attention here, because this is where everything starts to get interesting. Knowing the capital's future, Ziluo begins to plot his next move, realizing he has a massive advantage in this timeline. Seeing him deep in thought, the guy looks confused. Meanwhile, Ziluo realizes a lowly security guard could not possibly know such top-secret information, meaning this guy's words cannot be fully trusted. Still, he tells him the tip was useful and decides to reward him. Ziluo pulls out a special card and asks if he recognizes these resource cards. "I will sell them to you for 90 gold coins each. How about it?" The guy's eyes instantly light up with pure greed. "Really? Are you serious, boss?" Ziluo nods firmly. Overjoyed, the young man dumps out every single coin from his spatial storage bag. Good grief! These cards cost 100 gold coins in the system shop. Selling them at 90 is basically doing charity. "Boss, I trust you completely. I happen to have exactly 270 gold coins. Can I get 3? Deal." They quickly swap cash for cards. But as Ziluo turns around, he freezes. Out of nowhere, 2 long lines of players have formed behind him, staring like hungry wolves. He is utterly speechless. A girl steps forward, politely asking if she can also purchase a few resource cards from him at that amazing discount. Ziluo acts hesitant, pointing to the guy he just traded with, explaining that he only gave him the discount for answering his questions. It was a special reward just for him. The surrounding crowd immediately slumps in disappointment, realizing they have no chance of getting the deal. Seeing this, Ziluo clicks his tongue, pretending to make a very difficult decision. He points to the young man and shouts that if this kid agrees, he will sell cards to everyone for just 95 gold coins each, saving them all a half-day trip to the official store. Every single eye locks onto the poor guy, who nervously stammers that he agrees to the deal. Swoosh! A massive pile of resource cards appears instantly. Ziluo squats down to lay out his simple terms. "For the next 1 hour, I will sell these resource cards for 95 gold coins each, with unlimited stock." The crowd eagerly lines up. Watching this, the young man feels deeply grateful. thinking Ziluo is a genuinely kind and helpful expert. He thinks Ziluo is using the cheap cards to help him build relationships with other players, so he won't have to fight alone anymore. But let me tell you, Ziluo had a completely different plan in mind. Since he missed out on Shanghai's honor medal due to a lack of funds, he is absolutely determined to claim the capital's medal. A short while later, Ziluo and Big Idiot continue strolling down the street. From afar, a young lady is quietly observing their movements. Boss, that guy selling those resource cards seems to be in deep trouble. Watching them walk away, another person scoffs. Trouble? The guy standing next to him is in the top 5 of the national rankings. Who would dare mess with him? The lady replies that Lord Leopard has already sent his henchmen after them. Together, they can easily assemble 20 to 30 elite, class-awakened expert combatants. Smiling smugly, she turns to the hooded man standing beside her. No matter how strong Big Idiot is, he cannot fight an entire army alone. Let us join in and see if we can snag some easy loot. Suddenly, shink! A cold blade pierces straight through her chest. It is the hooded man. He whispers coldly that she has deeply disappointed him. She collapses in a pool of blood as the man calmly wipes his blade clean, his reflection shimmering in the crimson puddle. I cannot wait to see how many fools will follow Leopard onto this sinking ship, he sneers, admiring his polished, gleaming weapon. But I am also quite curious, he adds, as Ziluo's cheerful smiling face is reflected perfectly on the blade's surface. So who exactly is this guy? Stick around, because we are about to find out. Hurried footsteps echo from behind as someone runs up to them. Ziluo pauses as they pant, pleading for him to wait up. Let's dive into this wild scene. A panting man rests his hands on his knees. Boss, you going downtown tonight? Ziluo crosses his arms, raising an eyebrow. So what if I am? The man looks around warily. Even though the streets are cleared, danger still lurks in every corner. He grabs Ziluo's sleeve, speaking urgently. Listen, I know a safe shelter in the outskirts. You guys should come with me, boss. Suddenly, swoosh, countless shadows swarm out from the dark alleys. Ziluo glances over. They've finally arrived. The man panics, while Danyu instantly takes a defensive stance. But Ziluo? He simply stretches, completely relaxed. With a bored look, he calls out. Come on out. If you're going to fight, make it quick. Don't waste my travel time. A whole gang steps out, blocking every single exit, leaving the man completely speechless. Ziluo casually counts them. 1, 2, 3, 4. His eyes lock onto the 2 ringleaders, a bald guy and a glasses-wearing nerd. Wow, 2 class-transferred players. Quite a force indeed. The bald guy snarls. Think you can just set up shop out here just because you've got this big idiot protecting you? Have you forgotten whose turf this is? The guy with glasses pushes his specs up, adding, to gather so many supply cards. I know you probably have some powerful backing behind you, but doing business on our territory without even greeting us? That's just plain disrespectful. Ziluo casually cleans his ear. So, the bald guy smirks. Tell you what, we won't make things too hard for you. Pay close attention here, guys. They demand half of his gold coins and supply cards for their crew, promising to let this slide if he complies. The thugs brandish their weapons, grinning with pure malice. Don't even think about resisting. We're doing you a favor here. That big idiot of yours can't protect you alone. Yeah, what he said. Letting you walk out alive is our boss being generous. Hand over all your gold coins now, kid, or a single slip-up might cost your very life. Swoosh. Ziluo pulls a dagger out of thin air, spinning it effortlessly. His voice is flat and completely emotionless. You say nothing happened, but you guys have already delayed my journey, and I really hate being late. Suddenly, a system screen pops up right in front of him. This is the Decayed Dagger, a bronze-grade weapon. It is heavily worn and covered in thick rust, but it has a brutal attribute. Pain from its cuts is amplified by 200%, and if the wound goes untreated, it slowly rots away. Ziluo silently sends a mental command to his companion. Danyu's eyes instantly turn blood red. With a furious roar, he swings his massive hammer and charges straight into the crowd. Boom! One thug is sent flying with a hammer, smashed right into his face. The glasses guy panics, holding back the raging bald leader. Stubborn brat. The boss roars in anger. Go. Don't kill him, just cripple him. I'll make him understand what real torture feels like. The lackeys rush in together. Ziluo murmurs that they've made a fatal mistake, while Danyu steps up to block them with his massive hammer. Ziluo casually stands behind him. So what if they're class-transferred top 10 players? He grips his dagger and smiles. Too bad for you, you crossed my path. Slash. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziluo swings his blade, sending a thug crashing down. At that exact moment, a barrage of weapons flies through the air toward him. Quickly, a water orb condenses in Ziluo's palm. With a wave of his hand, whoosh, all their flying weapons are sucked into the swirling orb, hovering right above the thugs' heads. I know what you're thinking, and yes, he crushes them. Boom. The orb explodes, soaking the thugs as they freeze in utter shock. This is, facing them. Ziluo stands proudly with his arms crossed. Do you still want to keep going? The bald guy roars, his face turning bright red. Damn it, kill these two now. His henchmen yell back in unison. Yes, boss. As they charge wildly, a surge of raw energy wraps around the dagger in Ziluo's hand. Spinning around, he throws the blade like a flash of lightning. It tears through their formation, dropping thugs one by one as Ziluo stands completely still. Meanwhile, the two leaders freeze as their men drop like flies. The glasses guy goes pale, stammering, "One strike, just one strike? He's too strong. How is this possible?" He turns tail and runs for his life. The bald boss spins around in shock, only to see his fleeing ally collapse with a dagger in his back. The dagger flies straight back into Ziluo's hand, leaving the bald boss shivering in absolute terror. Ziluo grips the handle, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Why look so terrified all of a sudden? Come on, keep fighting. The remaining survivors drop to their knees, grabbing Ziluo's legs while begging in tears. We were wrong. We were completely wrong. Please, have mercy and spare us. Yes, forgive us. We were blind fools who failed to recognize greatness. Boss, I have an elderly mother and young kids. Please show some mercy. Ziluo smiles, resting the dagger on his shoulder. Spare you guys? No problem. They look up, overjoyed. Really? You're not lying to us, right? Ziluo simply raises his eyebrow. Of course, everyone knows that I, Lin Ziluo, have never lied to anyone in my entire life. I even swore that if I ever lied, my whole family would drop dead. He tilts his head with a sly look. But shouldn't you guys pay a little price to buy back your lives? And that's where we leave it. They quickly dump all their inventory items onto the ground while Ziluo watches with crossed arms. The bald boss flinches, instantly kneeling and trembling. What? What do you want? I'll give you everything I have. Ziluo turned around, taking every single piece of loot they offered. Let's dive in without even turning. His icy voice freezes the sneaking bald thug. Looking to die? After grabbing all the loot, Ziluo starts walking away. The thugs sigh in relief and try to escape, but he suddenly stops, his emotionless voice cutting through the air like a razor-sharp blade. Die, leave no survivors. The bald thug spins around in horror as a giant hammer comes crashing straight toward his head. Dai swings the hammer down, blood splattering everywhere amidst desperate screams and final curses. A curse echoing out, but once the dust settles, the street is transformed into a gruesome, blood-soaked battlefield. Victims' families slowly gather around the scene. Some clasp their hands in prayer, while others break down in tears. Father, I couldn't avenge you myself, but a savior has wiped out these absolute beasts for us. You can finally rest in peace in heaven. Xiao Hui, my weakness is the reason you were killed. They stole my food and let my son starve. You got what you deserved. Up high, a mysterious hooded figure watches the entire scene unfold. Watch closely, the capital's balance is about to shift. Drawing a bizarre gun, he fires a brilliant orb of light into the dark sky, forcing Ziluo to squint his eyes. Ziluo and Dai look toward the flash. Ziluo smirks, realizing they might have just attracted some very dangerous attention. Inside the capital safe zone, packed with players, a robotic voice suddenly blares from the loudspeakers. As the crowd queues up, Ziluo crosses his arms with a smirk. The capital sure got rebuilt fast. Leaning against a wall, he calculates. Real IDs are required, but revealing their identities with the Li family's power, still unknown, is too risky. Ziluo and Dai quietly slip away. There must be a blind spot they can sneak through. An hour later, they spot a restricted area marked no entry. Ziluo smirks, licks his lips, and pulls out his lockpicking tools. With a few quick moves, the lock clicks open. They immediately pull up their masks. Ziluo quickly bypasses the system, and they slip inside, quietly closing the door behind them. Ziluo whispers, Dai, go grab a map of the capital, keep it quiet. In the blink of an eye, Dai vanishes and returns, presenting the map right before his eyes. Ziluo gasps at his speed, unfurling the map. The solo combat tournament is at the sports arena, their first destination. Stepping back onto the main street, they notice a loud crowd gossiping just ahead. Who do you think will win the solo combat tournament this time? One guy asks. Is that even a question? It's obviously the pride of our capital, General Zhang Yuanzhang, the elite combatant who was just promoted. Hearing that name, Ziluo clenches his fist. But I heard the general's health has been failing, so it's not guaranteed. We both saw this coming, right? No wonder Zhang Yuanzhang only got third place in his past life. The colorful-haired youths continue their gossip. Come on, that's just a baseless rumor. I bet the bookies spread that rumor to manipulate the odds. By the way, did you place any bets? The green-haired guy grins. Of course I did. I dropped 500 gold coins on General Zhang. His friend gasps in shock. Man, you are loaded. Right then, Ziluo steps up. Excuse me, where is this betting house located, and who runs it? The group turns in surprise. Whoa, you looking to place a bet too? Man, the green-haired guy points ahead. Right there, inside that big red building. It's backed by the three great families, so it's a pretty official channel. Having got the intel, Ziluo waves goodbye. Thanks, he says, as he and Dae bolt like the wind, arriving before a towering, ancient-style building. Ziluo strokes his chin. With 3 hours left before the tournament, it's time to make some money. The arena entrance is packed. Arriving at the gates, Dae wordlessly barrels through the crowd like a heavy tank, shoving people aside. A woman glares in annoyance after getting bumped, but Dae ignores her completely and keeps walking forward. A bookie from the betting house quickly steps up to block them. Welcome. What kind of bet are you looking to make? Ziluo smiles. What are General Zhang's odds? Checking his ledger, the bookie replies. The odds for General Zhang taking first place are 12 to 1. Ziluo sneers. They're exploiting everyone's blind trust in the general to inflate the betting pool. Whoever is pulling the strings is making a fortune. The bookie asks, so, what's your bet? Ziluo holds up 3 fingers. I want to bet on Zhang Yuanzhang getting third. Stunned, the bookie asks him to repeat that. You want General Zhang in third? Well, that's where we leave it. Let's see how this pays off. Stick with me. Zila just dumped a mountain of gold coins on the table, shocking everyone. Yes, 20,000 gold coins all on third place, Zhang Yuanzhang. Other players nearby start whispering. 20,000 gold coins? Is this kid just here to cause trouble? Dropping 20,000 gold coins on third place General Zhang? If he wins, those odds will net him nearly 60,000 gold coins. But General Zhang is so powerful, there is zero chance he wins. He is basically throwing his money away. Ignoring the gossip, Dasha, currently controlled by Lin Ziluo, quietly pulls out his own coin pouch and slams it down, dropping another 20,000 gold coins on third place Zhang Yuanzhang. The bookkeeper breaks out in a cold sweat looking at these two absolute spendthrifts. He stammers, "Are you too sure? That is 40,000 gold coins total." Zila rolls his eyes. "Do not dawdle. I am definitely buying. Hurry it up. The individual combat tournament is about to start." Dasha leans in with a terrifying, threatening glare. The bookie turns pale, rapidly printing the tickets, nodding fearfully as he tremblingly hands them over to Zila. The arena is still completely empty. As Zila walks through the gate, the system announces that player Zila has entered the Imperial Capital Arena. He blends in with the crowd heading to the spectator stands, but suddenly slips away, heading down the hallway reserved only for players. The system scan passes over him once again. Scanning player level 10 confirmed. Eligible to participate in the individual tournament. Please proceed to the preparation area. Zila smirks, casually walking inside with Dasha, completely ignoring the whispering and googling of the crowd around them. His eyes sweep over the players, stopping on one man as he mutters, "Zhang Yuanzhang." Right then, the system-wide announcement rings out. Now pay attention, the Imperial Capital Individual Combat Tournament is officially starting. In the center of the arena, a massive, glowing red holographic screen grabs the attention of the entire crowd. The red text reveals the brutal rules. Of the 1,546 players waiting, only 32 will advance to the finals. More details flash on screen. The battleground features 32 separate stages, where players must choose whether they want to attack or defend. Matches last a maximum of 5 minutes, and if time runs out, the attacker loses. Whether you attack or defend, losing means instant elimination. Successfully hold a stage for an hour, and you secure a spot in the finals, locking that arena down permanently. If nobody manages that, The last fighter standing on the stage after 4 hours will claim the qualifying spot instead. During the fights, players are fully responsible for their own survival. To forfeit, simply tap the control panel button or shout the words "I give up" to be instantly teleported out of the arena. All stages are built from indestructible materials, so fight without holding back. Now, please enter the combat zone. The moment the signal sounds, players let out deafening battle cries and charge forward, making the entire Colosseum boil with excitement. But look at them, Ziluo and Da Sha are totally relaxed. Ziluo casually keeps a hand in his pocket, thinking that this whole event is nothing but a massive free-for-all. A robotic system voice rings out, urging player Ziluo to enter the stage. Anyone failing to enter within 5 minutes will be disqualified. He and Da Sha exchange a look. As fighters take their positions, a pale blue energy barrier rises up, shielding each arena. By using their personal control panels, players can request to challenge any of the stages. Instead, Ziluo and Da Sha sit down, kicking their feet up like VIPs watching a show. Despite his massive size, Da Sha sits obediently with hands on his knees like a good kid. Meanwhile, Ziluo looks exactly like a teenager going through a rebellious phase. The system announces that during the waiting period, players remain in a safe zone and cannot attack each other. Any violent behavior will trigger an instant teleport to the spectator, stands, and total disqualification. The matches are starting now. Choose your target. Ziluo smiles smugly as the system board cycles through random selections. Active stages turn their panel buttons red, while empty ones revert to white. But as Ziluo looks up at the stages, his jaw drops slightly. Already? Standing on one of the stages is a man carrying a massive long blade over his shoulder, looking incredibly imposing. Clearly, only an absolute powerhouse like him could claim the very first stage so easily. Zhang Yuanzhong looks down, treating the others like mere ants. The crowd whispers, "Who would dare challenge a monster like him first? Fighting him is a death sentence." That is Zhang Yuanzhong. Guess we will not be seeing any good matches on his stage. Meanwhile, female spectators have hearts in their eyes, asking, "Are you the legendary Mr. Shi Jingshan? Since I met you today, can you teach me a couple moves?" Ziluo glances at Shi Jingshan, recognizing the legendary mad demon war god. He purses his lips, shocked to run into him here. This trip was definitely worth every penny. Just then, another player leaps up. "Trust me, the big bosses are finally moving. All right, you and I are about to watch a guy step up with nothing to lose. He knows he might fail, but he is determined to make his mark, shouting that he is next." Below, the crowd roars with excitement. "Fight! Fight! Why are there only 2 fighters? This is not enough. General Zhang, go get him, crush him. Step up already. Did everyone else go home to cry to their mothers?" Zhang Yuanzhong scoffs coldly, muttering that they are all just useless trash. With a single slash, his opponent collapses to the ground, gasping for air. "To fight General Zhang, I accept this defeat with absolute respect." The arena erupts in cheers once again. General Zhang is amazing. General Zhang is absolutely unstoppable. Seeing this, other competitors begin choosing their opponents. At that exact moment, several mysterious figures in black robes step onto the stage. Shu Luo's face tightens with worry. The death squad of the Li family. His heart begins to pound fiercely. Arena 18. 2 fighters face off. On one side, a mountain leopard special ops agent. On the other, Li 76, rank 76 of the Li family death squad. Crossing his arms, Shu Luo keeps his eyes glued to the match. Li 76's gear is far superior. He came fully prepared. The leopard agent strikes first, landing a brutal straight punch. Li 76 stumbles backward from the impact. Shu Luo quietly puts on his mask. The leopard will lose. His techniques are textbook, but his opponent is ruthless. On stage, Li 76 wipes away a smear of blood as his face darkens. A hidden dagger flashes in his sleeve. With a malicious grin, he charges right at the leopard. It is a sudden stab, but the leopard is no amateur. He spins and delivers a powerful kick, forcing both of them back to reset. Li 76 lunges forward again. Suddenly, watch closely, the leopard vanishes. He reappears right behind his opponent. Clutching his wound with one hand, he throws a lightning-fast punch with the other. But a red line slashes his neck, spraying blood everywhere. Li 76 had already spun around, his dagger still dripping fresh blood. With a brutal kick, he sends the leopard's body flying off the stage. The entire crowd is left in shock, their faces turning pale as pure rage erupts. The Li family does not even treat people like humans. Exactly. This is a blatant insult to the government and the military. They actually dared to commit murder right here at an official tournament hosted by the state. If we do not fight back today, we will be next. Angry screams shake the arena. Down with the Li family, get them off the stage. Protest. Protest. Up in the VIP viewing gallery for high-ranking officials, Commander Shue's expression turns incredibly dark. What is the Li family trying to pull? He Mu frowns beside him. Commander, are they planning to completely tear off their masks of peace? Commander Shue clenches his fists, completely done playing nice. Every day, those old fools talk about keeping the peace. But looking at this, what peace is there left to keep? He issues a sharp, stern command. Once today's matches end, initiate the plan immediately. We are targeting the 3 major families. He Mu bows his head. Yes, Commander. Receiving his orders, he turns and leaves immediately. Meanwhile, in another meeting room, a chair is violently smashed against the wall. And Zieming roars in fury. Do you have any idea what you have just done? You have crossed their absolute limit. Opposite him, Li Lixian merely offers a calm, indifferent smile. Haha. He leisurely raises his wine glass. So what if I did? Did you think we could keep hiding this? Or that you could run? Shi Lu chuckles. Sorry, my hand slipped and I accidentally killed your buddy. My bad. You and I both know he does not mean it. The room falls into a heavy silence, a dense, suffocating bloodlust radiating from his opponent. It is Chen Shuo, leader of the mountain leopards. Hu Jing quickly steps up from behind to de-escalate. Captain Chen, calm down. He blocks him with a steady hand and a firm gaze, offering to fight instead. Shi Lu and Da Dai are clearly thrilled. Shi Lu leans back in his chair. No way, let me kill this guy. You will have to wait. He glances at Da Dai. Honestly, besides roast chicken and pork trotters, only the draw of that massive hammer could make Da Dai's excitement spike like this. He reassures him, do not worry, that war hammer will definitely be yours. His eyes drift down to the Arena 18 bracket. Once they finish up, it will finally be his turn to fight. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into wild cheers again. That is Captain Chen of the Leopards. I have definitely heard of him. On the other side is Shi Jingshan of the Li family, another powerhouse. Man, Chen Shuo is doomed. He is simply not on the same level as Shi Jingshan at all. Come on, fight. Hurry up and attack. Why is that guy being such a coward? Shi Lu looks up at the stands, feeling slightly helpless. The crowd really does chase after every shiny new thing. Some habits never die, do they? On the stage, the two face off, their gear vastly different. Gritting his teeth, Chen Shuo charges at Chu Jing with absolutely everything he has. Chu Jing's eyes flash with cold steel. Raising his massive warhammer high, he unleashes a devastating slam. Boom! The hammer crashes down, erupting into a massive ring of fire that sends Chen Shuo flying. The sheer force is overwhelming, he cannot even react. Hu Jing scoffs with utter contempt. Way too weak. He leaps into the air, raising his hammer high with a freezing expression. A thin trail of purple mist escapes from Chu Jing's mouth. Once this epic battle demon physique enters combat mode, things get incredibly bloodthirsty. Honestly, you and I are going to want to see how this brutal battle ends. Make sure to stay tuned. Let's dive in. Fighting for too long will slowly make you lose your sanity. He immediately slams his heavy hammer right where Tran Thuok was standing, shattering the ground below, but his target has completely vanished. So Kan stands there totally dazed. And in that split second of distraction, Tran Thuok suddenly reappears from behind with an airborne flip. Swoosh! The blade drives straight into So Kan's back. Clang! Absolutely no damage, leaving Tran Thuok completely stunned by his opponent's iron defense. In a flash, So Kan's eyes turn blood red as he swings his hammer right into his face with a sickening splat. Tran Thuok coughs up a mouthful of blood and goes flying, crashing hard onto the ground as he struggles to stand. So Kan has no intention of showing mercy and raises his hammer again, but suddenly a voice rings out. Enough. With a pale face, Nguyen Trong shouts out Tran Thuok, I order you to surrender. Slumped on the arena stage, Tran Thuok weakly mutters, I surrender. The moment he speaks, Tran Thuok is immediately teleported away. Now, alone on the stage, Kan Sun tosses his opponent's weapon aside with an arrogant smirk, yelling, are there any other suicidal losers who want to come up here and avenge your leader Tran and that dumb panther of yours? Without any hesitation, Tu Lac presses the screen for arena number 18. Whoosh! He materializes right in front of Kan Sun, leaving the crowd of players absolutely shocked. Is this guy crazy? Challenging Kan Sun is pure suicide. Another wave of whispers spreads through the crowd. It is him, the same guy who just bet 20,000 gold coins before the tournament. And that is not all. Even his bodyguard placed a bet of another 20,000 gold coins, 40,000 gold coins. Who on earth has that kind of wealth? But hey, you and I know the real question is why he wanted to challenge Su Kan-sun. If he gets killed, it is game over. Up on the stage, Tulak summons his weapon out of thin air. Kan-sun sneers, telling him he will break every single bone in his body to stop his showboating. But behind his mask, Tulak's eyes turn ice cold, sending a sudden, freezing shiver straight down Kan-sun's spine. An eerie, overwhelming bloodlust radiates from Tulak, making his opponent's face go pale as he instinctively takes a step back. No way. Kan-sun snaps out of it. If he retreats now, his fighting spirit will shatter and he will lose. Gritting his teeth, Kan-sun grips his hammer, lets out a roar, and charges forward. Getting close, he raises his weapon and screams to unleash his blood armor skill. Every single eye watches the stage in breathless silence. Clang! Tulak blocks it effortlessly with a single sword, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the heavy hammer is sent flying, spinning through the air before slamming into the ground behind Kan-sun. Weaponless, Kan-sun loses all composure and rushes forward barehanded, practically begging for death, only to be instantly sliced into multiple bloody pieces. Tulak turns his back, calmly flicking the blood off his blade with total indifference. Behind him, the sliced remains of Kan-sun's body scatter and crash to the ground. The arena goes dead silent before absolutely erupting. You and I are probably wondering if this is a dream. How does someone so strong get obliterated so easily? Just how insane is the power gap here? This is no longer a simple defeat, they are operating on entirely different levels. Suddenly, a spectator jumps up and screams, pointing a trembling finger toward the arena stage. Wow, everyone, look at that. Up on the stage, Tulak smiles as he slowly takes off his mask. Look at his system profile. A glowing system status screen appears right above Tulak. Nickname, Tulak. Class Weapon Master. Title Matchless Under Heaven. Level 22. Standing in the center, he confidently introduces himself. My name is Tulak. His calculating gaze sweeps across the crowd, declaring vengeance for every grudge. He thinks to himself that after beating Su Kan-sun, people would eventually figure out his identity anyway, so he might as well make the first move. Seeing the shocked reactions around him, he flashes a mysterious smile, realizing the effect is even better than he anticipated. Is the Lai family ready to face my wrath? From the stands, Chief Tyat folds his arms, watching Tulak with intense focus. That bold declaration of vengeance has sparked fresh hope within him, making their chances of taking down the three great families look much brighter. Down below, the other players begin to gossip among themselves. Did you hear the news? Word just came from the sports center that my idol is going after the Lai family. No way am I joining the Lai family's recruitment drive now. Count me out too. Who cares about the Lai family when we can follow a legend? Tucked away, in a dark corner, another player quietly prays, "Please bless me, great Tulak, and drop 2 pieces of gear for me today." Meanwhile, over at the Lai family headquarters, the tension is sky high, and Chi Min furiously slams his hand on his chair, questioning Lai Lapien, while the head of the Van family sits in silence. Lai Lapien, is this the surprise you promised? Oh, it is a massive surprise, all right. Chi Min fumes, pointing out that offending the authorities was bad enough, but now they have targeted Tulak too. If you want to ruin yourself, do you have to drag us down with you? Finally, the head of the Van family speaks with a razor-sharp glare. Brilliant move, Lai Lapien. Weren't we just discussing how to recruit Tulak over to our side? He glares away. Well, trust me, you and I can see you just forced him to become our worst enemy. All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess. Li Lixian desperately tries to explain that Ziluo is just one guy and cannot cause real trouble. Currently, our biggest focus is dealing with Guanfeng. Lixian frowns, furiously wondering to himself what on earth is making that crazy bastard act like this. Coming out of nowhere wanting revenge against the Li family. Could Haobo have made a massive enemy out there? He tries to calm the other two down. I have planted enough men in the arena to cause complete chaos. Once the tournament qualifiers are over, we will immediately regroup and reorganize our entire force. Do not worry. Guanfeng is too distracted right now to even think about dealing with us. And Ziming slumps into his chair, saying, I will trust you once more. You handle Ziluo. The Yin family is staying out of this. The Yun family head chimes in, saying, we are struggling too, Brother Li. We sacrificed our clan profits to support you. Do not let the Yun family down. Li Lixian quickly makes a promise, saying that will absolutely not happen. Back at the sports arena, Ziluo stands proudly on the stage. Holding a massive hammer in his hand, its stat panel pops up, displaying the Blood Fiend sledgehammer, a silver tier cursed alloy weapon. Caution is advised. It grants 5 strength, 3 constitution, and 5 spirit. The longer you hold this weapon, the more your mind corrupts, potentially driving you completely insane. Its bloodlust ability adds a bloody mark to the hammer. With every enemy killed, each stack of these blood marks boosts overall damage by 2%, stacking up to 15 times. Casting skills through this hammer also boosts their attack power by 20%. Ziluo nods happily, thinking it is perfect for Dainangok. Next, he inspects another magical bracelet. The Magic Power Bracelet is a silver tier item that constantly restores energy and boosts spirit attribute by 3. Current spirit energy stored is 20-1. This magic gear makes Ziluo grin, as it is simple yet incredibly useful. Snapping out of it, check this out. Ziluo casually pulls a chair from his storage, sitting right in the center while hundreds of shocked eyes stare him down. He shifts his gaze to the neighboring arena where another battle is raging. Instantly, the stat panel of a fighter pops up. Basic info reveals his alias as Li, a warrior from the Li family whose Beast Tamer class lets him summon beasts. Currently untitled, his power sits at level 16. Ranked 2nd in the Li Death Squad, trained since childhood, he is a top capital fighter for the Li family, ranking just behind Shi Jingshan. As a melee beast tamer, his summons depend entirely on his spirit energy. Although his class starts out quite weak due to low mana, he eventually becomes a powerhouse once his capacity grows. Later on, relying on his high spirit energy, he can summon massive swarms of beasts to completely overwhelm his enemies. Watching this from afar, Ziluo mutters, Li, huh, and yeah, you and I can see what they are doing. This classic tactical matchup is meant to crush weaker official players. Resting his chin on his hand, he wonders what they are planning. Suddenly, a Guanfeng fighter rushes in, prompting Li to summon a beast. The moment his opponent slashes down, Li pulls his sword out of storage and barely blocks the hit. Though pushed back, he smirks. His freshly summoned spirit beast suddenly materializes behind the Guanfeng warrior, striking him when he least expects it. But as the beast lunges forward, the Guanfeng fighter swings his sword and slices it away. Using that split-second distraction, Li quickly unleashes a dark spell. Dark mist erupts as black bones blind his opponent completely. Disoriented and terrified, the poor guy can only swing his blade wildly at nothing. The heavy fog clears, revealing Li standing directly behind him like a ghost. A clean, brutal slash sends the body crashing down. Li casually kicks the corpse away, looking incredibly annoyed. He blames Ziluo for killing Shi Jingshan and ruining their plans. His arrogant words instantly spark outrage across the entire crowd. Nearby, Yuanzhong grinds his teeth in pure fury, punching the wall so hard it cracks. Then, Yuanzhong spots a massive figure stepping onto the stage. It is Dainangok. He wonders if this guy is brave or just plain suicidal. Li just sneers at his opponent. Ziluo, are you really sending this joke to try and kill me? With a wave, he summons a giant bear. In that case, I will gladly slaughter your little minion. Li has no clue that Dainangok is merely a puppet being controlled by Lin Ziluo from afar. The bear roars and easily knocks Dainangok away. Li turns to Ziluo, who is watching calmly. Is this your champion, Ziluo? He laughs, flipping him off. Trapped between a bear and a wolf, Dainangok trembles in absolute fear. The wolf strikes, but watch closely. Dainangok slips. Trust me, it gets wild from here, all right? You and I are about to watch a clumsy stumble turn into an epic, bone-shattering kick that sends a wolf flying. But Dagu is not done yet. He charges straight toward the massive bear next. A massive explosion echoes as a corner of the arena shatters right before the horrified eyes of Li. Li turns pale, realizing his opponent was hiding his true power all along. Shaking with fear, he raises his hand to surrender, shouting, I yield. But Dagu denies him that chance, kicking Li away with an absolute beast of a strike. The system screen pops up, asking if there is a surrender. There is not. Li desperately reaches for the button, but Dagu instantly appears and crushes his hand with a heavy warhammer. Following a blood-curdling scream, Li's head flies right off. At that exact moment, a strange mist rises from Dagu's body. Lin Ziluo releases his mind control, and as the mask fades, it reveals the real Dagu scratching his head with a silly smile. His profile pops up. Name, Dagu. Class, Overlord. Title, Zombie Butcher. Level, Level 17. Now pay attention, because the entire arena goes wild. Turns out Daegu is ranked 5th nationally. No wonder Lin Ziluo is such a boss. Even his subordinate is a legendary force. Man, I want to be his lackey too. My standards are not even that high, just get me into the top 10, please. So that was Daegu. No wonder someone as strong as Li got completely dominated like a total amateur. On the neighboring ring, Ziluo calmly shakes his leg, watching the chaos unfold, before leaning back with a satisfied smirk, counting Rong Zhan from before and Shi Jingshan today. The Li family has lost 2 future top warriors, leaving only Li Yi, who is currently out of the capital. Ziluo yawns in boredom. Since the Li family crossed the military, their future is pretty much dead. He lazily glances at other rings. Some fighters are still trading blows, while others are already showing zero mercy, executing their opponents instantly. Elsewhere, 2 girls hold their weapons, shaking with fear. One of them stammers, "Please, do not come any closer." Right then, a system announcement echoes, declaring that the preliminary round of the Capital Solo Combat Tournament has officially ended. This massive preliminary round featured 1,546 combatants, but only 32 survived to advance. The qualifiers include Zhang Yuanzhang, Ziluo, Daegu, Bai Tian, and Butong Dehe. Let's pause for a second. The system is telling all qualified fighters to enter the prep zone and save their current status. The final showdown will take place at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone is invited to witness this ultimate battle. The crowd starts buzzing, realizing the show is over. But Ziluo doesn't care. He's just rubbing his chin, analyzing the tournament data. Out of the qualifiers, the military claims 14 slots, the An and Yun families take 10, and the remaining 6 belong to random organizations. Compared to the massive influence the Li family had in his past life, their grip on power has clearly weakened. Man, the Li family is in a much worse spot than expected. Suddenly, Daegu pops up behind him, drooling as he asks, "Big brother, where is my brand new war hammer?" Ziluo pulls the new hammer from his inventory. Daegu looks at his old one with slight regret, but quickly grabs the upgrade, hugging it tightly and shouting with pure joy, "My brand new hammer." Ziluo just stands there, completely speechless. Shortly after, he follows the system guidelines to the data storage room. A system notification rings out, instructing all players to enter the small room ahead to secure their current stats. He pushes the door open to find a glowing orb of light. Without hesitating, Ziluo walks forward and places his hand on it. Immediately, the system congratulates player Ziluo on his successful data backup. This recorded profile will be used as the official standard for the upcoming finals. Player Ziluo is now cleared to leave. But the moment he turns around, another notification screen pops up, detecting that the host has advanced to the Capital Combat Finals. A special quest has been unlocked. Become number 1. Intrigued, Ziluo reads further. The objective is simple. Secure the absolute top rank in the Capital Solo Combat Tournament. The rewards include a random golden finger system draw and a piece of high-grade silver equipment. There is absolutely no time limit on this quest. The system further explains that the cheat system designs missions and rewards by evaluating the host's current power level to determine task difficulty. After the evaluation, winning the tournament is considered ridiculously easy for the host, which explains why the reward tier is relatively low. Ziluo just smirks at this, accepts the quest, and walks out. The moment he steps through the door, someone is already waiting for him. "Hello Ziluo, I am General Zhang of the Capital Military." Ziluo coldly cuts him off. "No need for introductions. Trust me, I know you far better than you think. If you have actual business with me, just spit it out." Zhang Yuanzhang hesitates slightly. "Well, there are 2 main things I need to discuss. The first matter is like this. With the apocalypse game here and our nation in crisis, we desperately need elite fighters like you to serve the country. If you agree, we will pay any price." Ziluo turns and interrupts him again, his patience completely gone. "General Zhang, if you are just going to waste my time, stop talking. That would be best for both of us, right?" Zhang Yuanzhang breaks into a sweat, quickly spitting out that his commander wants a meeting. Ziluo smiles, understanding the play, and trust me, you'll definitely want to see what happens next. Let's see what Yuanzhong whispers next. He looks around warily before whispering that the military wants to take down the 3 great families, hoping they can form an alliance. Ziluo leads Yuanzhong to a private room, patiently waiting for all the other nearby players to leave completely. As soon as the door closes, Ziluo gets straight to the point, asking how this alliance would work. Yuan Zhong rests his chin on his hand and starts explaining their plan. Before the world ended, however, the three great families were extremely powerful, controlling top government officials across nations. Striking them back then would have triggered absolute chaos and collapsed society. Losing his patience, Ziluo frowns and cuts him off, stating he already knows all that and wants some actual new information. But after the apocalypse, many of those controlled leaders turned into zombies, meaning there are far fewer obstacles in their way now. Yuanzong quickly continues explaining. The current situation remains highly unstable, with the military focusing on setting up the capital safe zone and clearing out hordes of zombies. However, the Li family's actions today pushed them too far, prompting the high command to finally launch their strike against the three great families. Now, watch this. Ziluo cuts straight to the chase, asking if they want his help recruiting players against the Li family. Yuanzong lights up, confirming his guess and adding that the military will back him up, hoping he will step in if the Li family resorts to violence. And the best part? They will help him get revenge. Ziluo plays along, acting like he is seriously considering it. But then, he suddenly refuses, calling their operation way too slow, leaving Yuanzong completely dumbfounded. With hands on hips, Ziluo confidently states his terms to the stunned officer. General Zhang, I see your sincerity. Go tell your superiors that I can wipe out the Li family in 1/4 of the time, keeping casualties at an absolute minimum. Ask them what kind of reward they can offer me for this service. 1/4? Yuanzhong asks back, totally bewildered. Ziluo turns to leave, telling the general he will await his reply. After a few steps, he looks back with a smirk, warning that he only gives one chance to those who trust him. Then, he heads out with Don Gok, leaving the general stunned. Telling Don Gok to follow, Ziluo steps outside into absolute chaos as players run past, screaming in pure panic. The southeast corner of the safe zone wall has collapsed, and they urgently need backup to defend it. Tons of zombies are swarming in from the southeast. Let's listen in on these two survivors as they run past, urging everyone to head over and block the zombies from entering the safe zone. Every zombie killed gets recorded, and players can claim a 50% commission payout for each kill. Another player runs past, urging him to move fast since it is an amazing chance to rack up gold coins. Ziluo frowns at this, when suddenly someone rushes him from behind. With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabs the guy, halting him instantly. The man turns around furiously, yelling at him to back off, but panics the second he recognizes his captor. He immediately stammers, calling him Boss Ziluo. He nervously explains that despite being a huge fan, some matters are highly classified, but before he can finish, Yuanzhong steps up from behind, saying he wants to hear it too. Seeing the general, the player stands at attention, salutes, and immediately begins his official report. He reports that right after the meeting, their commander ordered them to intercept the head of the Li family. But before they could locate him, a huge fight broke out at the stadium entrance, leaving the area in total chaos. Ziluo asks, "Is there more?" The player explains they finally managed to restore order, but the Li family was already gone. Just as they prepared to pursue, they got word that the wall under Li control had collapsed. Ziluo listens in silence, and the player adds that a massive horde of zombies poured through the breach, forcing them to prioritize saving the safe zone. Ziluo sighs at the news, thinking that the Li family patriarch is truly a cold, ruthless monster. He realizes the Li family dared to provoke the military at the tournament because they already had a perfect escape plan, regardless of their success. The lives of everyone else simply meant absolutely nothing to him. Ziluo speaks up, snapping Yuanzhong out of his deep, troubled thoughts. Looking at the massive crowds of players rushing to reinforce the wall, Ziluo offers his own deduction to General Zhang, suggesting that the entire Li family has likely fled already. Yuanzhong frowns deeply, staring at Lin Ziluo with pure confusion as he asks what exactly that is supposed to mean. Instead of answering immediately, he stays silent, carefully analyzing the chaotic scene playing out around them. Knowing it is too early to reveal details, he tells Yuanzhong to immediately investigate the Li family head. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what shocking secrets he uncovers next." Let's dive right in as Yuanzhong orders his men, warning Lin Ziluo not to act rashly, to avoid the leader, and wait for his news. Lin Ziluo casually agreed, and right after, Yuanzhong led a few soldiers and departed. Seeing that the chance was handed over, Lin Ziluo also turned and walked away. Deciding to pass on this gold-earning opportunity, he casually strolled into the bustling city center, where towering golden buildings loomed high and shops on both sides were packed with luxurious silks. Right in the middle of the busy street, a large crowd was gathering. Loud murmurs filled the air, and as Lin Ziluo walked closer, he could clearly hear their conversation. I am telling you, Boss Yazi is incredibly cool. Clad in black robes, he radiates this majestic aura, and his demon mask is absolutely menacing and badass. His stance and aura were so overwhelming, I almost fell to my knees to worship him. Damn, I actually thought it was just a regular match. No way, I must watch the finals. Wait, isn't Yazi supposed to be in Shanghai? Are you pulling our leg? To prove his words, the speaker turned around and randomly pointed to the nearest passerby, who happened to be Lin Ziluo himself. Look, I will just grab any random guy here and ask him, do those two passersby over there look anything like your legendary hero, Yazi, to you? Now watch this part. The moment they look at Lin Ziluo, one guy completely freezes and stammers. That is Boss Yazi himself. He immediately dragged his friends away to flee, shouting, do not stare at Boss Yazi. If he notices you, he will slice your head off in one hit. Lin Ziluo had no idea what was happening, but he did not care, calmly passing the terrified crowd as they cowered in fear. Only after his shadow had completely vanished did they finally dare to breathe a sigh of relief. A massive, shimmering golden building loomed ahead, radiating pure luxury, the legendary Kyoto store. The moment Lin Ziluo arrived, he was immediately greeted by a crowd of incredibly enthusiastic onlookers. Even so, beneath all that warmth, there was a clear, underlying fear. They feared both his immense strength and the terrifying power backing him up. Seems like I should teach Dasha to be more civilized in the future to match this welcome, he thought. With those thoughts, he turned toward the receptionist and gave a slight nod. The employee panicked instantly, stammering, thank you, boss, for speaking to me. Without another word, Lin Ziluo walked inside. As he stepped through the door, a mechanical system voice rang out. Dear player Yazi, welcome to the prestigious Kyoto store. Simultaneously, a list of advanced equipment popped up. Looking at the steep prices of the items, he could not help but frown. Why is the gear here so much more expensive than in Shanghai? The system quickly replied. Due to regional size, player count, zombie threat levels, and other factors, store prices will always vary. He felt a pang of regret for not hoarding more gold coins. And as you and I know, the officials and 3 great families are paying for this. Might as well grab a Shanghai uniform and emblem for Dasha too. Deciding on this, he immediately tapped to purchase them. A flurry of system alerts confirmed his successful purchases of essential gear. Once finished with his shopping spree, Lin Ziluo headed back outside. Night had fallen, and unable to hide his exhaustion, he stretched and pulled out his device to check the time. Shockingly, it was already 10 p.m. As darkness enveloped them, a sly grin crossed Lin Ziluo's face. He nudged Dasha, saying, let's go. Dasha, let's grab some chicken feet. The duo casually strolled past 2 patrolling officers on duty. Hey, do you not know that nobody is allowed outside at night? One shouted. I am warning you about a heavy fine and lockup time. You are in some serious trouble. As they walked past, the blonde officer suddenly froze. Turning around in panic, he slapped his partner hard on the back of his head. Did you not see them? Are you crazy? Trying to stop Yazi? I did not see anything. Nobody was there. Nobody at all. Lin Ziluo merely smirked, continuing on his way without paying them any attention. Meanwhile, at the An family manor, furniture was flying everywhere, and Jiming panted heavily, his face flushed red with absolute fury. Li Lixuan set me up. He got everything ready, only to throw me in front of the officials to clean up his mess. He spun around, glaring fiercely at his trembling henchmen. When we allied with the Li family, you all talked big. Now, why are you all silent? Enraged, Enziming lunged forward, grabbing a subordinate by his collar and lifting him off the ground. How do we deal with the officials now? Speak up. Aren't you supposed to be the elite and family advisory team? Are you mute? Huh? Just as the tension reached its peak, a maid timidly walked in, whispering, Master, Yazi is here to see you. And Ziming froze, dropping his henchman. What? Yazi? Impossible. He has a grudge against the Li family, but we have no beef. Why is he here? What does he want with me? The maid stammered. He said the An family is doomed, unless you want to save it. And Ziming fell silent, his immense anger slowly beginning to fade. He waved his hand to let him in. Stick with me, because you and I will soon see what game Yazi is playing. Let's dive in. as Lin Ziluo steps into the living room, flashing a smirk at the arrogant family head, and Jiming, who is sitting with his feet propped on the table. You're quite cautious, head An. You've placed so many spies, and I bet you've got plenty of life-saving items hidden on you as well. And Ziming didn't beat around the bush. My and family has no beef with the famous Yazi. So why are you here? What exactly do you want? Lin Ziluo shrugged, replying, I don't have an issue with you, but your and family definitely has a major conflict with the Li family. Hearing this, and Jiming's eyes turned razor sharp. Yazi, if you came to drive a wedge between us and the Li family, you can leave. Lin Ziluo calmly responded, you misunderstand. I'm here because of one person. Currently, the man in charge of your entire family's food supply is named Fan Gaoji, right? Hearing that name, and Ziming's arrogant smile instantly vanished. He frowned, remembering that loyal servant who had worked for decades, managing everything quickly and without a single mistake. Especially when it came to food, nothing had ever gone wrong. Could it be? He suppressed his rising doubt, trying to stay calm. Don't tell me you suspect he's a spy sent by the Li family? Perhaps you don't fully understand the inner workings of our three great families. Lin Ziluo casually replied. You mean the secret brainwashing technique? Is it the one where you feed a drug to them from birth, then use a specific dark ritual to raise death warriors with absolute loyalty to the family? Watch closely here. And Ziming froze, staring in shock as if his deepest secrets were completely exposed. Lin Ziluo continued in a calm voice. How? I know, doesn't matter. What matters is, where did the secret technique you rely on come from? And Jiming frowned slightly. This secret technique has always been passed down within our three great families. How did this guy know? He growled. Why should I tell you anything? But Lin Ziluo didn't seem to care about his hostile attitude. It doesn't matter if you talk or not. Now, press 3 fingers to your lower abdomen, then over your heart, and tap gently 4 times. Although he wanted to dismiss those ridiculous words, rising curiosity drove Ziming to instinctively follow the instructions. He placed his hand on his stomach, then on his heart, and tapped. Instantly, a sharp pain struck, and fresh blood coughed out, shaking and turning completely cold. And Ziming muttered in sheer panic. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this be? Lin Ziluo stared straight at him, his voice turning cold and sharp. You bought this secret technique from the Li family. The technique itself has no issues, but the Li family has a secondary method to control the brainwashed. Is that a problem? And Jiming covered his mouth, trying to stop his coughing, but his voice still trembled. How is this even possible? We've used this secret method for hundreds of years without a single error. So how could it end up like this? This is absolutely impossible. As Lin Ziluo watched him, let's look back at his past life memories to see what went wrong. Back then, Jiming was also the head of the N family, but he only became a grand earth mage at the end times, finally breaking free from the Li family's control. But by then, it was too late. Most of his family's power had fallen to the Li family, and his wife and children were taken hostage. In the end, Jiming had no choice but to keep serving his enemies. In this life, he wouldn't let that happen. Jiming had incredible magical talent and was highly worth recruiting. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ziming looked up with changed eyes. So, what's wrong with my body? And how long do I have left? You'll have to ask the Li family that, Lin Ziluo replied. They probably still hold the antidote. How long you live depends entirely on when you can retrieve that antidote from them. Taking a deep breath, Jiming composed himself. Don't worry about my affairs. Leave now. I have a major business deal to attend to. Ignoring the dismissal, Lin Ziluo asked, You don't seriously think the Li family is only controlling Fan Gaozi, do you? Ziming narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Lin Ziluo slowly placed a piece of paper down on the table. This list might not include every single spy planted by the Li family, but everything written here is absolutely true. Jiming stared intently at the paper, his voice turning deep and low. What do you want? My bottom line is 200,000 gold coins. Ziming slammed his hand down, roaring in anger. 200,000 gold coins. Why don't you just rob me instead? Lin Ziluo calmly asked back. Then how much can you offer? Ziming gritted his teeth. 80,000 gold coins, not a single coin more. Lin Ziluo only responded to his anger with a cold smile. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Lin Ziluo stands with crossed arms, looking slyly at the person opposite him. 80,000 won't do. There is actually someone on this list who heavily controls your family's entire resource supply. By then, your total losses will far exceed 80,000. The man opposite him was Li Lixuan. Resting one hand on the table, he panicked. 100,000. That is my maximum. Not a single coin more. Lin Ziluo happily slammed his hand down, sealing the deal. With that settled, he slid his hands into his pockets and casually strolled out, leaving a pale lilac swan behind. The scene shifts to a building under a dark red sky. Inside, someone unrolls a fire scroll. As Lin Ziluo lifts it to read the text, "Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Get ready as you and I watch him activate a single-use bronze-grade flame covenant scroll. It channels fierce flames to form a pact with your weapon, granting it a devastating fire attribute attack boost. Once activated, it wraps the blade in raw fire, boosting every single strike with high attack power and a brutal burning effect." He flings the scroll open and hoists it high. Instantly, it unravels, spreading out in the air like a massive, glowing carpet. Lin Ziluo sits cross-legged, gathering his energy to summon massive waves of fire around him. The hours fly by, and suddenly, it's noon the next day. Lin Ziluo exhales a deep breath as the system screen pops up, congratulating player Yazi. Thanks to his special class, the Azure Emperor successfully masters the Flame Covenant skill. He lowers his hands to check his new stats. Flame Covenant is a mage-type skill that consumes mental strength to forge a searing fire imprint. Applying this fiery seal onto any weapon will temporarily grant it an incredibly destructive and powerful fire-attributed attack boost. The duration depends on how much mental energy he pumps in. Without wasting a single second, he fuses the flame seal right onto his sword. The moment he draws his sword, violent, red-hot flames instantly wrap around the blade. The fusion is a complete success. Now, watch this carefully. He takes a swing, and a trail of blazing fire slices through the air. Catching sight of a wooden table nearby, he lightly taps the corner with his blade. The wood instantly chars to a crisp, leaving behind a massive, blackened mark. This skill is absolutely insane. Standing up, he calls out to Dagu, "Let's go, it's time for the finals." Meanwhile, outside another massive building, crowds are already gathering. Excited whispers ripple through the crowd. "Will we get to see Yazi today? Oh man, did you hear about him? They say some guy just looked at Yazi last night and had his eyes gouged out. If you run into him, never look him in the eye." Inside the building is the grand arena. The announcer's loud voice booms. "Will all final contestants please enter the waiting room immediately to load yesterday's preliminary attributes?" Cut to the player lobby, where Lin Ziluo is staring outside, when he suddenly hears someone call out Yazi. General Zhang Yuanzong steps up from behind. "I already passed your demands to the leadership. They hope to meet and speak with you after the combat tournament concludes." Lin Ziluo turns with a smirk. "Sure. I'll be in your hands then, General Zhang." Secretly, he's already plotting. This is the perfect chance to exploit their weaknesses and squeeze some massive benefits out of the government. I know what you're thinking. Is he actually going to pull this off? Well, he steps up to a glowing blue orb, placing his hand on it, as a red screen displays the rules. He looks over them, fully confident. The teleportation gates activate, and he completely locks in, readying himself for the upcoming battle. He is instantly warped to the waiting room, where General Zhang Yuanzhong and Dagu are already waiting. Out on the field, the combat zones are fully prepared for the matches. The announcer's voice booms once more. "Player Yazi, your match number is 001. We will now draw for the first round." Lin Ziluo stays completely calm and hits the draw button. The number 013 flashes on the screen. "Congratulations, player Yazi. Your draw is complete. Your opponent is number 013. He taps the red button on the screen, a smug grin spreading across his face. Not a single trace of worry. As the teleportation light fades, Lin Ziluo confidently summons his weapon, his eyes locked forward, eager to see his opponent. A shady-looking guy wielding a massive blade appears, sneering, "Watch out, kid. This blade of mine is coated in deadly poison." Lin Ziluo just grins. A few seconds later, the guy turns pale, sweating bullets. He starts shaking uncontrollably and slams his head to the ground. "Yazi, I forfeit." Lin Ziluo is left utterly speechless, while the system notification suddenly pops up. "Congratulations to number 001 on defeating number 003 and earning 2 points." Lin Ziluo looks down at the buzzing crowd. One guy brags, "When I yelled forfeit, I was 0.1 seconds faster than you. Clearly, your reaction time is trash compared to mine." The guy next to him laughs hysterically. "Haha, so what if you're fast? My forfeit scream was 12 decibels louder. It had passion. Big Boss Yazi will definitely remember me." They both turn to look at a flashy, dressed-up guy. The flashy guy strokes his chin confidently. "You amateurs don't get it. When I surrendered, I used my deepest, most attractive voice. Didn't you see all those gorgeous female spectators throwing flirtatious glances my way? Overhearing this absurd conversation, Lin Ziluo is completely speechless. Under the blazing midday sun, he's dying of boredom, begging for the next match to start. Finally, his wandering attention is snapped back by a brand new, interesting clash on the field. Out in the arena, Zhang Yuanzhang is calmly using his sword against someone from the Li family. Lin Ziluo quickly pulls up the system panel to inspect him. Name, Zhang Yuanzhang. Level, 18. Title, Leader of Men. Base attributes, Strength 60, Spirit 60, Constitution 50, 5, Agility 40. His special class is Military Soul. This rare class can only be inherited by players with absolute loyalty to the military and immense power. And trust me, you and I need to watch this skill. Military unity increases his attributes based on the number of allies nearby. Let's dive in. This crazy skill lets you share attributes with teammates once you hit a certain limit. At the same time, it can trigger the bonus effects of 2 undying army souls. Once activated, he enters an immortal state, drastically reducing all incoming damage while boosting his willpower. But once it wears off, all accumulated damage hits him at once, a heavy burden even for his colossal physique. His insane self-awareness weakens suppression effects by 30% and cuts the duration down by 50%. Featuring ultimate skills like Airborne Triple Strike, Ground-Splitting Great Blade, Army Soul Blessing, and Army Soul Alignment, Lin Ziluo silently assesses Dangu's agility and spirit. Even though they're slightly lower, their overall stats are actually quite close, making this a winnable battle. Before he can even finish his thought, Zhang Yuanzhang charges forward, unleashing an energy-charged sword strike directly at Dangu. Dangu immediately raises his massive hammer to block the attack. Watching them clash, Lin Ziluo remembers that in his past life, if the Li family hadn't played dirty, Shi Jingshan and Li would never have beaten Zhang Yuanzhang. On the stage, Zhang Yuanzhang grits his teeth, unleashing his ground-splitting great blade. Dangu can't hold his ground and crashes hard to the floor, but he immediately scrambles back up, firmly locked into his battle stance. Zhang Yuanzhang is utterly stunned. As expected of Yazi's subordinate, even though he's 2 levels lower, he actually managed to block that devastating strike. Frowning, he resolves that he absolutely cannot lose this match, or his future career in the military will be completely ruined. But watch closely, because Zhang Yuanzhang suddenly senses something extremely weird about his opponent. It turns out, Dangu is receiving some very specific instructions from Lin Ziluo. Using a transmission skill, Lin Ziluo warns him that if he loses to Zhang Yuanzhang, there will be no roast chicken or pork trotters for 3 whole days. Hearing that, Dangu's eyes fly open in sheer panic. His face turns completely red as he lets out a deafening roar, unforgivable. Surrounding energy surges directly into his massive hammer. With another wild roar, he leaps high into the air and slams it down with all his might. Zhang Yuanzhang quickly blocks with his sword, his face contorting under the sheer force of the impact. Zhang Yuanzhang quickly dodges as the hammer smashes a deep crater into the floor. He immediately triggers his Army Soul Blessing skill. While active, this skill blocks 20% of incoming damage, boosts his stamina and spirit recovery by 20%, and makes his next attack completely immune to counter damage. With the duration depending on his spent energy, Zhang Yuanzhang grips his sword tightly and charges straight back into the fray. But just as he channels his power, Dangu's hammer intercepts him mid-air, blasting him backward across the stage. Zhang Yuanzhang struggles to stand, leaning heavily on his sword, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. His eyes turn cold as he lets out a booming laugh. An explosion of massive energy suddenly erupts, rapidly condensing into a majestic set of heavy armor around him. Zhang Yuanzhang sweeps his sword behind his back, holding his head high as he activates Army Soul Alignment. A massive spectral army of warriors materializes right behind him, and with this incredible skill, he steps back into his ready stance. Believe it or not, even Lin Ziluo's jaw completely drops at this epic sight. Oh my god. I remember in my past life, he used this skill to utterly crush a level 80 zombie that was on the very verge of becoming a king. I never expected to see its early stage today. Unfazed, Dangu roars, stomping so hard that the arena floor shatters into flying pieces. With pure killing intent burning in his eyes, he swings his hammer and charges straight at Zhang Yuanzhang. As his opponent closes in, he grits his teeth and immediately prepares to strike back. Unleashing his airborne triple strike, flames erupt from his blade to create a massive, fiery collision. A blinding shockwave explodes, blurring the entire arena. The crowd screams in shock, shielding their eyes from the blast. As the dust settles, the air around the stage is thick with smoke and embers. Zhang Yuanzhang is in terrible shape, covered in blood with his eyes clenched shut in agonizing pain. Across from him, Dangu isn't doing any better. He stands there, wide-eyed, blood dripping down his face in absolute exhaustion. But Dangu manages to snap back to his senses and stand up. Right on cue, the system announces that contestant number 3 defeats contestant 024, earning 2 points. Up next, contestant 01 versus contestant 029. Dangu stands tall and proud, while his opponent is still trying to recover. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yuanzhang struggles to stand up using his sword. Dangu just looks at him and gives a silly grin. The crowd erupts into wild cheers. This is what a true battle between champions looks like. Man, compared to them, I feel like absolute trash. A real fight means giving everything you have to defeat your opponent with your own hands, instead of picking on the weak just to abuse your advantages and kill them at will. Absolutely, well said. General Zhang and Dangu are both incredible. Watching this, Lin Ziluo smiles with pure satisfaction. Both Dangu and Zhang Yuanzhang are quickly rushed to the medical bay. Zhang Yuanzhang shakes his head, telling the doctor to treat his brother Dangu first. That's a true warrior's respect. Wouldn't you agree? All right, stick with me here. Lin Ziluo politely smiles and declines, saying thank you, General Zhang, but we do not need it. General Zhang wonders why. Is it because they are worried about supplies? Looking at Da Sha, Lin Ziluo cheerfully replies, no worries, we have plenty of medicine. Plus, due to Da Sha's unique class, his body is a bit special. He only needs some extra nutrition to recover. General Zhang accepts this, saying if you two ever need anything, just let me know. Lin Ziluo flashes a thumbs up to show it is all good. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thinks, is this a joke? If they treat him, Da Sha's zombie body will definitely be exposed. Suddenly, the system announcement echoes loudly across the entire city. Attention all capital players. Attention all capital players. The Capital Individual Combat Power Tournament has officially come to an end. The system announces that the top-ranked player on the Capital Combat Leaderboard, Yazi, has won an elite gold-grade equipment, along with a massive amount of gold coins, experience points, and global reputation. In second place on the Capital Combat Power Leaderboard is Da Sha. Based on his overall strength, he wins 2 silver-tier equipment sets, sharing the second-place spot on the combat leaderboard with Zhang Yuanzhang. Down in the crowd, everyone starts whispering excitedly. Haha, as expected, this is no surprise at all. With Yazi as the top boss, another person chimes in, pay attention here, because Da Sha taking second place is a massive plot twist. Too bad for General Zhang. Another guy snorts, saying that since Da Sha is Emperor Yazi's subordinate, being this strong makes total sense. Go check out that gold tier gear right now. Right now, there is only one piece on the gear leaderboard, yet Boss Yazi just got another full set. Another guy agrees, saying gold gear is nothing to him. I might not have any, but Yazi has 2 diamond grade gears, the uniform and the Julie blade. They laugh and chat happily, completely unaware of a dark figure quietly watching them from behind. That person lowers his head and pulls his hat down, hiding his face. With his face covered, Li Lixuan furiously punches the wall, using his other hand to pull his hat even lower as he screams inside. Damn that Yazi, damn that Da Sha. His eyes burn with pure hatred. If these 2 nobodies had not suddenly shown up, the Li family would be the ones everyone is talking about and admiring right now. Suddenly, Li Lixuan flinches as he notices a few curious stares pointing right at him. Huh? What is going on? Caught in the act, he quickly ducks his head, pulls his hat, and quietly walks away. The crowd quickly forgets and resumes their lively chatter. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo is casually picking up a piece of food and putting it in his mouth. Right now, a stream of system notifications pops up before his eyes. Congratulations to player Yazi for winning first place in the Capital Combat Power Tournament. Lin Ziluo keeps his eyes glued to the screen, watching the system roll for his elite gold tier gear. Instantly, notifications start popping up one after another. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining gold tier equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for gaining 5,000 experience points. The system text continues to roll in. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to 23, gaining +3 to all attributes and 5 free stat points. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining 2,000 gold coins and 500 reputation points. Lin Ziluo cannot hide his excitement, and let's be real, you and I would lose our minds over these insane rewards too. His eyes lock onto the item info screen. Blink boots, a gold-tier piece of equipment. These boots possess incredible spatial abilities that countless warriors can only dream of, granting +5 agility, +5 spirit, a 10% boost to movement speed, and 30% quieter footsteps. Its attached active skill, Blink, allows the user to teleport forward by 1 to 2 meters, granting 90% damage reduction while the movement is active. With a 4-hour cooldown, Lin Ziluo gasps in awe. Boots with spatial abilities? No wonder the system labeled them as elite grade. He immediately opens up his personal attribute panel. Before equipping the boots, his stats were Strength 99, Spirit 99, Constitution 99, and Agility 89. After equipping them, his stats skyrocket to Strength 121, Spirit 113, Constitution 114, and Agility 99. Ding! A sudden quest notification pops up. Congratulations to the host for securing first place in the Capital Combat Power Tournament. Completing the quest, Capitals number 1. The rewards are 1 random normal cheat and 1 silver tier equipment. Lin Ziluo smiles, immediately choosing to draw the gear without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver tier Ghost Stealth Gloves. An image of a pair of gloves appears before him. These Ghost Stealth Gloves are silver tier gear crafted specifically to counter mages, making them a complete headache for spellcasters. They grant +2 strength, +2 constitution, and a 5% reduction to magic damage. Lin Ziluo can only chuckle dryly. Another magic stealth item, matching the exact same set he is wearing. He sighs, wondering if this cheat system has a personal grudge against mages, but hey, let's see how strong he gets with the full set. He taps to confirm the gear. Alright, you and I are back with Lin Ziluo, as he equips his new hidden demon gloves, triggering a 3-piece set effect that boosts all his stats by 2 and reflects 15% of magic damage taken. A satisfied smile plays on Lin Ziluo's lips. This is pretty good. It is only a 3-piece set, which means there is still a ton of room to upgrade his gear attributes. With his gear sorted, Lin Ziluo turns to look at Dum Dum, who is still happily chewing on a big chicken leg. He flashes a highly suggestive smirk. Seeing this, Dum Dum stares back blankly, unable to hide his sheer confusion. Smack! Lin Ziluo slaps Dum Dum on the shoulder, startling him. Looking thoroughly confused, the big guy opens his system screen, pouts, and complains about the soft silver plate armor and soft gloves. Are we seriously giving him this second-rate trash gear? Dum Dum is completely speechless. On the screen, a shining gem displays the number 40. His curious eyes immediately dart over toward the 2 chicken legs. As Dum Dum thoughtfully strokes his chin, Lin Ziluo cheerfully turns around to leave. He waves the big guy over, telling him it is time to go get a much bigger chicken leg. By betting on General Zhang, he is guaranteed to pocket 120,000 gold coins. Thinking about using the Li family's own money to buy the badge makes him feel incredibly satisfied. It is a total steal. As they step outside, the bustling street ahead is packed and noisy. Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes over. Boss Yazi, I knew you would be here. The soldier screeches to a halt in front of Lin Ziluo, completely out of breath. Boss Yazi, right now, all the high-level leaders in the safe zone are attending an emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me to bring you there. And pay attention here, because after this critical meeting, they are finally going to make their move against the Li family. Lin Ziluo's expression remains completely unchanged. What happened? He asks, noticing the soldier's exhausted, terrified face. It is the Li family. Those absolute bastards took advantage of the combat tournament, sending out hundreds of death squads carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat. Somehow, they lured thousands of zombies straight into our safe zone. Lin Ziluo puts his mask back on, a cold, ruthless smirk spreading across his face. What? The soldier hangs his head, gritting his teeth. At that exact moment, most of the high-level players in the city, including our elite military experts, were trapped inside the sports arena. His voice trembles as he explains that outside communication was blocked, and no one inside could escape to help. He adds desperately that, to stop the horde from reaching the unfinished city walls, they had to mobilize every external defense force available. Lin Ziluo's face darkens, his eyes flashing with fury. The soldier's voice cracks as he stammers that in the end, not a single zombie made it inside, but nearly 1,000 of our brothers. Every single one of them died. Lin Ziluo bows his head, lost in thought. Luring a few zombies would be easy enough for the Li family. He frowns, but drawing in thousands of them in such a short time is impossible for them. He looks up, staring straight at the soldier. Didn't you say there is an emergency meeting? Take me there now. The soldier immediately straightens up. Yes, boss, please follow me. Could there be someone else backing the Li family? Let's pause and think about that. Meanwhile, inside the emergency meeting room, the tension is running dangerously high. Bang! Chief Shui slams his hand onto the table. Do we even need to debate this? The Li family dropped their disguise long ago. Doing something like this today is an open declaration of war. He Mu speaks up cautiously. Chief, please calm down first. Everyone is still in the middle of debating this, and their points actually make a lot of sense. Li Qixiliu turns his gaze toward General Zhang. Exactly, Elder Sui. It is not that we do not want to punish them, but the safe zone is still rebuilding. Our absolute priority must be completing the city's construction. If we focus entirely on fighting the Li family right now, our construction progress will suffer terribly. Another member nods in agreement. That is right. I completely agree with that. At this stage, we can expose their crimes to turn public opinion against them, destroying their reputation first. Once the safe zone is finished, we can finally strike. We can crush the Li family in one shot. Another person chimes in. Yes, Chief Shi. Look at the big picture. A finished safe zone gives us our strongest stronghold. We are only doing this for the sake of the safe zone, and for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Starting an all-out war now will only severely drain our human forces. This is definitely not a good thing for our entire capital region. Bang! General Zhang stands up in a rage, his body trembling with pure fury. He slams the table again and roars. Rebuild the safe zone? Do you honestly think the Li family will just sit idly by and watch us finish building this place? Do you really believe they won't pull a stunt like this a second time? When that happens, we will still have to hold them off with human lives, the lives of our soldiers. His fiery gaze sweeps across everyone. Gritting his teeth, he sneers. The big picture? I am seriously curious. How much did the Li family pay you guys to defend them like this? He Mu quickly stands up. General Zhang, our loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom is absolutely no less than yours. You cannot accuse us like that. The others loudly protest as well. Exactly, General Zhang. You are taking this way too far, and that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Another elder sighs. General Zhang, since you're always fighting on the front lines, you probably don't realize our supplies in the back are running dangerously low and things aren't looking good. Just then, stick with me. Because a familiar voice suddenly echoes from outside the door. I actually completely agree with General Zhang. Everyone gasps in shock, and their eyes instantly dart toward the entrance. Lin Ziluo confidently walks in, his sharp gaze cutting like a knife. He Mu slams his hand on the table and snarls. This is a highly confidential meeting. How did an outsider get in? What on earth are the guards doing? Another official quickly explains. That's Yazi. He just won first place in the individual combat tournament, and his reputation is absolutely massive right now. He Mu, you haven't been out for 2 days, so you don't know him. He Mu clenches his fists and adjusts his glasses. I don't care if he is Yazi. This is Dragon Nation's highest level confidential meeting. Why is an outsider allowed in here? Has our entire Dragon Nation government resorted to bowing down to random people now? He points directly at Yazi's face, commanding the guards to drag him out. Zhang Yuanzhong steps forward to shield Yazi, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with He Mu's rage. I'm the one who invited Yazi here. Do you have a problem with that? He Mu glares intensely at Zhang Yuanzhong. General Zhang, bringing someone whose identity we don't even know straight into this high-level war room, isn't that incredibly reckless of you? Hidden behind his mask, nobody can read Yazi's expression. Whether General Zhang is reckless or not, I don't know. But your handling of the Li family is beyond pathetic. Yazi raises his head, his cold glare locking onto He Mu. Don't blink, because even if you don't know me, I know exactly who you are. Every word from Yazi cuts deep like a dagger into He Mu's chest. Your wife died early, and your daughter turned into a zombie. Ignoring your tragic family loss, you stayed on the front lines to help build the safe zone. Riding on that massive credit, you successfully secured your promotion and reached the position you hold today. Then, he delivers the ultimate fatal blow. But tell me, do you happen to know a guy named Lin Qi? He Mu's face turns pale. He looks around in panic, his voice trembling. How does he know? Seeing this, Yazi adds with absolute mockery. When the Li family told you that you still had a son alive in this world, how thrilled were you back then? And as long as you secretly helped the Li family, they would supply Lin Kuai-dai with massive amounts of resources. Back then, you agreed faster than a chicken pecking grains. Bam. Chief Shui slams his fist onto the table, growling through his teeth. He Mu. You too. Sweat pours like a waterfall down He Mu's forehead. Chief. Suddenly, swish. A flashing red system notification pops up in front of everyone. Attention, all players in the Capital Zone. Attention, Capital Zone players. Now pay attention, because the next system alert completely catches Yazi off guard. A zombie wave is coming in 5 hours. Due to a massive sudden movement, the zombie horde has advanced their attack ahead of schedule. They will assault the capital safe zone in 5 hours. Currently, the capital safe zone and its surrounding territories are entering a state of complete lockdown. The lockdown will only lift after the zombie wave is cleared. During this active lockdown period, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and those outside cannot enter. We advise all players within the capital safe zone to prepare their defenses for the incoming zombie wave immediately. Upon successfully surviving this onslaught, the capital safe zone will receive official system recognition, granting the entire territory specific rewards and special privileges. After reading the alert, He Mu freezes before bursting into a crazed, manic laughter. He points his finger around wildly, like an absolute clown. Haha, the Li family sure has some tricks up their sleeves. There's no way this trash safe zone survives this time. You're all going to die. Every single one of you. Slap. A powerful strike from Chief Chu lands hard, leaving a mark. You animal. He Mu clutches his swollen cheek, his teeth grinding in anger. I've been playing nice and bowing down to you for so long, just waiting for this day. I'm dead anyway. My son already escaped with the Li family. Since I'm dragging all of you down to hell with me, I have nothing to fear. Yazi rubs his chin, staring at the flashing red warning. The advanced zombie wave is definitely the work of the Li family. He analyzes the situation. Triggering a zombie wave requires 3 specific conditions: a qualified safe zone, a massive accumulation of zombies, and a zombie king leading them. Recalling the current half-built base, he's surprised they managed to trigger this so early. Although the scale isn't at maximum capacity, it definitely far exceeds the defensive capabilities of this current safe zone. Yazi adjusts his mask. Another brutal battle is coming. He then steps forward and grabs He Mu by the collar. General Zhang, I've exposed this spy for you. Consider this valuable intel a free gift from me. In exchange, is it fine if I take him with me? Zhang Yuanzhang folds his arms and nods. No problem. I just hope this traitor dies a painful death. Yazi nods. Deal. He then sweeps his cold gaze across the rest of the room. If anyone else has a problem, speak directly to me. Silence. And that's where we leave it. General Zhang steps up to answer. No problem. Authorized to proceed. Yazi drags He Mu out by his collar. Carry on, everyone. I have some private business to attend to. He pulls him straight out to the front courtyard, forcing He Mu onto his knees. Let us dive into this chaos together as the young recruits stop training, whispering in mockery at He Mu, their supposed director. Just days ago he was acting all high and mighty. Now, look at this minister getting dragged by Yazi like a helpless little chicken. Is Yazi really this overpowered now? Honestly, who cares about his official title? Once you cross Yazi and the Li family, you are basically a dead man walking. He Mu looks up pathetically, only for Yazi to grab him by the collar and hoist him up. He throws him down ruthlessly like a sack of trash, sending his face crashing hard against the solid stone floor. Amidst the crowd, He Mu desperately begs for a swift death, crying out that once the zombie wave arrives, the safe zone will crumble and everyone will die with him. His terrifying confession leaves the young soldiers stunned before they explode with pure rage. So, the upcoming zombie wave is actually He Mu's fault? He is a traitor. One furious soldier lunges forward, shouting that this bastard killed his brothers and that he is going to beat him to death right now. His comrades quickly hold him back, urging him to calm down and see what Boss Yazi does. Ignoring the chaos, Yazi quietly pulls out a mysterious purple scroll. It is a single-use bronze-grade soundproof barrier. With a sharp grip, he crushes the scroll. Instantly, a pale blue dome of light wraps around him and He Mu, creating a private space about 5 meters wide. While this barrier offers 0 physical defense, it completely isolates all sound for up to 30 minutes. Outside, Yazi's ally stands guard with a massive hammer. Inside, He Mu foolishly continues his desperate, screaming rants. The safe zone is completely sealed off. Nobody escapes. All of you are going down to hell with me. Pay attention here to reward his madness. Yazi shuts him up with a brutal punch to match the slap from Chief Shui. Everyone is going to die. 2 teeth fly out as He Mu screams. Unfazed by the trembling mess before him, Yazi calmly pockets his hands and asks about the Li family head. Where is Li Lixian hiding right now? He-Mu wipes the blood from his mouth, his voice slurring heavily as he mutters back, I am not telling you anything. Yazi slowly pulls out a rusted, decaying dagger, a dark, sinister grin spreading across his face. Playing tough? I absolutely love tough guys. Pressing the blood-stained blade against He-Mu's neck, Yazi chuckles softly. Ready to talk? He-Mu stays silent. Instantly, the blade drives straight through his hand, making him shriek in agonizing pain. With that cold smile still on his face, Yazi asks again. Still silent? What did the Li family even promise you? While smiling, he twists the dagger deeper into the bone. Unable to take it, He-Mu screams hysterically, begging Yazi to just end his life and kill him. Yazi completely ignores his pleas. No way. I still haven't heard you tell me where Li Lixian is hiding. At this point, He-Mu completely breaks down. I don't know. I swear I don't know. Just do me a favor and kill me. Pulling the dagger out, Yazi frowns. Do you truly not know? Or are you just playing dumb? He raises the blade, threatening to plunge it into He-Mu's other arm. Terrified, He-Mu stammers, prompting Yazi to muse. Fine, let's change the question. What did Li Lixian order you to do? Realizing his grim fate, I know what you are thinking. This guy is a total coward. Tears streaming down his face, He-Mu confesses to smuggling resources and assigning deadly missions to get soldiers killed. Annoyed by the useless rambling, Yazi loses his patience. Who asked you about that? What message did he leave for you before fleeing yesterday? Too terrified to hide anything else, He-Mu stammers out the truth. Yesterday before he fled, he sent someone to tell me to just stall for time while they targeted the Li family. That is all. Yazi smiles coldly. Then how do you contact him? Li Lixian wouldn't just abandon a useful pawn like you. Staring at Yazi's face up close, He-Mu is paralyzed with sheer terror. There is a gathering base of the Flame Warriors secretly set up by the Li family. He told me to go there. Yazi frowns, repeating the name. Looking down at the battered, bloody He-Mu, Lin Ziluo asks indifferently, do you have anything else to say? Trembling from head to toe, He-Mu stutters. No. Covered in horrific injuries, his face looks completely pathetic. But deep down, he feels a tiny spark of hope. Now that he's spilled everything, what can he use to stall him? If he cannot stall Lin Ziluo, he won't stand a chance of escaping. Lin Ziluo simply pats him on the shoulder, saying, good job. Without wasting another second, he pulls out a concealed knife and ruthlessly slashes He-Mu's throat. To Lin Ziluo, useless trash has no right to exist. Instantly, he pops open an umbrella and leaps backward. This seamless, clean execution shows he has done this countless times before. Blood splatters heavily across the umbrella, keeping his own clothes perfectly clean without a single drop. On the ground, the gruesome sight of a severed eyeball rolling out leaves the onlookers shivering in absolute terror. And that is where we leave it. Ziluo and Dun Gok calmly walk away, looking totally unfazed. Stick with me, we are about to watch our main character, Ziluo, cash in big at the tournament betting center. He slides his ticket across the wooden table, and the clerk nods in agreement. Please wait a moment, she says, checking the ticket. Since you correctly predicted that Zhang Yuanzhong would take third place in the competition, you receive over 123,000 gold coins. Standing behind him, Denok wears sunglasses that cannot hide his sparkling, heart-shaped eyes. He is clearly dreaming of drowning in a mountain of delicious chicken drumsticks. The clerk works quickly, asking him to wait as a system notification suddenly rings out. Ding. Dear player, Ziluo, your prize money has been transferred to your account. Fully satisfied, Ziluo tosses a shiny, juicy chicken drumstick to his loyal partner, Dong Gok. Let us go, Denok, he says, under a perfectly clear blue sky. At the capital market, passers-by cannot help but stare in shock as Dong Gok savagely devours his giant chicken drumstick. But they get an even bigger shock when the system suddenly announces that a player has successfully purchased the legendary Capital Honorary Badge. Thanks to his special 10% peerless discount, the final price is 225,000 gold coins, leaving the crowd whispering in disbelief. Now pay attention here because everyone instantly knows who is dropping this kind of insane money. Only Ziluo could pull this off. Look, his sidekick Dongok is right there. We should keep our distance. By the way, did you hear the latest rumors? They say looking directly at boss Ziluo gets you killed. Meanwhile, our main character completely ignores them, continuing his spending spree. A second notification rings out, congratulating the player on successfully purchasing the rare Capital Peacekeeper uniform. With his 10% peerless discount, it costs him 256,500 gold coins, making 3 nearby onlookers shrink back in sheer terror. Only after spending a massive fortune does Ziluo feel slightly satisfied. He smiles warmly, casually spinning the shiny badge in his hand. The badge has now reached 3 stars, officially upgrading to special epic tier equipment. The system describes the legendary Capital Honorary Badge as the absolute supreme symbol of the entire capital region. Reserved only for those who make truly extraordinary contributions, it becomes permanently bound to the player once equipped. The system even displays a cute little illustration of it. It comes with 5 special abilities. First, the Honorary Broadcast, allowing him to send a server-wide message to all capital players every 2 days. Second, within the glorious capital territory, any intimidation, shock, or fear effects inflicted on his enemies are instantly doubled. Third, the Absolute Wealth and Prosperity passive. Experience and gold from slaying zombies, quests, or dungeons increase by 30%, and his item drop rate climbs by 5%. Let's pause for a second because these last 2 skills are absolutely broken. Fourth is Majestic Body, weakening attackers by 15% for 5 minutes. And fifth, summoning the Capital Guardian Beast projection for 2 minutes. The projection's strength depends on the area's prosperity level, and any zombies it kills grant the player 10% of the rewards. Leaving the trade zone, Ziluo stares closely at the badge, muttering that an epic rank designation is actually not even worthy of this item. Diamond rank would be much more fitting. Still, that 5th Guardian summon ability makes him extremely happy. Although the 2-minute summon time is quite brief, he starts wondering if there might be a way to extend that duration in the future. Thinking of that, he turns to Donggok and decides to buy him a new set of high-tier gear too. The moment he clicks the equip button, they are instantly draped in matching new cloaks as the system screen flashes a bright red. Equipment data refreshed. A brand new epic tier item has been registered under the owner name, Ziluo. Right in the middle of dinner, a massive holographic system panel pops up in front of everyone. Quick, check out the new gear rankings. What rankings? What is going on? Did some crazy new gear drop? One guy clasps his hands, tears in his eyes, whispering, "Oh heavens, did another silver tier item appear? It has got to be my idol, Ziluo." Meanwhile, someone else sighs in deep envy. When will I ever get my hands on a simple silver item? But another player, staring at the screen, screams, "Wait, this time it is a gold tier item. Just look at the ranking." A flashing red notification instantly spreads across every single corner of the server. Gear ranking: first place goes to the Epic Capital Honorary Badge, owned by Ziluo. Second place, the Diamond Tier Saber of 9 Rights, also owned by Ziluo. Third place, the Diamond Tier Capital Peacekeeper Uniform, owned once again by Ziluo. Fourth place, the Diamond Shanghai Peacekeeper Uniform, owned by Denok. And fifth place, the Gold Tier Flash Step Boots, owned by Ziluo. Sixth place, the Silver Evil Illusion Mask, owned by Ziluo. Meanwhile, out on patrol, several soldiers are gossiping excitedly about the list. Mark my words, it is going to happen. If only we could become even half as powerful as that legendary guy someday. They tighten their grip on their weapons and march forward. All right, let us focus on our patrol duty. That is what matters most. Outside, flags flutter on the rooftops under a peaceful, cloud-filled sky. But inside the military conference room, a young officer suddenly rushes in. General Zhang. Chief Zhang Yuanzhang immediately cuts him off, asking, "What is the situation outside? Have we fully investigated yet?" "Trust me, his next report changes everything, all right? You and I are jumping right into a mess. Our team checked everywhere, and a transparent apocalyptic barrier has sealed off everything within a 1-kilometer radius of the safe zone. Nothing they do seems to affect it at all. They tried every trick in the book, but they cannot break through this barrier." Listening to the report, Commander Sue's expression darkens. With no sign of the incoming zombie horde yet, they have absolutely no idea how massive or powerful the threat will actually be. The air in the meeting room turns heavy. The situation is dire. Fortunately, most players stayed inside the safe zone for the combat convention, but the Li family still brought a massive crowd along with them. Zhang Yuanzhong clenches his fists tightly. With their current forces, they can only defend 2 directions at once. Someone has to make a hard choice right now, meaning they must gamble on which side the horde will strike from. Zhang Yuanzhong says seriously. He rubs his chin, deep in thought, and decides to deploy defenses along the 2 most likely paths of attack. Everyone is on edge. If zombies appear from the other directions, they will have to deploy emergency reinforcement squads. General Zhang, stop spacing out and get to work immediately. But that idea is quickly shot down. Rushing squads without pre-built defenses would only lead to a massive spike in casualties. Now, pay close attention here. Commander Shui slams the table, yelling for silence. He glares around the room, knowing there is absolutely no time left to waste. They have to pick two directions right now. The pressure is on, and it is time to take a gamble. General Zhang, with your vast combat experience, I am trusting your call on this one. Zhang Yuanzhang scans the map anxiously, focusing on the areas that would suffer the heaviest losses. The walls around the safe zone are unfinished, and a massive gap was left on the east side because of the Li family. If zombies strike these 2 points, the devastation will be absolute. Commander Shui sighs heavily, giving the order to go. The soldiers salute and quickly rush out to their posts. Meanwhile, Ziluo is lounging lazily on his massive bed, staring at the system notification screen. What a pain, he grunts. A zombie wave is coming, and if the defense fails, every player will face severe system penalties. These consequences include level demotions for all local players, and a major reduction in zombie kill rewards across the entire capital region. On top of that, shop prices will skyrocket, with penalties stacking up infinitely. You and I both know he can easily survive outside, but letting the safe zone fail would bring down penalties that are just too brutal. He gently taps on the system megaphone icon. His fingers fly across the virtual keyboard with a sly smirk. He hits send and stretches, feeling completely refreshed. Too bad there is a word limit, otherwise I could have insulted him 10,000 times without repeating myself. He casually flips a page of his book to wait, and suddenly, the regional announcement broadcast flashes bright red. Attention, all capital region players. Attention, all capital region players. Regional announcement from Ziluo. Li Lixian, you are the head of the Li family, so why are you running away like a rat? You completely threw away your family dignity and even lured a zombie horde here. You are nothing but human trash. You are a total coward hiding in your shell. If you cannot handle it, just drop dead. Inside a private mansion, a man's furious roar echoes through the halls. Li Lixian's face is completely contorted with rage as he takes out his anger on a nearby chair. Damn you, Ziluo. Do not let me catch you. Once you fall into my hands, I will tear you into 100 pieces. No matter how high the price is, I will absolutely kill you. I will end your life. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. The butler rushes inside, looking completely panicked. Master, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Li Lixian's already dark expression turns even gloomier. What happened? The butler starts trembling under his master's terrifying glare. Master, Ziluo just broadcasted to the entire region that our Li family is the one who lured the zombie horde here. Now, everyone is absolutely furious at us and planning to get revenge. Hearing this, his face twists in pure horror. In our major publicly managed shelters, stats show that at least half of the survivors are already packing up to leave. They are only staying until morning because it is night, and violent riots have already broken out in several places. He cannot believe his ears. What did you say? Li Lixian growls, his anger ready to explode. Is there anything else? Spit it out. Cowering under his master's gaze, the butler's voice grows faint. Even the secret shelters we secretly run are affected. Once they realize the Li family is pulling the strings, they will likely abandon us too. Ziluo's announcement has dealt a crushing blow to our family. Master, at this rate, but Li Lixian stumbles, barely able to stand. Before another word is spoken, Li Lixian's eyes roll back and he faints. The butler catches him, shouting desperately for help. He literally fainted from pure rage. Classic, right? Two servants suddenly rush in from outside, screaming in absolute panic. Master, master. It is 8:30 in the evening, at the southeast corner of the capital safe zone, and the sky is pitch black. Let's watch closely, as Zhang Yuanzhang personally oversees the soldiers preparing for the worst-case scenario, directing them to gather all critical supplies immediately. Turning to his subordinate, he demands, "Is the head count done?" The subordinate immediately salutes and reports their current progress. Reporting to General Zhang, "Right now we have a grand total of 50,000 combat-ready players. The other main army personnel count is roughly 20,000. The An and Yun families have sent 15,000 fighters in total, and the rest are recruited volunteers, mercenary groups, and small factions, which adds up to around 15,000. Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhang looks up and asks, "Is that all?" The subordinate sighs deeply. The rest are about 100,000 logistics staff, but they are extremely weak and cannot be used for combat. Even worse, with time running out, the joint force of 100,000 players and soldiers cleared out to fight zombies might not make it back. Zhang Yuanzhang closes his eyes in deep thought, knowing their numbers are low, but inside the safe zone, they might survive this massive wave. Around him, every single soldier shows absolute, unwavering determination. But pay attention here, a soldier steps up to reassure the general, hoping the horde won't easily break through. With us, brothers here, we will fight to the very last breath, no matter what. Tears of deep emotion well up in Zhang Yuanzhang's eyes. Things have come to this, there is no turning back. Crossing his arms, he stares directly ahead. 20,000 military personnel will guard the south and west. Leave the east to the An and Yun families. If zombies hit the north, pull eastern units for support. He hands out the orders with a stern warning, his voice dropping low, demanding they stay on high alert. The An and Yun families might not follow our orders, but the command of all other scattered volunteer groups must remain firmly in our hands. Understood, General. Just then, a sudden system announcement flashes before everyone's eyes. The massive zombie horde is about to attack the capital region. The siege will last for 5 hours. Capital safe zone, prepare your defenses immediately. Now, announcing the safe zone's first collapse condition. This involves the 10-meter perimeter surrounding the game buildings within the capital safe zone. Once a certain number of zombies breach this line, the building will collapse. After a building collapses, it will take 7 days to rebuild. However, if over 50% of the game buildings fall, the safe zone is officially destroyed. Second, if the total death toll of players residing inside the safe zone exceeds 50%, it collapses. Third, a massive energy crystal will materialize right in the center square of the capital safe zone. You and I both know how brutal this is. If a zombie even touches that crystal, it's instant doom. Plus, if the zone falls, every single player here loses 3 levels. Players across the wider capital region will also drop by 1 full level. For 1 month, all rewards gained from killing zombies or completing quests will be slashed by 30%. Gold coin costs for purchasing items, entering dungeons, and class changes will spike by 50%. Furthermore, the surrounding barrier will vanish once the safe zone collapses. The remaining survivors will be free to flee. However, successfully defending the safe zone means either outlasting the horde or wiping out every single zombie. A successful defense will also grant an incredible amount of exclusive benefits. During the intense defense battle, players will earn specific contribution points based on the exact power level of each zombie they slay. These points can be exchanged for amazing rewards in the contribution shop. A leaderboard ranking everyone's points will be revealed once the defense succeeds. Top players shown on this leaderboard will also secure an incredible amount of bonus rewards and extra contribution points based on their final ranking. Finishing the notification, Zhang Yuanzhang looks back at the heavily fortified wall behind him as the night sky grows darker. Over at the central plaza, a massive crowd has already gathered around the giant glowing energy crystal. Countless notifications float above their heads, including the highly anticipated contribution leaderboard. As the system interface locks onto everyone's vision, Zhang Yuanzhang stands stunned before quickly spinning around to face his subordinate. His voice is urgent and strained. Hurry up. Didn't we already order all the top-ranked combat players to remain right here? Deploy our absolute strongest fighters to defend that central energy crystal immediately, and order the rest to guard the other vital structures. The subordinate's face turns pale. General Zhang, what about Ziluo and Dasha? Should we call them? Zhang Yuanzhang completely freezes. Those 2 monsters? A sudden realization hits him like a truck. As if they would ever take orders from me. Clearing his throat, he snaps. If it's none of your business, don't ask. Go deliver the orders. The subordinate scurries away. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Ziluo is smiling as he plays with a swirling vortex of deep blue water in his palm. And there it is, the system alerts him. Congratulations, player Ziluo, on mastering the special Azure Emperor class skill, Water Wave. Stick with me, you are about to see how this water ripple skill completely changes the game. Once thrown, it creates a whirlpool on the ground, dealing minor damage, slowing enemies, and pulling them into the center. A virtual vortex simulating the skill suddenly appears right before his eyes. Zila smirks. This is exactly what he needs. A massive crowd control skill to wipe out zombies. Just then, another system notification pops up, issuing a special mission called All-Out War. The capital safe zone must face a massive zombie wave before its defenses are fully built. The power gap is absolutely massive. Objective 1. Defend successfully. Objective 2. The host must rank first in contribution points. The rewards: 2 normal cheat, code draws, and 1 gold tier equipment. There is no time limit. Ziluo stares at the screen. Huge power gap? A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Did the system include him in its calculations and still give this hopeless rating? No time to waste. He spins around and grabs Big Dummy by the collar, who is still busy chewing on a chicken leg. Big Dummy, drop the food. We have work to do. The two of them quickly rush downstairs. Ziluo kicks the door open. The sky outside has completely changed. Countless shattered system screens are turning from peaceful blue to a warning red. Watch closely, the zombie wave is striking, and survival is the only option. Ziluo's face darkens. Out of the pitch-black clouds, a giant blood sphere slowly emerges as the undead march out from the thick fog. Their eyes are blood-red and lifeless, with the word "controlled" floating above their heads. Their target is the safe zone skyscrapers. The dark clouds break. The zombies roar, charging madly toward the fortress wall. High above, Zhang Yuanzong raises his hand, signaling his troops to prepare for battle. With a wave of Zhang Yuanzong's arm, a glowing golden sphere materializes above the wall and detonates right in the middle of the horde. At the same time, sharp ice spikes erupt from the ground, while thick vines bind the enemy's feet. He orders the second squad to advance to the second defense line, met by the roaring, unified response of the young soldiers. Everyone is ready for a fight to the death. Despite having different classes, they stand united, driven by a single goal: repel the attack. The battlefield erupts in bright blue, yellow, and orange skills. Yet, the painless zombies keep advancing like programmed machines, rapidly closing in on the first line. Refusing to back down, the soldiers grip their weapons and charge forward to fight. As Zhang Yuanzhong monitors the chaos through his binoculars, a panicked subordinate rushes over with urgent news. General Zhang, our brothers on the front line have successfully halted the zombie offensive for now. He immediately orders the troops at the third line to fall back, rest, and prepare for the next wave. No sooner has that messenger left than another breathless soldier runs up to report to General Zhang. The situation in the north is critical. A massive horde has appeared, estimated at 6,000 to 7,000 zombies. They are requesting immediate backup. This crisis is unfolding way too fast. He urgently asks about the west. What is the status there? The nightmare scenario he feared most is finally happening. The messenger gasps heavily for air. Everything is happening too fast. There are no reports from the west yet. Only the north sent a soldier to brief us on their situation. He pants, explaining that northern scouts spotted Ziluo on the wall, but they did not see Big Dummy anywhere near him. Zhang Yuanzhong clenches his fists. Is he seriously trying to hold off the entire zombie horde alone? Honestly, I know what you are thinking. That is absolutely insane. Hearing this, he waves his hand. Go back to your post. Report any updates immediately. The soldier quickly salutes and leaves. Standing high above, Zhang Yuanzhong looks down at the absolute chaos below, filled with massive chunks of ice and crackling lightning bolts. In the heart of battle, the soldiers grip their weapons, wearing defiant smiles. Brothers, we might be dead meat, but we are going down fighting in the light. Even if it is our final breath, we must defend this wall. I already sent Xiao Wang to report our situation to the general, and reinforcements will arrive soon. Our only job before they get here is to make sure these zombies do not breach the fortress wall. Another soldier runs up frantically to deliver news. 2nd Battalion Commander. Ziluo just charged out of the ancient city by himself. Everyone watches in awe as he literally steps on thin air, speeding forward at a terrifying pace. The others scream in absolute panic. Oh my god, Boss Ziluo, come back. It is way too dangerous out there. Their faces turn pale as they watch him with deep worry. That is right, Boss Ziluo. That zombie horde is insanely lethal. But before the words even leave their mouths, they wave their hands in shock, faces completely white. Okay, we take back everything we just said. Because right there, Ziluo is absolutely dominating with his sword. He dives straight into the horde. Every single swing of his blade releases a blinding golden shockwave, incinerating everything that stands in its path. Those golden slashes light up the night. As the dust clears, you and I see piles of dead zombies left in his wake. All right, you and I are about to watch Ziluo dive headfirst into this brutal battle, leaving the soldiers completely stunned. Damn it, Ziluo is already charging, so how can we be such cowards? That shout ignites their souls, sending morale through the roof. Let's move out, brothers. Taking down even just one of these damn zombies is a win for us. They roar and charge the horde together. Meanwhile, Ziluo casually waves his hand combining water and fire to trigger a massive steam explosion that absolutely obliterates the surrounding undead. The hyped-up soldiers instantly freeze in absolute shock. As expected of Boss Ziluo, the man is on another level, wiping out zombies with such elegant, godlike style. Everyone looks at him with pure, fanatical worship. But Ziluo, he just slams his sword into the dirt and pulls out hot tea. Sitting down, he casually sips his drink. Suddenly, a mutated zombie lunges forward, spewing a deadly cloud of green poison. The lethal mist sweeps over him, but Ziluo does not flinch. He gently lifts his mask and takes another sip of tea. Just as the poison is about to touch him, he sets his teacup lid down, leaps into the air, and kicks the giant beast. Not bad, quite a pure flavor, and the temperature is just right. Saying this, he draws his sword and impales the zombie's stomach. He speaks like they are just chatting. You get triggered way too easily, bud. Can't I just enjoy my tea while destroying your little army? But wait, don't blink. Because they are already sending unique mutant types to stop him. Dozens of grotesque mutants surround him from behind. But with a wave of his hand, massive water vortexes erupt from the ground, locking the horde in their tracks, their movements slow to a crawl. And then, blazing flames suddenly ignite right from the center of the vortexes. Before the monsters can even process it, an earth-shattering explosion goes off, blowing zombie chunks in every direction. The soldiers can only watch with their jaws dropped. Right then, a system notification pops up in front of Ziluo. Congratulations player Ziluo, on reaching level 24, all attributes +3, and receiving 5 free attribute points. Hidden in the horde, the controller stands frozen in disbelief. How could such a powerful human exist? If this continues, he fears a quarter of his army will be completely wiped out by this monster. No, he must act now. If the human commanders arrive, the whole plan is ruined. He cannot let one single man wreck everything. Ziluo glances at the chaotic swarm. Since the special mutants couldn't bring him down, the ordinary zombies are starting to close in again. But Ziluo is still terrifyingly calm. I know what you're thinking. Can numbers alone crush him? The defense line is on the verge of collapsing. If the main gate falls, the entire northern safe zone is done for. He needs to end this fast. But as he looks at the surging tide of zombies, their numbers are hitting absolute peak levels. Ziluo builds up speed and launches himself into the air, landing lightly right on top of the sea of walking dead. He holds up his badge and says, "Come on, show them what you've got." Instantly, the badge erupts with a mystical purple glow. Chugging down a mental potion, the purple light explodes outwards, multiplying and spreading across the battlefield like it has a mind of its own. Golden lightning bolts shoot from the ground straight into the dark night sky. A brilliant pillar of light beams down from above, freezing every single zombie in place. The monsters tremble, too terrified to move. Nearby soldiers and battling zombies alike stop dead in their tracks. They stare at each other in confusion. What on earth is happening? Nobody knows. Suddenly, glowing green moss spreads across the ground like fine dust. Mystical flowers bloom as a warm, refreshing wave of energy washes over the battlefield. It feels like a divine blessing descending from heaven. But right in the center of this blessing, a colossal purple qilin descends, crushing hundreds of zombies beneath its massive hooves. The sheer purity of its purple energy leaves everyone speechless. A qilin? Shock instantly turns into absolute, bone-chilling terror. What are you standing around for? Fall back. That is a qilin. If that thing unleashes its true power, this entire battlefield will turn to hell. Amidst the chaos, only Ziluo remains completely unfazed, calmly shoving his hands into his pockets. A status screen pops up in front of him, Purple Golden Thunder, Saint, qilin Phantom, Legendary Grade. It is described as one of the legendary auspicious beasts from the mythology of Dragon Country, serving as the guardian protector of the capital region. The summoned Phantom possesses terrifying attack power straight out of legend. Note: the Phantom inherits a portion of the original beast's power and can only exist for 2 minutes. Skills: Obliterating Thunderlight, Heaven Grade Purple Thunder, and 10,000 Thunderbolts, Divine Punishment. Qilin's Wrath cannot be activated due to insufficient conditions. Other skills like Lightning Field, Thunder Strike, and Dark Thunder remain locked. Ziluo murmurs in surprise. Not bad at all. Even a mere phantom is legendary grade. Stroking his chin, he stares at the screen. Is he seeing things? What kind of broken, game-defying existence is this? The qilin actually turns around and looks straight at him. It has consciousness. Is this really just a phantom? Snapping his fingers, He clears his mind. There is no time to waste, so let's watch him finish this. Before him, the panicked zombies scramble to escape. Ziluo does not even care. Connecting his consciousness, he takes full control of the divine beast. It stomps its massive foot down, shattering a nearby barrier. The target is clear. Alright, you and I are diving straight into an absolute lightning-fueled beatdown of 7 zombies as Ziluo stands back, watching his mythical Qilin rampage across the sky. Shaking the heavens with godlike power, the beast stomps the ground before launching high into the sky, releasing massive bolts of crackling purple lightning. Its eyes glow with blinding light as it unleashes the myriad thunder cauldron skill, leaving the zombies completely paralyzed. Terrified, the 7 zombies clutch their heads and flee, scattering wildly just like their lord did. But the Qilin's golden eyes flash once more, signaling a final devastating strike, the heavenly purple thunder. No matter how much the zombies rage, the massive violet beam crashes down, completely swallowing up every single survivor. And just like that, they disintegrate without leaving a single trace behind. A flood of system alerts pops up, congratulating player Ziluo for reaching level 25, gaining +3 to all stats and 5 free attribute points. And there's more. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 26, gaining +3 to all stats and 5 free attribute points. Ziluo stares at his hands in absolute shock, unable to believe he just gained 2 levels back to back. Now, pay attention here, because this beast's skills are totally broken as Ziluo watches his Qilin command the storm, unleashing endless waves of destructive lightning across the battlefield. Just a single light stomp from the beast is enough to completely shatter the 7 zombies below. The protective energy barrier shatters, sending countless fragments raining down. And then, another system notification flashes on screen. Congratulations to player Ziluo for reaching level 27, gaining +3 to all stats and 5 free attribute points. Gradually, the purple storm clouds fade away. In the distance, a mysterious youth smiles as he senses an incredibly familiar energy signature. He murmurs about how nostalgic this presence is, realizing it belongs to the Azure Emperor himself, which is exactly why he had to come check it out. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, those standing before the source energy crystal are left utterly stunned, gasping in disbelief. How on earth does he have that stubborn blockhead's energy? How can the inheritances of those 2 legendary figures end up on a single person? Haha, this is too hilarious. I never thought I would witness such a legendary sight in my lifetime. No, I am seriously dying of laughter here. I need to get out of here. Haha, so a sentient Qilin actually exists. Meanwhile, another girl can only stare in absolute shock at Ziluo's ridiculous level progression. And honestly, you and I would react the exact same way. He literally skipped 3 levels in seconds. This is just straight up breaking the game's limits. As the dust finally settles, 2 rare items materialize right in front of Ziluo. The source of the suppressing elephant holds immense thunder energy. By fusing it into the 8 trigram set, the player will gain complete control over its powerful lightning. Next is the original scale of the purple gold thunder sacred Qilin, an epic tier special item. Its description reveals this scale was personally blessed by the sacred purple Qilin itself, carrying immense power. It brings good fortune and can trigger unique, game-changing effects under very specific circumstances. It boosts player luck, increases base stamina recovery by 20%, and speeds up mental energy recovery by 20%. Negative status effects are reduced by 20%, and elemental damage taken drops by 10%. Reading this, Ziluo can only marvel at how absolutely overpowered it is. He pockets the items but keeps staring at the glowing purple scale in his palm, scratching his head. He wonders if he wants more of these. Does he have to pluck the Qilin bald? Do these scales even grow back? He figures he'll have to test that theory later. Right then, the guttural roars of the remaining zombies snap him back to reality. Ziluo casually turns his back, completely ignoring the nearby threats. He dryly asks if they're already running scared, but when he opens his system interface, he notices his golden touch auto loot skill has completely stopped working. Confused, he asks the system why the auto loot skill works on his kills but not on the monsters destroyed by the Qilin. Why can't it sweep up the drops from his summon's kills? The system instantly replies, explaining that all the gear and item drops were completely vaporized into ash by the Qilin's violent, untamed energy, meaning there is literally nothing left to collect. The cold response leaves Ziluo stunned. This beast's destructive power is far greater than he had ever imagined. Rubbing his chin, He wonders if gold-tier gear or high-quality resource cards could survive the blast. He'll definitely need to test that soon. He looks back at the Qilin scale. Given the beast's legendary status, this thing is priceless. But since it's so small, where should he keep it safe? What if he loses it during a chaotic battle? Right on cue, the system detects the special item, the original Purple Gold Thunder Sacred Qilin Scale, and asks if he wants to activate its fusion cosmetic effect. Without hesitating, he hits accept. Instantly, the scale vanishes from his hand. Right on his chest, a flash of purple light condenses into a miniature tattoo of the divine Qilin. The item's stats don't display, but his actual attribute numbers begin to shift. Ziluo's updated stats are now: Strength is 113, while Spirit, Constitution, and Agility are all at 108. Watching this unfold, the nearby onlookers are left completely dumbfounded. They never expected him to resolve such a crisis with a single, effortless move. As Ziluo casually walks away from the cleared north gate, you and I are left wondering what kind of trouble he'll stumble into next. Stick with me here, because the surviving soldiers, their faces caked in mud, are smiling and asking, was that savior really the legendary Ziluo? Can we actually say we fought shoulder to shoulder with such a powerhouse? I need to work even harder to catch up. I must follow the example of the great Ziluo. Yet, amidst the joy of victory, tears still start to fall. We lost hundreds of our brothers, but it is okay. The city gate is secure, so their souls in the Nine Springs underworld can finally rest in peace. All right, pull yourselves together, brothers. We absolutely cannot let our fallen comrades' sacrifices be in vain. Clean up the battlefield first, then prepare for the next shift. Right then, a soldier comes running over in a rush. What is going on? Did the Northern Front finish that quickly? The newly arrived soldier says excitedly, tell them to help clean up the field first. I will report the situation to you, and then you can report it to the commander. They quickly start sharing the story. I am telling you, the legendary Ziluo suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Meanwhile, pay close attention to what the other players see on the system interface. Oh my god. As expected of my idol Ziluo, that was insanely fast. A true powerhouse just jumped straight to level 27, 8 levels above the second-ranked commander. Simply mind-blowing. Even the contribution leaderboard makes everyone green with envy. What is up with this leaderboard ranking? This is way too exaggerated. Is there a typo or something? Meanwhile, on a different battlefield, white streaks suddenly flash across the sky. It is a swarm of flying zombies shaped like giant bats. Down below, another massive zombie horde surges forward. Mages, focus your spells and target those flying monsters in the air. Instantly, countless fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning bolts condense and rain down furiously upon the airborne enemy. The commander watches from above, demanding updates over the radio about whether our intel got out. But the news from the other side is not good. Reporting, sir, our scouts could not break through the massive zombie encirclement outside, so detailed intel is blocked. But news of the crystal being attacked has gone out via the alarm system. The commander's gaze turns ice cold as he stares straight ahead. That is fine. Our remaining task is to hold the defense line. Yes, Commander, we will absolutely get the job done. Suddenly, the guardrail shakes violently, and the soldier nearby also feels the shockwaves. Looking around, we see massive clouds of black smoke billowing in the distance. The commander cannot believe his eyes. How on earth did so many berserk zombies appear in an instant? Where did they even come from? Right after, a bony hand erupts from the dirt, pulling up a horde of stone-skinned zombies crawling onto the battlefield. Shield barriers rise as attacks flash. This batch of zombies is hard as steel, each slash only leaving a tiny scratch as despair builds. Another wave of the undead surges forward. From above, the commander roars out at the top of his lungs, "Hold the line, hold." His voice echoes across the field. We absolutely cannot let these berserk beasts breach the main square. The crystal is right behind you, and if it shatters, the deaths of tens of thousands of frontline soldiers will be completely in vain. Do you hear me? Grit your teeth and fight. The soldiers roar back. Understood, Commander. The massive zombie horde charges once more, but the human shield wall holds strong. A fireball explodes right in the middle of the undead, but in their frenzied state, they just lash out wildly. Our soldiers brace themselves, refusing to take a single step back. Devastating punches rain down as the defenders reach their limits, screaming to block them. Through the chaotic shouting, a soldier yells out that their speed is slowing down. The commander shouts out encouragement to his men. Keep pushing, brothers. I already sent for reinforcements from the city, and they will be arriving very soon. Stepping on something thick and slimy, a soldier looks down in shock. Watch out. The invisible zombies are here. An info screen pops up. The system warns of the transparent zombie, an extremely dangerous rare monster with a fully invisible body that lets light pass through, making dyes temporary, and moves in complete silence. An order is quickly issued to pour water all over the ground, because footprints are their only giveaway. The ground is quickly covered in water, and countless depressed footprints begin to appear. The soldier who gave the warning completely forgets to watch his own back. Stay alert, watch where they might appear, and call out the second you see any ripples on the water. Before he can finish, a shadow strikes from behind. He collapses as panic spreads. Oh no, they can turn invisible, run. A massive hammer spins through the air, smashing down to trigger a heavy shockwave right on top of an invisible monster. The beast briefly appears before shattering, drawing everyone's eyes to where the hammer flew from. It is Don Gok, and that's where we leave it, with a soulless hero standing tall as his hammer returns. Incredible, right? All right, you and I are diving into a massive fight where Lin Ziluo watches from the shadows, grinning as Don Gok charges like a hurricane, flattening zombies everywhere. Seeing Danok, hope instantly sparks in the soldier's eyes. The giant has arrived. Does that mean Lin Ziluo is here too? If Lin Ziluo is here, we actually have a chance to survive. Morale surges instantly as they charge forward. But right then, a dark shadow tears through their defenses, moving so fast it leaves nothing but an afterimage. Its target is not the soldiers. It lunges straight for the energy crystal, razor-sharp claws outstretched as the zombie attempts to seize it. Just as its claws are inches away, a massive hammer slams violently into its back, sending it flying. Gripping his giant hammer, Dan Gok stands like an iron wall, completely blocking any zombie that tries to get close. The plaza descends into absolute chaos. Dungok fights alone on the front lines, relentlessly swinging his hammer, while the remaining soldiers push past their limits behind him. Hold the line, everyone. We are here to back you up. He stands firmly in front of the energy crystal, shouting for everyone to keep pushing. As night falls, the cold wind howls through the trees, and the fierce battle finally quietens down. After counting their losses, the survivors sigh in relief. We made it. And Zhao Yang stands tall, energy still crackling around his blade, as a soldier pats his shoulder. Rest up, old Anne. You have been fighting non-stop until now. Soon, whispers of admiration start echoing through the crowd. Was that him just now? He charged right into the horde, without a second thought. Boss Anne is incredibly strong. I saw him dive straight into the zombie crowd alone, completely disappearing from sight. Wait, I remember now. He is one of the top 10 powerhouses from the combat tournament. Yes, exactly. I watched him fight those monsters until the very end, emerging from the massive horde completely unharmed. Eyes full of admiration quickly turned toward An Zhao Yang. Boss, you are way too humble. Seriously, I want to learn from you. But there is no need to be this modest. With skills like yours, joining the military means you could easily achieve great things. Exactly, boss. Just rest. Who knows when the next wave of zombies will hit? And Zhao Yang remains completely silent amidst the praise. He quietly finds a dark corner to sit down, keeping his eyes glued to his blade. Suddenly, a towering figure looms over him. It is Dan Gok. The surrounding soldiers immediately lean in to watch. Is Danok trying to make friends with Boss Anne? Heroes truly recognize heroes. But then, Dan Gok raises his massive hammer, and their smiles instantly freeze. Now pay attention here, because something is seriously wrong. That stance looks like he is about to crush An Zhao Yang. What on earth is happening? Even An Zhao Yang looks totally confused. The hammer crashes down without a second of hesitation, shattering An Zhao Yang on the spot. Danok wipes his sweat, sighing in relief before a crowd of completely stunned onlookers. Suddenly, someone screams and points directly at the remains. Everyone, look closely at Boss Anne's body. An Zhao Yang's flesh and bones dissolve into nothingness, leaving only empty clothes sitting in a pool of dark blood. Right there in the bloody mess lies a bizarre, pale creature with terrifyingly sharp claws. Oh my god. An Zhao Yang was a zombie. Instantly, a system notification pops up. Shape-shifting zombie has been eliminated. Let's look at this crazy detail. The mimic zombie is the ultimate trump card of the horde. It absorbs a target's corpse to perfectly copy their appearance. Their gear is just a fake simulation with no real power. Their zombie scent disappears, but they have stiff expressions and a fatal flaw. They cannot speak. Everything happened so fast, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Who knew zombies could be this terrifying? We need a strict rule after this. Everyone must speak to prove themselves. Exactly. No one wants to get backstabbed by someone they just fought alongside on the battlefield. While the crowd remains in shock, Lin Ziluo folds his hands behind his back and calmly walks away, with Dong Gok following quietly behind. He has just received orders to head east. With a single thought from Lin Ziluo, Denok shrinks back into his original small form. It quietly follows him. Meanwhile, on the eastern front, zombie corpses are piled high like mountains. Up on the wall, Yuanzong grips his binoculars tightly, his face turning pale from the non-stop urgent reports. Reporting to General Zhang, our 5 outer defensive lines have been completely breached. Only the final barrier remains. General Zhang, our soldiers are reaching their absolute limits. Their combat strength is almost completely drained. Our defenses are heavily weakened. General, there are barely any survivors left. We cannot keep fighting like this. Commander, Yuanzhang sighs in absolute frustration and orders a retreat. If you and I look at the map, hiding behind those large buildings is their only real chance to survive. But his subordinate immediately objects, pleading with him not to do it. He is terrified that if the zombie horde decides to attack from another angle, they will be left completely defenseless. All right, let's dive into this brutal battle. Inside the shelter, many people cannot fight, but Yuanzhang waves his hand. He already knows. His eyes are filled with determination. But right now, they have no other choice. Fighting on is impossible, so retreating into the building is their only shot at survival. His subordinate bows his head in despair, but suddenly his eyes light up as a masked figure calmly walks toward them. He excitedly pats Yuanzhang on the shoulder, shouting that they do not need to retreat anymore. He yells that Ziluo has arrived. Yuanzhang quickly spins around, but Ziluo just brushes past them without saying a single word. He climbs the wall and leaps straight into the massive sea of zombies. Watching him go, a smile slowly forms on Yuanzhang's face. Raising his long sword high, he prepares to fight back. Down below, a trembling soldier is still desperately swinging his sword. Suddenly, a hand is placed on his shoulder, asking what the current situation on the battlefield is. The soldier spins around, his eyes wide. He recognizes the legendary Ziluo, who quickly silences him, asking for an immediate update on the battle. The soldier quickly reports that their entire defense line was initially broken, but reinforcements arriving at the west gate managed to stabilize the desperate situation. As of now, they can still hold out for a little longer against this massive wave of zombies. With a cracking voice, he explains that General Zhang sent many troops to reinforce the crystal area, while others moved to the shooting gates, tears starting to stream down his face. With fewer than 10,000 defensive troops remaining, everyone has already been pushed to their absolute limits. Ziluo glances over at the endless horde of zombies spilling over the barricades. Now, pay attention, because even though things look incredibly grim, he arrived just in time. As another squad of soldiers appears right behind him, they tell him the general ordered them to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Ziluo nods, and a massive spear suddenly appears in his hand. A holographic status screen immediately pops up before his eyes. It is the diamond-grade spear of Julie. It grants +10 strength and +6 constitution, with a 30% armor penetration effect and a chance to deal 150% strength damage. Once the spear tip pierces through an opponent, it drains a portion of their physical stamina. Its earth-shattering strike skill unleashes a powerful shockwave whenever the spear tip slams directly into the ground, dealing damage equal to 100% of his total strength attribute to all enemies within the area. Additionally, the heaven-shocking strike thrusts forward to deal 17 times strength damage while triggering a forced knockback. After knocking them back, it detonates the residual spear intent inside their body, dealing a massive 70 times strength attribute damage as area of effect damage. Ziluo snaps his fingers, and a small flame flickers before completely enveloping the spear, transforming it into a blazing weapon. Let's pause for a second. Watch him leap high into the air, raising his burning spear before diving straight down. It slams into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that blasts the zombies away. The ground cracks apart in a massive circle as a nearby zombie's body suddenly swells and begins to bubble. It explodes right where Ziluo planted his spear, as the ground erupts with fiery power. He tears the spear out and instantly spins it into a deadly stance. As he swings, a torrent of crimson fire shoots straight forward, completely engulfing and burning the entire zombie horde to ashes. From the middle of the flames, a lone zombie staggers out, but before it can even swing its claws, his spear pierces its chest. Ziluo drops to one knee, holding his stance as blood splatters everywhere from the zombie, before it collapses and violently explodes. The spear flies back into his hand with a gentle catch, leaving everyone standing nearby absolutely stunned and completely frozen. Ziluo immediately dives back into the fray. A moment later, a system notification congratulates player Ziluo on reaching level 29, boosting all attributes by 3 and granting 5 free points. Ziluo casually rests the spear on his shoulder, standing calmly amidst a massive sea of dead zombies. He casually strolls past the shell-shocked soldiers, who whisper to each other that they feel completely useless and ask what they should even do next to avoid looking awkward. They can only marvel in silence. Leveling up in just 4 hours, this absolute boss is literally soloing an entire horde, turning a survival battle into a complete slaughter. He is truly the one destined to turn the entire tide. Ziluo pulls up his system panel. His unequipped base stats show strength at 124, spirit at 19, constitution at 14, and agility at 114. He falls into deep thought, genuinely surprised that these zombies are dropping so many valuable skill books. His inventory is almost full, and his spiritual power is too low for the Julie bead to absorb everything, leaving him with only one simple option. Turning off auto-loot, he squats down and waves his hand to discard all the useless junk before walking over to meet up with the others. Yuanzhang and his men immediately offer a formal military salute. He swears that if they ever need Zhang Yuanzhang, he will do whatever it takes to help, with his men echoing the promise. "We will too." Ziluo walks over, telling them it was no trouble and mentioning there are still plenty of weapons left on the battlefield they can use, before turning to walk away. Alone in a quiet room, Ziluo stares at the skill book in his hand with an incredibly serious expression, clasping his hands together to pray. He prays to the Golden Thunder Holy Qilin for a powerful skill, and far away, a Qilin suddenly sneezes. "Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next." Let's dive in. As Ziluo opens the book, a flash of purple light blinding him. His eyes widen. "Oh my god, what is this?" Inside is a single card engraved with a strange eye. And right on cue, a system screen pops up before him. The Crimson Eye is an epic tier skill. It is an extremely rare eye technique that permanently alters the player's eyes, causing irreversible changes once it takes hold. Passive ability. Your vision gets a massive boost, allowing you to zoom in and out just by thinking about it. Active ability 1. X-ray vision. Once activated, you can see straight through solid obstacles and find out exactly what is hidden behind them. Number 2. Illusion. Using your mental power, you can project a completely fake environment directly into the mind of your target. Number 3. Illusion break. This allows you to use mental power to see right through any illusion or trick you encounter. Ziluo's eyes light up. This is God tier. He never expected the Qilin blessing to be this broken. He is definitely bringing it along next time. Somewhere, a Qilin suddenly sneezes. Back to our main character. The system notification pops up. System has detected the Crimson Eye skill. Does player Ziluo wish to learn it? Without a second thought, Ziluo learns it instantly, and a massive surge of energy floods straight into his eyes. Arg! An agonizing pain hits him, forcing Ziluo to clutch his head, his brow furrowed. Watch closely as blood literally drips from his eyes like tears. Then, the system chimes. Congratulations to player Ziluo on mastering Crimson Eye. Ziluo slowly opens his eyes, and his vision becomes unbelievably clear. He raises his bloody hand, seeing every single line on his palm before looking around. Oh my god, his field of view just expanded from 36 degrees to a massive 180. Pulling out a mirror, he stares at his reflection and silently commands his new ability. Crimson Eye, X-ray vision. Ziluo's gaze cuts straight through the ceiling, spotting General Zhang Yuanzhang walking right toward his location. Back already? That was quick. He crosses his arms and glances at the system screen. Only 15 minutes left before the zombie wave ends, followed by a vote for a counterattack battle. Did he really spend that much time learning this skill? Ziluo tosses a pill into his mouth and stands up as the door flies open to reveal General Zhang Yuanzhang waiting outside. The general immediately turns around, bowing deeply with immense gratitude, admitting that without Ziluo's help, the consequences would have been absolutely catastrophic. Ziluo just waves his gratitude off. Now, you and I both know he has bigger plans. He asks if the general personally knows at least 4 of the top 10 merit rankers. Yuanzhang looks up, slightly confused, confirming he basically knows them all. Why is our main character looking for them anyway? If possible, General Zhang, please gather all of them here. Once everyone is assembled, I will explain my plan. Yuanzhang frowns. They are nearby, but calling so many top players at once might attract unwanted attention. He asks Ziluo to wait a moment, and Ziluo nods in agreement. Sure, thanks for the help, General. A moment later, Ziluo stands directly before the city's highest-ranking players. Did you know that the entire zombie wave is actually being controlled by a zombie king? This sudden question leaves everyone completely stunned. What? A zombie king? I assumed this was all human doing. Ziluo continues. If you already suspect that, then you must realize who caused today's massive casualties. It is the Li family and the zombie king. He quietly plots. General Zhang's words just handed him the perfect opportunity to gift the Li family a massive, unpleasant surprise. The crowd immediately boils over with rage, with people shouting, if that is really the case, why don't we force the zombie king to pay a devastating price as well? Ziluo, tell us. How exactly do we make those monsters pay for this? My younger brother died in this wave. I want revenge for him and our fallen comrades. Ziluo's cold gaze sweeps over the highly emotional crowd. Once the zombie wave ends, this apocalyptic game will trigger a special counterattack mechanism. Ziluo explains that, to activate it, the top 10 players with the highest merit points must vote. If the majority votes to counterattack, the battle will begin immediately. Right on cue, a massive system notification flashes before everyone's eyes. A small-scale counterattack battle. A direct showdown, pitting the strongest human players against high-level zombies. Victory means wiping out all enemy zombies, which will weaken all zombie forces across the capital region. Failure means absolute death for all participating players, delaying the safe zone establishment by a month. Ziluo continues. If you doubt me, you can check the Apocalyptic Games guide for yourself in a bit. Hearing this, the other players start murmuring, their faces filled with hesitation. Boss, we definitely believe you. Just tell us what we need to do, and we will follow your lead. But boss, if it is as risky as you say, won't participating in this counterattack just get us killed? A few others nod along. Exactly. We just barely survived the last wave, and haven't even recovered our strength yet. I agree. Those high-level zombies are no joke. What would you and I do in this situation? With unwavering eyes, Ziluo decides to launch a solo counterattack. Trust me, you and I are about to watch him take on this threat alone. He is absolutely sure of victory, as long as everyone else plays their part. Yuanzhong looks at Ziluo with hesitation, but Ziluo simply gives a firm nod. That one nod is more than enough. Yuanzhong remains quiet, then raises his hand to the crowd, ordering everyone to back Ziluo up. The players look at each other before nodding in agreement. They shout that they will follow the general's orders and do whatever the master needs. One player even begs to learn how to fight from him, promising not to be a burden at all. Another player feels guilty for doubting him earlier, swearing in his mind to give his absolute all to support Master Ziluo. Just as Ziluo is about to speak, another system alert suddenly blares, announcing that the defense period has finally come to an end. The Imperial safe zone is secure, with casualties and destroyed structures remaining well within the acceptable limits. The energy crystal remains untouched, confirming a successful defense. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the final words. The system congratulates them on successfully building the Imperial safe zone. Outside, the entire horde of zombies suddenly freezes like statues. One player swings his weapon, and a zombie falls without fighting back. He happily shouts for everyone to charge. Since the monsters can no longer resist, everyone rushes forward in excitement. Now, pay attention, because a special notification suddenly pops up right in front of Ziluo. It congratulates player Ziluo for claiming the top spot on the merit leaderboard. Since the safe zone was protected, the player can now initiate a retaliatory battle against the invading zombies. The system asks if he wants to launch a counterattack against the horde. Without a single second of hesitation, he presses yes, and another window pops up. The 10 players in the top 10 have all voted to open the counterattack, fully satisfying the required conditions. The system announces that the counterattack is about to begin, telling everyone to get ready. As Ziluo leads the charge, Yuanzhong follows silently at the back, deeply lost in thought. He remembers someone buying secret regional intel from a hidden shop and unlocking a platinum treasure chest. Could Ziluo have bought similar secret intel? Otherwise, how did he know about the Zombie King, let alone this counterattack after the horde ended? He touches his chin, resolving to gather all possible information from hidden shops once this is over. The more intel they have, the greater their advantage. A short while later, across the city's central boulevard, the system announcement echoes far and wide. All players in the Imperial safe zone, please pay attention. The zombie wave has officially ended. Following a unanimous vote by the top 10 players on the merit leaderboard, The counterattack is about to begin. Players sweeping up the remaining monsters freeze in shock before bursting into wild cheers. A counterattack? We can actually strike back? This is amazing. We should have done this sooner. Just defending and taking hits was getting incredibly frustrating for all of us. Still, some remain skeptical, wondering if there even is such a feature, and whether their current exhausted state is fit for a battle. Suddenly, someone screams and points directly at the sky, asking if that is Master Ziluo himself flying up above. You and I can see everyone looking up together as a group flies through the air, led by none other than Ziluo. As they draw closer, Ziluo's eyes suddenly narrow behind his mask. Right opposite them, leading the massive horde, are the Zombie King and Feng. Could it be an old acquaintance? Ziluo is shocked. He smiles coldly behind his mask, whispering to himself that the Emperor of Illusionary Joy was the one who killed him in his past life. Looking at the mutated monster before him, he never expected them to cross paths again so quickly in this lifetime. The system explains that a mutated zombie, who surpasses level 90, is designated as a Zombie King, standing on par with the battle gods and magic gods of humanity. With immense physical power, extremely high spiritual energy, and undead resilience, their overall combat strength is truly terrifying. But Tempest is even more special, possessing the ability to control other zombies like mere puppets. Once their strength reaches a certain level, these monsters gain conscious thought, developing their own preferences and taking names that start with she, meaning corpse. These evolved beings hold massive authority, allowing them to easily dictate the behavior of other zombies, who serve them with absolute loyalty. They truly believe that zombies are the ultimate, evolved form of humanity. Ziluo silently recalls his past life, when he and 9 other battle gods signed an agreement to join the United Alliance. Among those 9, 3 were from the government, 3 were from the Li family, and 3 held no official affiliations. He vividly remembers holding his registration paper. The entire alliance was incredibly disorganized, with no strict rules or demands, letting everyone act completely as they pleased. If allies met, they would at most offer a small hand or share a bit of advice. Instead, they remained cautious, always waiting for a payout. In that loose alliance, as long as the money was right, they would do absolutely anything. Later on, the Li family paid an insane amount of money to hire 2 battle gods and the Zombie King to assassinate him. Remembering that, a cold, mocking smirk appears behind Ziluo's mask. You and I know payback is coming. All right, you and I are about to see that every conscious creature puts self-interest first. So what if your skills differ from my phantom path? There is absolutely no way you are leaving this place alive today. Suddenly, a system panel flashes open, declaring a counter-attack deathmatch where survival is the only option. Both humans and zombies can only send 1 fighter per round. There are no time limits and absolutely no restrictions on combat styles. The duel only ends in death. The winner is not allowed to leave the arena and must keep on fighting. This counter-attack war only stops once every single player on one side is dead. The surrounding zombies whisper in fear, eyeing Ziluo's group anxiously. Kwang Feng glances over at a subordinate who is shaking uncontrollably from sheer terror. The referee urges both sides to send their fighters up. If nobody enters within 10 minutes, the system will randomly select 1 person to die instantly. Without any hesitation, Ziluo builds up speed and leaps onto the arena. His very first opponent is a frenzied blood zombie. As the system announces the start, Ziluo taps to inspect its stats. A bronze-tier frenzied blood zombie boss at level 18. Ziluo pauses for a moment. This weak? He pulls his sword out of empty space. Now, pay attention here. The blood zombie immediately turns and runs, confusing him. Not caring why, Ziluo charges, wondering if it is a stalling tactic or pure cowardice. He delivers a diagonal slash, finishing the blood zombie down in one fluid motion. Just as he sheathes his blade, the system chimes. First round of the counterattack battle. 8.36 seconds. Humans win. Kwang Feng watches everything silently from behind. Realizing he cannot hesitate anymore, he immediately orders his subordinates to switch to a different plan. The longer it drags on, the lower their chances. He begins the ritual as another zombie steps up, revealing its stat panel. Silver tier, rock-boned, stone armor, zombie boss, level 20 monster. Its base stats are strength 40 and spirit level of 2, constitution 90, agility 35, rock talent, defense skyrockets, wind stationary, steel bone talent. Bones are reinforced like metal for extreme hardness. Skill, rock, solid, immovable, like a mountain for defense. Weakness. Defense drops when moving, so attacking from behind is highly effective. Ziluo shivers slightly at the zombie before him. A special type zombie. Is this monster really that twisted? Without waiting, Ziluo swings his sword and charges. His blade leaves a slash on the opponent, but the stone zombie quickly activates rock solid and immovable mountain, rendering the strike completely useless. Ziluo drives his sword straight into the stone body, piercing right through its chest as the creature screams in absolute terror. The monster roars, while Ziluo smirks with pure contempt under his mask. He twists the hilt, burying the blade deeper. The stone zombie punches back heavily, but Ziluo casually steps aside, dodging the blow. Next, he channels energy into his sword. Ziluo bursts with a bright red aura, leaping high to launch another devastating attack. At that exact moment, Kuang Feng sends out a mental command to his subordinates. Wait, what is happening here? The zombies sit down, and even Kuang Feng closes his eyes, covering his face in anticipation. Suddenly, the zombies' heads explode, spraying dark blood all over the ground. Kuang Feng steps forward with a roar. Without hesitating, he plunges his hands into his minions' skulls, pulls out 2 brains, and devours them greedily. A system screen pops up. The Zombie Emperor ritual is active. Sacrificing compatible undead temporarily boosts power, but warns of massive energy consumption. The buff duration is strictly limited. Afterward, all stat boosts vanish. His base power is permanently damaged, and his body suffers severe physical trauma. Ziluo is startled by this dark energy. He must finish this quickly. Unleashing his skill, Explosive Dual Slash, his blade surges toward the stone zombie. Facing the incoming attack, the stone zombie braces itself, activating Ultimate Defense. Ultimate Defense transfers all strength and spirit into blocking. Standing still grants an extra 20% damage reduction bonus. The stone zombie takes 2 direct slashes. His body fractures, but he is not dead, struggling to rise. Ziluo gives him no chance. He lunges forward, driving his blade straight through the rock body. With one decisive swing, the system confirms. Stone Armor Zombie defeated. Reward received. Stone Amulet. He opens the item panel. It is a silver tier accessory crafted from extremely solid, indestructible rock. Boasting high defense, it adds 3 constitution, 2 spirit, and reduces physical damage taken by 10%. Passive skill Rock Shield creates a barrier scaling with constitution. Once shattered, it inflicts a 1-second petrification effect on all surrounding enemies. An 18-hour cooldown. Truly a rare, mutated zombie. Even the dropped loot is top quality. Ziluo puts it away with satisfaction. Right then, a staggering figure looms directly behind him. Its green, bloated body is rotting, releasing a heavy cloud of toxic gas. Silver tier boss Corpse Rotter at level 19. Skill. Highly corrosive toxic pus that decays bodies, structures, and item durability. Weakness. Fears high heat, left leg is stiff. Ziluo sneers. It looks weaker than the stone zombie. We know its fate. Alright, stick with me, because Ziluo is channeling massive energy into his blade, ready to carve his way through this absolute horde. He lunges forward, raising his shield just in time to block a deadly blast of toxic spit. Activating his Eye of Insight skill, everything slows down. His gaze instantly locks onto a fatal weakness in the zombie's left thigh. Found it. His blade completely shatters the creature's leg as the system confirms the kill. Instantly, a glowing potion drops, proving to Ziluo that high-level monsters truly yield the absolute best rewards. With a quick wave, he stores the potion inside his inventory. Task complete. He turns toward Tempest. The zombie king has his back turned, performing some bizarre, dark ritual on the corpse of its own ally. Ziluo watches in silence, a cold thought crossing his mind. Devouring their own kind? Truly typical behavior for these monsters. Sensing Ziluo's presence, Tempest stops his ritual and slowly stands up. He turns around, his voice ragged but dripping with pure hatred. No matter the cost today, I will tear you to pieces. Ziluo smirks. If this arena did not have a barrier blocking me, I would have taken your head a long time ago. Now pay close attention here. Tempest charges forward and unleashes his terrifying power, triggering an insane, high-level boss information screen right before Ziluo's eyes. Tempest, a peak golden tier zombie boss, at level 2048. Base stats, strength is 50-30, spirit, 145, constitution, 60-20, agility, 80-40. Epic talent, Emperor's Majesty, which debuffs all lower-level creatures, reducing all their stats by 10%, and giving him total control over any zombie of a lower rank than himself. In battle, he inflicts fear and suppression. His Tempest body grants supreme control over the wind element, boosting his skills, increasing all wind skills by 10%. He can even temporarily turn into his target's shadow, slipping right behind them. Once behind, he deals pierce damage that bypasses 5% of the enemy's defense with every single attack he lands. His attacks also apply a stacking curse effect onto his targets. Once these stacks reach a certain limit, the curse triggers, heavily crippling the victim's combat status. Active skills include Eye of the Tempest, Berserk Descent, Wind Shield, and Gale Path. The system notes that because this zombie king just finished his ritual, he cannot fully control his new powers yet. His current insane state is only temporary, and these boosted attributes will rapidly decay over time. Ziluo grips his sword tighter, strong and dangerous. He hasn't faced a real challenge like this in a long time. Detecting an imminent life-or-death battle against the zombie king, the system officially issues an epic quest called Peak Confrontation. Staring at Tempest, surrounded by violent, raging energy, Ziluo accepts the quest without a single second of hesitation. Tempest growls out each word, his voice dripping with pure rage. Human Ziluo, I never imagined my safe zone invasion plan would be ruined by you. Li Lixuan set us up. He leaked the defense distribution and overall strength of the safe zone forces, but he completely left out any information about you. Let's pause here, because this realization hits hard. The Li family actually allied with zombies, explaining why Tempest is overflowing with power. No wonder the zombie horde arrived ahead of schedule. But how did the Li family contact these zombie kings? Keeping humans divided only benefits the monsters. As for their deal with Li Lixuan, that absolute fool is being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Right then, Tempest lets out a booming roar that echoes across the battlefield. Hear me, humans. My name is Tempest. Gathering power, he declares that the zombie race will eventually infect and slaughter every last one of them. He raises his hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere to wipe out both humanity and Ziluo. Directly opposite him, Ziluo also starts gathering a concentrated sphere of energy. As Tempest throws his projectile, Ziluo dodges flawlessly and charges forward. Before the monster can even react, Ziluo's energy orb completely absorbs all of the raging power surrounding the zombie king. Ziluo casually dispels the orb, his eyes filled with pure contempt. Is that really all you can do? Gritting his teeth, Tempest condenses wind element and slams both of his hands hard into the ground. The two forces collide in a violent blast, but his energy is far weaker and instantly gets blown back. Right as the energy shatters, a razor-sharp blade pierces through, accompanied by Ziluo's mocking voice. You really are nothing special. The blade pierces clean through, inflicting a devastating wound on Tempest. Clutching his wound, he retreats in panic and casts a defensive skill. A massive wind barrier called Wind Shield immediately rises in front of Ziluo. This defensive technique forms a sturdy wall made entirely from pure wind elements. The shield boasts incredible defensive power, letting him block physical attacks with extreme ease. Ziluo easily dodges, but trust me, you and I know he won't let Tempest rest, as he immediately swings his sword and lunges back into the fight. Now pay attention, because this is where the real fight begins. As Ziluo unleashes his Julie strike, Tempest leaps up, hovering in the air and mocking. You think you can hurt me? From the ground, Ziluo smirks sarcastically. Sorry to break it to you, but I already injured you earlier, forcing out your ultimate survival skill. Tempest stands frozen, his mind spinning in utter confusion. How could he have been forced to use his absolute life-saving trump card after just a few brief exchanges? Windwalk is known as one of the ultimate survival techniques of the Zombie King. Once activated, the wind grants its user flight, letting them walk on air temporarily. With nowhere left to run, Tempest decides to gamble everything on one final life or death strike. He frowns, plotting his next move. Knowing that once Ziluo is dead, the others pose absolutely no threat. Down below, Ziluo unleashes a spinning slash, throwing his sword spinning furiously straight up into the air. Tempest channels massive wind elements to counter, easily knocking the blade away. Suddenly, a nosebleed erupts from Tempest as he roars to activate Storm Descent, yelling, "Let's end this." Storm Descent, this is one of the Zombie King's ultimate skills, creating a massive storm with himself at the center. Inside the storm, he takes 0 damage, while the outside deals devastating destruction to enemies. At the same time, he unleashes another ultimate called Devastating Hurricane, which summons a violent vortex blowing in a single direction to wipe out everything. The more spiritual energy consumed, the stronger the storm becomes, gaining the terrifying power to blow away, corrode, and utterly obliterate. The destructive wind slams directly into Ziluo. He raises his arms to block, but the raw power still forces him back. Ziluo looks up, stunned by the sheer power of this double ultimate skill. But in an instant, the severe backlash of using two massive ultimates hits him. Tempest crashes straight into the ground, muttering, "Ziluo, the zombie king of the Eastern Zone, will never lose to you." Ziluo is speechless, holding his sword. "Let's pretend I never said anything." He approaches the barely breathing Tempest. "To think you're still alive after using two ultimate moves at once. Your spiritual talent must be pretty high. But you ended up killing yourself, and my hard-earned reward is probably going down with you." Before he can even finish, Tempest's body slowly floats back up into the air once again. His eyes are shut tight, blood dripping from his sockets and mouth. Has he lost consciousness already? Down below, the other players stare in shock at Ziluo and the floating body of Tempest. We're about to see some cold-blooded mercy as he tells Tempest, "Since you couldn't even scratch me, I'll end your suffering for the reward." Ziluo activates Boulder Shield, raising a solid stone barrier to block the chaotic wind elements around him. Calmly holding his sword, Ziluo approaches Tempest. Facing the raging wall of wind, he steps right inside, stomping hard to completely shatter the elemental wind force. His crimson eyes activate, turning his vision blood red, pointing straight at the writhing Tempest inside the storm's center. He's about to dry up completely. "I need to hurry." Taking a deep breath beneath his mask, he charges forward as his flash boot skill gets instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, Ziluo is right before the unconscious Tempest. With a swift sword strike, Tempest's head is cleanly sent flying. Sheathing his sword, he taps his mask to deactivate the X-ray vision of his crimson eyes. And that's where we leave this epic clash, as system alerts ring out to congratulate player Ziluo for successfully slaying Zombie King Tempest and claiming 10 massive merit points. Alright, you and I are watching as our protagonist hits level 30, getting +3 stats and 5 free points. Congratulations to player Lin Ziluo for becoming the first in this doomsday game to defeat a gold tier boss, earning the unique global title, Spear of Gold, with a full server announcement about to broadcast. The loud system announcement quickly echoes over every player's head. Ding. Detection complete. The entire zombie faction has been wiped out. In this epic revenge battle, the human faction has secured the ultimate victory. With humanity's victory, they unlock Reward 1. All zombie evolution and leveling speeds in the capital region are cut by 30%, and all stats drop by 15%. This effect lasts for 7 days. Reward 2 gives 30% more experience and gold coins from zombie kills, plus a double drop rate, also lasting 7 days. And Reward 3, all paid system structures, including shops in the capital region, get a 10% discount. This lasts for 3 days. Reward 4 introduces special treasure chests, extra hidden shops, and unique structures across the capital region. It is time for players to explore and strike it rich. Ziluo smirks, and watch this, the system congratulates him on reaching level 30, granting a super cheat spin. Would the host like to roll the gacha right now? Ding. Congratulations for defeating the zombie emperor, winning the counterattack, and successfully completing the Peak Duel Ultimate Quest. Ding. Based on the host's rapid clear speed, congratulations on obtaining the mission Reward 1 common cheat and an elite gold tier equipment. Behind that mask of his, Ziluo is secretly sweating. He already has absolute drop rate, yin-yang twins, and eye of insight. Stick with me, because we are about to find out what his fourth cheat is. He glances around. Nope, too crowded here. Better wait until he gets back. Meanwhile, over at the player gathering zone, the entire crowd is absolutely losing their minds with excitement. We won. We actually won. I knew it. As long as Ziluo is on our side, victory is guaranteed. Oh my god. The zombie growth rate has slowed down for 7 days, and their stats are cut by 15%. This is our golden ticket, guys. Exactly. Experience and gold coin drops are up by 30%, and even the item drop rates got a major boost. Starting today, I am going on a non-stop zombie hunting spree. Anyone want to party up? Level 11 warrior here, with 2 bronze grade gears. The crowd just keeps buzzing with excitement. Haha, shop prices are down by 10%. My gold is finally enough to buy that blade and pay my class advancement fee. Let's party up, boys. But wait, I highly suggest we hunt down some treasure chests along the way. If we pull a silver grade gear, we are filthy rich. Finding a secret shop works too. We can sell that info to the military for a massive payout. Now, pay attention here. The entire square suddenly falls dead silent as Ziluo and his crew show up. Instantly, every player's eyes light up as they swarm him, chanting, "Boss, boss." Ziluo just gives a short nod. "Big dummy, clear a path." Big dummy immediately raises his massive hammer, bulldozing forward. The group quickly ducks into a side alley, losing the hyped-up crowd. Where did the boss go? Only now does Ziluo finally catch his breath, glad to escape. But then, another player approaches. "Boss, your fame just hit a whole new level." He turns around and sees the top 10 players standing right in front of him. "Boss, thank you for this time. We completely misjudged you and acted like absolute fools." "Yeah, he is right. We are so sorry, boss. If you ever need anything, just say the word, we will risk our lives for you." "Me too. Count me in." Ziluo bows slightly, his expression hidden behind his mask. "You guys fought hard. Go get some rest. And thank you all for putting your trust in me today." With that, he and Big Dummy turn and head out, as his system interface flashes open once again. Ding! Congratulations, the capital safe zone has been successfully established. Congratulations. The capital safe zone won the counterattack battle, earning 1 prosperity point and officially upgrading to a level 2 safe zone. Territory expanded. Trust me, these new game updates are absolutely insane. First, the safe zone has secured a permanent energy crystal. While active, the mental energy and physical stamina recovery speed for all local players is boosted by 10%. Even better, this crystal generates a steady supply of energy every day based on the safe zone's current level. This harvested energy can then be used to power up various functional game structures. The safe zone's perimeter is set. Any hostile monsters, including zombies, will have all their stats debuffed by 10% upon entering. Third, the safe zone's global communication channels are now open. Players inside the zone can spend gold coins to broadcast messages in the public chat. Of course, the cost is determined by how long your message is. Leaving the zone disables this feature. Fourth, the safe zone mercenary hall is now officially open. Anyone can register a mercenary squad here to unlock exclusive party perks. Plus, the mercenary hall will post a massive number of daily missions for extra rewards. Check the mercenary hall for full details. And fifth, the capital shop will now sell zombie virus serum. If bitten, injecting this before fully turning prevents mutation. Sixth, a grand auction house will open up periodically. Any player can bid on rare loot or sell off their own hard-earned gear. Seventh, the functions of all game buildings in the safe zone have been optimized. Certain facilities will even hire staff, letting players earn a steady stream of experience points and gold coins every single day. Since this is the first safe zone successfully established worldwide, a global server-wide announcement is about to go live. Ziluo turns back as a massive pillar of light shoots from the city center straight into the heavens. He gazes up. The first wave of zombies is finally over, and it is time to have a word with Zhang Yuanzhang. Under the dark night sky, Ziluo turns away as a wave of pure, revitalizing energy begins to spread. Below, players watch in absolute awe as pure energy surges into their bodies, blanketing the city, while a massive announcement banner flashes open. World announcement. Congratulations to player Ziluo for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to solo kill a gold-grade boss, shocking the entire world. We just witnessed a legend. All right. You and I just unlocked a unique global achievement. Not only does the Golden Merchant offer massive rewards, but players are urged to follow this example, especially since the capital city established the first safe zone, securing citywide bonuses for everyone. The rewards are massive. All players in the capital region gain 1 level, a 24-hour period of double item drop rates from killing zombies, a 20% boost to experience and gold, plus the official opening of the capital safe zone's exclusive benefits. Every single benefit brings a major upgrade and new advantages to humanity. Other players in the region must work hard now to establish their own safe zones. One player cried out in absolute shock. That gold-tier boss was utterly crushed by Luo City's god of death. Honestly, even diamond or legendary beasts wouldn't stand a chance against Ziluo. Now watch this part carefully. Another player breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was over. Others were in pure awe, shouting, as expected of boss Ziluo, his godlike strength totally won me over. Haha, I wonder if the boss has a girlfriend yet. Meanwhile, inside a small room, Dasha sat on the floor, chewing on meat. On the bed, Ziluo was resting his eyes, then suddenly bolted upright. No way. Living without a permanent home is too uncomfortable. I need to ask Zhang Yuanzhong for a house. Crossing his arms, he decided to act immediately. First, he would roll for a super cheat, then find Zhang Yuanzhong. Roll confirmed. A notification popped up as his fourth super cheat began rolling. Congratulations, player. You have successfully unlocked the super cheat, Space Expansion. With Space Expansion, the host will gain an additional storage inventory. The size of this storage is identical to your original inventory. Ziluo frowned. What on earth is Space Expansion? Resting his chin on his hand, he skeptically checked the details. Can something you get from leveling up really be called a cheat? Immediately, the system displayed more info. This new storage space will grow dynamically alongside your original inventory. This unique storage space possesses rich spatial properties, triggering special effects whenever the host interacts with items related to space. The host is actually able to enter this storage space. Reading that final line, Ziluo's eyes lit up. He jumped up, fists clenched. Oh my god, this is insane. This is absolutely mind-blowing. My sweet system, I totally misjudged you. Chewing his meat, Dasha glanced over. Didn't he just want a house? Now he has a mobile home? Ziluo reopened the system interface to check the special effects triggered by spatial items. His gaze landed on a piece of gear. The only space-related item he had was the blink boots. He clicked link, and the system updated instantly. Cooldown reduced by 50%. Movement distance doubled for the owned blink boots. Upgraded to gold tier, these space attribute battle boots are a legendary piece of gear that countless warriors dream of owning. Stats: agility +5, spirit +4, movement speed up 10%, and footstep noise cut 30%. Bonus skill: blink forward for a distance of 2 to 4 meters. During movement, damage taken is reduced by 90%, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Oh my god, it upgraded to epic tier. Let's pause for a second. I totally take back what I said about this cheat. From now on, I'm definitely hunting for more space attribute gear. Ziluo's sudden shout startled Dasha so badly that the meat in his hand flew straight into the air. Quickly catching the meat, Dasha turned around and saw Ziluo standing up, confidently resting his hands on his hips. His body began to turn translucent, slowly fading into thin air. Seconds later, Ziluo opened his eyes inside a massive, empty space. He stretched his limbs comfortably as a set of rules popped up before him. Extra storage rule number 1. Opening the portal takes time. The host cannot use this storage space to quickly dodge enemy attacks, but after surviving a short delay, you can still teleport out safely. Rule 2. Air. The air inside this storage space is only partially replenished each time the portal is opened. Once the air is completely depleted, you must leave the space immediately, or you will die. Based on current air levels, the host can remain inside for 3 to 4 hours. Rule 3. Exiting. Entering this storage space leaves a spatial mark behind, fixing your return point to that exact spot. You will always reappear at the location of that mark, with no way to change it. Rule 4. Spirit power will constantly drain while inside. Rule 5. Summoning magic is completely useless inside this space. Ziluo crossed his arms and smiled. Though not a real home, it was incredibly safe and powerful. He held out a tiny sofa card. A cozy sofa materialized. Ziluo sat down comfortably and began searching through his items. Next, he pulled out a small glass vial containing the mutant zombie virus dropped from the death ritual. The system displayed its details. This is a special, unranked mutant virus item, the leftover product of a zombie emperor's dark ritual. This virus boosts zombie strength, making it an irresistible lure. And trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. All right, let's jump back in as Ziluo stands up, realizing what he's holding. He recalled that in his past life's late apocalypse, many people used similar items to attract and trade with those deadly zombies. This made him realize how the Li family convinced the Illusion King to hunt him down. They likely traded a massive amount of this mutant virus for the loyalty of those mutated zombies. But the virus in his hand was on a whole different level, acting as a deadly poison to humans that ruins basic stats. But for zombies, this was the ultimate top-tier tonic. Not only would they grow stronger, they would also inherit the special talents of the host who created the virus. With that in mind, Ziluo stared at the vial, knowing it was the perfect item for Big Dummy. He ordered the system to exit the storage space, and a pillar of light instantly enveloped him, sending him right back to his room. Big Dummy finished eating and turned around, his eyes lighting up as Ziluo held out the glowing virus vial. "Drink up," he says, "and you and I get to watch Big Dummy down it in one single gulp." Instantly, His body begins to mutate, power explodes, and he jumps straight to level 21, while system notifications ring in Ziluo's ears. Congratulations, player, on reaching level 31. All stats +3. With 5 free attribute points rewarded. Congratulations on triggering the Golden Reward global announcement. You get 2,000 fame points, 5,000 gold, and 5 free attributes. Your storage space has expanded by 2 cubic meters. Congratulations for securing first place on the contribution leaderboard during this massive zombie wave defense. The first place prize includes 5 free attribute points, an elite hidden class, a piece of elite gold tier gear, and a vial of zombie virus serum. The system shows his stats next. Unequipped, Ziluo has strength, spirit, and constitution at 130, and agility at 125. Ready to draw? Ziluo smiles as the screen reads, "Congratulations on obtaining the Hidden Lightning Mage class scroll. Congratulations on obtaining the gold grade elemental ring." But he looks a bit disappointed while staring at that scroll. A lightning mage is a spellcaster class, which is completely useless to him. But that ring is pretty interesting. The system panel immediately brings up the detailed stats. The gold grade elemental ring contains raw elemental power, helping to maximize elemental effects. It grants +8 to his mental strength, boosts mental recovery by 30%, reduces skill cooldowns by 10%, increases elemental power by 20%, and boosts extra trigger rates by 5. Ziluo taps the ring's icon, admiring this top-tier gear before yawning and heading back to bed to give an order. Calling on his golden fingers system for his 4th draw, Ziluo lies down. And trust me, you'll want to hear these rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully helping establish the capital city safe zone, taking first place on the merit points leaderboard, and fully completing the all-out war mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 2 random common golden fingers and 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Ding. Since you already possess the level 1 limit break golden finger, the breakthrough probability raises it to level 2. A wave of brand new information pops up before him. Level 2 limit break shatters equipment limits, allowing him to wear an extra ring and an extra bracelet. His level 2 probability breakthrough increases all class, talent, equipment, and skill activation rates by an extra 2%. Next is level 1 danger sense. When a hostile enemy appears within 10 meters, the system will immediately issue a warning. With level 1 dungeon conditions, if he meets specific requirements upon entering a dungeon, he can choose an extra bonus item. Ziluo happily sits straight up, excited as the system continues to roll his equipment rewards. Ding. An elite gold tier item and a silver tier piece are currently being processed. Ding. Congratulations on securing the elite gold tier toxic fang and the silver grade shadow magic bracelet. Ziluo quickly pulls out the new items he just received. It is a razor-sharp, venomous fang. Is this really gold tier? Resting his head on his arm, he lazily stares at the screen. The gold tier toxic fang gives +6 strength, +3 agility, reduces presence by 20%, and grants 20% speed with toxic passive. Every successful hit applies a stack of toxic mark, steadily draining the enemy's stamina and mental strength for 3 seconds. Its active skill, Critical Strike, consumes stamina to deal 200 physical damage and applies 3 stacks of toxic mark. With a 48-hour cooldown, the screen shifts to show his next reward. The silver grade shadow magic bracelet grants +2 constitution and spirit, while its passive reduces magic damage taken by 5%. He taps the screen, and honestly, don't you think the system is playing favorites here? Talk about a nice surprise. A new alert pops up, congratulating him on equipping the bracelet and activating the 4-piece set effect. This 4-piece set effect boosts all his basic attributes by 3, reflects 20% magic damage, and grants a magic shield skill to block incoming spells. Let's check this out: a 3-minute active time and an 18-hour cooldown. That is incredibly overpowered. Ziluo's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off to sleep. In the corner of the room, Da-E was also hugging a bough while dozing off. Meanwhile, at another location, officials were busy distributing supplies to the survivors. Many exhausted players rested right there on the streets, while those who received their items happily walked away. The following afternoon, Yuan Zhang leaned forward. So you mean the Li family still has a gathering spot called Xi'an? Behind his mask, Ziluo calmly replied, yes, if General Zhang helps, Da-E and I will leave the safe zone and destroy that base. Even though I know you are extremely powerful, we cannot underestimate the Li family. How confident are you about this mission? Ziluo replied with absolute certainty. 100%. He raised a hand to stop Yuan Zhang from speaking. No need to convince me, General. Yuan Zhang sighed and nodded. Fine, what do you need? Ziluo leaned against the table. Gather men and prepare supplies. I will locate their hiding spot first, but pay attention here, because he is about to offer General Zhang a very risky deal. Yuan Zhang was surprised. What kind of deal? Ziluo slid a paper over. 100,000 gold coins for this intel. General, you definitely won't lose. Yuan Zhang agreed instantly. Knowing this guy gets secrets from hidden shops, he knew this deal was guaranteed to be a massive win. The moment Ziluo left, Yuan Zhang quickly opened the note and froze completely at what he read. A wide smile spread across his face as he ordered a sudden commendation meeting in the conference room in 30 minutes. Shortly after, inside a high-rise conference room, the tense atmosphere was growing extremely restless. Didn't old Zhang say we had an award ceremony scheduled? Where is he? Exactly. How late is he going to be? He did a fantastic job during this zombie wave, but that is no excuse to show off and keep everyone waiting. You are right. Old Zhang has absolutely no sense of time management these days. The doors burst open. Yuan Zhang stormed inside silently, walking straight to the frowning Chief Shui and handing him the paper. Chief Shui glanced at Yuan Zhang, who gestured toward the note. The moment his eyes swept the text, his face changed instantly. Scum. Absolute scum. They are nothing but beasts. Chief Shui raised his voice. This afternoon, we gathered all the soldiers who rushed back from outside the safe zone to locate the Li family. He whipped around to Minister Liu. Now tell me why you claimed the intelligence department could not provide any support. Minister Liu hung his head in deep embarrassment. Chief, our intelligence staff suffered devastating casualties during that zombie wave, which completely disrupted our entire department. He looked up with a fake smile. And the zombies that broke through the south gate destroyed our archive room, so we lost massive amounts of intel on the three great families. At this point, we simply cannot risk sending our brave soldiers out into danger with completely unverified information. The entire stack of papers slammed right into Minister Liu's face. You and I both knew this hypocrite deserved every bit of this humiliation. Trembling, he picked up a page and adjusted his glasses. As he read, his body froze, and his hands began to shake violently. The words on it were crystal clear. Blue Star Calendar, January 16th, year 473. An offshore bank card received 21,400,000 yuan. The person withdrawing that money from the American bank was your cousin. Blue Star Calendar, June 19th, year 474. The Rose Opera House, built by the Li family, collapsed, causing 345 casualties. But after Minister Liu intervened, the official death toll suddenly became 0. Minister Liu's dirty hands also reached the art gallery stampede and the mass disappearance of women in Mo Village. Chief Shui slammed the table, eyes burning with rage. Now, do you have anything left to say? Before Minister Liu could even answer, Yuan Zhang lunged forward and grabbed his collar in pure rage. Has your conscience been completely rotted away by all this dirty money? Do you know how many of my brothers you have killed? Minister Liu fell flat on the floor, desperately trying to make excuses. No, I didn't do it, I swear. They forced me. They literally forced me to drink poison. Yuan Zhang grew even angrier, grabbing his hair and pulling his head back. Cut the crap. You willingly drank that poison just to beg the Li family to make you minister. Immediately after, a resounding slap echoed. I have plenty of evidence left. Do you want to see more? Under the freezing glares of Chief Shui and Yuan Zhang, Minister Liu curled up on the floor, desperately muttering to himself. This is impossible. The Li family would never betray me. No way. I always did what they said. This cannot be true. Yuan Zhang instantly pulled a thick stack of documents from his storage space, slamming them down and startling everyone in the room. Standing behind Chief Shui, his voice turned ice cold. Trust me, you and I are about to watch these traitors burn. Director Huang, shaking like a leaf as his name is called. In the year 454 of the Blue Star Calendar, your 10 million yuan transfer needs some explaining, wouldn't you say? Especially the whereabouts of those 47 newborns who vanished from Mode Hospital. All right, let's watch as Yuan Zhang's calm voice echoes through the room, making every name he calls sound like a devastating final judgment. In the year 472, your son lost 40 million yuan, gambling overseas. Yet a week later, he was happily back at home. Did he just have amazing luck? A long moment later, after the final name is read, the suffocating tension in the room becomes almost too heavy to breathe. Chief Shui slams his hand down, his voice turning cold. These are just the traitors who survived the apocalypse. Anyone else? Step forward now, and I might just spare your lives. Yuanzhong reports from behind. Before this meeting, I sent men to arrest a large number of mid-level officials who hold significant power within our military ranks. Based on the intel provided by Ziluo, the An and Yun families have already taken the initiative to step forward as well. Chief Shui turns to him. So, are the An and Yun families finally starting to regret their choices now? Yuanzhong nods. It seems so. Striking the Li family is incredibly urgent now, or the Dragon Kingdom will face total destruction. Clenching his fist with determination, he adds, Chief, what we must do right now is cooperate with Ziluo and wait for his signal. Chief Shui holds his head in exhaustion. Now pay attention, here is the entire future of a nation really resting on just one person? Suddenly remembering something, he snaps a direct order. Recall half of the 100,000 soldiers who were handling the zombies and rescuing the civilians back to me right now. The moment we pinpoint the Li family's location, launch a full strike immediately. Yuanzhong salutes to accept the order. Meanwhile, over at the flame gathering point, the atmosphere is the absolute polar opposite. Players are loudly bragging about today's battle. Man, that felt good. Today's haul was insane, and I even got an equipment drop, you know? I got here early this morning and spent the entire day hunting down zombies, only heading back when darkness finally fell. I easily gained a level, and then managed another one today. But 24 hours is just way too short. The players chat excitedly as they walk. Hey, did you guys hear? Rumor has it the legendary boss Ziluo shattered the safe zone barrier with a single wave of his hand. A mystical Qilin descended from the heavens, unleashing godlike power and completely wiping out every single zombie on that entire battlefield. I swear, Boss Ziluo must be a literal god reborn. Honestly, my ultimate dream in this life is just to meet him face to face once. They say he wears a black robe, he wears a demon mask, carrying a golden blade. Now watch closely. One player suddenly points ahead, shouting, "Wait, that matches the guy walking right in front of us." Instantly, the entire group freezes. Ziluo and Big Dumb are standing right before their eyes. Ziluo speaks. His voice isn't loud, but it's clear enough for everyone to hear. From this moment on, absolutely nobody is allowed to leave. If you want to find out what happens if you try, feel free to come and challenge me. The crowd goes dead silent, and some weak-hearted players even faint on the spot. Ziluo is left speechless. Why do I feel like some kind of terrifying villain sweeping through here? He continues. Now, every single person on this floor, head down through the passage immediately. Do it as fast as you possibly can. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoes from the stairs. Who the hell is talking so big? I haven't even walked up yet, and I'm already hearing someone talk this loud. A tattooed guy standing on the stairs glares down at Ziluo with pure disdain. Who do you think you are, telling everyone to get down? Is our flame gathering point really that easy to mess with? The tattooed guy casually slips his hands into his pockets. Ever since our flame gathering point was founded, we've never been afraid of anyone. I'd love to see who has the guts. Before he can finish, a panicked lackey whispers urgently in his ear. Boss, look at his outfit. This guy is Ziluo. The tattooed guy's brow furrows. The name sounds unfamiliar at first, but a second later, reality hits him. His knees buckle, and he drops to the floor, shocking everyone. Which great master has graced us with his presence? Ziluo replies casually. I wouldn't call myself a master. He tilts his head, analyzing the tattooed guy. You look like you're in charge around here, so I'm giving you the job of getting everyone downstairs. Helped up by his lackeys, the tattooed guy stammers nervously. Don't worry, sir. I will absolutely get this done. Ziluo issues a cold warning. Starting now, if anyone tries to come up from down there, they will pay dearly. Hearing this, the tattooed gang shakes violently like leaves. Don't worry, sir. I absolutely won't let anyone up here. We will follow your orders. Ziluo turns back to look at the people still standing behind him in a daze. Hurry up and move. The tattooed guy immediately turns and barks at the crowd. Did you hear me? Everyone get downstairs and tell the people below that nobody is allowed up. The crowd scrambles to escape, frantically replying, Yes, yes. Ziluo leans against the wall, quietly observing each person as they make their way down. He activates his cheat skill to sense danger, and that's where we leave it as the last person vanishes. He knows they've all finally gone down. Let's dive into this crazy mystery. If these guys were from the Li family, they would have shown some hostility towards Ziluo already. So, he orders Da Yi to guard the entrance, telling him to smash anyone over the head with a hammer if they try to escape. Da Yi nods. Meanwhile, Ziluo keeps calculating. He knows the enemy might just be experts at hiding their true intentions, or maybe they are just low-level lackeys who never got the memo. With instructions given, Ziluo heads down into the basement, leaving his giant helper to keep watch above with that massive hammer. As he goes deeper, the muffled sound of a lively crowd starts echoing from the distance. What he finds is absolutely hilarious. A crowd of happy people hanging a giant banner that reads, "A warm welcome to Boss Ziluo visiting our Xi'an outpost to guide us." This ridiculous sight actually leaves our overpowered boss a little speechless. A man who seems to be the leader steps forward immediately, rubbing his hands with a nervous smile, saying, "Boss Ziluo, I am the current leader of this outpost, Meng Mingliang. What brings you to our humble place today?" Ziluo cuts straight to the chase, asking if the leader knows everyone here. Mingliang humbly replies that while he cannot claim to know every single soul, he is close with 90% of the people here. Now, pay attention to this reaction. The moment Ziluo brings up Minister He Mu, Mingliang breaks into a cold sweat. Ziluo demands details, and a terrified Mingliang immediately starts spilling the beans. He explains that because of the minister's high status, they always roll out the red carpet, and he usually handles the VIP treatment personally. Ziluo presses further, asking if the minister met anyone else during his visits. Mingliang rubs his chin, desperately trying to remember if anyone else was involved. Behind his mask, Ziluo silently scans the crowd, noting how everyone else is holding their breath, listening to every single word. Mingliang says no, explaining that the minister only visited to inspect the outpost under his authority, promising to pull some strings and arrange for extra supplies to help them out. Aside from that, there was nothing unusual. Ziluo frowns. Nobody in the crowd is acting suspicious, meaning the spy is probably not using a local contact to pass secret information. Did He Mu lie about this place belonging to the Li family just to frame them and cause a massive conflict? He casually scratches his ear and turns around, asking when the minister last visited and if he did anything out of the ordinary. Mingliang quickly replies that he was here 5 days ago for another routine inspection. But as for doing anything special, he suddenly remembers that the minister spent some time playing billiards in the basement level 3 room before finally heading out. Ziluo turns around, suddenly highly interested, and demands to be taken there immediately. Mingliang eagerly agrees. "Follow me, please," Mingliang says, leading the way through a crowd of curious onlookers, whispering to each other. Behind his mask, Ziluo smirks, whispering to himself that the fish is finally about to bite. Mingliang turns around, highly confused, asking if they need extra guards stationed near the billiard room downstairs. Ziluo replies coldly, telling him not to worry, as Da Yi is already guarding the exit with orders to eliminate anyone trying to escape. "Now, let us move." Mingliang quickly guides him down. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the facility, other members start whispering in panic. They angrily complain about He Mu, blaming that stupid minister for bringing a monster like Ziluo straight to their doorstep and putting them all in extreme danger. Another guy snorts in contempt, asking why they should care about He Mu. "When Ziluo glared at us earlier, I felt like my soul left my body, so who cares about some government minister? Unbelievable. I was literally sleeping when they dragged me out." Hiding in the shadows, Old Luo and Old Ju overhear everything. Let's face it, having an absolute powerhouse like Ziluo lurking around is putting immense pressure on them, and they desperately pray he leaves this place very soon. After showing Ziluo the room, Mingliang leaves him alone. But in another corner of the basement, a secret brick in the wall suddenly pops open. Old Luo and Old Ju slip out, shining their flashlights into a hidden secret chamber. Old Luo turns to his partner, whispering frantically that they must warn the clan leader immediately since He Mu is compromised and Ziluo is closing in. Old Ju nods, helping him lift a heavy stone slab to block the entrance. Who would have thought he would get caught? They mutter as they slide the stone back into place. Old Luo dusts his hands off, mentioning that He Mu even left them a real coordinate for hidden supplies just 5 days ago. He turns to lead the way with his flashlight, but suddenly, a dark shadow sweeps past and knocks him out instantly. Walking behind him, Old Ju is still complaining, asking Old Luo why he always has to be so clumsy and slow. But then a massive, menacing robot blocks his path. Before a terrified Old Ju can even scream, a heavy blow knocks him cold. Ziluo steps out from the shadows, looking down at the two unconscious spies with a cold, satisfied smirk. He chuckles, noting that he expected only one fish but caught two instead, though only one of them will be speaking. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, the Li family is going to regret sending such weak lackeys to face Ziluo. Zila pats his robot's shoulder. You're about to see how this tiny spy drone just scored him some major intel. Approaching the unconscious old Jew, he grabs him by the neck and peels open his eyelid, unleashing his crimson pupils. Suddenly, a voice echoes through a misty haze. Old Jew. Startled awake, old Jew sees old Luo holding a flashlight, reaching out to help him. Hey, old Jew, are you all right? Still totally dazed, old Jew mutters, but old Luo quickly cuts him off. No time to waste. We need to send this intel now. That snaps him back to reality. Right, Zila is coming. We must report this to the family head immediately. Old Luo pulls him to his feet, and old Jew immediately takes off running. Let's move. We might run into night-buffed zombies out here, so we cannot afford any delay. Running right behind, old Luo asks, Hey, what happened back there when you fainted? Old Jew flinches at the question, frowning. Old Luo warns him, Stop staying up late. If you faint again and ruin the master's plans, neither of us will survive his wrath. Looking back nervously, old Jew stammers, Yeah, I know. Just keep moving. They slip along the wall, old Luo scanning their surroundings. The main road ahead is crawling with zombies completely impassable, and time is ticking. Seeing no other choice, old Zhu suddenly grabs old Luo's wrist. Follow me, we're taking a shortcut. Veering onto a mountain path, they run deep into the woods until old Zhu is gasping. His vision starts blurring. Stumbling, he collapses to the ground, looking back at his panting partner. Old Luo, I can't go on. Old Zhu wheezes, pointing ahead. The secret base is hidden right inside this cliff. If you still have the strength, jump down and deliver the report first. I'll catch up. Old Luo smirks, noting the military couldn't find it even after mobilizing everything. Sitting on the ground, old Zhu looks up, deeply confused. Seeing his partner frozen, he urges, Hurry up. If the master gets angry, neither of us will live to see tomorrow. But pay attention here, because right before old Zhu's eyes, old Luo suddenly vanishes into thin air. A freezing voice whispers from behind as a cold blade presses against his throat. Thanks for leading the way. He smiles ruthlessly, adding, Now, why don't you go join your beloved partner old Luo in the afterlife? With one swift slash, old Zhu collapses dead. Standing over the fresh corpse, the fake old Luo mutters, Crimson pupils. As the illusion fades, the disguise melts away to reveal Zai Lei. Not wasting a second, he heads straight for the cliff. Let's pause and appreciate this view with Z. Le, even he has to admit the Li family picked a gorgeous base. He keeps moving, eventually stopping atop another peak to survey the area. His gaze locks onto a single flower growing lonely on the sheer cliff. This must be the place. Sitting cross-legged, Zile pulls a summoning horn from his spatial pocket and blows, instantly summoning a zombie cat. Putting the horn away, he telepathically commands the creature to leap down onto a rocky ledge jutting out below. The cat leaps, landing perfectly. But the moment it settles, a startled voice echoes from inside the solid stone wall. Recognizing the intruder, Zila instantly orders the cat to attack. With an explosion of raw power, the beast smashes the fake rock wall, exposing a hidden guard. He barely manages to slam a panic button before it pounces. One guard unloads his rifle frantically, while his pale partner screams into his radio, Call security. We have a boss monster here. It's a bronze-tier boss. Before he can finish, he's torn to shreds, his dying screams echoing for help. The radio operator tries to report, but the second those razor claws rise, he turns tail and runs. A horrific scream echoes as blood splatters the walls. Charging forward, the beast shatters a heavy door, revealing a luxurious, hidden corridor. Hearing the commotion, a few curious guards poke their heads out, only to get their throats instantly slit by razor claws. Slamming open another door, the cat finds 3 terrified people screaming at the top of their lungs. A bronze-tier boss. Help. Seeing nothing of interest, the cat turns to leave, only to find a huge crowd blocking its exit. From his distant perch, Zile controls his pet telepathically, sighing at the sight. Damn, there's way too many of them to fight. By his estimate, at least 5,000 to 6,000 members of the Li clan are hiding inside. The zombie cat pounces. In a flash, it massacres everyone in its path, sitting calmly atop a pile of bloody corpses. Peering through the cat's eyes, Zila scans 3 massive rooms packed with swords, shields, and heavy firearms. Looks like these rooms are weapon armories. Just then, the sound of heavy, rushing footsteps echoes from down the hall. The boss is at exit 4. Go. Hearing this, Ziluo immediately makes the cat retreat. So, all their stolen supplies were hoarded right here. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Ziluo completely dismantle the Li family's corrupt empire in the next chapter. Alright, stick with me, because a hidden pressure plate just triggered a massive fire, lighting up everything. Outside, Ziluo leaps up in pure shock. Looking through his zombie cat's eyes, he scans the area and makes a quick guess. The flames illuminate a wall pattern identical to Sue's Labyrinth of Despair, a feature found only in sacred inheritance grounds. Rounding a sharp corner, the cat glances back and spots 3 hostile pursuers hot on its tail. The cat dashes down the basement stairs. At the top, one soldier stops the others and barks an order, saying level 5 death warriors cannot enter the second floor. We must turn back. The guards below already know about this. The soldiers in the back begin whispering to each other. Talk about bad luck. This is already the 3rd zombie boss to break in, and it's ridiculously strong. We thought that after the capital safe zone fell, the military would be severely weakened, making our lives a whole lot easier. But now we are stuck guarding this dump. It is all because of that bastard Ziluo targeting our Li family. And honestly, who knows what kind of grudge he actually holds against us anyway. Another soldier remains deeply lost in thought about that zombie cat while endless chatter buzzes all around his ears. Quiet, I heard our second young master in Shanghai offended him, so the guy traveled thousands of miles to the capital for absolute revenge. Forget I said anything. Anyway, we need to quickly get a crew to clean up the entire ground floor right now. Hide the blood, sweep up any severed limbs, and order the soldiers wounded by the zombie cat to commit suicide because they are beyond saving. Also, the hidden entrance was damaged by that zombie cat, so repair it immediately. We absolutely cannot let our location be exposed. Meanwhile, the zombie cat dashes rapidly through dark corridors, echoing with constant, deeply unsettling groans. Watch closely here as the cat rounds a corner. Both it and Ziluo witness a scene that is completely unspeakable. A woman lies trapped on the floor, screaming in pure terror, while the crazed man hovering over her has completely lost his mind. Watching this, Ziluo can only shake his head, muttering that he has somehow become a member of the anti-vice police squad. Suddenly, 2 men approach a guy brewing a strange potion, who scoops out 2 steaming cups from the pot and hands them over. They chug the mixture down in one go, then immediately charge forward to attack other captive girls. This twisted sight completely shocks Ziluo. He realizes that the children born from this madness are likely the next generation of death warriors the Li family intends to raise. Man, such a sick breeding method is definitely on brand for the vile reputation of the Li family. Right then, another group of guards storms inside, loudly ordering everyone to be on high alert. The first floor reports that a bronze-tier boss has breached the teleportation portal with incredible power. Guards are flooding the area, strictly securing the zone, watching every exit leading to the upper levels. You and I can see Ziluo outside, casually watching all this chaos unfold through his zombie cat. The Li family is certainly well prepared, but too bad they ran into me today. Suddenly, the doors swing open, revealing shirtless figures, holding weapons. They march toward Old Chu with soulless eyes, completely ready to trample their own allies to get through. The potion brewer turns pale, shouting, "Old Chu, what on earth are you doing? This month's pregnancy quota was already lowered because of the resource shortage. If we do not meet the target, the butler is going to blame me, not you." Old Chu folds his arms, replying coldly, "This is no joke. The upper floor lost over 400 low-tier warriors and still failed to catch that beast. Do you really think we do not need guards? Stop messing around if you do not understand the situation outside." The brewer is utterly speechless. Old Chu skips any further explanation, giving a sharp order. 5 men per hallway. If you see a lion-sized cat, raise the alarm instantly. 4 non-combat warriors only need to watch. From a dark corner, sharp eyes observe their movements as the guards begin to fan out. A shadow leaps out like an arrow. There it is. The zombie cat lands silently right in the middle of the square. Screams echo from behind. Damn it, it is heading straight for the breeding room. We cannot let that thing get past us. But the beast is incredibly fast. Sharp claws swipe, effortlessly sending defenders flying as it stops before a cracked door. Peering inside, what on earth is this? Behind the door lies a massive, hidden hospital. Through the windows, countless pregnant women and medical staff are visible. The Li family built an entire hospital inside their underground base. Urgent reports start coming in. The boss is charging toward the third-tier breeding room, and we cannot guarantee we can hold the line. The zombie cat roars, turning around as an absolutely devastating wave of power erupts from its body, leaving the Lee family guards pale and completely paralyzed with fear. They scream and run for their lives. The cat glides through the chaotic crowd, leaving a trail of collapsed bodies behind it. Watching the beast, a guard screams that they are in deep trouble. It is trying to enter the third-floor portal. Do not let it reach that critical location. The zombie cat dashes up the stairs, as the helpless crowd chases behind. Damn it, how is this cat so smart? It is far more intelligent than any normal boss. With its wounds bleeding and vision blurring, the cat stumbles down the stairs. But trust me, another door is waiting for us ahead. Alright, let's watch as this zombie cat slowly strolls forward. Through its eyes, Ziluo reads the characters on the door. He instantly realizes this is the secret script chamber of the Julie clan. Could this place be connected to them and Chio? Ziluo thinks to himself. Today is an absolute jackpot. Stretching comfortably, Ziluo is overflowing with confidence. After all, he already holds the legendary Julie Patriarch inheritance. What can a tiny, simple trap mechanism possibly do to him? With that, the cat presses its paw on the wall mechanism, instantly destroying it. The heavy stone door grinds open, revealing a chamber flooded with bright light. It casually strolls inside, letting the massive door slam shut right behind it. Inside are towering rows of shelves, packed with ancient books and scrolls. The cat walks straight toward the very last shelf against the wall. Ziluo's attention is immediately drawn to a single book, placed all by itself, looking incredibly important. Nudging down the book titled Shu Clan Inheritance, he flips the pages with his claws. From the ancient text, Ziluo learns that the Shu clan was actually a branch of the Julie. Every clan member mastered unique shamanic arts, specializing in different fields like manipulation, beast taming, curses, or even controlling the weather. But pay attention here, because after the Julie fell, the Shu clan was brutally exiled. Later, their secret arts evolved into forbidden techniques like insect, magic, Jew poison, and hexes in the Dragon Kingdom. Ziluo is utterly shocked to realize that thousands of years ago, they all shared the same roots. The book documents the long, painful journey of the Julie refugees. These secret archives belong to a specific tribe skilled in alchemy, capable of brewing miraculous medicines with extraordinary, supernatural effects. After fleeing for ages, they finally discovered Quisha Mountain hidden deep within the Tianlong Range. During their darkest hour, they used forbidden arts to create an isolated pocket dimension, completely cut off from the outside world. Every now and then, they would send scouts out of the mountains to monitor the outside world, but their people slowly kept dying off, and babies born with the pure Shu clan bloodline became incredibly rare. The very last survivor compiled all of their sacred knowledge into this final Shu clan inheritance guide. It also reveals that their sacred infant soup was stolen by the Li family to train death warriors, renaming it Soul Slave Soup. As the cat rests its head on the book, a system alert suddenly flashes countdown to disappearance. 1 minute and 42 seconds. Ziluo hurriedly flips to the pages, detailing the exact recipe and horrifying effects of Soul Slave Soup. The Li family optimized the process by screening a baby's potential directly inside the womb. Once born, the infant is fed the Soul Slave Soup, instantly transforming them into a mindless puppet. Absolute control then goes to whoever drinks a different, secondary master potion. But there's a catch. If the baby is over 48 hours old, the soup fails completely. The side effect? A brutally short lifespan. The puppet grades are clearly laid out. Level 5 is the absolute lowest tier, normal physical strength but severely impaired intelligence and the shortest lifespan, used strictly for manual labor. Level 4 puppets have weaker bodies than normal humans, but possess extreme reproductive capabilities and incredibly short lifespans. Level 3 puppets are rare, boasting physical capabilities far superior to normal humans. I know what you're thinking, but beside their short lives, they are flawless. Level 2s are incredibly rare, possessing god-tier bodies and mind-blowing combat potential once fully trained. As for Level 1 puppets, they are legendary, boasting stats that completely dwarf Level 2s. Once fully trained, their combat power literally rivals the gods. Reading this, Ziluo frowns in deep thought as the book snaps shut and his zombie cat summon slowly fades away. Meanwhile, in another section of the facility, Li-san is anxiously pacing back and forth. He snaps at his men, demanding if they found it yet. A subordinate nervously reports that even with 100 men searching in shifts for a whole hour, There is absolutely no trace of it. Li San scowls in rage, bellowing how ridiculous it is that a mere bronze-grade boss managed to infiltrate the third floor, right where their level 2 and 3 death warriors are stationed. If this was a silver-grade boss, it could have easily reached the 4th floor and disturbed the family head. He calculates his position. With Shi Jingshan and Li Er dead, he is now the strongest fighter the Li family has left in the capital, making him the sole commander of this vital Quisha safety outpost. A subordinate carefully speaks up, asking if the cat could have broken into the secret chambers. The library, the alchemy labs, and breeding grounds are all targets. But Li San immediately snaps back, asking if the idiot really thinks a zombie cat could bypass those areas. Those zones are protected by powerful barriers. Anyone with enough magic to force them open could easily wipe out their entire squad in the blink of an eye. After a moment, Li San commands his men to bring up the level 3 death warriors and continue the hunt. He decides to report to the Patriarch to beg for forgiveness and plan their next move, while his subordinate obeys. Stepping down to the 4th and final floor of the Quisha base reveals a massive, ultra-luxurious miniature underground city built for the elite. Li San uses his fingerprint to unlock the door, finding Butler Ju already waiting inside. Bowing deeply, Li San requests to see the Patriarch, warning him about the bronze-tier zombie cat. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see Butler Chiu's face instantly darken. Interrupting him, he snaps, "Are you saying you still haven't found that cat which cost us hundreds of lives?" Li San dares not look up, bowing his head in agreement. "That is why I came to find the Patriarch, to ask if there is a solution." But Butler Chiu already turned around to head inside, rejecting him outright. The Patriarch just suffered a massive shock. Hearing this will only make him angrier. We cannot let him know about that. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from deep inside. "Butler Chiu, come in here for a moment." Chi turned back, whispering, "I will keep this from him for now, but deploy more men and hurry before he gets triggered again." He turned his head and gestured. From a distance, Li San bowed. "I understand." Butler Chi then entered the bedroom as Li Xuan's furious roar echoed out. "Get the hell out, you useless trash." Butler Chi walked in, smiling warmly. "Patriarch, how are you feeling today?" Li Xuan waved off the two nurses. "Fine. Both of you leave." They quickly bowed their heads. "Yes, Patriarch." He turned to Butler Chiu. "Has Li San arrived yet? I just heard him mentioning some boss out there." Butler Chiu replied calmly. "Li San reported to me that today's scout updates brought a minor surprise, but everything still remains strictly under our control." Li Xuan's expression softened. "I trust your capability. Just report to me once you have the final results." Butler Chiu bowed. "Understood, Patriarch." But as the master asked about the eldest young master's condition, the butler's face suddenly froze. Li Xuan's face fell, grinding his teeth as a violent coughing fit suddenly hit. Cough, cough, cough. Butler Chiu rushed forward to support him, reporting anxiously. Regarding the eldest young master's condition, the expert said it is impossible to solve. A creature like a zombie, according to Blue Planet's culture, simply has no cure. Li Xuan lowered his head, his hand gripping the blanket tightly. "Is there really no way?" Seeing his despair, Butler Chiu quickly added, "But pay attention here, because that expert mentioned the zombie virus serum from yesterday's announcement might actually be our breakthrough. However, that item is said to only treat humans currently turning into zombies, but altering its components slightly might just turn a zombie back into a human." Hope flashed in Li Xuan's eyes as he snapped his head up. "Is that true?" Butler Chiu hesitated. "Perhaps it is possible." Li Xuan grabbed his arm instantly. "Then, what are we waiting for? Send men to the safe zone immediately to buy Hao Wen back." Butler Chiu nodded, looking relieved. "I have already dispatched men. They should return tomorrow." Li Xuan pulled back his blanket, trying to get up. "Good. Go quickly. I must take my medicine first, in case Hao Wen returns and I am still this sick." "No, you cannot do that." Butler Chiu quickly held him back. "Patriarch, please do not get excited. It is bad for your recovery." Li Xuan smiled and urged, "Fine, I will stay calm. Now go quickly." Butler Chiu bowed. "Yes, Patriarch, I am going right away." After Butler Chiu left, Li Xuan sat alone on his bed, staring outside. Butler Chiu paused, wondering, should I tell him that I have already been experimenting on the young master's zombie body? He frowned and sighed. Forget it. Telling him changes nothing. It will only make him angrier, and I cannot afford to offend either side. He then strode away toward the cliff edge. Meanwhile, Ziluo lay on the grass, inhaling deeply from a portable oxygen tank. "I know what you are thinking. But in this game, not a single resource card is useless. Having survived the apocalypse for so long, he almost forgot that mountain climbers suffer from oxygen deprivation. Opening his system panel, he checked Dong Gok's travel status. Having set out 5 hours ago, a figure was now approaching the outskirts of the capital's safe zone. The gate guards squinted before, shouting in excitement, "It is the legendary Dong Gok. He is back. Quick, open the city gates." They rushed toward the figure, welcoming him warmly. "Great Elder Dong Gok, you have finally returned." The figure suddenly stopped. Standing before the gates, Dong Gok spoke flatly. "Go inform Zhang Yuanzhong that there is an urgent matter. I will await him at the Eastern Merit Store." The two guards nodded in a hurry. "Of course, Elder. Rest assured, we will deliver your message to him immediately." In reality, Dong Gok was currently just a puppet controlled entirely by Lin Ziluo. Having delivered his message, he immediately turned and walked away, leaving the two guards utterly dazed behind. A short while later, inside the Merit Store, a digital panel popped up before Danok, scrolling through countless items. Standard combat blades costing 180 points, with over 5,000 stocked, Imperial sabers at 230 points, battle armor at 200 points, and bronze upgrade scrolls at 300 points, with huge quantities remaining in stock. Item details kept scrolling, including a swordsman class change scroll priced at 5,000 points. Stick with me to see what happens next. Trust me, you'll love this. A Taoist scroll costs 5,000 points, 6 in stock. The Blazing Dragon Fist skill book is 5,000 points, with 2 in stock. Through Big Idiot's eyes, Lin Ziluo browsed even higher grade items. An upgrade scroll for equipment from silver to gold costs 10,000 points, with 2 in stock. An item quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold costs 10,000 points, with only 1 left. A diamond grade treasure chest costs 50,000 points, only 1 in stock. Wait, where is my rare pet egg that costs 100,000 contribution points? Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, Lin Ziluo holds an oxygen tank in one hand, counting on his fingers as he suddenly realizes something. How could I forget? The pet system isn't even open yet, so where would a pet egg come from? Oh well, let's buy other things first. Ziluo quickly makes his decision, buying 2 equipment upgrade scrolls, 1 item upgrade scroll, and that single diamond grade treasure chest only costs 80,000 points total. Big Idiot's fingers swiftly slide across the system interface. He rounds it up to 100,000 points, spending the remaining 20,000 on recovery potions until his contribution balance on the screen drops all the way to 0. Big Idiot closes the screen just as a voice calls from outside. "Big Idiot brother, are you there? I heard you have something very important to tell me." Big Idiot opens the door, spots Zhang Yuanzhong, and quickly scans the hallway to ensure they are alone. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanzhong quickly slips inside. Still controlling Big Idiot from afar, Lin Ziluo has him slam the door shut. Pay attention here, because Big Idiot turns around with a serious look, saying they found the Li family's hideout and will wipe them out tomorrow. You didn't hear wrong. We really found the Li family's hiding spot. Zhang Yuanzhong still can't believe it. No way. You two left the safe zone and came back in just over 10 hours. Not even a full day. Is there a problem? Big Idiot cuts him off. Zhang Yuanzhong holds his head in shock, stammering that they are just way too fast. He can't help but let out a deep sigh to himself. It is not that we are too weak. It is just that Lin Ziluo and Big Idiot are monsters. Who finds their enemy nest in 10 hours? Zhang Yuanzhong then explains that the safe zone high-ups were cleared out tonight. Even if some escaped, there are at most 5 people. Tomorrow's raid will go perfectly. He continues his report. Starting early yesterday morning, the commander recalled all the active soldiers exploring the wilderness outside. By now, nearly 20,000 battle-ready warriors have already returned to base. Let's pause for a second here. Zhang Yuanzhong holds up 3 fingers. Excluding the safe zone guards, we have at least 30,000 soldiers ready to march tomorrow. Big Idiot asks, 30,000 troops? How is their combat strength? Their fighting power shouldn't be an issue. Zhang Yuanzhong answers. Even though half of them joined us after the world ended, they have been clearing zombies in the capital region and are among the top tier of all players. He hesitates, slightly unsure of the Li family's strength. But if 30,000 is not enough, we can wait 1 day, and I can definitely gather a force of 50,000 instead. Big Idiot nods, stating that is enough since the Li family only has about 20,000 people. Then, he breaks down the enemy's troop composition. Out of those 20,000, 10,000 have absolutely no combat experience. Another 10,000 have very low fighting ability. while the remaining forces are close to standard average players. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhang is completely stunned. How do you even know the specific details of their army? Hidden behind his black face mask and dark sunglasses, Lin Ziluo mysteriously issues his command. We must strike tomorrow directly to prevent the Li family from reacting. Plus, they have several gathering points outside. Lin Ziluo simply glances at Zhang Yuanzhang's completely shocked expression. Is he really shocked by just that? If he knew I controlled all their escape routes, he would question his entire existence. Zhang Yuanzhang smiles and waves his hands, saying he will contact the chief to get everything ready immediately. Apologies, I asked way too many questions. While Lin Ziluo stands silently, Zhang Yuanzhang flashes a confident smile. He really is a top expert. His secret methods are classified. Knowing too much might get me silenced like in the movies. He smiles and asks if Big Idiot needs a place to rest, before thinking he should stop asking any more questions. Lin Ziluo slips his hands into his pockets, his cold voice replying, "Nothing else, no need. I need to go find a restroom." Zhang Yuanzhang salutes and opens the door happily, saying, "All right, thank you for your hard work, brother. I will take my leave now." The moment he steps out, Lin Ziluo's consciousness snaps back into his own body. He jerks, leans against the wall, and pulls out a chicken leg, his eyes turning into cartoon hearts. He pulls off his mask and devours it greedily. Now look at this final scene with me. Outside the walls, misty silence surrounds the heavily armed guards standing ready. A soldier approaches to report, "General, our total force is 48,865. Zhang Yuanzhang nods. Walking to the edge of the wall, we start as he looks at his army, shrouded in mist. The Li family colluded with the zombies, leaking intel and betraying humanity. His voice grew cold. They lured them to the safe zone, making us face a zombie horde and losing tens of thousands of our brothers. Two soldiers standing behind him listened in silence. This ultimate betrayal sparked absolute fury, a blood feud that can never be forgiven. Today, on behalf of the Dragon Nation, I declare that we must march to conquer the Li family and make them pay dearly for their foolish actions." Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand, his decisive voice echoing, "This time, we must wipe out the entire Li family, leaving no one alive. Remember, those traitors no longer deserve to be called our fellow humans. They should be treated just like the Little Peach Nation back then, with absolutely no mercy or sympathy whatsoever." His voice echoed across the fortress walls. "We swear to avenge this blood, debt, or die trying." Below, the entire army raised their hands and roared in response. "We swear to avenge this blood debt, or die trying. Avenge this blood debt, or die trying." Zhang Yuanzhang decisively lowered his raised hand. In the pitch-black night, the army began to move. At Kuei-za Mountain, a white dove flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Ziluo sat cross-legged on a rocky ledge, then stood up, stretched feeling refreshed, and set off. Beneath his feet, a map appeared, the Kuei-za underground palace map. Now, pay attention. This is where his brilliant plan unfolds. Mask on, map in hand, he calculated. He must find all exits before the army arrives. Trapping them like turtles in a jar, none will escape. His eyes locked onto two spots on the map, one cave entrance hidden behind weeds, and another blocked by a massive boulder. He used a pen to circle both locations. Suddenly, he froze as voices echoed. Two shadowy figures were rapidly approaching. I thought the military was just putting on a show, but they actually reached Kuei-za Mountain. No matter, there is no need to panic. We move much faster than them. We must report this immediately so the butler can completely seal the Kuei-za underground palace. That way, they will have no way of catching us. Hiding in the grass, Lin Ziluo listened closely. That is true. With so many men, they cannot afford to linger outside the underground palace with us. Once we get the chance, we can easily deal with them. Right now, I just want to know how the palace location got leaked. It absolutely could not have been leaked by one of our own. Indeed, everyone who knows this location is a death warrior willing to die for the Li family. They would never betray us. Just do your job first and check if there are any ambushes. Perhaps once we crush the military, the higher-ups will find a way to catch the traitor. With that, the two figures quickly vanished into the dark. Right then, from the nearby grass, a pair of eyes was quietly watching Lin Ziluo, but a swift knife slashed across the throat, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. The enemy collapsed instantly, and Ziluo pinned him down. Having just taken down one target, he spotted another with his back turned and quickly finished him off with a lethal stab. After neatly dealing with several scouts, Ziluo dug a hole to bury them. Dusting off his hands, he realized something you and I would find insane. The Li family actually deployed 106 scouts in just one night. With that in mind, he ran straight up the mountain. Standing on the summit, Ziluo scanned the horizon, slowly took off his mask, looked at it, and muttered, "This day has finally arrived." Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanzhang was scanning the distance with binoculars. Big Dummy stood right behind him, while the rest of the men eagerly devoured their food rations. As if sensing a presence, he lowered his binoculars and turned around to find Ziluo already standing there out of nowhere. Approaching, he handed Zhang Yuanzhang a scroll, who took it, unable to hide the joy on his face. The two then stepped aside to discuss their plans. After listening to Ziluo's explanation, Zhang Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. The Li family only has about 20,000 men, making our victory almost guaranteed. Ziluo raised two fingers. However, we still cannot afford to be careless. First, we must block any reinforcements from reaching the gathering points secretly controlled by the Li family. Then, over 20,000 newly joined players will be stationed at the foot of Qexa Mountain to intercept any Li family reinforcements. But they will still need some leadership from our regular army. Zhang Yuanzhang quickly replied. That is not a problem. Hearing this, Ziluo raised his hand to continue sketching out the plan. The remaining 50,000 men perfectly match the 5 exits of the Huizha underground camp. We can station 10,000 men at each exit. Since the distance between the exits is not that far, all units will be able to quickly reinforce one another. Zhang Yuanzhang smiled. You think just like me. Since they are all inside that Qexa camp, can we not just set it on fire, flood it with water, or pump in sleeping gas? Ziluo immediately shook his head. No, let me tell you, those simple attacks will not work against the Qexa terrain. The system's voice echoed in his head, revealing that ancient civilizations possess godlike features to resist fire, smoke, frost, shockwaves, temperature control, air purification, and much more. Let me set the scene for you. Ziluo explains that the Kui Snake underground camp is completely sealed. Once activated, unless you can smash down the massive stone gate with insane power, breaching it from outside is absolutely impossible. Here is my plan. General, station your men at those exits first. I will infiltrate from the cliffside entrance, disable their sealing system, and once that is done, you and your squad can push in through the main exits. Hearing the plan, Zhang Yuanzhang smiled and agreed without any hesitation. Suddenly remembering something, Ziluo turned to Don Gok and said, Wait, Don Gok, I am counting on you. The big guy looked back at him and nodded, signaling it was no problem. With that settled, Ziluo looked up at the sky. To eliminate weeds, you must dig up their roots. He would show absolutely no mercy to anyone from the Li family. Zhang Yuanzhang followed his gaze, promising, Don't worry, we won't let a single member of the Li family escape. Waving his hand, Ziluo said, Let me speak with Don Gok for a moment. I will leave the rest of the operation to you. Saluting back, the general replied, Understood. Stay safe. After that, Ziluo led Don Gok behind some dense trees and handed him a mysterious new scroll. He summoned a few item cards and activated a special upgrade scroll to boost their quality from silver to gold tier. Now, pay attention here as a blinding light gathers in Ziluo's hands. A powerful scroll appears, designed to upgrade items from silver straight to gold tier. The scroll in his hand is a legendary gold grade item, capable of upgrading a platinum grade tool to a whole new level. Without any hesitation, he unrolled the scroll and used it on one of his cards, while Don Gok just stood there watching in absolute bewilderment. Right then, a system notification chimed. Congratulations to player Yazi for using the silver to gold item quality upgrade scroll, successfully transforming your silver grade zombie cat bugle into a powerful gold grade item. You now possess the gold grade zombie cat bugle. Blowing this bugle summons a sharp-clawed golden zombie cat, allowing the player to command this beast in battle for 40 full minutes. The bugle's cooldown is 36 hours, and the zombie cat inherits 70% of the player's basic attributes. All experience and gold earned from its zombie kills go straight to the player, though the zombie cat itself won't drop items. The card in his hand now glows with a golden pattern prefix. He excitedly begins reviewing all the new upgraded stats. Summon duration increased by 10 minutes, cooldown reduced by 12 minutes, and inherited stats up by 10%. Seriously, my upgrade scrolls are insanely overpowered. He continues applying his remaining upgrade scrolls, and the system notifications start ringing out in a non-stop chain. Congratulations to player Yazi for using the silver to gold equipment quality upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade white wing cloak into the legendary gold grade golden wing cloak. And get this, the system congratulates player Yazi for using the silver to gold equipment scroll, upgrading his silver-grade Evil's Phantom Mask into the legendary gold-grade Demon's Phantom Mask. The Golden Wing Cloak is a gold-grade equipment cape, described as a cloak beautifully woven from brilliant, shining golden feathers. The wearer gains the unique ability to fly short distances. It adds 5 points to agility, 8 points to spirit, and boosts movement speed by 10%. Its attached skill, Power of Flight, allows the player to soar freely in the sky for 2 minutes. Just be careful not to fly too high, or you will plummet to your death once the effect wears off. Demon's Phantom Mask is a gold-grade mask, described as observing everything with extreme, meticulous care. The devil is smiling at you. Spirit +8. Skill 1. Phantom Face. Hides all basic player information once equipped, unless an opponent is 10 levels higher than the player. They cannot view your stats. Skill 2. Demon's Gaze. Forces anyone looking at the mask into a state of pure fear for 5 seconds upon activation. While feared, any enemy attempting to attack the player will suffer massively reduced attributes, along with a heavy drop in their physical coordination. Cooldown is 2 hours. Skill 3. Devil's Smile. Inflicts severe mental pain on any opponent already in a state of fear, causing them to suffer absolute, unbearable agony. His eyes light up as he raises his new gear high. This is insane, absolutely overpowered. Quickly regaining his composure, he quietly evaluates this terrifying ability that attacks the enemy's mind directly. Honestly, words cannot even describe how unbelievably broken these items are. Ziluo puts on the mask, and the system confirms the Demon's Phantom Mask is equipped. He then pulls out a box and turns to Don Gok, saying, "All right, buddy, bring me some luck. Bless me this time." Confused, Don Gok points at himself before obediently walking behind him. Right at that moment, Ziluo opens up the mystery box. This treasure chest cost 50,000. If it doesn't give me a highly practical, legendary item now, I will be seriously speechless. The second the box opens, a blinding spiritual light floods out, leaving even Don Gok staring in absolute awe. Inside are only a few coins. As Ziluo reaches in to pull one out, the system alerts him. Diamond. Grade item. Coin of Destiny. Once you flip this coin, your destiny is sealed. To use it, simply toss it into the air, and the effect triggers the moment you catch it. It can be used once every 48 hours. Landing Heads grants Angel's Blessing, which lasts for 10 minutes. Your entire body will receive the Holy Angel's Blessing. Landing Tails, however, inflicts Demon's Curse, lasting for 10 minutes. What do you and I make of this high-risk gamble? With his damage now carrying the Demon's Curse, he holds the coin up to inspect it. Alright, you and I are about to watch Ziluo test out a reusable buff item that looks absolutely insane, as he gives final orders to Don Gok, because time is running out. Don Gok, head down the mountain now, and regroup with Zhang Yuanzhang's team. He nods obediently, and dashes down the path. As soon as Don Gok leaves, Ziluo flips a coin high into the air, and catches it. The moment his palm touches it, the system screen flashes. The demon curse is activated, and any wounded target will suffer this dark hex. Anyone afflicted by this curse will be plagued with terrible misfortune. On top of that, their wounds will constantly be eaten away by dark energy, and their mental agony will be amplified by 200%. During this time, all debuff effects are boosted by 30%, and the duration of their suffering is extended by 40%. The curse's duration depends entirely on how deep the wound is. Ziluo grips the coin tightly, loving the sinister demon face on it. Hoping this first try does not disappoint, he unleashes his movement technique and rockets down the mountainside. Slamming down in a mini explosion, he channels his spiritual energy and steps through the smoke, drawing his sword. "Hey Li family, your devil has arrived." Spiritual energy surges around his blade. Seeing him arrive, the two gatekeepers do not waste a single breath and charge straight at him. But pay attention here before they can even touch him. He turns into a blur, leaving them completely frozen in pure shock. In the blink of an eye, a single slash finishes them both off. Glancing back at the two corpses, he silently notes that this demon curse is the real deal. Shaking off the thought, he ignites his blade in blazing fire and charges straight into the massive incoming crowd. With every brutal swing of his sword, bodies pile up. In the middle of the chaos, the surviving guards finally recognize his fighting style, screaming in absolute panic. It is Yazi. No mistake, look at that outfit. He really is Yazi. Yazi infiltrated through the hidden entrance. Hurry, warn the higher-ups immediately. Hearing their plans, he coldly delivers a death sentence. None of you are getting out of here alive to tell them. With that, he swings his blade, wiping them out. Wave after wave of guards charge forward, but absolutely none of them can stand against his raw power. In no time, the floor is covered in mutilated, blood-drenched corpses. Having easily wiped out the guards, he casually strolls toward the exit leading to the next floor. Meanwhile, the defenders on the inside are panicking and shouting orders. Santang soldiers fall back. Wu-Tang soldiers step up to hold the line. Go tell the elders that Yazi has already breached the second floor. Emergency. Yazi blew up the armory. Up on the fourth floor of the Kuishi camp, Butler Chi paces anxiously until a horrific scream from the inner room makes him knock in a panic. Excuse me, is your experiment finished yet? The master wanted me to check on the young master. And trust me, what we hear next from inside the room is downright creepy. How is he? Excellent. Didn't you hear him screaming? Did you bring what I asked for? Trembling in fear, the butler stammers his reply. The zombie serum. I sent men to buy it yesterday, but the distance is quite far, so they have not returned yet. Please, forgive me. Hearing this, the man inside roars in anger. If it is not done, how dare you show your face here? Butler Chi cowers in fear, muttering that the family head ordered him to check on his son. He wipes away cold sweat, stammering that the young master is fine, and he understands. Seeing his pathetic state, the man inside decides to give him a break. Fine, I will give you one chance to redeem yourself. These zombie creatures are absolutely fascinating, but my research subjects are running dangerously low. Go send some men to capture a few more for me immediately. Hearing this, Butler Chiu finally breathes a sigh of relief. Yes, I will send hunters right away. The researcher dismisses him coldly, telling him to get lost and stop disturbing his work. Walking down the hallway, he sighs, realizing how incredibly stressful it is to be stuck between two terrifying masters. He just hopes that zombie virus serum actually works. Right at that moment, a guard rushes up to him in a panic. What is it? Did you find that zombie cat from last night? Butler Chu, thank goodness I ran into you here. Yazi has breached the first floor entrance. He is way too strong. We cannot hold him off at all. He freezes, unable to believe his own ears. What? Butler Chu asks in complete confusion. Yazi? Who is that? The guard quickly explains that he is the monster who killed Jing Shan and Li the guy who forced our family out of the safe zone, sent a threat that made our master faint, and could destroy us completely. The heavy news finally registers in Butler Chiu's brain. Recalling that terrifying name, he grabs his subordinate by the collar in absolute panic and shakes him violently. Did Yazi come all by himself? Yes, sir. He is completely alone, but we are absolutely powerless to stop him. Letting go of the guard, Butler Chiu paces back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking deeply troubled. Inside his mind, all the puzzle pieces start coming together. Intel says Yazi has a dangerous partner. Since that person has not shown up yet, they are likely plotting with forces outside. Could Yazi be scoping out the base to leak their defenses for a massive coordinated strike? You and I will have to find out next time. Let's dive in. As a smug sneer creeps right onto this old man's face. Think you can play the solo hero against the mafia? The Li family has something to say about that. This base is the Li family's ultimate trump card, and they won't let anyone just waltz right in. He orders his men to the third floor control room to lock down the entire base. Butler Ju sneers, ready to trap our hero like a rat in a cage. His henchmen move out immediately. Butler Ju folds his arms, highly confident. He cannot wait to come face to face with this self-proclaimed hero and see what kind of power dares to challenge the mighty Li family. At that exact moment, down on the second floor of the Quisha base, Lin Ziluo strides in. He activates his crimson pupils to scan the building, but his X-ray vision is instantly blocked. This place is equipped with anti-detection tech that shuts down his special eyes completely. Ziluo slides his mask visor down and shifts his attention to the left. He gets a running start and dashes deep inside. While moving, he suddenly hears muffled voices coming from a nearby room. Now, watch closely. Ziluo freezes and slips into a corner as a panicked voice orders the manager's team to assemble. Inside, the Li family thugs are discussing needing more backup to scour the entire second floor. One of them wonders what they are even hunting for. Is it another zombie cat? Thanks to that feline last night, I made the team work an extra hour. They are probably still fast asleep right now. The other replies with a frustrated sigh, warning that this time, they are facing a much bigger problem. The higher-ups said, but before he can finish, the entire building violently shakes. Sensing immediate danger, Ziluo vanishes into thin air. Just as two guards step out of the room, they gossip in sheer panic. wondering who on earth has dared to break in. They actually forced the bosses to lock down the entire base. Forget who it is. Just grab your guys while I go round up the others. Overhearing this, Ziluo instantly pieces it together. They lock down the base to launch a massive manhunt. He smirks, thinking, so they want to trap me? Nice plan, but I am about to leave them deeply disappointed. Dashing forward, he reaches the exit gate of the base in a flash. Unfortunately, a massive crowd of Li family lackeys is already blocking his path. The moment they spot him, one thug screams to the rest that Yazi has appeared, calling him a highly suspicious target. Within seconds, a massive horde of enemies gathers, completely surrounding him. But while they sweat in fear, Ziluo only flashes a highly confident, mocking grin. Found me already? Trust me, they are not ready for this. Ziluo unleashes his Julie slash, sweeping through the lackeys as his blade spins like a deadly buzzsaw, tearing through their bodies one by one. Flicking his blade, he growls, "If you want to block my way, send someone who can actually take a hit." As bodies pile up on the grass, a sudden arrow flies straight for his chest. Ziluo tilts his body to dodge. A cowardly sneak attack? How pathetic. His voice remains dead calm, but drips with pure killing intent. A blinding light erupts from Ziluo's palm, blasting straight toward the hidden shooter. But they are not alone. A split second later, a swirling storm of rocks violently assaults him from behind. Reacting instantly, he flips his palm back to summon a monolith shield. Blocking the impact, he agilely leaps high into the air and charges forward. Wherever he glides, blood rains down. He steps right onto a flying boulder, using it as a stepping stone to change direction. An instant later, the boulder shatters into 100 pieces. Surrounded by enemies, every single one of his slashes is deadly and precise. Ziluo unleashes his flight skill, soaring high into the sky. Countless glowing golden feathers carrying devastating power materialize, completely blanketing the battlefield. The thugs below turn pale with absolute terror, screaming that he is a god because he can fly. Not a single person dares to make a move. Seeing his comrades wavering, one leader quickly tries to calm them down. He is only flying because of some high-tier gear from the Apocalypse game. Do not let him fool you. Ziluo does not say a word. Behind his mask, his face is cold as ice. His crimson pupils flash, projecting a terrifying illusion of a blazing phoenix. Countless enemies fall into a state of sheer panic, stumbling and collapsing as fresh blood pours from their eyes, nose, and mouth. They scream in agony, even turning on each other in a frenzied slaughter. His divine appearance hides a terrifyingly brutal technique. As the chaos settles, Ziluo gently lands back on the ground. Before him lies a horrific field littered with lifeless bodies. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing headache strikes, making his head spin. Now that the battle is over, Lin Ziluo's mental energy is completely depleted. He pauses to gulp down some water, exhaling a heavy, exhausted breath. Though he temporarily took down the elite guards, he knows he cannot push any further. He must quickly find a safe spot to recover, or he is done for. Behind him, countless bodies lie scattered on the ground. Lin Ziluo has successfully broken through to the third floor of the Quisha base. But check this out, a sudden system notification flashes right before his eyes. The system detects the host has reached the third floor to begin the final showdown with the Li family, unlocking the special quest, End the Past Life. Ziluo gasps, "Man, that almost gave me a heart attack." All right, let us dive back in as our hero finds his quest has no time limit. He confidently walked to the end of the hallway, where an iron door appeared, engraved with the words, "Body Tempering Room," a specialized place meant for physical enhancement. Lin Ziluo was completely surprised, thinking to himself that this was the perfect timing. He decided to step inside for an unexpected harvest, pushing the door open to reveal a strange, mystical space that looked exactly like a corridor designed by the system. Meanwhile, in the central control room on the third floor of the barracks, tension was running incredibly high. Butler Chi grabbed a young messenger by the collar, growling, "Tell me that again. Say that to my face one more time." His expression was terrifyingly dark. The terrified messenger stammered, "Lord Li Shi ordered me to warn you that Yazi has already broken through and reached the third floor of the camp. Please be careful." Butler Chi froze in shock, wondering how on earth the intruder could reach the third floor. "This is absolutely impossible, especially since I already locked down the entire camp. Not only that, I sent almost all level 4 and 5 death warriors to hunt him. So, how did he break past 10,000 men? Could 10,000 men really not stop one single Yazi?" Under Butler Chiu's terrifying wrath, the messenger trembled violently. Now listen to this. The petrified messenger described him as a literal demon wading through an endless sea of blood. Over 10,000 warriors did not even dare to look at him, and many level 4 and 5 soldiers died instantly upon arrival. Hearing those words, Butler Chiu's eyes widened in shock. What? He went completely numb, slowly letting go of the messenger's collar, as overwhelming shock and terror washed over him. The messenger was a level 3 soldier trained by Leah, who drank the soul-binding potion, making lies impossible. This meant only one terrifying truth: Yazi's strength surpassed all imagination. A horrifying realization flashed through Butler Chiu's mind, making him scream out. This is not us trapping Yazi like a caged beast. This is him single-handedly surrounding all of us. Quickly gather all level 2 and 3 warriors on this floor. We cannot let Yazi keep advancing. Lee San stepped forward with a grim look. I just went outside to check, and the situation is not looking good at all. Now, you and I both know they are in deep trouble, and the butler realizes he cannot hide this massive disaster anymore. I will report this to the family head immediately. Lee San sighed deeply, suggesting they split up and take action right away. Without wasting a single second, Butler Chiu rushed off. Meanwhile, sitting on a sickbed, Li Lixuan turned to the butler and asked anxiously, "Has there been any progress with Howen's illness?" The butler replied respectfully, "Master, please drink your medicine first. Then I will explain everything to you." Sensing a terrible omen from the cup, Li Lixuan did not hesitate to gulp down the medicine in one go, then stared expectantly at the butler. The butler frowned. "Master, the urgent news I bring today is not about the young master. It is about Yazi." Li Lixuan grit his teeth, demanding to know what on earth Yazi had done this time. The butler quickly explained that Yazi had invaded their barracks and caused absolute devastation. It all started last night, when a bronze-tier cat boss suddenly spawned inside the camp. Crash! Li Lixuan slammed his cup off the table, pointing furiously at the butler, while demanding why they had not stopped Yazi. "Where are all the death warriors we have trained? Where is everyone?" Cupping his hands helplessly, the butler admitted they could not hold him back and needed the master to make a final decision. Suppressing his rage, Li Lixuan's eyes turned cold as he ordered them to seal the camp and recall all warriors from every floor. Avoid any direct clash with Yazi. Just monitor his every single move and report back while waiting for my next command. "Yes, master." Butler Chiu bowed deeply to accept the order and immediately turned to leave. Li Lixuan shuddered, just thinking of that terrifying name. Meanwhile, inside the training room on the 3rd floor, Lin Ziluo looked around, wondering what he was actually supposed to train with here. Could it be that all the equipment was cleared out? Adjusting his mask, he leaned down to touch the cool, refreshing water flowing inside a massive tub, wondering about its purpose. Was this place designed like a bathroom just for taking baths? Walking around, he realized the white stones were the only things left, and they seemed to be of high quality. Though clearly marked as a training room, there was no machinery inside, only these bizarre white stones embedded in the ground. He inspected the area, wondering if the Li family had developed some kind of twisted training method here. Since we have some free time, let us check this out together. Activating his vision skill, he observed closely and quickly discovered a hidden mechanism built into one of the stones. Lin Ziluo gathered his strength to lift it, but a massive suction force instantly locked the stone in place, making him frown and mutter that this was quite impressive. Completely unfazed, "All right, you and I are about to watch our main character, Lin Ziluo, pull off some insane moves." He summons his 9 Li shovel, digging furiously at the stone block, but it's totally useless. Exhausted but refusing to give up, he focuses his power, switches skills, and a blazing fire sword erupts in his hand. He roars, swinging the blade down with all his might against the stone. Lin Ziluo draws back, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast slashes, as his blade ignites in a raging tempest of fire. As the bright flames flash, a glowing golden orb suddenly materializes right before him. Holding it, Lin Ziluo is absolutely stunned by what he sees. He can feel a strange, pulsing wave of raw energy radiating from deep inside it. Bringing it closer, he realizes this orb has a restoration function. Shifting his gaze, Lin Ziluo looks up at another massive sphere floating high above him in the air. This giant gray orb is absolutely massive. Deep inside, dark gray currents of energy swirl violently before slowly fading away into nothingness. Suddenly, a stone structure resembling a bathtub rises straight out of the ground behind him, thick steam billowing into the air. Lin Ziluo turns around, completely dumbfounded. After struggling all this time, it turns out this place is just a bathhouse. He drops a few drops of a mysterious black liquid into the tub, and instantly, the entire water turns pitch black. Lin Ziluo instantly recognizes this rare substance. It's the legendary spiritual elixir. This precious item is extracted using soul arts, requiring massive resources to create secret elixirs for soul slaves. On average, it takes 10 long years for a single vessel to yield just one drop. It has two major benefits. First, it repairs any mental deficiencies, and second, it heavily boosts physical stats. He recalls how the Li family would select their most talented death soldiers every 2 years to cleanse their bodies with a single drop. The golden orb in his hand vanishes, replaced once again by his trusty sword. Now watch this, because Lin Ziluo smirks, thinking about how the greedy Li family starved themselves to hoard this treasure, only for him to take it all. He definitely won't be polite. With that, he moves like a flash, slashing his sword wildly against the surrounding walls. After a relentless effort, drops of the spiritual elixir begin dripping into the tub, making the dark water grow even thicker and richer. Looking at his hard work, Lin Ziluo nods in satisfaction and presses the button to recall all his gear. As night falls and stars fill the sky, he calmly steps into the tub and happily soaks himself in the warm bath. Pure relaxation washes over his body. He takes a long, deep breath as sleepiness starts to creep in, but right then, a sudden system alert snaps him wide awake. The system announces that the player is receiving a special energy body cleansing, boosting his stats by +1 across the board. I know what you're thinking, is it really that easy? Yes. Lin Ziluo happily absorbs the elixir's energy in the tub, while the system keeps spamming stat upgrades. By the time dawn arrives, the dark bathwater has completely cleared up. Lin Ziluo stands up, steps out of the tub, and puts his mask back on. Fully geared, he confidently strides forward. Right at that moment, the system rings out again, stating that the player has completed the ancient inheritance cleansing and absorbed a massive amount of spiritual elixir energy, successfully unlocking the epic tier talent, Pure Body. A status screen pops up right in front of Lin Ziluo. The epic talent, Pure Body, makes his physical form incredibly pure, while also significantly extending his overall lifespan. Number 1. The impact of all diseases on his body is reduced by 50%. Number 2. He gains poison resistance, reducing damage from all poison elemental toxins by 30%. Number 3. His energy absorption speed is massively boosted, and his overall control over energy usage is greatly improved. Number 4. Wound healing speed increases by 50%, while stamina and mental recovery increase by 20%. Lin Ziluo is amazed, thinking this is absolutely insane. Talk about poetic justice, using the very resources hoarded by the Li family to utterly crush them. Without hesitating, he eagerly pushes the door open, only to find trouble waiting. From afar, Ziluo spots two masked guys whispering to each other. The moment they stop talking, they walk straight toward him. Ziluo casually waves with a smirk, which immediately terrifies both of them. Panic-stricken, one of them shoves his partner right toward Ziluo, who gasps in shock. Before the stumbled guy can even find his footing, the other guy lets out a terrified scream. Ziluo casually flicks his wrist, slicing the guy in half. Instantly, dozens of other masked enemies swarm from the end of the hallway, surrounding him. He initially raises his sword to block, preparing for battle, but then he just laughs, sheathing his weapon and resting it over his shoulder. He looks calmly at the crowded hallway, knowing that outnumbering him doesn't mean they actually have the advantage. A masked fighter clenches his fists, growling angrily at him, saying, "Don't get cocky, because we came fully prepared for you this time." As he speaks, three massive hands made of frostbone materialize and charge directly at Ziluo, while a fierce flame ignites in his own palm. Without even looking back, Ziluo throws a fireball behind him, instantly incinerating a sneaky attacker. Glancing at the charred body writhing on the floor, he looks back at the crowd with a smirk, asking if that is really all they prepared. That smirk chills their leaders to the bone, but you and I know they are dumb enough to charge anyway. Get ready, because you and I are about to watch Ziluo paint the walls red, slicing through enemies like a ghost, leaving only carnage. The rest of the squad completely freezes in terror. One of them screams in panic, pointing toward the medical room as our guy charges in. Inside, the terrified guards slam the stone door shut. Behind his mask, Ziluo raises an eyebrow and smirks. "Oh, so your medical bay is right here? Perfect." The guards desperately line up to block the door. Ziluo leaps into the air, swinging his blade downward. The flashing steel glides through them, silent, elegant, and absolutely lethal. Within seconds, they all collapse, sliced to pieces. Ziluo kicks the door open and steps inside, sporting a bone-chilling grin. Inside, Wounded soldiers are scattered across beds. One of them struggles to sit up, groaning in sheer agony. It hurts, it hurts. As they whine, flames erupt in Ziluo's hand. He stares down at them with mock pity. What a shame. You worked so hard to survive earlier, but now you're about to experience a second, final death. He casually tosses the fireball onto the beds and strolls out. Slamming the heavy iron door shut, he leans his back against it, wearing a savage grin as he peeks back inside. A roaring sea of fire consumes the room, as thick white smoke starts billowing out through the door cracks. Now, check this out. This ancient base actually has a built-in fire sprinkler system. Talk about fancy. Ziluo keeps scanning the area and quickly spots another strange door, its surface completely covered in glowing, mysterious runes. Driven by intense curiosity, he reaches out to touch it. Suddenly, a brilliant light flares up from the carvings. Unable to resist, he immediately starts analyzing the magical pattern, but he has no idea a shadowy figure is watching his every move. This mysterious man coldly orders 1,000 death warriors to surround the area. After a brief pause, he adds another order, demanding they report Yazi's current location directly to Butler Ju. Meanwhile, Butler Ju is standing amidst the ruined rubble, terrified out of his mind. He mutters, "This is impossible. How can this be happening? This simply cannot be happening at all." He cannot believe his own eyes. There is no way the gate's lock mechanism could be bypassed this easily. Trying to calm down, he whispers, "It is fine. As long as the soul elixir is safe, we can rebuild." But as he looks up, he freezes. The massive shock sends him crashing to his knees, wailing in despair as decades of hard work vanish into thin air. It is gone. 30 years of the Li family's precious soul elixir, accumulated over 3 decades, is completely gone. Terrified of the family head's wrath, the butler instantly ages 10 years. He has no excuse, and his master will surely execute him. Just as Butler Ju is losing his mind, a lackey named Jano rushes in. You and I can already guess what happens next. Yazi has broken into the secret chamber. But the butler is too broken to care, just sobbing in absolute despair. Everything is ruined, completely ruined. Jano desperately shakes him. "Sir, please, you need to follow me to the secret chamber right now." The old butler snaps up, startling Jano. Regaining his cold composure, he smooths his clothes and calmly says, "Let us go." Meanwhile, back with Lin Ziluo, he seems to have cracked the puzzle. Deciding to test his luck, he applies his findings to the heavy door. Surprisingly, the ancient mechanisms actually react. The massive door rumbles and slowly grinds open. But the second Lin Ziluo steps inside, and the door seals shut. That shadowy stalker materializes right where he was standing. Staring intensely at the sealed gate, he turns to bark orders to his death warriors. There is only one exit. Even if Yazi grows wings, he is trapped. Guard this entrance with your lives, and do not move. He thinks it over. I am going to investigate. If anything happens, hold your ground until I return. The elite guards immediately grip their skill scrolls, ready to unleash lethal magic. With his orders delivered, he instantly vanishes. Stepping inside, Lin Ziluo is completely overwhelmed by the jaw-dropping mountain of treasure. Holy crap! Is this the Li family's ultimate main vault? How many decades did it take them to hoard all of this? Smirking, he decides, well, if they want to gift this to me, I guess I'll accept. Wasting no time, he summons his system interface and immediately expands his inventory storage. Within a split second, every single piece of gold and jewel gets sucked inside, leaving behind nothing but bare walls. Double-checking his system, he notices a rare item with restricted usage. Apparently, it is only compatible with basic storage spaces. No problem. Time to test the extra inventory, granted by his golden finger cheat. He triggers the space expansion once more, and would you look at that? The skill restriction on the item instantly vanishes into thin air. Squealing with pure delight, he cannot hold back his excitement. Holy crap, this broken skill can actually bypass cheat limitations. Lin Ziluo opens up his system. Thought he was cornered? Think again, it is a survival exploit. Thanks to an active skill, his body turns completely invisible. He glides silently right through a glowing security field. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Finding this was way too easy. See you guys in the next chapter. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens as Lin Zihi returns to his true form at the main console. Eager to see the Li family head's reaction, when he realizes the control room is lost, his finger presses down decisively, cutting off their last chance. Outside, the air becomes so quiet it is almost terrifying. While Zhang Yuangshang stands guard, Danok is casually gnawing on a chicken leg. But suddenly his eyes go blank as his body is taken over. He leaps down, blocking Zhang Yuansheng. What is wrong, brother Dang Ge? The 5 entrances to the underground base are opening. The first floor might be lightly guarded, but the second floor has over 10,000 defenders waiting. They know this underground terrain way too well, so we cannot be careless. Hearing this, Zhang Yuansheng's face lights up with hope. It is absolutely true. He nods and smiles, saying, I trust you, brother Dang Ge. Before turning to address his entire army, everyone, prepare yourself. Next, we are going to have a direct showdown with those traitors from the Li family. Remember, despite our superior numbers, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. We must wipe out the remaining Li family scum, with minimal losses. Understood. Their voices echo in unison as the 8 vanguard soldiers head toward the other 4 entrances. Reporting in sequence. Under Zhang Yuansheng's command, the entire army moves out. Stay alert and stay safe. Understood, General Zhang. Now watch closely, because he suddenly freezes, sensing something terribly wrong beneath the water. Zhang Yuansheng raises his sword in a defensive stance, but then he gasps as the lake water surges up, swallowing his arm. A voice echoes from within. Didn't the butler say the entire underground base was sealed? Why is entrance number 5 wide open? Could our allies from the gathering point have returned? That is great. Let us go out and welcome them. The very second the gate swings wide open, Zhang Yuansheng roars, kill them all. Leave none alive to avenge our fallen brothers. The army charges in like a tidal wave, with weapons clashing and screams echoing as pure chaos erupts. The old butler's face turns pale. This is bad. The safe zone troops are here, and all 5 entrances are compromised. He scrambles back to find his master. Meanwhile, in the central control room, Lin Ziluo stands up as every single defense system of the base is officially shut down. He glances at the rows of monitors, muttering, "You guys are next." A blue flame flares up in his hand, and he vanishes into thin air. Messing with the Li family feels pretty damn good, doesn't it? Elsewhere, a group of rebels is frantically pacing in front of a massive stone door because the armory is locked tight. Why is this chamber so huge? If those Suicide Squad members hide inside and lock the door, it will be trouble. Just open it. This room must be sealed to keep intruders out. If we accidentally damage those extraction containers, the loss will be absolutely devastating. One of them whispers that the armory's mechanism is broken, and he cannot open it. But the decryption method should be flawless. If we cannot get these weapons out, what are we supposed to do? Right now, except for a few guards, almost none of us are armed. The safe zone's magical soldiers have already breached, so are they seriously expecting us to fight them completely barehanded? Then let us quickly hide in the largest stone room. With rapid footsteps approaching, a loud shout echoes from afar. Brothers, the people over here are unarmed. Charge. The panicked crowd begins to lose their minds. They scatter in fear. Run. The mechanism is dead. Quick, block the stone door. We cannot allow the safe zone soldiers to discover us hiding here, but it is too late. The door is blasted open, the corridor is drenched in blood, and the screams slowly fade away. In another room, Li Yongsheng annoyed throws a massive slab of raw meat toward a roaring zombie. If you did not carry the Li family bloodline, I would have ripped your vocal cords out by now. His gaze shifts to another specimen in the room. This one is much better. Truly my most perfect masterpiece. Suddenly he stops talking. A sinister smile spreads across Li Yongsheng's face as he stares at his creation. My efforts did not go to waste. Killing your parents and stealing you was worth it. You never disappoint me. Using my most mystical grafting methods, I fused body parts from various zombies and even injected Li Haowen's blood into your body, letting you inherit every single one of their talents. His eyes scan the ghost child, completely filled with smug satisfaction. You will become the most naturally gifted zombie of all, far stronger than this useless trash. You lack vocal cords, a feature that is completely useless for a zombie anyway. This is how you can slaughter silently, making you the absolute perfect killing machine. Understand? Too bad those fools have not delivered any new specimens yet. Looks like I will have to go capture some zombies myself. Li Yongsheng reaches out to gently touch Gui Tong's cheek. Trust me, I can make you even more perfect. You are my ultimate work of art, the king among all zombies. Suddenly, Gui Tong's eyes flash with a strange, eerie light, fueling Li Yongsheng's excitement even further. And that is where we leave it. He originally planned to repair those damaged nerves, but this raw, creepy look fits a dark king perfectly. Stick with me because a terrifying wave of killing intent